Now back for Nelson at the half wall. All the way over for Girardi. Lets it go, looking for the deflection. Natchez off the end wall. He tucks it in. Buenos Natchez. It's a Marty party. Silky smooth hands from Marty Nachos. Cale Makar up top. One-timer. Score! It's a Marty party. 2 goals for Marty Nachos in the second period, and Colorado has a power play goal in 7 straight contests. Over for Natchez, just touched his stick for a moment, able to get it back, returns it to McKinnon. Over for the one-timer! Jonathan Drouin shoots and scores! How you, Drouin? Treat yourself around a sausage! The second power play goal of the night for the Colorado Avalanche.
You're dead. You crazy son of a bitch, you're dead.
Treat yourself around a sausage.
Wait, did McGahey just beat Moser to the punch?
So when Connor wakes up, because obviously late game, he's not going to be up for a while. I need some clarification because after the show yesterday, Connor texted me and just said, "What's the sausage drop?" No context.
Okay, gotcha.
And so I sent him the clip from Wheel of Fortune, and he said, "Oh, that's great." And then at midnight, he texted me and said, "Oh, by the way, I just used that in a goal call."
Okay.
So I don't know what the details are.
What was the one? Was Moser saying he was going to say that yesterday, or was he going to use another one?
Well, he was saying that Parker Kelly's old man liked the butter my butt and call me a biscuit, so he wanted to do it again. And then I jokingly suggested you should say treat yourself around a sausage next time Parker Kelly scores.
That's right. That's right. So he was beat to the punch. McGahey jumped him. Doesn't matter. I like to infiltrate the broadcast however we can.
Treat yourself around a sausage.
I love it. You know, the thought. I don't know how many people listen to this show. I have no idea. There's numbers that say but they're basing off like 4 people. I have no idea how many people listen to this show. But let's just say for whatever small percentage of the Denver population that is, that tunes into this show, and specifically at the time that we're doing something like treat yourself around a sausage. And then they listen to the Avs game and they hear that and they're like, what does that mean? The confusion makes me so happy. So happy. Nobody knows what's going on except for about me, Nelly, Vic Moj, and McGahey. I think we're the only ones that know what's going on there.
Also, props to McGahey for finally giving us the answer to Marty, what's his last name? Natchez?
Marty Nachos.
Marty Nachos.
I like that too.
One pronunciation we can all agree on. Even that jackwagon on the text line that was getting on Moser. When that guy wakes up, we'll give him an answer. This is how you say his name.
Marty Nachos.
Well, Marty Nachos had a hell of a game yesterday with 2 goals. Both of them. You know what's funny is I believe his first. As the Avs dominate, by the way, 4-0, they just roll. He's got the old patented McCannon down, doesn't he? Where you sit there just kind of at the dot, you wait for the one-timer, and you hit an absolute rocket by anybody before they know what happened. I'm telling you, that guy and that trade, as someone who was incredibly skeptical from the start, when they first made the trade, I had a very, very difficult time trying to justify a team that's in a Stanley Cup push trading away their 3rd best player, who was a key cog in you winning a cup just a couple of years ago, who's still a young guy with plenty of game left. I understood the cap situation. I understood the contract negotiations weren't going well. I understood that if you didn't feel like you were going to re-sign him, then you have to get something for him. That's what good organizations do. But I thought for sure after that trade, you would have been worse off in the short term than keeping Mikko. And I was wrong. And it's nothing against Mikko Rantanen. Marty Nachos is a hell of a player. And he just seems stylistically to fit a lot better with what guys at the top of the Avs forward group play like. Fast, find space, shots on net, quick release. He's just a joy to watch. From just his skating ability alone, it is pretty remarkable. But you go in, you look at sort of what went down yesterday, and you faced off against a very, very, very good hockey team in the LA Kings. They came into that game with, I think, 2 points behind you as far as total points on the season. The Avs entered with 91. They had 89. Now, they had 89 with 2 games in hand on you. So for all intents and purposes, that team was every bit as good as you and maybe better from a points perspective. They also entered that game winning 9 of their last 10. And the Avs just completely shut the door. Like, this is the stuff I'm talking about when I bring up, you give, to me, this is my opinion, you give the Avs an opponent in 7 games, I find it very, very difficult to think that they're going to lose 4 of them. Honestly. They are so loaded right now from top to bottom. Like, not only, it was a little bit of a struggle in the first period to get some momentum going on the offensive side, but immediately in the second, you start to take off and you build a 3-0 lead, and the game's over after that. You add the 4th on for insurance. Power play rolling, penalty kill rolling, special teams working. Like, everything that you need, a hallmark, a benchmark of what a good hockey team is that should be competing for a cup and have a damn good shot at it. The Avs possess all of these things. Not to mention, on top of the offense, you get a shutout last night. Blackwood, 22 saves on 22 shots. And the fact that he only had to make 1 save during the power play, in which they had 3 opportunities in that game yesterday, LA did. They look like a behemoth. They just do. And I don't know how many teams can start to throw line after line like this at you without any sort of reprieve. Like, you're talking about the, quote, worst of your forward group is a Miles Wood, Ross Colton, Logan O'Connor line, a Parker Kelly. Like, that's the worst that you're throwing out there? Jack Drury? That's what I'm saying, man. Like, if that is the bottom, and this is what was the separator, I think, a few years ago when they won, you looked at the worst of the forwards, and I'm using that in air quotes, worst, because they're still good players. But in comparison to what your first line, your second line is, your third and fourth, compare that to other teams across the league. You're going to be hard-pressed to find somebody that can stack up like that. And even in your defenseman group, you got some injuries that you're dealing with. EJ's day-to-day. Manson's still out of the lineup. And you get a Sam Malinsky that steps up and is playing like a beast right now. Keaton Middleton has really started to turn things around. Oh, there's still a couple mistakes here and there? Sure. But there is such a wealth of talent and such a large ability to just make plays happen. This team's so difficult. And to do this against, not the San Jose's of the league and not the Buffaloes and not the Pittsburghs, not the Chicagos, to do this against the LA Kings to do this against, Toronto or Dallas, it's huge. And it continues here. So you have 5 games left. Next one tomorrow against St. Louis. It's in the middle of the day at 2:30. St. Louis, 85 points, not too far behind you, in a wild card spot. Going to be a difficult game. The game after that is Calgary, the team that's fighting St. Louis for one of those wild cards. Then it gets a little bit easier, but these games on the road at Chicago and at Columbus. Then it's at St. Louis again. And then you get Vegas, which we all know is going to be difficult. Always is. Feels like it always will be. After that, Vancouver, another team directly below St. Louis, trying to fight for a playoff spot. Then it's the Kings again, and then you close out the season against Anaheim. Still more tests to come, but I don't look at these. I think test is the wrong word. I don't think they need to be tested. I think we know what the answers are now. It's just a matter of, can you keep pace heading into the postseason? Can you stay healthy? I'm curious, once you get to that last, 2 or 3 games of the season, if you're kind of locked into that 3 seed in the Central, is that one of those that you just kind of, hey, Nate, Marty Nachos, McCarr, why don't you guys take a seat for a little bit? Kick it back in gear when the postseason starts. I don't know, maybe. But they are fun to watch. A big problem that the Avs had since the trade deadline was they were inconsistent in scoring the puck. Remember those games that you were losing like 3-1 and 2-1 and 2-0 and games like that? Those have now disappeared. We'll just take the start of this month because they've only lost twice and once in regulation this month. They put up 4-7, 7-3, 1 in that shootout loss in which they got into Minnesota at 4 in the morning. 4-4, 1 again against Toronto, 5-5, 5-4. That's going to win a whole bunch of games. Not to mention that stretch, you've only given up more than 3, I think, once, maybe twice. That used to be sort of a hallmark at the beginning of the season of how many are we going to give up today? Because it's going to be at least 3. They're just completely different. And I love it. They are a joy, a pleasure to watch every night right now. And they're one of the best teams in the NHL. I don't think there's any doubt about it. So, 303-504-0925. We continue with our drop tournament today as we're in that group stage. So the next couple of regions, the Brett and Nelly region, will get some winners through to the Elite 8 in those. But, couple things. As we have a whole bunch to get to today, this is opening day for the Rocks. I want to discuss that a little bit. I also want to discuss the Nuggets, as they need to continue to play at a high level just to keep pace, because there is a perfect example of a team and how quickly things can change. A team that was in the 2 seed not too long ago that is now fighting right now in the NBA. We'll get to it next. Yes. Oh, it's all done, though. There's no more of that at Coors Field. Now, in fairness, they're playing this game at a minor league stadium today. I mean, what a like giant middle finger. I know there's nothing they can do about it, but a giant middle finger to all of us in Denver and Colorado. Hey, not only is your team not going to participate on like opening day, you're going to start the season at a minor league stadium. How's that sound? Or spring training stadium, whatever. I'm excited though about the Rocks as their first game is 2:10 today. I did watch baseball off and on yesterday. Caught a couple of the games. I still think the way that
Good for you, bud.
the way that they staggered their baseball, they need to get their stuff figured out. It's like there should have been a game on immediately when I left the house. Like you should have played some East Coast game at noon that day. You should have had another marquee game at 3, another one at 6. Like, you should have just staggered them that way. Instead, they had, like, 2 games at 2:30 or 1:30, 15 of them at 2:30, and then, like, 2 games at night. I don't get it. I don't know what they're doing. You want the NFL. But anyway, Rockies take on the Rays today at 2:10. Not in Tampa, but at some other stadium, George Steinbrenner Field, wherever that is. I can't wait to just get one look at what this roster is going to be. And again, you guys will not take my joy on a day like today. I love baseball, and I really, really think the Rockies will be better than most. Now, I don't think they're making the playoffs. I don't think they'll be 500. But I don't think that should be the goal this year anyway. You were really bad over the last couple of years. You give me like a 75-win season, I think that's a major step forward. And one that you, hopefully, the following year can build upon. Now, I still have some concerns with the way that Bud Black is utilizing his lineup. I think there's still too many veterans that he's relying upon. I don't think every guy in this roster needs to be like 23 years old. I know he has an obsession with KB and Chris Bryant being a major player within that lineup, because not only is he continuing to be in it, he's hitting cleanup, projected to hit cleanup.
We're hoping that the veteran slugger's Bryant.
Well, that's where you would put a slugger. I am very skeptical on whether he's going to live up to that. But
well, Brett, can I ask you something?
Sure.
Because you are the only Rockies optimist in this town.
I don't even know if it's an optimist. I don't think they're going to lose 100 games.
You know, by Rockies fan standard, that means you're
Maybe right.
a rose-colored glasses optimist. So let me ask: when teams usually suck, but there's a future in sight, it's because they're committing to a plan. Like we can argue till the cows come home whether or not the Astros cheated with their trash cans. But if you look at that team, they committed to sucking, and their front office came out and said,
and then they get Altuve, and they get Springer, and they got Bregman, and they got all those different guys.
Yeah, yes. They said we're going to lose 100 games, 2 seasons in a row, but we're going to get rid of all of our old expiring contracts. We're going to pour a ton of money into the farm system. We're going to plan for the future, and it won them a title, and it's made them competitive for almost a decade. Do you honestly believe, and I'm not editorializing, I'm asking your opinion, do you honestly believe that the Rockies could go that similar route? Do you trust this team to put the future in place?
I think they have, how about this, Nelly? They fell ass backwards into it because I don't think they planned to do that. It just kind of forced it on them when guys got hurt. When veteran players got hurt and they played younger guys, that's why guys like Tolia and guys like Brenton Doyle got a shot. They got a shot because guys got hurt, and then they got in the big league club, and then they played well. So, yeah, I mean, in a way they did. I don't know if it was their plan from the beginning, but they fell into this. And, again, we've complained that the Rockies haven't fully committed to one or the other thing for a long time. They were pretty committed to the team before Nolan left. They signed some free agents. But Ever since he left, the only person they've signed to a multi-year contract in free agency is Chris Bryant, which was silly. It was stupid. It was not a wise move for where the team was at, and that was obvious to, I think everybody when they first made the signing. It's like, you got Chris Bryant. Cool, that's a name, but even if he were to be healthy and play 150 games a year, what would it matter? Because the team you looked at the roster like, this isn't winning anything. So, yeah, I think this is what a building team should look like. There's a whole bunch of guys in their mid to lower 20s on this roster that are actually decent talents. You can't tell me Brenton Doyle is not a stud. You can't tell me Tovar isn't. You can't tell me Michael Tolia doesn't have a lot of potential. They got guys on this roster that can be that. The question for them, and the one thing they really kind of haven't done, and look, again, it's opening day, so I'm going to get in the weeds a little bit with the Rocks. Their pitching staff has been unhealthy over the past couple of years. They believe that with Marquez and Senzatella healthy and Freeland healthy, that they can have a starting rotation that works.
Kevin Freeland?
You look at some of the younger guys. Feltner's another one that you kind of look at and you're like, okay, maybe he's got something to him. Showed a little bit last year. Bradley Blaylock is a guy that has really started to show some promise and has some good stuff. We saw that in spring training. Even if the starting rotation is good, the question is, what about the bullpen? And that's where some other guys get in the mix, like a Vodnik, Peralta. Maybe they can give you something. But that's all sort of like what you're waiting to see. And if those things come together, then I think this season could be pretty fun. And it won't be just a snooze fest by the time that June hits.
Have I lost my right to call for a straw poll, or can I still do it?
Go ahead.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
You're right. When I started this segment and I played Chuck Nasty's walk-up song, Your Love is no longer going to be played at Coors Field. And that was always kind of the anthem for the Rockies, right? Anytime we started a Rockies segment, I would bump in with Your Love. So now that Chuck Nasty has been sent out to pasture, what's the Rockies song? What song do I play when we're talking about the Rockies to get us ready for this segment?
I think it's got to come organically. I got to get out to the park and I got to see one of these guys. And if they have a killer walk-up song, then we're going to have to use that one. Like the Mets became the relief pitchers.
Oh, Edwin Diaz.
Edwin Diaz from the bullpen.
It was Narcos, Timmy Trumpet, yeah.
Yeah, that song. So it'll come organically. You can't force this. This is like when the Avs won the Cup, and they're like, all right, we're retiring all the small things. So what's the new song? It's like, well, you got to wait. You got to give it time.
Well, then in that case, I will put this out now, and we'll see if it catches on. But if I had my choice, I would say the new Rockies song could be.
No, see? This is what I'm talking about, Nelly. You aren't going to take my joy. You guys can sit here and you guys can do this before a single game is played. If you want to live in that misery, be my guest. You will not take me down that road. I am excited as hell. Excited as hell. Okay? And that could change in 3 weeks. But for the moment, I'm pumped. Okay, here's the other thing I wanted to get to. The Nuggets are still in the 3 seed, and they are now a game and a half up on the Lakers in the Grizz. Both teams lose last night. If you saw the way in which the Lakers lost, it would bring you a lot of joy. That's all I'm telling you. It gets to the end of the game. And, by the way, Nelly, did I send this to you? There was like a super cut at the end of this. Maybe I didn't. I'll send it to you now. There's a super cut at the end of the game about how that team lost. And it's a back and forth in the last 40 seconds where it culminates in the Lakers losing in pretty epic fashion. By the way, it's the second time that the Lakers have lost to the Chicago Bulls in the span of a week. The Bulls Not a great basketball team. But we saw it the other night when they beat the Nuggets. They're playing better as of late. They seem to be playing better since the Levine trade. Kobe White has taken his game to another level. And so here's what happened. It's the end of the game. The Bulls are down 2. There are 8 seconds left. Kobe White buries a 3. Lakers respond. And then there's a last second heave. Let's go ahead and listen, if you got it, Nelly.
Oh, he's more giddy. The steal. White for the lead. Yeah!
Big-time plays make big-time plays. Kobe White, Sub-Zero.
So there's the 1-point lead for the Bulls.
Doncic took
Here's the
final
Lakers.
shot before that. Here's Reeves. Reeves straight to the cup. Lays it in to take the lead.
3 seconds left. No timeouts for the Bulls.
Bulls are out of timeouts. 2 seconds left.
Half-court
Giddy for
heave.
the win.
Oh, my God. I cannot believe this. Elizabeth, I'm coming, baby. Oh, no.
Improbable.
Unbelievable.
Impossible.
Magic Giddy. Good day, mate. Somewhere in Australia, Sydney.
I love it. What a call.
Good day, mate.
By the way,
Amazing.
there's a shot in that video where they just do a slow zoom on a Lakers fan that is just hysterical. But that's huge for the Nuggets. It gives you a little bit of breathing room. And we know that the Nuggets can be on and off. The great news about all these games that Jokic has missed, the Nuggets are 5-5 in the last 10 games. The Lakers are 4-6. The Grizz are 5-5. So you're keeping pace, and that's what this should be about. Just continue to keep those guys at an arm's length behind you so that you can head into the postseason with home court, and you can head into the postseason with a little bit of momentum. Because the last thing you want is to start dropping games again. And again, it's not like the Nuggets have some sort of like easy breezy track to the end of the season. They got one that should be tonight. Utah just played yesterday. They are a terrible team to start with. They lost 121-110 to Houston. Utah on the year is 16-58. They have not won more than a single basketball game. So, my God, man, I'm trying to look. Since the All-Star break, they've won 3 times. They entered the break 13-41. They are now 16-58. So 3-17. No. Yeah, 3-17.
I was paying too much attention to getting that sad Lakers fan up on Twitch. I don't know why you're trying to do math live on the air, but
No, I got it. They're 3-17 since the break. That's what it is.
this is kind of a pivot. But did you you may be talking about this once again? I was consumed by the Lakers fan. I kind of tuned you out. No offense, Brett. But did you see what happened in the Pacers game last night?
Oh, that they put up $160? Yeah.
Against the Wizards. I maybe I can dig up the video. At the end of the game, the Wizards fans started booing the Pacers because with about a minute left, they dribbled out the clock and they didn't try to score again. And the whole arena started booing them.
Good.
You're already up by 50 or 60. Why you stopping now?
See, it's the one thing I love about hockey. You could be up 20-0 in hockey, and if there's 5 seconds left in the third period, that team's going to try and get 21. They're going to try. Because it's not your responsibility to make sure the other team feels good.
Also, there was someone on the Pacers who he went to shoot a corner 3, and he bricked it so bad he hit the top of the backboard and it bounced out of bounds.
Yeah, they're miserable. Here's the situation, though. This is a must for the Nuggets. Because after this, they play Minnesota. Then they got San Antonio. Then it's at Golden State. Then they play against that Indiana team that put up $160. You want to stay in that 3 seed sort of area. A win against The Jazz tonight is an absolute must, and it should be a game in which at the very end you're putting in your Spencer Joneses. It's a full rotation of guys. Starters out, bench players in, move on from there. So, 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line again. Game tonight, 7 o'clock. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, because it is Rockies opening day at 8:20 today. Christian Saez of DNVR Rockies is going to join us to get an upcoming look at what to expect this afternoon at 2 o'clock when the Rockies take the field for the first time this season. So we'll talk to him in a bit. Stick around. All right, I haven't heard this yet. This was Bednar, I guess, before the game talking to Connor McGahey on how he spent the day off. And he said this.
All right, here the head coach of your Colorado Avalanche, Jared Bednar, Avs and Kings for the second time this season. Two of the hottest teams in the National Hockey League. We'll talk about that coming up. But first, what does the head coach of the Colorado Avalanche do on a day off when it's 77 and sunny out?
Well, I would like to say I slept in, but I had the radio show in the morning, so I didn't do that.
It's always Moser, Lombardi, and Kane's fault. Hard and fast rule.
It is true. You know what? You are contractually obligated, coach. Tough. Doesn't seem to affect your team all that much because they're pretty good. So maybe we're a good luck charm. Who knows? Perhaps that's the case. In fact, I was keeping tabs again, Nelly, this year. I stopped doing it. The Avs record on Tuesdays is remarkably good. Once again. If they play the day before Bednar shows up on this show, it's like a guaranteed dub. So if you guys win the cup, I expect my name to be on it. How does that sound? Couple things. Number one, NFL-wise, this article from Bleacher Report. And I was actually curious. I clicked on this for one reason. So it's one of those following free agency sort of articles, and here's the headline. Every NFL team's most overpaid player following 2025 free agency. I want you to think about this for a second. Who would you say on the Broncos is overpaid? Because that's what I did. The only reason I clicked the article is because I thought about it for a minute when I read the headline. I said, overpaid Broncos contract. Well, Russell's gone, so it's not that. And you know what my answer was? After a long time thinking, they didn't have one. It really doesn't feel like it. The guys who are making decent amounts of money deserve their decent amounts of money. You tell me Surtain's overpaid? I think not. Miners? Bulls? No. Here's what they have written down. They said Cortland Sutton, but here's the little write-up underneath it, the blurb. There are no egregious contracts on the payroll for the well-built team, but Sutton isn't great. The 29-year-old has not gone over 1,100 yards since he was a sophomore in 2019, but he's slated to count $20.2 million against the cap in a walk year in 2025. Fine. If that's what they want to say. I disagree that Sutton isn't. Well, he was great last year. I always thought for the price of Cortland Sutton, the money feels right. I don't think he's overpaid right now at all. I think he's paid exactly what he is. $20 million for a receiver of Cortland Sutton's caliber sounds exactly right. The question with Cortland moving on is Cortland Sutton a $30 million wide receiver or a $25 million wide receiver? Like, that's the question. That's where I start to get a little bit iffy on it, especially with him going to be 30 years old following this season. That I don't know. For the moment, though, I think Cortland is paid exactly what he should be. It honestly, and this is rare in sports, it feels like the contract matches up perfectly with his ability. And that's hard. You're almost always underpaying or overpaying a guy based on what they bring to the table. Like, what's funny about Jokic is making, like 55 or 60 million bucks, one of those two, on this contract, and it still feels like he's underpaid. A lot of people would argue that Michael Porter Jr. is overpaid. And you look around at different spots around sports, it's really hard to find a sweet spot of somebody being paid kind of what it feels like they should be. But I think Cortland Sutton's perfect. I really do. By the way, the most overpaid for the Chiefs in this article. They said Travis Kelce. And they might be right on that. He's, I think, pretty clearly in a decline right now in his career. He's in his mid-30s. I mean, it's expected to happen. You can't be the same guy you were at 28. But he's the highest paid tight end in the league in the middle of you doing that, which makes it even more difficult. But this is, I think, the ultimate compliment to the Broncos of, I thought about this for a good 5 minutes, and I kind of went through the entire roster Rolodex in my head. Is there anybody that I feel like is egregiously overpaid that if I was writing this article, I would put them in? And the answer is no. I wouldn't even put Sutton in there. My answer would have been none. There is nobody that's overpaid on the Broncos, which is a credit to George and Sean Payton. It's also kind of what you have to do when you're spending a whole bunch of money on a contract that's no longer on your roster. You have to be really, really picky and choosy with who gets money and who doesn't. So you could throw that out there and say, well, yeah, the reason they can't overpay anybody is because you have the Russell Wilson contract. It didn't allow him to. Maybe. But it also makes it even more important that you don't do that with anybody else. That you don't have some stinker of a free agency signing that's also burning a hole in your books.
Josh on the text line said the most overpaid person on the Broncos roster is actually Sean Payton right now.
I don't know about that. I think Sean Payton's turned around this team to the tune of what exactly you're paying him. And here's the thing. People say this a lot. Vic throws this out there a lot. I don't care. It's not my money. And I always kind of wince at that when it comes to players because I'm like, well, there's a salary cap, though. It doesn't matter if it's your money or not. It's your team's money and how good their ability can be to be better. If you want to pay Devon Vele $35 million a year, yeah, it's not my money, but it's going to hurt your team's ability to sign other people. It does matter. When it comes to coaches, guess what, Nelly? Ain't my money. That doesn't count for anything except the owner's checkbook. That's all that affects. That doesn't affect your team at all, how much money the head coach makes. So you want to pay Sean Payton $100 million a year? Go ahead. Literally has nothing to do with me. But still, they're a really well-run organization right now. And to Sean Payton's credit, it only took a couple of years for them to get that respect back. And respect is a tough thing to find again once you've lost it.
I'll get with you when we do.
Texture says McGlinchey might be a little overpaid. I don't know. To have a reliable right tackle who's basically out there every single week, is that overpaying? I don't think there's anybody on this roster that I could throw that sort of, and it is an insult, that I could throw the insult at. I don't think
orphan dogs.
I don't think anybody's like that. One thing I noticed from the NFL, by the way, which is just driving me nuts. Out of all the things that they were concerned about this offseason, read this article from Michael David Smith, Pro Football Talk. NFL Executive Vice President of Football Operations Troy Vincent said that the league wants to emphasize everyone on the field conducting themselves in the right way, and that there were too many examples of unsportsmanlike conduct, some penalized, some not, in 2024. Here's the quote. Sportsmanship is a critical topic, one where we saw the duration during the duration of the season, not where we want to be professionally. Some of the things we saw, we want to make sure that the game's always been about sportsmanship. We saw a couple actions like violent gestures up significantly and taunting up significantly. Here's what he's talking about. One of the things that I guess has stuck out to these people, which is unreal. Any violent gesture, a throat slash, simulating firing or brandishing a gun, or using the nose wipe gesture.
What?
Or an act that is sexually suggestive or offensive.
Oh, come on.
Are all going to be penalized. So I'm assuming the nose wipe is one of these, you get a first down, you grab one of those as you point. Is that what they're talking about?
Dude, I'd be kicked out of every game.
Oh, you like the nose wipe gesture, do you? Okay.
Well, did you see? It was a baseball player for, was it Michigan, who slid into third and he beat the tag, and then he mimed like he was snorting a rail off the base.
Well, no, it was the baseline. It was like the white powder of the baseline. He thought, he pretended it was Coke.
Yeah,
and guess what? It was hilarious.
It was amazing. Yeah, and then he had to come out the next day and say, I don't know if I'll ever be putting on this headset again. I think of myself as a man of faith. Like, he had to make an apology at gunpoint like everybody does when they do something fun. Why does the NFL have tunnel vision with this? You know what would make your product awesome? If somebody scores a touchdown and then does a disrespectful dance.
Yeah.
I genuinely don't understand their obsession with this.
I think you should be able to throw the bird at somebody if you get a first down. How's that sound? Again, I am team don't care how you feel, this is sports, okay? And last time I checked, you're an adult who's probably getting paid millions of dollars. If you get hit, if you get sunned, you get mossed, where some guy, wide receiver, grabs a ball right over the top of your head and hauls it in for a touchdown, and they want to make you, they want you to hear about it for a second, well, then guess what? You can hear about it for a second. So, continue the drop tournament here in a little bit. Again, 8:20 this morning, we'll talk to Christian Saez of DNVR as he is heading up their Rockies coverage. And we'll get a preview of the Rockies as their first game is today at 2 o'clock as they take on the Tampa Bay Rays. What a win from the Avs yesterday as they just look as solid as can be. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway Fresh Foods, local flavors. Also watch on YouTube as we're live every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., including that Altitude Daily, the recap of all the things that you missed throughout the course of, according to Westward Magazine, the best sports station in Denver. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Now back for Nelson at the half wall. All the way over for Girardi. Lets it go, looking for the deflection. Natchez off the end wall. He tucks it in. Buenos Natchez. It's a Marty party. Silky smooth hands from Marty Nachos. Cale Makar up top. One-timer. Score! It's a Marty party. 2 goals for Marty Nachos in the second period, and Colorado has a power play goal in 7 straight contests. Over for Natchez, just touched his stick for a moment, able to get it back, returns it to McKinnon. Over for the one-timer! Jonathan Drouin shoots and scores! How you, Drouin? Treat yourself around a sausage! The second power play goal of the night for the Colorado Avalanche.
You're dead. You crazy son of a bitch, you're dead.
Treat yourself around a sausage.
You snooze, you lose, Moj. I mean,
I
McGahee.
reckon. Yeah. I reckon.
McGahee grabbed all of them. He grabbed the Marty Nachos. He grabbed treat yourself around a sausage. I mean,
Somebody listens to our shows and does what we say.
So, Nelly, what did he do? He texted you after the show and said what?
He said, "What's the sausage drop? What is this?" Just completely out of context. So I sent him the video from Wheel of Fortune, and then in his Connor way, he just replied with one-word answers like, fantastic, intriguing.
Treat yourself a round of sausage.
Splendid. And then I guess he made it happen.
Awesome. I love it. Look, anytime I can infiltrate a broadcast, I prefer it with Moj because Moj is our friend and our buddy. But you know what, McGahee, if he wants to go ahead and do it, you know what? If Moj...
Knock yourself out.
If you say, I'm not doing that, then I'm going straight to McGahee.
Absolutely.
We'll do it that way.
But last night, obviously, was on ESPN, and so I couldn't do it.
Right.
What a game. I know we'll get into it throughout the course of today about what they did last night, but that's an incredibly professional win last night.
Hey. Speaking of Marty Nachos.
Yeah.
Marty Nachos is fun to watch.
You think?
Marty Nachos went full McKinnon and sat there at the dot for a one-timer and just blasted a McCannon through there. I mean, that's the one thing. Look, there's a lot of things we can talk about this game because this team, they are so fun right now. So fun.
That game last night was felt like watching an all-star game at times.
Well, look, man, I'll be the first to admit, Avs make the trade, Mikko Rantanen, and I sit there and I go, what's going on here? Like, I understand that he's a very good player, and if you don't feel like you're going to sign him in the offseason, that you got to get something for him. Like, I understood that part. But I thought for sure, I'm like, you're taking a short-term hit. This is the third best player on your roster.
You know why?
It's a key cog within your championship run, and you traded that piece away. And yeah, these other guys that you got in return, are they pretty good? Yeah, I guess they're pretty good. I had no idea that Marty Nachos was this.
Well, that's just it. When the trade happened, right? The best way to describe it, you stood up on your bed, you sat up on your bed. I sat up on my bed and I just pondered for a while. I did.
I sat up on my bed.
I sat on my bed and I pondered.
Wait, you were laying down, you heard it went down.
Yeah, because it was late at night. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So I sat up on my bed and I said, all right, what's going on here?
Well, no. Yeah, I guess it was. It was nighttime.
It was late at
because
night.
It wasn't late at night. We were at the hotel.
We get up early. It's late at night for us.
I was in bed. It was late at night. I got up. I sat up in my bed and I pondered and I contemplated. And I remember saying, I'm going to need some time to digest this one.
That makes you what that makes you? Makes you a ponderer.
Okay, fine. It didn't feel good at the time. You know why? He just said it. Because we knew nothing about the guys that were coming in. The casual fan.
Well, I knew that Natchez was a decent player,
but not like this. You didn't know this. Moser, those guys that follow the league every day, they knew more. Be honest. You didn't know this.
Okay, but hang on. As somebody says, that's because you're not a hockey fan, Kane. You're just an Avs fan. Like, I like hockey, okay? I fully admit that I know more about the Avs than I do about the rest of the league, okay? I fully admit that. That there are way more. I'm a casual, okay? But here's the thing, Moj.
Hey, don't apologize to that person.
No, but it's the truth. Like, I am not as knowledgeable
apologize
about...
like you're infected.
No, but I'm saying I am not as knowledgeable about the NHL as I am as a whole than I am with the other sports. But here's the point. I think even for Moj, who calls the game every day, could you have told me right away, wow, what a slam dunk. Necas is definitely going to be at least as good as McKinnon.
No, but
as Mikko.
I knew he was a very good player. I honestly, in fact, I said it the other night. I didn't know that he could skate that bad. Okay?
Yes.
I knew he was a good skater. Look, we see him twice a year. He seems to always be involved in goals against the Avalanche, and I'm like, oh, God, these guys. You get your Ahos and your Svechnikovs and your Marty Necas, and this is Carolina, right?
Yeah.
And they always, and they're a very good team. Heck, they're always one of the favorites to come out of the East, right? Because they had good players. But when you got him, Drury, and 2 picks, I'm like, that's a pretty damn good deal. It's almost like, God, we don't want to do it. What are you offering? Oh, for God's sake. All right. Okay. All right. I mean, because the guy's a player. Right now, he's tied for 11th in the National Hockey League in scoring with Sidney Crosby and Brandon Hagel. Pretty damn good. Now, the other guy last night.
Well, hang on 1 second. Can I just say one thing?
Sure.
I feel like Marty Nachos needs to calm down, or else he's going to ask for like $13.5 million a year at his next contract, and we're going to be in the same spot again. He needs to calm down a little bit.
I don't know why you guys don't refer to him as Buenos Noches. It's so much easier.
It is good. That one's good, too. Didn't Miguel, he dropped that one, too, didn't he?
Buenos Noches. Yeah.
Buenos Noches?
And also, but do you remember, though, backtracking a bit, that night that we found out that Mikko was going to go to Carolina, do you remember how Moser texted us and completely buried the lead? I remember I was at a brewery and I was pulling a caner. I was having a beer out in public on a Friday night. Got a text message where Moser said, Vic, that's so cool that you recreated Joker's shot in the gym. That's amazing. Good for you.
Oh, yeah.
We're definitely going to have to get into this on the show on Monday. Return, new line. Mikko traded to the Canes. I'm hearing it's a 3-team deal.
And that was it.
And that was it. That's crazy.
It was a paragraph on your stupid shot at DAC and one sentence about Mikko.
Well, to be fair, that shot, if it were running on SportsCenter, would probably lead over Marty Necas.
Well, guess what, Vic? Dude Perfect did that in like 5 attempts.
Listen. I'm an old man without a prostate. We know what the lead story is that night, and Moser did it right.
Okay, but going back to it, I mean, Moj, I've been on this for, I think, almost 2 months now, maybe a month and a half. It's basically since Val got back in the lineup with a couple of weeks into it. I got a really difficult time, Moj, seeing any hockey team in this league beating the Avs 4 out of 7 times. I just do. They're really good.
It's going to be difficult. Dallas won again last night in the back-to-back.
They don't lose, dude. I thought for sure they would lose last night after playing the night before.
Yeah, they beat Edmonton the night before. They went to Calgary last night. They stomped him. Mikko did have a goal and an assist last night. Now he's got 1 goal. He's got 1 goal and 4 assists in his last 8 games. Yeah. Nachos had 2 last night. I mean, I'm just saying. What I'm saying is that he had 2 and 1 last night for a 3-point night. What I'm saying is that the guy's a player. I had a guy text me yesterday, and he goes, "This is a guy who's been around the league, talks about the league constantly, respected around the league." And he goes to me, he says, "I can't find another team going to the postseason better up the middle than this team."
Yeah.
And I said, that's exactly right.
What was their 4th line last night?
Drury with LOC and Kelly.
That's pretty damn good a 4, man.
Pretty good.
Again, gives me a little bit of those tinglies from a few years ago when your 4th line was Cogs and LOC, and who was in the middle for them?
Helmer.
Helm. Like, yeah, same sort of vibe.
Pretty damn good. They play hard. They know their job, right? Well, actually, Miles Wood played last night.
Yeah.
In there, and dude went up because Kivy is dealing with an LBI, but it's a day-to-day type of thing.
But even where you thought maybe the depth isn't as strong, maybe on your blue line, the way Malinsky's been playing, even Middleton feels like he stepped up his game a little bit in the absence of Manson and now EJ with the LBI day-to-day. They're just fun. They're a fun team to watch. The LA Kings are good, really good.
They came in 9-1-0 in their previous 10 games. I mean, they were the hottest team in the National Hockey League, or one of.
Yeah.
And you played really well. You just kept inflicting your will on those guys. It's great to see. I mean, that's a really professional, excellent win last night.
By the way, so before, if you guys listen to the radio broadcast before Avs and Nuggets game, there's always Kaz and McGahee. They have a little conversation with the coach before the game.
Kaz?
For the Nuggets.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, yes.
Both teams.
Yes.
Kaz will talk to Malone.
Correct, I'm sorry, yes.
And McGahee will talk to
I
Bednar.
thought you were talking about the pregame show with Bert.
No.
Oh.
Just before the game starts, if you're listening to the Avs or Nuggets broadcast. And Bednar was asked by McGahee how he spent his off day with a 77-degree sunny day.
All right, here the head coach of your Colorado Avalanche, Jared Bednar. Avs and Kings for the second time this season. Two of the hottest teams in the National Hockey League. We'll talk about that coming up. But first, what does the head coach of the Colorado Avalanche do on a day off when it's 77 and sunny out?
Well, I would like to say I slept in, but I had the radio show in the morning, so I didn't do that.
It's always Moser, Lombardi, and Kane's fault. Hard and fast rule.
I will say this, though. We might keep him from sleep. But, Nelly, can you do me a favor and look at the Avs record on Tuesdays? Just do me a favor. Because, once again, they are amazing on Tuesdays.
Well, you know what I say to Coach?
It's pressure. He knows he better produce.
You know what I say to him? Too bad.
Yeah. Sorry, there's a thing called a contract, Coach.
These
are obligated.
Hey, on Wednesday mornings, we got you, baby. He's right. I mean, he probably wanted to sleep in and chill out and maybe have a fun day on a complete off day. But he had to talk to our knuckleheads, and it was just a good win. I mean, I feel really, really good about this team. I keep thinking about when I get the pushback on the playoff format, and I'm going to stop talking about it because I'm not going to be able to change it. There's nothing I can do to fix this thing, okay? And people will say, well, it doesn't happen. It doesn't always happen where, two of the best teams in the entire league have to meet in the first round and somebody gets bounced. Like, well, you don't want Kansas City and Buffalo you don't want them to play a wild card week and have one of them get bounced. It's not the way you want to do it. They would say, well, it doesn't happen that often. Or, it's kind of rare.
Right.
Well, the fact that it happens at all is ridiculous to me. The fact that it has to happen one iota is wrong because both of these teams are incredibly capable. Is it going to be an awesome first-round series? You're damn right. I think it's going to be survival. That's just the way it is.
Did you attend the game last night or no?
I did not. I chilled last night.
Good for you.
Yeah, I chilled out last night.
Because the intensity as the playoffs approach, you've been to enough games now, the crowd can feel it, right? You can sense it.
Well, I talked to the coach about it on Wednesday. There's a certain seriousness about his team.
Yes.
And he laid it out. He said, absolutely, it's different than it was 2 months ago.
Here we go.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is all right, we are crossing the T's and dotting the I's. We are gearing up and getting ready. Now, again, it's still regular season. All you've done, my God, is go 12-1-1 in your last 14, and you're still 5 points back of those guys, which is a pain in the ass. Excuse my language. But that's the way it is, man.
You are now sharpening your number 2 pencils. That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
Do you remember before you took the SAT?
You had to have a number 2 pencil.
What if you had a number 1?
Well, see, that's the thing is I don't even remember
what the hell's the difference?
I don't remember.
What if it was mechanical?
Hey.
Remember a mechanical pencil?
Hey.
You don't use a mechanical for the SAT.
No, you had
the mechanical was terrible anyway. I always broke it.
But you had to have a regular yellow number 2 pencil. And I remember thinking to myself, well, what other pencils are there?
Who are these?
I've never seen a number
Are there
1.
1.5 pencils and 3 pencils?
Is there a number 5 that's really bold?
There probably are. I don't know.
These soft pushers out there that could use a mechanical pencil without that thing just snapping every time you tried to write something.
Girls were mechanical. They're very.
Oh, I just was caveman? Probably.
That's what I would do. And I always put it out a little bit too long and then just snap right off. And I'm like,
every single time.
God dang, man.
First of all, I don't do pencils. Like some people take their notes with pencils today. It's all pen for
How
me.
do you feel about the pinpoint Sharpie? What do you think about that?
No.
It's not like a Sharpie, like the big thick nib at the end or whatever you call it.
I have the best pen on the planet. that I use for all my hockey stuff.
Hey, give this pen give it a whirl real quick.
Tell
me what you feel about that one. Just give it a good
Brett,
look.
paper me.
Give him a good look real quick.
Hurry.
Tell me how that rides.
Oh, that ride's
good
pretty
ride,
good.
isn't
It's a little too pinpointy.
I don't like
Good
the
ride.
smeary either. I don't like the smeary
I need
stuff.
a 1. I don't need a 0.5. I need a 1, but that's a good pen.
All right.
I
Hey, we
like
got to
that.
get to a break. So there's a lot to get to. We got continuing our drop tournament today. Christian Saez of DNVR is going to join us at 8:20 to preview the Rockies. And speaking of, I want to talk a little bit about that, along with an insane ending to the NBA that helped the Nuggets yesterday next.
Guess what? You know what month it is. And it's madness time at Silterhard Motors in Broomfield because the deals are going to blow you away. They've got amazing deals on over 1,000 new and pre-owned vehicles on the lot right now. 5 different manufacturers and more all over the place. So if you're looking for a brand new ride for the spring or the summer, now is the time to get it. It's going to be another really nice day today. Maybe you want the sunroof, you want top to come off, whatever it may be. Shop online right now at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Then get yourself to Silterhard Motors in Broomfield, Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Greg Larson and his crew, they're set. They're ready to hook you up because they're awesome. It's Silterhard, everything you want out of a dealership.
All right, it's weird because yesterday was opening day, but today is Rockies opening day as they take on the Rays in. Is it in Tampa? Where's George Steinbrenner spring training field?
I think it's down in St. Pete someplace.
Yeah, it's the Yankees facility.
Yeah. I think I played there before. I think that was one of my Florida trips.
Oh, boy.
No,
Big
I only remember this.
Look at this guy.
I only remember
I had
this.
chicks all over my jock as far as the eye can see.
I was third in the batting lineup, dude.
Man. I went 2 for 4 that day with 1 in the gap. It was awesome.
Okay, I didn't say that. I said I was 4th in the batting lineup. But no, I remember it because all the baseballs had Yankees logos and said George Steinbrenner on them. Yeah,
you're kidding.
For like our warm up.
Oh, that's cool. That's kind of cool.
But
no, seriously, that would be cool to be able to play in a park like that. And again, I was taking a look at Sacramento last night as well because I thought if I have to go visit my mother-in-law again.
Can I just say something? What a ridiculous sport that the MLB has allowed. And I understand Tampa's out of weather circumstances, but imagine the NFL season starts and Buffalo's playing in a high school stadium and Indianapolis has to move over to some recreation center.
The difference is they have 162 games. They've got 81 home games. So it's excuse me, it's a lot different than buttering your bread with, 8 or 9 home games per year. That being said, let's go back to our trip to Los Angeles. Speaking of, the Chargers played in the soccer stadium.
They did.
This tiny little soccer stadium.
Yes.
Now you tell me, Vic, Brett, the atmosphere of that and the intimacy of that soccer stadium compared to an Enormo Dome, how was it?
Well, it depends on the team. For the Chargers, it's ideal.
I'm saying that day that we were there and you buddied up with, Jim Nance and the whole 9 yards.
Me and Ashton Kutcher hanging out.
You and Ashton Kutcher, the whole 9 yards.
But you can't do that for big fan bases, though. You can do it for the smaller fan bases.
Understood.
Like the Coyotes playing at ASU Stadium.
At the Mullet, correct.
That's great.
But the NHL was embarrassed by that.
Yes, they were. And I'm sure baseball might be embarrassed. But look. That being said, a byproduct of having to relocate and play in one of these AAA stadiums until you get your big joint, the byproduct is ticket prices are pretty damn crazy just to get in the building, number one. Number two, it's going to be intimate and it's going to be raucous and it's going to be fun. And I bet the A's sell out every damn game. I'll tell you this, for the Rays, they don't always get huge crowds, obviously, even though they've been pretty good at times. They are going to sell that joint out repeatedly.
Do you think?
Yes. How many does it hold? Because Sacramento's got less than 20,000.
Well, I'm not sure. And again, we'll get like a more sort of detailed look at what to expect for the Rocks at 8:20 with Christian Saez. But my whole thing about this is, if I were to project what I think the Rockies are going to be, I don't think they're losing 100 games. I do think they're too good to lose 100 if their pitching staff stays healthy. If they get a disaster like they did the last couple of years where Marquez and Senzatella are on the shelf for, 155 games out of the year, then yeah, a little bit different.
All right, then what's the top end?
I think they can get like mid-70s. And that might not sound great, but if you're talking about a team that's lost 100 games in the last 2 consecutive seasons, to get close to 500 is a pretty good step up. And I think that should be their goal this year. At some point, you call up Zach Veen in the middle of the season, but this is about continuing Brenton Doyle and Zeke Tovar to play good baseball. It's getting Tolia's batting average higher. It's that kind of stuff this year. And then I think you can make a jump. If you do that, you can make a jump the following season.
Having Nick Martini just rake all over the field.
I think the fact that the starting unit is somewhat healthy again will help you win at least 10 more games.
Yep.
At least.
I think so. And I think that should help you get to a more, how about this, a respectable season. How about?
What is respectable, really?
Like I said, if they get in mid-70s, I think that's respectable. It's not going to be like competing for a division or a playoff spot, but I don't know what people expect. I had this conversation with Berto when you guys were both out a couple of weeks ago, and he's like, I don't care. I just want them to make the playoffs. And I go, you got to take inventory about where your team's at. And the funny thing is, the Rockies, I think they stumbled ass backwards into it.
Say bass backwards.
Bass backwards.
Mm-hmm.
A couple years ago, they weren't going on the youth movement. They were trying to be a middling baseball team for no reason.
But is this really the youth movement?
Yes.
I think it's sort of stuck in between youth and some middle-aged.
No, they've got a lot of young.
No,
kids.
they only got a couple.
They got a bunch
older
of
guys.
20-year-old. Martini brings the average up because he's like what 34.
Yeah.
Who are the guys that are
33.
considered above your average age? Okay, start with KB.
Nick Martini.
Your closer.
I
Is
hope
it Kinley?
that Kinley's not the closer. Good Lord, I hope he's not. I hope it's.
Well, he'll just be throwing.
I hope
fire
it's
on
Vodnik.
Yeah, he'll just be throwing fire on it.
It has to be Vodnik. He pumps like 102.
You're talking about your rotation, Vic, because Freeland is over 30. It's hard to believe
Pitchers
Kyle
are a little
Freeland,
bit older.
You know, Kyle Freeland's over 30 years old now.
Really?
He's 31.
I remember when he just started.
He was
out
just
here.
a baby.
He's a little baby boy.
Beautiful baby. What a baby.
You're going to have Kyle Farmer, who I think is starting at second. He's an older guy, but he's in for Estrada, who also isn't that young. He's 29.
Everybody else is in their 20s.
They're not toddlers.
But everybody else is in their 20s.
Well, I mean, your big names, Vic, your Tolias, your Doyles, your Tovars, Hunter Goodman, I hope gets
You have a handful.
23,
a bulk
26.
of the catching stuff.
McMahon's an old man at 30. You know, Goodman is 25. You've got dudes all in their mid-20s. That's good.
You want to see Moser light up here a little bit?
I know what happened yesterday. I don't need to talk about it. I've got my own story. You don't need to curtain call me. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to go after it. I don't want to do anything about it.
Well, you're going to hear it. Cardinals defeat the Twins 5-3 behind an eighth-inning home run by 12-year veteran Nolan Arenado. The St. Louis crowd, very sophisticated people. They understood the gravity of that shot. So what did they do? They gave Nolan Arenado a curtain call last night, this early in the season. A guy who's been on a trade block for a while. They gave him a curtain call, those fans did.
Ow.
Said Nolan.
Ow.
I usually don't, but today, the way they cheered for me meant a lot to me, and it got me motivated. I was just fortunate to give them something to cheer about again. Usually they don't do curtain calls if you hit one home run, but it was a big homer. So the same crowd that cheered on Paul Skeens, cheered on...
you wiped your own butt. Great.
Cheered on Nolan Arenado in the opener of the season.
Yeah.
Standing ovation.
That's a sophisticated baseball crowd.
We'll break down more at the Rocks.
Hey,
Christian Saez
real
at
quick,
8:20. Yeah.
You know what I did yesterday that I haven't done in a long, long time, and I was just waiting for hockey. Do you know what was on the 4-letter before the Avs and the Kings?
The Dodgers.
That's right, Detroit
It's a
at
good
LA.
game. I watched that.
I watched the entire baseball game.
You did?
It was a good game.
Hold on, from the first pitch all the way to the end.
I didn't do that.
And did you see Otani go oppo?
By the way, do you know how many we got to stop this. Nothing but every time he's at bat, every pitch, the entire place is cameras. Cameras. We got to confiscate those. We got to somehow.
You should have seen Home Run Derby. That's how that guy fell in the tunnel.
When the guy fell in the tunnel.
Because he had a camera in his hand. He didn't know where he was.
And he fell over the rail, yeah. Hey, but I watched from beginning to end. And the Tigers battled hard. But in the end, what happens? In the end, by the way, they also got in trouble a little bit. They got in trouble a couple times. Snell got in trouble like in the bottom of the second.
Oh.
Excuse me. And was able to pitch his way out of it. And Blake Snell's a weird-looking dude. Have you seen his eyeballs?
I have. Yeah.
He's kind of a weird-looking guy, is he not? Anyway, so Snell's in there. He's doing his thing. They got out of trouble. Trying in at the end, got in trouble, got out of it. And I thought, could these guys go 156-6?
No, they can't.
Yeah, they can.
We'll get back to baseball with Christian Saez at 8:20 this morning, getting a preview of what the Rockies can be this season. But let's continue our drop tournament, please, as we head over to the Brett region today. And again, for this, we're doing the group stage. So we're going to have 4 of these packed together. You decide which is the best of the 4. So we have a 1, 8, 5, and 4 seed. The 1 seed is...
You like getting nailed by the king?
Yeah.
That's us. That is all of us in Los Angeles.
Annette Benning.
We are Annette Benning. We are just getting nailed by the king constantly.
I love that so much. Another matchup is the 8 seed.
Gotta wash my truck and dress passed out on the sofa. She'll move a little closer. She can't get enough of me.
John Elway on The Masked Singer. Then we have a 5 seed, Nelly. Says, friend of mine is currently at an Irish pub in Rome, and this is currently on their TV screen. It's us. We've gone international. Buenos dias. It's a lot of different things. There was an Irish pub in Rome. Right. I was like, let me get all of the different things in there. Konnichiwa.
What is it? It's a 9-hour difference. Is that correct? 9-hour difference between
8 hours.
Here. 8 hours? Do you think...
It's a big yawn for a guy who said he was really awake this morning.
I'm ready to go.
Buenos dias.
Do you think that there are people in Rome watching us right now at that Irish pub?
100%.
What up, Romans? What up, Romans? What up?
Ciao, ragazzi. Grazie bene.
Arrivederci. And a 4 seed, please, Nelly.
We need a full season of KB.
Yeah. We're hoping that the veteran slugger's Bryant.
You know what? Nothing would make me happier than Chris Bryant hitting 300 with 25 bombs this year.
Is he healthy today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what he hit in spring training?
128.
It was bad.
Yep.
It was really bad. So we'll group these up at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter. You decide what moves on to the Elite 8 in just a moment. Now, it's very important to keep pace. We know this with the Avs, obviously, Moj. You laid it out there. They're, what are they, like 14-1-1 or something like
12-1-1 in the last 14.
12-1-1, and they've gained like no ground on Dallas because Dallas continues to win. That's just kind of how it goes. The Nuggets are in a similar spot. Luckily for them last night, Memphis and the Lakers both lose. So they're now a game and a half up on the 4 and 5 seeds in the Western Conference, but that can change in a hurry. The thing is how the Lakers lost yesterday. That was great.
This is one of the greatest endings I've ever seen in the NBA. It may be the greatest ending I've ever seen in an NBA regular season game or otherwise.
The final 12 seconds of this game, 12 seconds, featured, let me think. Okay, there's 11 points.
9.8 seconds left is where we're going to start this. The Bulls are down 2.
But you just
2-point game, 9.8 left.
Sorry.
Hold on. Let me set this up. The Bulls are down 5 with 12 seconds left. They hit a 3 to cut it to 2.
That is correct. Okay, so let's redo this. They were down 5 and they hit a 3.
To cut it to, they hit a 3 from the corner. Patrick Williams, it's a 3. Then Josh Giddey steals
no, that's where we're going.
No, that's not it yet.
This is it. This is the beginning of this play. Yes. Lakers are now inbounding after the 3.
After the 3?
After the 3.
The second 3 or the first 3?
The Bulls are down 2 points. It's 115 to 113 right now.
They're inbounding after the first 3.
Go.
2-point game, 9.8 left. Oh, loose ball, Giddey! The steal! Right for the lead! Yeah!
Big-time plays! Big time plays! Kobe!
So now they're up 1. I can't stop it. They're up 1. 6.1 seconds left.
Doncic
Lakers
took the
now
final
inbounding.
shot before that. Here's Reeves. Reeves straight to the cup. Lays it in.
Austin Reeves gets a bucket. Chicago, no timeouts left. Inbound. Kick back to Giddey. Half court.
Giddey for the win! Go! My God! I cannot believe this! Elizabeth! I'm coming, baby!
Stacey King is so good.
Unbelievable!
Impossible!
Magic Giddey! Good day, mate! Somewhere in Australia, Sydney!
Good day, mate. That's how Chicago beats the Lakers for the second time in a week, by the way.
How about
That's
the
how they win.
Sanford and Son reference,
He
too?
does it all.
I
Stacey
absolutely loved it.
Nelly,
Stacey
can you
King's
pull
a
up
treat.
sad Lakers fan on the board behind me, please?
Good day, mate!
So imagine the 24 hours of Laker fandom there. The night before, they win at the buzzer with the tip-in from LeBron.
Yeah.
One night later, LeBron turns it over, a horrible turnover that led to that avalanche of buckets. And they lose at the buzzer.
There is a cut scene, by the way, after the Giddey shot where they find one of, I'm assuming, many Lakers fans in the crowd. And they do one of these, Moj, like a Sarah McLachlan slow zoom on the puppy in the kennel.
That's by the way, those commercials get me. I mean, I'm the kind of person that if I could would adopt 87 dogs. I would.
Uh-huh. Those pictures of them shaking inside the kennel. You're like, oh, come here. I can give you a good home.
I know. Sheesh.
But
Elizabeth! I'm coming, baby!
So
here we go.
Watch the slow zoom after the bucket's made here. They find the Lakers fan sitting near courtside, and they hit him with one of these.
Everybody's jumping around.
Everybody's jumping, celebrating.
Crazy.
And
Oh, yeah.
it's slow.
You know what that reminds me of?
zoom.
Do you remember the Portland fans in 2019?
Yes.
Remember
he
that?
does look like him.
Yeah.
Look, but the thing is, this guy is dressed head to toe in Lakers gear.
Yeah.
He looks like an absolute clod.
Did you hear that story? Speaking of Lakers fandom, and it's, by the way, Nuggets fans, as long as we appropriate the schedule and the standings here, do you know how big a loss that is when it comes to the Western Conference standings? Do you know how any loss now, any win or loss will huge carryover?
Yep.
So based on that loss, which the Nuggets were cheering along, the Nuggets are now a game and a half ahead of the Lakers. And remember something, the Lakers still have a game in hand. So they're really a game ahead, okay? The Lakers own all the tiebreakers. So if they finish tied with the same record, the Lakers will take that overall seed ahead of the Nuggets. You have to finish ahead of them in the standings. That's why that game was so big.
Yeah.
Currently in the West, OKC's number 1 by a long mile. Houston is number 2. They won again last night. They beat Utah, who plays here tonight. Houston is now 2 spots ahead of Denver, who's in 3rd. And Denver's a game and a half ahead of L.A. and Memphis. Both L.A. and Memphis lost last night. Big losses.
One of the best theme songs in the history of television. God bless you, Stacey King. God bless you. Crank it, Nell. Vic, give me a little.
No, because I have more to say. I'm not in this mood.
Oh, I thought this was our. I thought this came from the theme of
Granddad's Happy Hour.
Granddad's Happy Hour.
It is. It's Sanford and Son.
No, I thought we created it. Is what I'm saying. I thought this was our song.
All right.
Elizabeth, I'm coming, baby.
I got to give you some background on Laker fan.
Can you do it quickly?
Yes. Do you know who's one of the biggest Laker fans around and showed his face here in town?
Yeah, Bo Nix.
No, not Bo Nix. You guys watch White Lotus?
No.
I don't watch that.
You don't watch White Lotus? For those who do,
I know the
DMac
show.
shared this story. So one of the actors on White Lotus, the oldest member of the family, his name is Saxon. He plays the role Saxon. It's Patrick Schwarzenegger. It's the son of Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
He's the Lakers fan who showed up in Denver all adorned in Lakers gear.
Oh, you're kidding
And got
me.
escorted off the floor. Do you remember that?
Yes.
In 2023. Do you remember
Yes,
that?
I do.
That's him. That was him. And he's now starring in White Lotus.
What? What?
That's him. What do you mean, what?
I dubbed it.
When he's not starring in
Wait,
White
that was-
Lotus.
Well, he's
that was
banned from the city now.
Schwarzenegger's kid that
That's
did that?
him.
Yeah.
Why would he did that?
Because he's a big Lakers fan. He's a fanatic.
Why would he did that?
Why'd you wear my backpack?
Why would he did that?
Who says the flip-flops these are?
All right. Again, Christian Saez at 8:20 this morning, preview the Rockies. Opener to the season. Now, I was looking at an article yesterday. I want you guys to ponder this. I took 5 minutes. It's an article in Bleacher Report. Every NFL roster's bloated contract post-free agency. Think about what you would say is an overpaid, bloated contract for the Broncos and tell me what it is. We'll get to it next.
Tune in next week to the Vic Lombardi Show, where everybody is his beautiful baby boy.
Hey folks, remember, don't forget to check out the Vic Lombardi Show. Proof that first cousins can procreate.
What's up with that?
That was a shot.
It's a shot? It's like the kind of shot LeBron took at Brian Windhorst the other day.
Yeah, what was that about? You know, LeBron is just...
I mean, what did Windy ever do to anybody to deserve, like, just a stray out of nowhere?
Well, you know what I want to actually talk about for a little bit?
Jackass.
How about LeBron suggesting they rigged the draft so that he went to Cleveland? And that just kind of disappeared. LeBron said, yeah, I thought it was kind of funny that, you know, Cleveland wins the lottery and I'm the number one guy that's going to go in the draft.
In that McAfee interview, McAfee asked about Windhorst. They went to the same high school, St. Vincent St. Mary's High School in Akron. And James said, quote, yeah, this guy who says he's like my blanking best friend, these guys are just weird.
He's never said that. Anyway, you can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers. Go to willheitewins.com. That's willheitewins.com. If you would like to listen to Westward Magazine's best sports radio station in Denver, you can take that anywhere.
Thank you. Does LeBron know, by the way, that every time he opens his mouth, he just digs the hole a little deeper? Like, it's already a deep hole.
I don't think so. He strikes me as the kind of guy that doesn't have people tell him no a lot.
He just lives in a bubble of yes.
You think Maverick Carter's going to him like, hey, bro, you shouldn't do that?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you think he's like, yeah, I'm just whatever I got to say to keep my agency?
He can say whatever it is he wants to say at any given moment. Doesn't matter.
Let you guys ponder this for a second, because I thought about it. I was just looking at some headlines yesterday. One on Bleacher Report. Here's the headline. Said, every NFL team's most overpaid player following 2025 free agency. And before I hit the link, I just sat there to myself for like a good 3, 4, 5 minutes and said, who the hell would the Broncos be? Like, who are they going to say? Before I open up this article, who would they say? And after about 5 minutes of thinking about it, you know what my answer is? Couldn't think of one. I don't think they have an overpaid player.
If you had to think of one, you could probably come up with one, but I don't even consider it that bad.
They pay their offensive linemen pretty good money. But their offensive lineman also produces.
Yeah, McGlinchey he's a right tackle. Okay.
Uh-huh.
His dead cap right now would be over $39 million.
Okay, but there was a long contract.
Agreed. So, and again, his base salary is $17.5. Which, again, if you're talking about...
$17.5 for a right tackle who is consistent and always playing is a good price.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at. You could say, well, I mean, that money for a right tackle, not a left tackle. You could nitpick and whine and complain about it, but it doesn't bother me at all. At all.
I don't think that there's a single person I would say is overpaid. Here's the answer after I clicked on the link. Here's what they said. They said Cortland Sutton. Now, the blurb underneath it was this. There are no egregious contracts in the payroll for this well-built team, but Sutton isn't great. The 29-year-old has not gone over 1,100 yards since he was a sophomore in 2019, but he's slated to count $20.2 million against the cap in a walk year in 2025. That was their reasoning for it, and maybe they were just trying to come up with a name. I'll say this about Cortland Sutton. I think he's a rarity in sports, where I think 20.2 is the exactly right price for Cortland Sutton.
He's the best they got. He's the most reliable set of hands.
I think by his production,
he's fine.
$20 million sounds like it's on the money.
He's fine.
Actually.
I disagree with that. Whoever wrote that, I disagree.
Well, it feels to me, again, like when they write it, they're like, well, if we have to nitpick and find something.
You got to find somebody.
Because, again, with Cortland's contract, with what you see these other guys getting, is he half the player that T. Higgins is? Or actually, is he half the player that Jamar Chase is? No, he's better than half the player.
Hold on a second.
But he's making half the money.
Hold on.
What?
They do have an overpaid player. You guys are missing this.
What?
I'm not counting Russell.
We're not doing the Russ thing.
It's Russ.
We're not doing that.
Well,
no,
he's
I'm talking about
not
players.
on the roster.
I'm doing it.
He's not on the roster.
You can't. I mean, there's no legal. Is there a letter that's legal that says I can't say Russ?
Brett, let me see your pen.
There's nothing legal.
Dear Vic, consider this legal tender that you shut your hole when it comes to guys who are not on the roster.
He's the most
Brett, here, sign that.
He is the most overpaid salary.
Sign Brett Kane.
He's the most overpaid check signed by the Broncos.
Yes, But I want to take this a step further. Because of that, because of the Russell contract that is still on the books, at least as far as cap you cannot use, you have to be really precise in the moves that you do make.
Yeah.
When you make a free agency move, you can't be overpaying guys who aren't living up to the contract. And this is a credit to the Paytons that I couldn't really find one when it is more important than ever that you get these things right with the amount of money you're throwing out the window with Russell. They've done that to a T.
I love how the end here. They got guys counting against the cap this year. You ready? Alec Mock, linebacker. You know who that is?
I remember the name.
$3,334.
Wow.
Tight end Dylan Leonard. Ever heard of him? $3,334.
I think $3,000.
Defensive end Brandon Matterson. No clue. $5,667.
Doesn't matter, son.
Oh, here's one. Outside linebacker Thomas Incoom.
Yeah, I remember him.
I remember Incoom.
Yeah. What's he getting in here? What
$6,667.
Does it say Brett Kane on that list somewhere?
It does not. But you know what? I would go on out and kick for a day and get a little sign. Here's one. Matt Henningsen. Remember him?
Yeah.
40 G's.
I liked Henningsen. That is pretty good.
Dulcich is still 251.
Yeah.
Dollars?
Josh Reynolds is still
$251.
Josh Reynolds is still $1 million against the cap.
He just signed with the Jets.
Yeah, they
yesterday.
cut him. So
and then Russ, $32 million.
Do you not get relief for cutting a guy who got shot twice? Is that not allowed?
The rule book doesn't have that stipulation.
Jesus Lord.
What? What?
He did.
That was the thing that happened.
It's a factual comment. He got shot on the highway. It was a
big reason why he didn't play was because he got shot twice.
It was tragic what happened.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why.
And thankfully, those monsters are in jail right now. Yeah, I don't know why you're reacting that way. That was a legitimate question. Like that's
well,
that's not,
I don't know.
I think that's called in NFL parlance. That's an NFI called a non-football injury. I thought you got relief from that. That's all I was asking.
I don't tend to disagree with you.
Yeah.
Listen to this from the 4315. Listening to you goobers. That's, by the way, good. I like goober. Goober's a good word. You guys are being goobers. Listening to you goobers talk about how great the Broncos are is making me vomit.
Why?
We're just talking about the salary structure is pretty damn solidified in a good way. The Russ thing is a problem. You don't have any overbearing, inflated, grotesque contracts that you have to deal with, that you have to try and get rid of outside of the Russ crap, and that's already done. He's already on his second team since you let him go. And maybe that hurts even more. You know, it's the pain that always hurts the most.
I was told that once. Yeah. Can we get another grouping here in our drop tournament? The final four in the Brett region. 6, a 3, a 7, and a 2. Pretty chalk in this one. The 6th seed is...
I heard they throw, is it tacos? Fajitas? Tortillas? I said everything but the right thing, huh? I was around the area, though. I was around the area now. What is it again? Tortillas.
How does he not know a tortilla?
Yeah,
By the way,
but I love that.
The more I think about it, fajitas would be way better.
With like steak and chicken or something, or
just that everything comes in its own cup because it's like an arts and crafts project, and you get to throw the peppers, and then you got sour cream.
Is it Chili's where the fajitas come out and they're sizzling on the thing?
Yeah, it's the greatest.
You build your own fajita, right? I love that.
When you order a fajita and that thing comes out, and the entire room looks at you, you're like, oh,
I haven't been to a Chili's.
Yeah.
I haven't been to a Chili's in years. Years.
The Queen and I used to go all the time.
I don't think my wife would go to Chili's.
Why?
So everybody chill.
Feels like it's kind of gone downhill. Chili's was the place to go.
Yeah.
She's
kind of dropped off.
What's that?
She too good for Chili's.
Yeah. Kind of. She made, you know what she made last? I can't even tell you what she made.
No, can't.
It was awesome.
3 seed.
Whipped it up.
What's a 3 seed?
Raccoon. Are you raccoon?
You what?
Like a raccoon that you see in the trash can. I hunt it, I kill it, I skin them, cook them, eat them, all that.
So when's the last time you had a raccoon?
Thanksgiving.
Think about going to somebody's Thanksgiving and you have raccoon as part of your spread.
Dude, I love that guy. I want to go to Carolina's training camp just to meet that guy.
Let's go 7 seed here. What you think you're doing here? That's a chain lock, but I got 2 pythons ready for you. I dare you to make a move.
I'm tingling a little bit. You're the sexiest I've ever sounded you.
I love sexiest I've ever sounded you. And then finally, 2 seed.
No. Come on. No. I just didn't want to make a big deal over the rookies all being at the end of the line. And you guys went into a tizzy.
Sexiest I've ever sounded you has to be the one.
How does the brain do that?
I don't know.
Oh my God, you're the sexiest I've ever sounded you.
What's an equivalent with smell?
You were?
Well, you said you were color taste once.
Yeah, I did.
I mean, is that pretty close? All of these going to be up at Brett Kane Radio shortly on Twitter. Stick around.
Guys, it's 2025. How are you feeling when you wake up? Are you feeling sluggish, maybe some low energy? Are your sleep patterns off? You've been working out, you aren't seeing the gains you used to see. Well, listen, it might be low testosterone, and the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can likely help you with that resolution. Get it resolved, because those symptoms probably mean you're suffering. Guys in their early to mid-30s start to lose 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year, and it happens gradually. Before you know it, you're like, golly, I just don't feel like I used to. So do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. Simple. It's right there on the website. 10 easy questions. Yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Then schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll draw your blood, have the results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider is going to go over everything with you, and you guys can make a decision together whether or not you need testosterone treatment. Cost of the appointment's only $99, includes the consult, the T, and the PSA test. And if you do sign up for testosterone treatment that day, your appointment is absolutely free. Do yourself a favor. Get back to being you. Higher energy levels, better gains in the gym, a better sex life, all that can be there for you. No need to wait, because most guys wait a year or longer. So call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Coming up at 9, we got all hot takes, no prostates with Vic Lombardi.
What is going on right now? Why do we keep getting these messages?
Do you remember last week we asked people to do slogans or teases like, hey, stay tuned at 9 o'clock. It's the Vic Lombardi Show. And so we got these on the Voice of the People. Better late than never, I suppose.
What? Why are they all focused on my innards?
I don't think they want to look at your outards.
Stay out of my innards.
We'll talk to Christian Saez in about 20 minutes. In the meantime, just quickly here, because I want to get back to the Avs in a moment, Moj. How much tournament did you guys watch yesterday?
I watched a lot. Between the Avs, I was going back and forth. First of all, let me give you a quick recap.
Let me do 2 languages. Apu. Poquito.
Un poco?
I watched a lot of it. 3 things that stuck out. The Arkansas-Texas Tech game was zany craziness.
Texas Tech was down 16
Craziness.
That game.
It was craziness. I mean, the overtime was just bucket after bucket craziness. Texas Tech wins. They move on to the Elite Eight.
Somebody's really, really, really sad today.
I know. He works here. John Calipari was speechless. He didn't know what to say, what to do, whatever. That crazy. BYU Alabama was just a study in modern basketball. The 3-point shot making by Mark Sears of Alabama.
Yeah, that guy.
What do you have, 10?
11.
Watching that game.
He had 11 threes?
No, 10.
10 threes.
10 for
10
16.
threes.
Yeah.
Yes.
He had 10 threes, Moj, in a college game.
Watching that game, Vic, you know what it felt like, too? Not only did they get beat, talking about BYU, it felt like Alabama beat them up a little bit, too. I felt like Alabama just completely manhandled them.
They're just
all
too
over.
fast.
Yeah.
Alabama's an NBA team. They play like an NBA team.
They certainly do.
So that was one game that was like, okay. And then the Duke-Arizona game.
Hang on, one thing about Alabama. Had they not made a 2-point shot in that game, they still win.
That's crazy. Tells
That
you how
is
far
crazy.
the 3-point shot has come. And then the Duke-Arizona game, which was also a great game, just solidified for me, Cooper Flagg is going to change a franchise like many of these just transcendent players do. He is a transcendent player. He is going to change somebody. And now you wonder, all right, when the NBA lottery comes around, now, can somebody look up what are the rules to the NBA lottery? When you're the worst team versus the second worst and the third team, what are your ping pong ball odds? I need to know that because he better not end up in Utah's hands. Can you imagine having to deal with Cooper Flagg 4 times a year?
You think the Jazz are going to give it the old college try tonight?
Well, they lost last. They gave it a try last night. I'm watching Utah last night against Houston. Utah tried to win. I'm like, what are you doing, Utah? You're not watching Cooper Flagg? What are you doing?
So according to the NBA's website, there's for the worst team, second worst, and third worst, they each have a 14% chance of getting the number 1 pick. And then the fourth worst, it goes to 12.5%.
Okay. So it doesn't matter if you're first or third worst.
It looks like this. As far as teams with almost a 10% shot or better to get the number 1 pick, it's Utah, Washington, Charlotte, New Orleans, Philly, and Brooklyn. Philly and Brooklyn are 9.8 and 9.7%.
So these teams, you add those up, that constitutes basically what, 60% of the chances?
Yeah.
Okay.
Essentially.
But so there's also a chance a team like San Antonio, which is currently in the lottery.
San Antonio's at 6.
Dude.
Toronto's at 7.5. Portland's at 4.5.
If San Antonio ends up with Cooper Flagg,
I'll quit the game.
I'll
quit the game.
I'm on Tankathon. You want me to sim a lottery real quick and just see how the
ping
pong
do
balls
it.
fall?
Let's do it.
All right, here we go. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Give me some lottery simming music here, Nelly. I need some simming music. 3, 2, 1, hit it. All right, you guys ready?
Yes. Who's winning the NBA lottery?
Let me pull out the old lottery ball. Oh! Portland with the number 1 overall pick despite having only a 4.5% chance to get it.
That would suck, man. If he's stuck in the Western Conference in the Nuggets division, you don't need any more franchise talent in this division.
Oh, you want to do it again?
No.
All right, let's reset.
No on Portland.
Let's sim it again. We don't like Portland. Let's do this again. Philadelphia gets the number 1 pick.
Let him go to Philly. I don't care. Let him go to the East.
All right, let's do one more. And Utah on the third one.
Did you notice how the first 2, though, it's not one of those Tankathon teams? Crazy.
Well, yeah, there's a frozen envelope for Philly. Guarantee it.
You know, that's a little too generous, by the way. I think the NBA does those really, really bad teams more of a disservice.
I don't get it. They have this really, really, like this bee in their bonnet about tanking.
Yeah.
The NFL doesn't. If you're the worst team in the league, you get the first overall pick. And it's been like that since the beginning, and nobody cares.
Because there's not as many games, and fans
It's a lot harder to tank.
Yeah, and in football, you have to physically be ready to play. It's not the same deal.
Hey, by the way, just quickly before we get to the Avs. Did you guys hear LeBron in his LeBronversation basically hint at the fact that he thought maybe his draft was rigged so that he would go to Cleveland? Did you guys hear this?
No.
Yeah, I did. Yep.
How do you think Adam Silver feels about that?
I don't know. But
the player of his generation suggesting they rigged the lottery for him?
He wasn't the guy, though. It was still David Stern.
I was at
But
that
still,
lottery.
it's his league.
Understood, but dude, David Stern was a dude.
I was at that lottery. I remember how it unfolded.
And God rest David Stern, but he had a mouth on him.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Oh, baby.
He didn't play. Adam Silver's like nice, right? He's a nice guy. David Stern didn't play.
David Stern, dude, David Stern was I'm telling you right now, dude, that guy had so much power. I'm not even joking.
Like, I, as the face of the NBA for the last 2 decades, am telling you, I think it was rigged so that I would go to my hometown. Okay. I guess we just get to say what we want now.
That sounds great.
Thank
you.
To the Avs.
Well, I was thinking about this last night, and maybe it's because it was late at night. Game started late, right?
I took a nap before the game.
You did?
Yeah.
See, I watched the whole Dodgers game. Actually, I flicked around. I watched some NCAA tournament as well.
You ever take a nap, wake up, and you're cold? Like a corpse?
No. Well,
Huh?
means you've croaked. No, but I do wake up sweaty sometimes.
I wake up cold. Anyway.
I was cold and purple. Couldn't breathe.
So
Smelled like burnt toast.
it just started flowing in my head.
Can I say one thing real quick before you get to this?
Mhm.
I am not prepared for these playoff games.
Why, the
Where they're
intensity?
gonna, no,
Oh,
that
the
it's going to
late
be 8
starts?
o'clock every
Not
single
even
night.
8. Not even 8.
8:30.
Yeah, it's going to be 8:45.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
8
don't know if
o'clock
I'm ready for that yet.
8 o'clock is what's always listed, especially with the Nuggets and Avs. And we're going to get a heaping spoonful of 8:45 starts in this market. Just be ready for it.
But I was laying in bed. Bless you. It's a late game. And I'm looking through the window, and it just sort of all came to my head. And then, by the way, I heard it on the way in today. And so maybe it was a new operation. It's probably not a new operation. It's probably a bad operation. But it was Operation Benatar in my head. Hold on, Nelly, go back to the beginning if you will, please.
Okay, what is the operation? It's really long.
Operation Shadows of the Night.
I don't know what that means. I don't think anybody
I
else
don't know
will
either, but I'm saying it was late at night. Nelly, let that percolate underneath, please.
No, I got.
Hang on. And I'm thinking to myself,
I hate this show.
You hush your mouth about Pat Benatar. Right now, you shut your mouth.
This reference is solely for you.
Yeah, because it was my vision. Vic, you had a vision one time, didn't you, that Kansas City would lose to the Broncos about 7 years ago, and it never came to fruition until now?
What was your vision?
It was late at night. Vision, Shadows of the Night. You just dispatched the Kings, who were 9-1-0 in your last 10, and you did it, right? You got nobody else. You just got you as a club. You're coming together down the stretch. You're feeling it, man. There's a seriousness about this team. Operation Shadows of the Night. Now, I admit it probably sucks.
The hell are you talking about?
But it came into my head. I don't know.
Okay.
Nelly, why do you partner with him on this ridiculousness?
Wait, he told me to play a Pat Benatar song.
Wait,
I'm going to play a Pat Benatar song.
You want his slave?
Listen to me, Steve.
You get to talk back to him.
Steve, you're the producer of the show. Stand your ground when he goes to this tomfoolery and this sophomoric behavior, because it's stupid. He just set our show back an hour.
I was hoping he'd pull it out at the last second.
I don't know what the hell that was.
I like Pat Benatar. I was hoping there'd be. I'm hoping you would pull a Josh Giddey and hit one at the buzzer, Moj.
I actually, you know what?
I thought he was going to be serious and talk about the game last night. I was like, all right, let's dig into the game. And then I get that crap.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
What Nelly just said is actually really good because I do that all the time. And sometimes Moj does go full Josh Giddey, and he'll pull it out at the buzzer, and you'll be like, oh, okay, that was great. I didn't like that one. I got a better operation, one that's top of my head, Moj.
Please.
Avs, treat yourself around a sausage. Why don't you go ahead and do that? Operation treat yourself around a sausage.
That first pass that Cale Makar made, when he came around the bend, he came in like a freight train, and he was able to skate like a figure skater.
When you watch a guy, Vic, walk the blue line like that, so here's what he's doing. His butt is toward the net, right? And he's facing toward the neutral zone. And you see the push-off with the left. He starts the push-off with the left leg, but he's shielding, and he's pushing off down the blue line, right? Away from, who was it, Edmondson? I guess it was the big defenseman. And he leans with his body, and he shields that puck and then chucks it.
Yeah.
That was a pass, by the way, to Logan O'Connor in the low slot.
Yeah.
Now, it was a bit murky and mucky because King, they got a stick on it, but it goes to LOC, gets enough of it to put it past Riddick, and it's in the back of the net. But to watch him walk the blue line and then push off.
Is he the best skating defenseman in the history of the game?
No, well, there's been some really good. Scott Niedermayer was an unbelievably beautiful skater.
But couldn't finish like Cale can.
No, he's not like this, no.
Yeah.
Quinn Hughes is a beautiful skater, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of very good skaters, but what Makar does with his edges, and he goes the full Gumby, the feet straight out, that kind of thing, it's really remarkable. And by the way, he's got his back to you, and he's pushing off, and he's picking up speed, and Edmondson can't keep up, and he's skating forward. It's almost mind-boggling the way he's able to use his edges and to generate power off of that. And so he does. Then he gets into the crossover, Brett. So he's pushing down the blue line. He gets into the crossover as he cuts in through the circle and then sends it to the low slot. I mean, it's such a high-end play. It'll make you barf.
He is honestly like, who was it that said it? Was it, I think it was Drury a few weeks ago. And they said, what are the goals for this season and stuff like that? He goes, we have two of the best players in the world. Our goal is to win a championship. And that's the truth. Like, when you have this level of talent on the team, man.
And then Marty Nitsch, his skating is one thing. His hands to score that first goal when he just grabbed it off the wall and said, I got this.
Yeah.
But the second goal reminded me so much of Mikko just from the other side. Mikko just waits, fires.
Do you recall having the conversation about the power play getting stagnant?
Yes. And it was for a long time.
Moj, I want to get to this in a bit because their special teams are unbelievable.
Well, their defensive game plan is really, really good. But watching Nate Just do what he does, and he's a right-handed shot, Vic, so what he can do is he can force McKinnon out of his comfort zone there in that one circle, although McKinnon bombing there is even better. But it creates much more of a dynamic presence on the power play because the best players in the world are moving.
See how much better the show is when you don't attach your stupid 80s music references and we just talk sports? See how much better it is?
Sometimes they're bangers. I just didn't like the Benatar one. I don't know what to tell you.
I had a vision.
Right, shut up. We got to go to break.
And you're busting my chops about it?
Yeah.
That's jerky.
Jump back to the Avs in a little bit, but let's talk to Christian Saez of DNVR Rockies. Get a preview on the Rocky season as they open up the year today. Get to it next. Oh, gonna miss that, aren't we? Gonna miss that. But let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined now by Christian Saez of DNVR. Christian, what's up, buddy? Thanks for joining the show.
What's up, guys? I'm going to say this to you and you alone, Brett. Happy opening day.
Thank you.
I don't feel comfortable saying that to your baseball haters you got on the show with you, but, it's like a second Christmas for us.
Yes, and this is the time of year before everything can go awry where you're like, hey, maybe some good things happen. Who knows?
Baseball haters, who holds the National League record for most RBIs in a game? We'll start right there. Who holds?
I believe you. I believe that your fandom goes well back, Vic. I have heard you on this show go on and say, that your viewership of baseball has progressed and changed over time. So I don't know, but I tend to see more love for baseball from Brett's side of things than from you and Moser.
Well, today, yeah, but you're looking at a guy who once read the entire Bill James anthology. I did. Honest to God.
I know,
read the whole
you bring
thing.
that up all the time.
So I've got records in my brain, but I just don't know today's game like I did yesterday's game. That's the truth. And that's your fault, Christian. It's your generation's fault for doing that.
It is. I'll put that one on my shoulders
and your mustaches and your pretty skin and it's
pretty
just
skin.
Yeah. I mean, he's young.
I got the flow today.
He's young and supple
season.
with
I've
his
been growing
flow
this out.
and all this crap. Hey, listen, Christian. In all seriousness, I love the game of baseball. I hate the sport of Major League Baseball at times. And again, we've gone over it a billion times about the inequities involved in baseball. I watched the entire Dodgers and Tigers yesterday. Tigers were game. Dodgers pulled it out, of course. They're going to go 156-6. I'm convinced of it. It's a downer when you start a season and you realize you got no shot, bro. You got no shot at anything. We are excited about the young guys. In fact, I was on Brett's side yelling at Vic about the young roster and developing some guys, but that's really all we have to hang our hats on, brother.
Yeah, it is. And I will say, from an individual perspective, I mean, you guys all played sports at some point. Like, if you are an individual player on the Colorado Rockies or any other team in the National League West, there's probably this competitive chip on your shoulder of being in the same division as the Dodgers and being like, individually, I am glad that I'm going up against the best of the best. But collectively as a team, I mean, baseball is a team sport, right? Like, it's got to be disheartening. I mean, the Dodgers are undefeated so far. Shohei Ohtani has 2 home runs in 3 games. And I'm sitting here thinking, how long until we start intentionally walking this guy?
Yeah.
It's insane to see what they're doing in the game of baseball right now. And it's just tough because the Rockies happen to be in the same division as them.
Well, before this turns into a Christian, how do you fix baseball conversation, I want to focus on the Rocks here because I might be one of the few, and I think you're with me on this, where I'm kind of excited to see what they're going to do this year. You've had a couple of really, really poor seasons. We know, back-to-back 100-loss seasons. But between Doyle and Tovar and Tolia and just some of the young guys on this roster, I think this could be a year that they make a little bit of a jump and they get into a more respectable place. Am I accurate in that?
Well, what is Vic saying? Write this down. Hell, record this.
Yes.
I think the Rockies in 2025 are going to be better and even surprisingly better than what a lot of people think they're going to be. Now, before everyone jumps on me for that, they're not going to be a playoff team. This is not even a wild card team that you see in Colorado this year. But this is a team that, like you said, has the foundational talent that I think can take a step in the right direction. And I'm even going to go one step further than that. I think they have to take a step in the right direction in 2025 because I think last year we saw for the first time there are some tangible factors that the ownership is seeing, that the front office is seeing, that the fans are seeing, that is starting to show of what bad baseball in Colorado, what the consequences of bad baseball in Colorado can look like. We see a decrease in payroll coming into 2025. We see, even though it was slight, attendance shift going down a little bit in 2024. TV revenue has taken a hit year over year. These are all things that are going to continue to compound if you cannot start to make adjustments and start to give the fans meaningful baseball. Now, again, this isn't a playoff team. This isn't a wild card team. So we're not expecting that. But you have to start answering some questions long term of like, what is the core of this roster going to look like? Where are we going to be able to make some specific changes in 2026 to possibly be competitive? I think you have the foundation of that. You just got to go and execute here in 2025.
Christian, can you explain in layman's terms why Zach Veen did not make the opening day roster?
I wish I could. No, I mean, it's my job to figure that kind of stuff out, and I've been scratching my head for the last couple days on some of the moves that the Rockies have made, and I think, I had talked to one of our guys who's out there in Arizona in spring training who's talking to Bud Black. Bud Black talked about maturity a lot for Zach Veen. He also talked about his history in the minors. Zach Veen is a guy who hit 220 throughout his minor league career. He's only 22, so that obviously has a lot of room for improvement. But his maturity level, I think there was a quote that Bud Black said to our reporter who was saying, like that he missed some signs, which you guys know, I mean, that's the quickest way to piss off a coach is missing signs. So I think there's some maturity things from Zach Veen that needs to be improved on if you're looking at it more from a tactical standpoint. But to be honest with you, I'm still of most of the fans' perspective of like, look, again, you're not competing for a playoff spot this year, most likely. So put the young guys up, give them an opportunity to grow, get some big league at-bats, see what happens. Look at Michael Toglia, for example. You brought him up last year. You gave him a little bit of an experience. He wasn't ready yet. You sent him back down. He got more experience in the minors, and you brought him back up. He is now your permanent long-term first baseman that you can build around. Like, that's a vision I see for Zach Veen, and I kind of wish we were seeing him on the opening day, but, from a stat standpoint, I understand it.
What are they waiting for? Well, we'll find out this year. Hey, let's talk about my favorite part, and that is the starting rotation. I've always been a Marquez guy. I've always loved him. The injuries lately have really been bad. Same with Senza. I guess same with Kyle. Gomber's now on the 15-day injured list and so on. But talk about this starting rotation here, Christian, and what you think these guys are capable of. I'm not talking about world beaters, but if they can just stay healthy and chew up some innings, yeah, I think I'm with you. I think they can get to the 70-plus win total.
I agree. And starting pitching was a big question mark for me this offseason, just because I truly believe even healthy, I think with the age of some of these guys, and you look at the division that they're pitching in, some of the talent that they're going up against, this is a pretty middle-of-the-road starting pitching rotation when it comes to all of Major League Baseball. And so I have a lot of questions on what we're going to see from them. When the Rockies starting pitchers are doing what we know they can do, when Germán Marquez is looking as good as he can look, when Senzatel is putting up historically franchise best, spring training numbers, like, you feel good about that. But I think long-term, we need to see consistency from these guys. You mentioned health. That is a huge, huge element. If the Rockies pitching can stay healthy, I am positive that they will take strides forward this year from a starting pitching rotation. The biggest thing that I think from a pitching perspective, though, that I see improvements on is the bullpen. And that's something we've never been able to say here in Colorado, that like, our bullpen is something we can hang our hats on.
Yeah, but if you say
bullpen is good,
if you say that Kinley is going to be the closer, your boy Kaner here is going to have a heart attack.
Yeah,
I'm going to as well.
Can you explain this to me? For 2 straight years, I've looked at Kinley trotting out there. I'm like, what's the point? He doesn't check a youth box. He doesn't check a production box. What is the obsession they have with him?
Is he like the big brother in the pen? Is that what he is?
I literally think that might be it. Like, he's a clubhouse guy. He's kind of a veteran. Bud Black loves his veterans. And look, I can get behind a good veteran too. Jacob Stallings, our catcher, he had a great season last year for the Rockies, and he's, I'm okay with that. The Tyler Kinley one is interesting for me, just because I think we were burned so much from him last year in late inning games that it makes it hard for us to see him come out in high stress situations. And especially when you've got guys like Victor Vodnik, Seth Halverson, Luis Peralta, like guys like that you have options for in the pen. Now, I heard you guys talking about this earlier, and Brett, I heard you saying that you hope that Victor Vodnik is going to be the closer this year. I will confirm that he is going to be the closer to start the season for the Rockies. Bud Black did tell us that Victor Vodnik will get the closing start for the Rockies. I want to take that even a step further, though. Seth Halverson has been one of my favorite pitchers if not the favorite pitcher for me on the Colorado Rockies since he debuted last year in the late part of of August for the Colorado Rockies. Dude averages 101 miles an hour on his fastball with a devastating changeup. He's got some good off-speed pitches, but he just looks like a closer. Like he looks like a brick. I mean, his head is twice the size of my quads, and he just goes out there, and I'm like, that's a closer when I see him go out there. So I'm personally hoping Seth Halverson's the guy this year. But either way, you got guys who can chuck it 100+ miles an hour in the pen, and that is never a bad thing.
Back to Zach Veen for a second, because the Rockies are not the only franchise guilty of this. Pro sports franchises do this all the time with players, and when you ask them direct questions, they never give you direct answer. We all know the real reason behind Veen. They're trying to control his future a little more, and you call him up in May versus now, and you control the future. What's wrong with just saying that? What's wrong with just saying, listen, he's a great young player, and we want to have a little more control of his future?
Probably insulting to the player, though, that you're making him wait another year to get a contract. That's why you don't want to say it.
But the player already knows it. But the player, you don't think Zach Veen knows what's happening?
Lie to me.
But everybody knows it. Why not just say it?
Vic, you've built a career on saying things to guys' faces. I think that's different when you come from a coaching front office perspective. And Brett makes the point. I think that would be a little bit of a slap in the face to Zach Veen. Although I also understand if I'm Zach Veen, man, I'm feeling a little like, what else am I supposed to do here? Yeah. Right? You have an incredible spring training. They give you spring training MVP, although technically on paper, Nick Martini did have better numbers. But you give Zach Veen the spring training MVP kind of as a precursor to say, like, hey, we're committed to you. We're moving forward with you. But then you send him down to AAA, just 24 hours later. I'm definitely asking myself that question. What else am I supposed to do to get on this team, to get on this roster? I think, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that we don't know and that I don't know and that I'll never be privy to. But I do think that's just one of those things. It's like the unspoken rule in sports. Like, you just don't tell players that. So I'm sure that's what it is. But, like you guys, I'm sitting here thinking the exact same thing you are, and the fans are feeling the same way.
Christian, last thing for you. Appreciate your time. What does the outfield rotation look like? We know that Doyle's going to start in center. He's your everyday center. But what about the left field, right field spots? Is it Martini and Moniak? Is it Jordan Beck is going to be sort of the everyday guy? What do you see happening?
So I think Jordan Beck's going to be your right fielder pretty long-term, as long as he continues to output what you expect from him. Left field is going to start with Nick Martini as my guess. Nick Martini's going to be your guy on opening day in left field. That can change, obviously, as the season goes on. He's probably the bigger question mark on consistency. Moniak, actually, I think, was strictly brought in to be kind of a backup to Brenton Doyle. Yeah, Moniak can play left field, right field. He can kind of fit in there from time to time. But I do believe the Rockies brought him in strictly just to give Brenton Doyle some time off his feet. And if you look at all the moves the Rockies have made this whole year, whether it's outfield, infield, whatever, it's all been in the depth and utility line, right? Like, that's been the theme. Keep your guys healthy so you can keep them long term. So that's kind of my expectation. I will say this. They have Chris Bryant listed as an outfielder on the roster. And I swear to God, if we see Chris Bryant in the outfield even once this year, I'm turning off my TV and going to bed. So that's the only thing for me. Everything else, I'm like, all right, we'll keep an eye on it. Hopefully we see Zach Veen by, May.
Hey, anybody ever tell you look like Spencer and Mitchell's long-lost illegitimate brother?
No one's ever told me that's a new one.
I'm telling you.
Well, as long as we're taking shots at Christian, I absolutely think you're going to be a star in this business. Your voice, your approach, your knowledge. But one thing
I think you're going to flame out, but that's just me personally.
I do too. I know my wife does too. She tells me that every day.
One thing that I want you to take a long look in the mirror and question whether or not you want to be like Moser. That little cabbage patch thing, or love patch thing you got like Moser.
But he's got the mustache too.
But
it makes
I
it
just
better.
want you to know something. Do not be like Moser when it comes to facial hair. That's not
the closest. This is the closest I can get to looking like Brenton Doyle, okay? I mean, that's who I aspire to look like one day.
Right. Christian, thanks so much for the time, man.
Buddy.
We'll talk soon, okay?
Yeah, thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
See you,
Have
buddy.
a good season.
Right
There
on.
you go. Christian Saez of DNVR joining us. Get a
like
little
that
preview
guy.
of the Rocks. Yeah, he's a good dude. Good guy.
Had a good voice. All of our DNVR boys are good dudes.
Somebody said he sounds like an amalgam of all the producers on this station.
He kind of does
like if
a
you
little
put
bit
them all together.
like KJ and Nelly and Tanner and
I use Springer, like definitely some Springer in there.
Get some spring in there, yeah.
Anyway, I want to get back to the Avs from last night. Also, the Nuggets heading into this. I'll ask the question. We'll get to this after the break. Should this just be a game? Can we just pick one? Just one. A game in which I should expect the full line change with 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter and there be like a Spencer Jones sighting to close out the game? Can I just get one Nuggets game where I can expect that?
Where the game's over?
Well, the game's over, and you don't have to worry about it. We'll get to that in just a second, but let's go to the Nelly region of our drop tournament. As it's the final one, all of these going to be up at Brett Kane Radio. You decide what goes to the Elite Eight. We have a 1, a 9, a 5, and a 4. The 1 seed is...
Oh, this is hot. Ting, 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 ting. Tongue, 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 tongue. Oh, I screwed up. Oh, no, I made a mistake.
That was your best ever, I thought, in terms of impersonations.
That was Albert Einstein playing the piano.
In which Moser was under the impression Einstein might be smart, but it doesn't mean he can just play piano. It turns out an exceptional pianist. Exceptional.
Oh, I screwed up. I had no idea. I had absolutely no idea.
Also, we got a 9 seed, Nelly.
I know I'm better than this. I know. I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
It's so good.
So good, Jameis.
5 seed, please, Nelly.
Like, I just started eating asparagus. I eat like string beans and green peas.
Do you had any food since you arrived?
I had some chicken wings. They had a little different taste to them. Like y'all use a different twang of barbecue sauce.
Chicken wing.
Leggett's in here twice, man, and I hope he goes up against himself for the championship.
And then a 4 seed, Nelly.
Well, I'm glad they're okay. It was awful to see those videos, and it just goes to show you the power of nature. It's crazy. When we come back, fellas, I got to tell you about an underwear dilemma I'm having.
Okay.
Oh my God, dude!
So bad.
You went from a hurricane to underwear, dude. Come
That
on.
is so bad.
Golly.
I mean, like my palms are sweating. Like, how can you be that? How can you jolt from one thing that's so serious?
I mean, to be fair, we've made fun of this a lot. Vic, that is your version of 5 big booms for like dead grandma or something like that. That is your version of that. Sorry to hear about that. Let's give him 5 big booms. Boom.
That's just awful. Hey, sorry your brother jumped off a bridge. I mean, come on, man.
I got to tell you about an underwear dilemma I'm having.
Okay. At Brett Kane Radio is where those will be shortly. Get back to the Avs and the Nuggets, by the way. The Nuggets. Is it fair for me to expect one game of this unpredictable team? But can I predict once that they'll have a game in hand and it'll be an easy closeout with bench players to close out the fourth quarter? We'll get to it next. All right. Is it fair? That's all I want to ask. Is it fair? It's like, it's Utah. Utah is 3-17 since the All-Star break. Can I expect just once that the Nuggets, throughout 3 quarters, dominate a team they should dominate, and in the 4th quarter, it's a lot of backups playing? Can I expect that one time?
You can expect it. I don't know if you're going to get it. They also played last night, and they're playing without 3 of their top players. They played last night. They played hard, by the way. They were in that game until the final 2 minutes. They were in that game at home against Houston.
Yeah.
Would have done the Nuggets a big favor to win that game last night. They failed. But, yeah, the expectation should be for the Nuggets to romp, put an end to it by the 3rd quarter, and rest your guys. Yeah, that's a great expectation. I don't know if you're going to see it. The other thing to factor is this.
But is it fair? Is it fair? Should I... They're the 3 seed in the West. If you truly think the Nuggets are going to be a team that you can contend with, that can challenge for a championship,
sure,
this shouldn't be a big ask.
Well, you know, we've come to understand that the Nuggets, among their issues, and the defensive issues, one of their biggest problems is they don't have that killer instinct that they once possessed. They don't have it.
Yeah.
Did you see what Indiana did to Washington last night?
Yes.
Okay. Is Denver better than Indiana?
Yes.
Yes, we've seen that, right? So Indiana does to Washington what the Nuggets should have done to Washington, and they failed to do because the Nuggets play with their food a lot. That's what they do. They play with their food. And you're asking the Nuggets tonight to go in with that look in their eye that this thing is going to end in the first half. I'm telling you, I don't know if they have that look. They're very talented immensely, but the look, we see it for certain games. We saw it in OKC. We saw it in Golden State. We saw it in Houston. I don't know if you'll see it tonight.
9 players scored in double digits for Indiana yesterday. 9.
I love the end of that game.
I don't know if you'll see it.
I love the Washington fans. Vic, I guess my question to you is, why?
Because
you go into tonight's game
because they don't have to.
You're a 17.5-point favorite. And I'm not, I love animals, but like they're an old dog who's like saying, hey, look, man, like Josie, just do me. Just put me down. I mean,
she's found a second life. Dude.
You're
that
kidding
dog,
me.
It refuses to go. That dog is now like sprinting around the house.
Good for her.
Yeah.
The Utah Jazz, dude, they don't want to exist. They all want to go. They have nobody. You understand that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the Utah Jazz don't have anybody that can light you up. I swear to God, if it's
one
of these
Colin
nights,
Sexton.
And they have Laurie.
He's not playing.
He's not playing?
He's hurt. John Collins, not playing.
Good. What about that one guy with the Kessler guy with the face?
I don't know if he's playing.
Is this one of these play with your food and Kessler goes off for 32 and 18 or something?
Hey, man, listen, they're going to win the game. All right? They're going to win the game. You're asking for a dominant performance. I'm past that now. Just when you've got, after this game, you've got 3 full days of rest. They don't play again until Tuesday against Minnesota.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big opportunity for the Nuggets to heal up. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if a starter sits tonight. I don't know who.
Well, I would.
I wouldn't.
If you can't win this game without 2 starters sitting, you know what? I don't need a blowout win. I wanted one, but I don't need one. If you want to use this game as a tune-up, tune-down, whatever you want to call it, rotation, find guys, have a full line change, whatever, then fine with me. Experiment tonight because you should kill this team. They're playing in the back-to-back.
Yeah.
They don't want to play basketball anymore.
Don't use the word should. They should have killed Washington. They should have beaten Chicago. Don't use that word. It doesn't apply here. Take it out of your mouth. Take it out. Take it out.
Will?
Should doesn't apply.
How about
late
will?
March?
They will kill them tonight.
But you know the silly season for the NBA? You know when the silly season is? Late March, early April. The last week of March and the first week of April are the silliest results you'll ever see. They really are.
Yeah.
Some of them don't make sense because you assume teams are losing on purpose, right? But you just laid it out for us. Utah doesn't need to lose anymore. They're already going to get that 14% lottery rate, right?
Yeah.
They're good. They're in that window. Like finishing dead last in the NBA doesn't do them any good. They can finish second to last and get the same rate.
Right. They can finish third. They can finish third to last.
Correct. Okay. So tonight it's not like, oh, Utah doesn't want to win. No, they want to win. They want to win. It doesn't help them, but it doesn't hurt them either.
Yeah, they aren't actively trying to lose, maybe. Maybe that. But again, if you want to be a serious team who is a championship contender, this should look like a very unserious game.
Yeah, but what I want them to do is I want them to just be angry. I want to see an angry game. You know, where they just say, not today.
Would you rather save that anger for Minnesota on Tuesday?
Yes, I would. Yes, I would.
Why does it have to be saved?
I'm just telling you how this team operates. If I told you that...
But why?
If I told you that the Nuggets...
But why?
...had to work hard to win tonight. And when I say work hard, they had to play their starters into the fourth. But it meant that Tuesday night, they could finally beat Minnesota. Would you take that?
Absolutely.
Sure.
But listen, every starter is listed on the injury report as a game time decision.
I'm telling you, late March, early April.
All 5 guys are listed as banged up. So if you want to sit a couple tonight, I'm more than fine with that. But you better not play. You better not play around tonight.
By the
Go
way,
get these guys.
the keys I gave you for that game the other night worked out perfectly. I said, just stop the fast break, get back on defense, and the Nuggets did exactly that to win.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
All right, fine. You got all the keys, Vic. Just call you the janitor.
Let me handle this for Vic.
Wait, you going to take my keys?
Show up.
Here, let me give you my keys.
7 o'clock. Nuggets and Jazz, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Aaron Gordon's night. He ran into foul trouble the other night. MPJ did his thing. Joker had a triple-double. Tonight, Aaron Gordon's turn. Aaron Gordon, 22 points, 12 rebounds. You get to those levels, and perhaps maybe your starters can sit in the fourth quarter.
There you go. Keys to the game. Brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza.
Listen, this is not the end of the world. This is Utah. Let's go. Let's go.
Experience the power of the Plaza. They have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Utah.
By the
Give
way,
me 2.
OKC, I don't know how much longer they can run at this pace. They're 9-1 in their last 10. They keep winning. They helped the Nuggets out by beating Memphis last night. They have no reason to keep winning. They could sit people from here on out and they get the top seed. They can sit their starting 5 for the rest of the season. They've won 8 in a row. Whatever you're doing, OKC, please keep doing it when you host the Lakers twice next week. You know they got 2 against the Lakers like the Nuggets did. What will motivate OKC to win those games with starters intact? I don't know.
Yeah.
That's why crazy things happen late in the season. The worst case scenario is if OKC next week says, we're going to rest everybody, take it. That would suck.
Well, here's the other thing, too. The Nuggets are in no position to breeze through anything these last few games of the season.
Tonight's games are it's really their last easy game. Game.
I'm just saying, like, you might be a game and a half up on the 4 and 5 seed, but that ain't a ton, man. No. That's one bad loss away from it being like, on any given night, you can drop from 3 to 5.
Yeah. Here's what you got remaining. Tonight, Utah, clearly the worst team left on the schedule. Then you've got Minnesota. Enough said. San Antonio next Wednesday. San Antonio's not going anywhere, but they're better than Utah. They've beaten some good teams this year. Then you're at Golden State next Friday. They're playing for something. Indiana, they're playing for something. Sacramento, they're playing for something. Memphis, they want your seed. Houston, clearly playing for something. That's a tough way to close the season right there. That's tough.
Yeah. Starts tonight. Get it done. Don't play with your food. One last round here in the drop tournament. Let's get this out of the way, get a poll question up so we can see what moves on to the Elite Eight. The final 4 selections in the Nelly region. It's a 6, a 3, a 10, and a 15.
Ooh, baby.
The 6 seed Nelly. Sanford yelled at me because we made fun of him for that. And I go, it's not my fault you made a bad analogy.
That was an awful analogy.
Coach, whatever you say into the microphone lasts forever. Sorry, bro.
Coach, if you say that to your football players at school, you will be fired.
Also got a 3 seed in here, Nelly.
Do you think he was playing up to the crowd, or was that just authentic?
I think he was legitimately that excited.
He was amongst his peers, wasn't he? Or was he on remote? I thought he was out of Broncos.
It was
Broncos. No, that was at a bar.
Oh, okay then.
I think it was Stoney's or something like that.
Yeah, maybe.
Also a 10 seed, Nelly.
Next question, man. The season's over. That's what's hard. Being up 20. The season's over. You don't understand that. The season's over. It's hard. Stupid ass questions.
You like a good stupid ass questions. It is good. And then finally, a 15 seed still in this tournament. Go ahead.
Will you shut up? I'm trying to talk to Paul.
Hey, Vance, exactly who did you who is there?
My damn cat.
Oh, okay.
My damn cat. So all those be up at Red Kane Radio shortly. You decide what moves on to the Elite Eight, back to the Avs. What is the weakness of the Colorado Avalanche right now? Get to it next. Circus Sports, what? Is there any better time than right now? NCAA tournament in full swing. We got the MLB season that just started. We got the middle of the NBA, NHL seasons. And speaking of, game tonight. A game in which the Nuggets should dominate. On the Circus Sportsbook, they are 17.5-point favorites. 17.5. You can find that in all the game props you could imagine on that Circus Sportsbook because it's simply the best. No better odds in the game than Circus Sports, so download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Nuggets and Jazz, 7 o'clock. You can hear right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Also, the Avs with a 4-0 win yesterday as they beat a very good LA Kings team, which begs the question, Moj, what's the thing that the Avs are bad at right now? Because they've had moments during the year where things have fluctuated. Maybe bad defense, it turns into good defense. Maybe bad offense, it turns into good offense. Bad special teams to good special teams. Right now, everything is rolling. Everything. And I don't know if there's like something in particular that you're like, ooh, they might get burnt with this.
I cannot remember the last time they gave up 40 shots on goal in a game. It has to be months. So they haven't gotten steamrolled by anybody in terms of the shot total, right? I'm trying to think, Brett. Somebody chimed in on the text line and said the weakness of the Avs is that they feel they're too good. They don't need to work every single game. Did they work their bags off last night?
Yep.
Denver Post has this 12-1-1 in their last 14. Seven of those.
I already told you that.
7 of those against teams in playoff position. They've outscored since January 26th the opposition 60-26. 4 players with 25-plus goals. 4-0 over the Kings this year. That's not good. That's dominant. The trouble is the team they're chasing, the team they're going to likely face in the first round, has also been dominant.
Correct.
So we have 2 dominant forces, 2 things ready to collide, 2 worlds colliding. When's the playoffs? When will be the first playoff
The
game?
first possible date, I believe, is April 19th. What's interesting is the Avs, they wrap up their season on the 13th. That's Sunday the 13th at Anaheim. But the league plays all the way through the 17th, that Thursday.
That's the day before Easter. Just so you're aware.
Wait, Sunday the 13th?
No, April 19th is the day before Easter.
April 20th is Easter.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. So that would be the first possible day that they would play a hockey game, which is really kind of nice, too, because you get to rest and you actually get to practice before the postseason begins. Oh, my God.
How about that?
Worlds will collide.
It's setting up well for this Avalanche. It's setting up well for this Avalanche team. Do they have an overall weakness, Brett? I don't know if they have an overall weakness.
Their only weakness is who they're going to have to play in the first round.
Sure. Luck of the draw.
Unable to, you know what their weakness is? Unable really to control their own destiny.
You know what the great thing is, though,
because
Moj?
they're going to face Dallas no matter what.
Again, every season is different. Part of the problem, of course, has been you've dealt with so many injuries. Guys in and out all year long. And Coach Bednar has done a wonderful job. I asked him the question on Wednesday. Would you rather have the problem of too many mouths to feed or having to plug guys in? He's by far plug guys in to different spots. And ask them to do things that they're not either equipped or used to doing.
And he said the opposite.
No, he said, he said it's by far more difficult to just to plug guys in.
Yes.
Rather than come up with, enough worms for all the baby birds you have. So, look, he's done a wonderful job. If they were healthy throughout the course of the year, would they be in a different position? Would they be ahead of the Stars right now? Heck, right up there with Winnipeg? Perhaps they would be. But seriously, since the trade deadline, guys, this has been a serious club. Ready to go. I mean, look at it. That 2-1, the regulation loss at Toronto, 2-1. Were they the better team that entire game?
Yes.
You remember one went in off Devon Taves. Remember that? One went in off him. What happened to the other goal?
It went off
the referee.
Hit the referee. It became a 2-on-1. Exactly right. So I think they're in really good shape. Now, you can't get too far ahead of yourself. But there are enough guys on this club that have not won. I mean, Brock Nelson's in his 30s. He ain't ever won jack. You think he's hungry? You're damn right he is. Marty Nature's the same kind of they've got hungry guys on this team who ain't won jack. Ryan Lindgren? A lot of guys are like, hey, man,
let's win some jack.
Yeah, I haven't won. I want to win. I want to get there. Parker Kelly's of the world. Jack Drury's of the world.
Maybe that's part of the allure at the trade deadline. You go get hungry dudes who haven't won jack. Part of the resume builder there. All right, who hasn't won jack that's pretty good?
Raise your hand.
Since February 28th, the Avs power play percentage is 45.7.
Brilliant.
Best in the league.
Did you see the passing? I mean, obviously you did. But the passing last night on the Jonathan Drouin goal.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Dude, that clearly put the game away.
Well, it just reminds me, Moj, that...
But I almost had to excuse myself.
I thought Blackwood was good last night.
Blackwood was great last night.
But it reminds me, Moj, when the Avs are on the power play, there's that impending doom feeling again. Like you aren't getting out of here unscathed.
Here she comes.
Yeah. We have an extra man on the ice. Puck back at the net.
Oh, here she comes.
Oh, baby.
Watch out, boy.
Yeah, watch out, boy.
She'll tear you up.
Oh, yoke. Operation Maneater?
Okay, that's as far as I go. Now, drop it.
Okay. I'm just saying.
Treat yourself around a sausage.
But you were into it for a split second. You're right, Brett?
Yeah.
He was there, and that's your favorite band.
It is.
Okay. So the point is that, man, they're good in all phases. How good was their penalty killing last night? They killed off all 3 Kings power plays. Yeah. And in the early going, you're like, oh, golly. You take a penalty right there, you don't want to be down 1-0 to this team. And they killed it off. They did a great job. They're playing with a lot of confidence, and they should. And Vic, again, what Coach said on Wednesday, how the team is different, the behavior's different coming down the stretch here. And he even indicated this. There's a belief that percolates inside of a team where they look around the room, and I'm sure that guys are looking around. I'm sure that Nate's looking over at Brock Nelson, and Nelson's looking at Nate and Kale and everybody else, and they're going, "Damn, we could do this. I mean, we have now it's up to us, but we have the team that can do it." Okay, so when that belief gets in there, there's I'm not going to miss this opportunity. No. There's a certain amount of, again, seriousness that takes over in a club.
Ride or die. Hey, I need you to learn me up very quickly on something.
Okay.
When they called Nate for that cross-check early that gave the Kings their first power play, right? Can you learn me up? What is a cross-check that qualifies as a penalty? And what is one that's just a play?
Do you want to get Dave Jackson on?
But he said that's
great.
Yeah.
It's not dead.
I mean, I could text him, and we could have this conversation about it.
Do you think they call that in the playoffs?
Probably not. I thought it was a bit ticky-tack. That was my opinion.
But I don't know where you do it and how you do it. I mean, he said he got the hands. I mean, so
it's number one if the official sees it. It's the distance behind a guy. It's the vociferous nature of the actual cross-check itself. Are you bumping a guy or are you giving him the business? Bam. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's exactly right, Kane.
Moj, I'm going to do something here. You tell me, am I going to the box or not?
All right.
No.
That's not vociferous. All right, I'll do my turn.
Now you're sitting for 2.
What about this?
Actually, I think the opposition player would hold your hand and skate out with you out the tunnel, and you guys could go to the room. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. Light a candle in the locker room.
I don't know why your tongue exited your
I know,
mouth
that was
when you
pretty
did
gross.
that either.
It was pretty. The whole thing was pretty gross.
Hey, I got a stat for you guys. You want to hear something crazy?
What was your face just looked your face looked gross. Did it not?
Can I just point something out to you guys real quick? I know that the season's almost done, but let's live in make-believe world for a second. Yeah. Let's live in make-believe world. That the NBA season is now the MLB season. It's 162 games, not 82, okay? If that were the case, and starting today, the Oklahoma City Thunder lost 49 consecutive games, they'd be 500. They could lose 49 games consecutively and still be a 500 basketball team.
Yeah.
49 in a row.
And?
Just pretty crazy that you can just trot that one out there.
And yet, people are still wondering what's it going to do. What are they going to do in the postseason?
I know. I don't get it. Hey, before we get to a break, we have to play this audio. Nelly, is this ready? Here it is right here. Good.
So he could take audio and put it on your computer?
Yeah. So if
That's
you guys
cool.
remember, Moser, we just were talking about Dave Jackson. Moser said this not too long ago.
The late, great Dave Jackson, NHL official. Now, he's not dead. He lives here in Denver.
Just a weird way to start a sentence. But Moser caught himself immediately. He's like, well, wait a minute. Guy's not
I
dead.
don't think he's actually passed yet.
Here's Stephen A. Smith this morning on ESPN.
Listen, it's the NCAA tournament, so anything can happen in a one-game scenario. So, of course, he'll have a chance. And, of course, he'll have his teams in the tournament. Of course, he's going to be able to recruit better than anybody ever has there outside of Mr. 40 Minutes of Hell himself, the late, great Nolan Richardson, God rest his soul.
You know what?
One problem with that. Very much alive.
Nolan Richardson's not dead.
But you know what, though? If he had said that, did you know if he were alive or dead? Did you know that for sure?
He's 83.
I didn't know for sure.
But he killed a man who wasn't dead yet.
I understand that.
Are you sure?
But it's, we could list a lot of people that you'd go,
I have just one.
So remember the game Dead or Canadian? Remember that old game, Dead or Canadian?
Yeah. Nolan Richardson is neither.
Here's the thing,
That is correct. He's from El Paso.
Moj knew it immediately when he said it. He's like, Dave Jackson's not dead. He lives here in Denver. Sorry, I don't know why I said it that way. Took a minute, and then ESPN and First Take revisited this. Here's my question. Do you buy it?
Oh, by the way, before we even begin the show, I just want to make sure I am fully aware that Nolan Richardson is alive. Okay, I trust me. I apologize for that. I don't know why I said God rest his soul. I know he's alive. I've always known that. So I just wanted to make sure I made that clear, Molly, before we moved on to the show. I don't want anybody thinking I thought the man was gone. I did not. I know he's alive. I'm sorry. Let's go.
I actually didn't even hear you said that, but it's important you cleared that up. So thank you.
I didn't even realize I said it.
What's wrong with just admitting that you misspoke? Hey, my bad. I thought he died.
That's what Moser did. Moser said late great, and then it computed in his head, oh, that means you're talking about somebody who's passed. He hasn't passed. He's very much alive. You drop a God rest his soul. There's no
doubt
getting around.
You think he's dead.
What if he had said, getting around God rest his soul, I was at the service. It was very, very... how far do you take it before you say, I didn't mean that?
I mean, look, man, I got to tell you, doing this show every day with the great Vic Lombardi, God rest his soul, who I'm well aware is very much alive. It's like, what?
To me, it really, truly sounded like he thought he was dead.
Well, he did. It's because he did. And somehow his ego won't allow him to just be like, I messed up. Sorry.
Hey, man. But imagine coming back on the show and go, hang on a second. With God as my witness, I thought Nolan Richardson was dead. Turns out he's alive. Hey. That would be even more comical.
We're just discussing this guy. Like, it's the opening to the baseball season. And, one of my favorites ever, Jack Glasscock, God rest his soul, he's as dead as a dog, the most dead person that's ever existed. I know he's alive, but you can't be dropping these things.
Can I give you a quick one? Book. So this old gentleman that was a member of Rolling Hills taught my daughter golf. His name was Jim. Great guy. So I'm reading on the email list one day. You know how you get those emails? And usually the emails that come in from the clubs.
What does that mean? Oh, okay.
The emails that come in.
I thought you were just saying, you get those emails
No,
sometimes.
emails
we all get emails sometimes.
The emails, most of them, I'm not going to lie, and this is bad to say, but most of them are, someone passed, and they announced someone's passing, and whatever. So his name was so they sent an email with his name at the top. I didn't read the email. I just saw it. So I was like, oh, my God, he passed. I told my daughter, hey, Jim passed. And she's like really emotional because they work together on the golf course. Mm-hmm. We go to the pro shop the very next day, and there's Jim. And we look at each other. We're like, what is going on? Well, the email was
you were dead.
The email was he got into the Hall of Fame. I just didn't read it. So my daughter thinks,
what if you walked up and you said, oh my God, Jim, you're alive? Good
Tell me you've done that. Come on, you've done it.
No, can't say that I did.
My wife was going out of town. I'm doing the show from the Ridge because it was for the Avs tournament. She texted me. We had a very sweet old neighbor. She said, there's a coroner's truck outside. He passed. I go, oh my God, that's terrible. What a nice man. I get home. Wife's already on the airplane. I look up. I can see from my patio outside into his kitchen window, see a light flip on. I was like, who's there? Him. Him. I'm like, am I seeing a ghost? I was terrified for a second. I thought it was a ghost. No, he was fine.
She got bad information?
She got bad info.
She probably didn't read the email.
Didn't read the email.
Saw the subject heading.
All right. Got drunk takes coming up in about 30 minutes. Stick around. See, I don't know what to do here because behind Vic at the moment, there is something else that when we're like on a portrait, the people who listen to the show associate that with bad luck.
Yeah. The one that Mark Moser's wife painted of me.
Nude.
Yes.
Yeah. That one is associated with bad things when it comes to the Avs and the Nuggets. So maybe there's a new one here. You got something behind you now.
Yeah, I want to thank the good people of Avid Golfer. I don't know why they chose to put me on the cover of this month's magazine.
Yeah, seriously, why didn't they choose me?
They
well, because you haven't battled through things, you haven't lost body parts, you haven't continued to fight, inspired.
But I've
people
turned
all
into
over
an
the globe.
avid golfer, though.
You're too white.
Yeah.
Dude, what kind of background would they use with your skin tone?
How many redheads have ever been on the cover of Avid Golfer?
That's a good question. Moser, they didn't choose you because of that specific patch of hair on your chin. But I want to thank them.
On my face.
I want to thank them dearly. This is really cool, and I think our show is mentioned in this, so they know we're golf fanatics on this show, right? They know.
I'm playing today at 11:21.
Are you really?
12:40.
You guys both have tee times today?
Yeah.
Oh, one of us has to work.
Sorry about that.
One of us actually works for a living.
I think
Okay.
we all work for a living, Vic. You're not immune.
Yeah.
You're not the only one.
So thank you very much. Much appreciated to Avid Golfer.
Sports family and
read
a
the
renewed
article.
cancer challenge. That's really good. That's going to be. I'm looking forward to it.
Read the article. It's got some background on there. Only because, listen, man, the game of golf for me, and I told these guys this, it has given me so much opportunity in this business. I've met so many great people, and not many sports give you the opportunity to visit with somebody for 4 hours. Think about that. You get to know someone personally, and that forges relationships and friendships. And it's done it for me for years. So
yeah, we know, Vic.
Texter said, I'm on the cover of Avid Milker.
You are?
I don't know. Not to my knowledge yet.
Yeah, Vic, we know where you just were a couple weeks ago. We know. It's worked out for you, and I'm very happy for you.
I haven't mentioned that. You're the one who has.
Well, not today you haven't.
Not today. Yeah. Hey, just quickly here. Curious what you guys think
By
about
the way,
this.
hold on real quick. That's a really good photo of Vic.
No, it's bad luck, Nelly.
See, this is what you guys should have used.
Yeah,
to be
just given
totally
that
honest
one
with
to
you,
Yeah.
you wasted your time taking photos.
You could just pretend that's like a bridge across to the green or something like that up there.
You wasted your time. This is the photo I want to be remembered by.
Okay, Brett, look at the photo. Look what he's doing. What's he carrying?
In the
photo, yeah. On the magazine.
Golf bag? What do you mean?
It's a golf bag.
The only time he's ever touched his golf bag
Oh, yeah.
is from his car to the cart.
I walked the other day. We walked.
Oh, my butt,
We
walked.
did. We
Oh,
walked.
yeah, I sure you did.
I swear to God, we walked. Now, I use a little walker. Well, we walked.
Yeah. Do you guys have any interest on a
By
guy
walk-
who
by
has
walker-
never walked
by walker,
before
does
when
it say-
playing golf?
does it
Only
say-
carts.
Does it say Yamaha on it with the steering wheel and four wheels?
Okay. All right. Hang on. I want to get to something here because we got drunk takes coming up. I want to know what you guys think about this because you know my crusade against. I am anti-sportsmanship in sports. I hate it.
By the way, I also have a Jack Glasscock update.
Okay.
Well, he played in 1895.
I understand
so getting
that,
an
but
update
this
on him is pretty crazy.
This is important. Go ahead.
This is a quote from Troy Vincent, who is he's one of those guys with like 8 different titles. Executive Vice President of Football Operations, Troy Vincent. Sportsmanship is a critical topic this offseason. One where we saw during the duration of the year, not where we want to be professionally. Some of the things we saw, we want to make sure that the game's always been about sportsmanship. We saw a couple actions like violent gestures up significantly, taunting up significantly. That's him. So a few things that they're on the lookout for this year now are any violent gesture, a throat slash, simulating firing or brandishing a gun, which we saw last year was a big deal with, who was it? That we said, hey, what if it was a T-shirt cannon? And
The guy in the Falcons, London?
Drake London.
After the first down. He went, what do you do? Something like that?
Like, pew.
I thought he just pointed.
Maybe. And they said this to add to it. Or using the nose wipe gesture or any act that is sexually suggestive or offensive.
Wait. Back.
Like Baker Mayfield's the...
Like this?
Baker Mayfield does one of these. Like, he'll get a first down. He'll go. Like that. He'll do that move. So they're against that now, too.
Why is wiping your nose a bad gesture?
Well, there is.
Vic's got polyps, man, so it's important.
My nose is running all the time, 24/7.
And the way that he does it, there's a suggestion to it that I'll tell you about.
I'd be banned from the league.
You would be.
Why are they concerned about this at all? Why is this even a topic? Why are we throwing taunting flags? Why do they care? Why do they care? Like, honestly. Grown adults making millions of dollars. You can't take somebody for half a second, like, celebrating in front of your face? We need to penalize things for this? I think it's so stupid and such a waste of their time.
Explain to me what the runny nose thing is.
All right, Moj, talk amongst yourself. Let me whisper over to you.
All right. So this nose thing is really fun, and, Tiger Woods, he's a golfer, and he's got a new lady in his life, and let's find out what happens with the Rockies today. Opening day, they're in Tampa, AAA Stadium. It should be a really good time. Hopefully they win 60 games.
You understand?
Am I the only one that lives a ethical life? What the hell's everybody doing?
First down.
Jesus.
I mean, I know it was a joke, but honestly, the Key and Peele sketch about the 3 pumps, like, I think we're getting close to it. Very close. And I can't think, Vic, is there I guess there is a technical for celebrating directly at somebody in the NBA, right? Like, you can celebrate. You can kind of do whatever you want. Mm-hmm. But if you do it, right in somebody's face.
Do you remember Russ got that tee for staring at a player earlier this year? Remember that?
Yep.
He got teed up. I think it was in the Minnesota game. He stared at somebody.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't even know what the hard and fast rules are in the NBA anymore. I don't know. It's up to the discretion of the official.
In the NHL, Rasmus Andersson is the number 1 defenseman for the Calgary Flames. Every time he scores a goal, he finds somebody on the glass in that opponent's jersey and he stares at him and doesn't move.
That's pretty good, actually.
Not only that, so who were they playing the other night? Kids in the front row, and the kid sitting right by him when he blasts one from the point, stares at the kid. Then the Flames come out with T-shirts that say, "I got stared at by Rasmus Andersson." And they give the kid a T-shirt.
Okay, I actually like this.
The thing about hockey, though, if you go above and beyond, and the game still, you will pay the penalty.
Well, a big guy named Lars is going to take care of that.
You'll physically pay the penalty. In some of these other sports, it's hard to pay you back.
See, I know that players, I don't know if a lot of people understand this or not. Players, especially skill position guys, they will have a celebration ready to go by game day, just in case they score. They will have one that they think about it during the week.
I'm like, there's no way that this was just off the cuff.
No, they planned it.
Had to be pre-planned. Had to be.
Well, think about when they choreography
do the
routines.
conga lines and all that kind of, yeah, for sure.
Like, they get teammates involved. They think about this stuff.
Well, the bobsled one was one of my favorites. I love the bobsled.
But
they're like, it was awesome.
If I was one of them, I would try and find the biggest workaround that I could beside all these rules. Like, a texter says this: no gun references. What about mortar fire?
You drop a mortar in?
Yeah. You score a touchdown, you go, you drop one of those.
Let's be honest. Most wars being waged now by drones. What about a drone reference?
How do you
reference it?
It would just look like you're playing video games.
Yeah. I don't know. Hey, forget that for a second. Something just popped into my brain. We discussed the Rockies. They opened today, by the way. What happened to that guy that we liked, that reliever that did all those theatrics?
Oh, Jan.
Oh, Jan, he was just sent down.
So, is it Jeffrey?
Jeffrey
Jan.
Okay,
so
he's not in the picture right now.
He's not in the big league club, no. He could get called up in the middle of the year or something, maybe, but yeah. No.
But he's still property of the Rockies organization.
Are you sure he's with the Isotopes?
It's either that or AA.
It has to be AA. I saw a video of him the other day online, some guy talking about him. Doesn't give a blank about blank and all this kind of. I guess I should have probably sent it to Denali.
Well, he came from a hard scrabble life, dude. Do you think he cares what people think about what he
does?
does?
Well, apparently, who was it that signed him first? Was it the Marlins? They found him in a men's league. He hadn't played pro baseball in 6 years. They found him in a men's league throwing 95 or something like that. Something crazy.
Yeah, I don't know where he's at right now.
All right.
But he was sent down. That's all I know.
But he's in the system.
From what I understand, yes.
Should be.
You guys are trying to you're making me think he's not. I thought he was.
Do you want to know about Jack Glasscock or not?
Oh. Okay, yeah. Pebbly Jack, what happened?
Okay. So, by the way, I researched this.
Albuquerque.
Okay, so he's with the Isotopes. Okay, good.
Jack Glasscock is?
Yes. It's a miracle of modern
Number
science.
one, I need somebody from... Yeah, see? Yeah. I need somebody from West Virginia to get to Wheeling because that's where Jack Glasscock is buried. He's buried in Wheeling, West Virginia, which is where he's from. The name of the cemetery...
Is that near the Greenbrier?
Is Greenwood Cemetery in Wheeling, West Virginia.
Okay.
I don't know. Anyway, so if you can get to Jack Glasscock's grave, please. He was born before the Civil War and died after World War II.
That's a good life.
That's how long he lived.
Wow, that is a good life.
We saw 3 wars.
I'm going to blow your mind. Sources credit Glasscock as the originator of the term Charlie horse.
Look at Jack.
Look at you, Research King. How? Why?
I don't know, but apparently when people mention the origination of the word Charlie horse, everybody's had a Charlie horse, right?
Yeah. So why is it called Charlie?
Who knows? Glasscock's been dead since 47. So you'd have to ask him. I don't know, but sources say that he's the originator of the term Charlie horse.
All it is a hematoma.
Yeah, well, some guy from Wheeling, West Virginia going, hey, man, I got me a hematoma.
According to AI Overview on Google, the term Charlie horse, referring to a painful muscle cramp, is believed to have originated in the late 19th century, possibly from a lame horse named Charlie that pulled equipment at Chicago White Sox baseball games.
Boom!
Okay.
Or from a baseball player named Charlie Radburn who suffered from leg cramps.
First of all, a Charlie horse is not a cramp.
No, it's not a cramp. It's when somebody socks you in the leg or in the arm.
Or you get a knee to the
It does
thigh.
cramp. It does cramp afterwards.
Well, I reckon it's a hematoma, I thought.
Some historians credit Jack Glasscock with coining the phrase, inspired by an old horse named Charlie that his father owned, whose limping reminded Glasscock of the way baseball players moved after sustaining injuries. That's what they have for him.
This guy is such more... Not only was he a great...
He's a legend of American history.
Absolutely. No, he was a great shortstop with no glove. Career 290 hitter making millions today. Millions.
Can you imagine a shortstop hitting 290 today?
Oh, my God. Guy that put him in the Hall.
So the Charlie Radburn story, he was the guy who suffered from leg cramps all the time, I guess, right? See, this is what baseball needs again. Like, we need to have a mixture of they need to modernize the game, but also keep some of the stuff that we love. So another theory suggests the term came from a baseball pitcher named Charlie Radburn who suffered from leg cramps during games in the 1880s. His nickname, Old Hoss.
Oh, yeah.
What happened to nicknames like Old Hoss? Who's pitching today? Old Hoss is on the mound. We're in good shape.
Hey, who we got
as long as he takes his electrolytes and get his banana in.
Hey, who do we need at short today? Well, let's put Pebbly Jack out.
Yeah,
there.
Pebbly Jack.
Well, we had a big cat at first one day. That happened.
Yeah, that was
By
great.
the way, the Dodgers lead the NL West. They're 3-0. Do you think they'll ever not lead the NL West this year?
I think they pretty much got it down.
It's wire to wire, dude.
You guys seen Shane Gillis's joke where he talks about that baseball back in the day?
No.
Now on the mound is Old Curly. He runs a 6'7" 40. He's an alcoholic and 42 years old. Greatest athlete in the world, they say.
Anyway, I had to get that out there because I came across that and I thought it was very interesting. And first, I don't even know how Jack Glasscock came up on the program originally. How did we stumble onto Pebbly Jack?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how he came up. He's just here forever now. That's all you got. That's all you have to know. Again, Nuggets, Jazz, 7 o'clock tonight. Jazz played last night. They lose. They're now on a back-to-back, and their team is terrible, and they're 3-17 in their last 20 games.
Okay, before we get to this next break, and then we wrap up the drop tournament and everything else and drunk takes, the Avs looked really good last night. Really good. I mean, they beat a team that was red hot coming in. It, won 2 of the last 3, scoring 7 goals per game. Get shut out. I sit here today, Vic, and I've got kind of a little knot in my tummy.
You get a little nervous about something?
I am. Yeah.
What's causing the nerves?
I don't know that I would fear any other team. I don't fear them. But this, and maybe they'll catch Winnipeg. Maybe Dallas can catch Winnipeg. They're only 4 back, which is crazy. But I don't want an impending collision with the Dallas Stars. I don't want.
Well, you're going to get it. You're going to get it. I mean, just plan on it. Just understand what's at stake. You're going to get it. In fact, think about it. You could get a Stars Avs opener, and you could easily get a Nuggets Wolves opener. Easily.
But wouldn't you think that an Avalanche, with the way these teams are and who they are, wouldn't an Avalanche and Stars Western Conference final be superb? Doesn't that feel like that's what it should be? I mean, if these teams are going to meet, they should meet in the West final. I know.
It's not going to happen. Why do you keep talking about it?
I don't know.
I like these, by the way. Petition to nickname Michael Tolia Big Toe. See, that's one of those. I'm loving that. Big Toe for Tolia. He is big. By the way, Moser, you were asking where Jack Glasscock came from. Texture says he believes it's when we were talking about Lance Cockdale.
Wait, we turned Lance Cockdale into Jack Glasscock?
Yep.
How's that even possible?
What does that have to do with it?
How does anything happen on this show? I mean, we just played a clip of Vic saying, "My heart goes out to everybody affected by this awful, tragic weather. I have an underwear dilemma coming up." How do I know how we get anywhere? Just happens.
Excuse me if I'm trying to save time.
What do you mean save time?
Gotta get on to the next topic.
Well, speaking of drunk takes, fact checker, an update on the drop tournament, all that next. Results on the drop tournament in just a little bit.
Matt Damon and David Beckham are doing a beer commercial.
Yeah? What about it?
Friggin' Damon.
Oh, yeah, I forgot your long-standing feud.
I mean, seriously, of all the guys, friggin' Matt Damon.
So can you enjoy any Matt Damon movie? Can you watch the Bourne movies the same way? Can you watch The Departed?
I'll watch any Bourne movie anytime I stumble across it, but I'm going to be honest with you, Vic. I now look at the Bourne movies with a different eye.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why?
Actually, I should be more mad at Christian Bale. He was the one that was a jerk.
They don't even know you. They didn't offend you.
They called me ugly.
Oh, that's right. I showed him a photo of you.
They did call you ugly. Oh, don't shatter his dreams.
You know what? All right,
Yeah, it really
go
stinks
on.
for you, Moj, because those guys, they make just bangers of movies, each of them. Like, every movie they're in is fantastic, and you can't enjoy it.
Seriously, though, Ford versus Ferrari was phenomenal.
It was
Actually,
a great
that's
movie.
one I haven't seen.
It really was. That was the reason I was interviewing him.
Yeah.
You haven't seen that movie?
I haven't seen it.
That's a good movie.
What's your problem?
Yeah, you have issues.
What do you mean?
It's a sports movie, first of all.
I would be less surprised if you said I have rickets.
I mean, that is.
I mean, you got to see that movie, dude. Come on.
It's almost shameful.
And look at me. I'm a car guy.
Yeah, I'm not.
Having been in,
You don't have to be a car guy to appreciate
understand
that movie.
Yeah, I understand.
having been in the company of those three cars at Le Mans that 1 year where they started. Dude, it was like full on. I need to excuse myself. It was awesome.
Do you know the name of Christian Bale's character in the movie?
Yeah, Ken Miles.
It's a real life story.
I mean, you knew that was coming, Vic. I mean, why would you do that to him? Wait, are you just leaving? You're just leaving?
I think he's leaving.
Yep, he's packing
That
his
was
stuff.
so offensive.
All right. What are you doing
Moj,
here?
who played the role of Lee Iacocca?
Your mom.
Can you talk to me a little bit about Dick Winters? Will that bring you back into this?
I'm the only one who's actually been there on multiple occasions.
Okay.
He has the audacity to say to me, it's a true story.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to educate Pumpkin over here. Pumpkin hasn't seen it.
It's just so insulting, bro.
Whitehorse hasn't seen the movie.
It's Fairbanks.
Friggin' Black Horse ain't seen anything.
We'll get those results in just a second. Again, Nuggets and Jazz, 7 o'clock tonight. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. Keep in mind tomorrow. So the Avs.
Isn't it funny? We've only mentioned March Madness once in the show. I told you
I'm thoroughly bored.
I know, but I'm just telling you, this is what
And
happens.
those are a couple.
But
games
I'm telling
are
you, I watched all the games last night. But what happens, interest level wanes after the first round. The greatest part of the tournament is the first round. And then it gets
I told you, if there was a 13 seed in it, I would have watched intently last night.
But the greatest part of the tournament is that Thursday, Friday of just everybody's into every game. And then the more it moves on, the more you're like,
yeah.
It's just natural.
Yeah. I mean, we have barely discussed it. Barely.
We only discussed it in one segment. It's on you.
Well, I watched a little bit before the game started. Once the Avs game started, I was just kind of out.
You missed a hell of a finish in
I know
Arkansas,
I did.
Texas Tech. That was outstanding.
But tomorrow, the Avs and the Blues are going to play at 2:30, and so will the Rapids, by the way, as they take on Charlotte FC. That's going to be on AM 950.
I'm trying to figure out why that game is at 2. I don't. Again, with God as my witness.
You mean the Avs game at 2:30?
I don't think in the history of my life I've ever done a game at 2:30.
I agree. I don't ever remember.
That's a weird time.
I don't ever remember an Avalanche game at 2:30.
There's only one. Brendan McNicholas is the only guy who will know.
That is such a weird time for a hockey game. 2:30. Is that some European consequences? I mean, is it broadcast in London?
I don't know. By the way, I texted Martin said, how did we stumble across Jack Glasscock? He said, totally random. I was looking up batting champions, and he won one in 1890, and his name stuck out to me on the Wikipedia page while I was scrolling down.
Which it would.
So
Would stick out to
That's
you.
how we it wasn't a Lance Cockdale reference. Marty stumbled across
He was just
Jack Glasscock on accident.
He was Wikipediaing 1890s hitting champions, batting champs.
Freak.
By the way,
That's why he deserves to be in that cubby that he lives in now.
2:30 is a weird time. How about 2:10? Rockies opener against the Rays today. On like a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being must watch, where are you at?
I'm going to watch it. In fact, next Friday, I was just talking to Sean, our guy. I'm going to miss opening day for the first time in maybe 20 years. Opening day, Coors.
What you doing?
I'm going to be with the Nuggets at Golden State.
Oh, yeah.
It sucks. I hate miss opening. I hate it. I love opening day.
Why don't you just don't go to Golden State?
Well, tell Katie to switch with me.
Katie, switch with Vic.
Tell her.
But
So I go to opening day.
I can't wait. Little afternoon baseball today. Take you into the weekend. Opener for the Rocks. See some of these dudes that they can take a step up and see a healthy pitching staff, at least for now, the starting rotation. Get all that going at 2:10 today. Okay, let's get an update on who made it to the Elite Eight from the Brett and Nelly region. So here you go. First one, we had, you like getting nailed by the king? Elway on the Masked Singer. Buenos Dias from that Rome bar. And we need a full season of KB. The winner with 59% of the vote.
You like getting nailed by the king?
Yeah, it has to move on. Has to. Dion not knowing what a tortilla is. Xavier Leggett saying he eats raccoons. Vic saying that's the sexiest I've ever sounded you. Or Sean Payton's no. Tight one, but the winner with 41.5% is...
What you think you're doing here? That's a chain lock. But I got 2 pythons ready for you. I dare you to make a move.
I'm tingling a little bit. You're the sexiest I've ever sounded you.
Next one. Moser as Einstein playing the piano. Jameis Winston praying to the Lord to deliver him from pick sixes. Xavier Leggett not liking German food. Or Vic's heart goes out to all the people affected by an awful tornado, and then he had to tell us about an underwear dilemma he was happening. The winner with 40%.
Well, I'm glad they're okay. It was awful to see those videos, and it just goes to show you the power of nature. It's crazy. When we come back, fellas, I got to tell you about an underwear dilemma I'm having.
Okay. And then finally...
is that the worst transition in radio history?
It could be. It could be one
so
of the worst.
insensitive.
Mike Sanford makes an analogy about Jim Harbaugh being a sexist. DMac screams yes 8,000 times after Bo Nix is drafted. Malone's stupid-ass questions. And Madame Cat, the winner with 37% of the vote.
Will you shut up? I'm trying to talk to Paul.
Hey, Vance, exactly who is there?
My damn cat.
Oh, okay.
That is a 15 seed, by the way. That has made it to the Elite Eight.
That is a 15 seed.
Huge upset. This is what the NCAA tournament needed. But we got the drop tournament. So, with all of that in mind, our favorite part of the week, please, Nelly. Drunk takes. Shout out to our friends at Lariat Lodge. Great beers, great food, great views at both of those scenic locations. Go and check them out. Drunk takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down at half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly?
By fighting Horn, I need something.
Horn?
What's the plural of hornets?
That is the plural.
Horni.
The plural is hornet.
Well, there's a hornet.
There's
and
a
then
hornet.
there's hornets.
That is the plural.
And multiple horni.
No.
I think horn eye is what we're getting looking at Mike Bibby all jacked.
Yeah. Mike Bibby. Jacked. What's next? You don't have to dunk your face in Coke. Can you rub? Can we get Vic's banana peel and have you rub it in your face?
Brett. Can you do a more inverse?
How about if you rub something on your face?
Hey, can you do a more
Would you like that?
Can you do a what?
I think you were saying an inverse thing than the things I don't know. I don't know what that was.
Hell, that was.
But Moser was threatening to rub something on my face. I wonder what he was talking about. What's next?
Steve down the way is drunk all the time. He doesn't even open his car wash till 2 in the afternoon, yet your old man is cranking at 7 a.m., right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did not know that about your father and his car wash days, Vic. Had no idea.
Cranking early.
What's next?
You see, you're tomfoolery guy. There are 8 games left. This is serious. This is what I do. This is what I do. Sports. I don't do thesaurus lessons.
You say thesaurus one more time?
Thesaurus.
Created a dinosaur. Very educated wordsmith of a dinosaur. What's next?
Well, let me tell you something. Until you've cut meat from an Italian lady,
Yeah.
they want that sucker thin, man. It ain't easy.
All right, then.
They want the thin meat. Okay? That, whatever floats your boat.
Sure they do. Yeah. Easier to handle.
Okay. Jesus Lord. Oh, save me.
Again, you learn something new on the show all the time. Anything else, Nelly?
I don't care what you do in your free time. I don't care about your hog. I don't care.
Well, you should care about it.
Very simple. Don't care about your hog. Well, you should. All right, guys. iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane is where to do so. So, again, tonight, 7 o'clock, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I learned something new this week. I didn't realize that wiping my nose publicly was like a major ordeal.
Be
I
careful
had
how
no
you do
idea.
it. Yeah. You get fined by the league. Penalty flag. 7 o'clock tonight, Nuggets and Jazz can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Don't forget that weird start, 2:30 tomorrow for the Avs.
So weird. Just bizarre.
That's going to be on 92.5 with the Rapids. Simulcasting, same time, 2:30 on AM 950. You guys have a wonderful weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday. Love you very much. Goodbye.
Yeah, your old man is cranking at 7 a.m., right?
Cranking, yeah.
Okay.
Make it 11 straight at home, the second longest home winning streak in Avs history, behind the 18-gamer that they had 3 or 4 years ago. And they beat a very good, very dangerous LA team, although the LA Kings at home in California are like elite, and the LA Kings away from California are meh. This team, man, I told you I wanted a result. I got a result.
You sure as heck did. And another result is just listening to the highlight reel of Connor McGahee's call last night.
He still won't do, come on, Marty, let's go party. Yeah.
Come on, Marty, let's go Natchez. Clearly I'm not a grown-up, right? Would you agree with that? I'm not a grown-up.
We don't have many grown-ups on the station.
But I'm, without question, not a grown-up. KJ, am I a grown-up?
I'm going to have to vote no.
Correct. When I grow up, I want to be like Connor McGahee. He's so cool. How do you, in one call, do you go Buenos Natchez, you go Marty Party, and Marty Nachos? All in one call. Who does that?
And still sound like you're sitting drinking fine bourbon in front of a rich mahogany hearth.
I actually am starting to wonder if the Dos Equis man actually has been reincarnated as Connor McGahee, the most interesting man in the world.
I like that. It's a good theory.
Yep.
Brain's working.
Mm-hmm. It's on point. I'm on point today. 8 hours of sleep last night, Raj. We're ready to roll.
Cale Makar gets his 500th career NHL point. He is the third fastest D-man in history to get to 500, behind just Bobby Orr and Paul Coffey, two of the greatest to ever play. Makar does it in 460 games. Coffey did it in 440. Orr did it in 406. But for all of Orr's career, he's playing against goalies that didn't realize that you could go down to the ice to block a shot. And Coffey played about half his career against goalies that were trying to figure out, oh, wait, we can actually play butterfly, or do we? Is this allowed? Not trying to take away anything from those two amazing players, but Cale's doing it against 6'4" behemoths that are technically sound and elite athletes. This team, man, they look deep. They look variable. Moving Marty Natchez to the second line has unlocked his offensive potential. It's not like he was playing poorly with Nathan MacKinnon. He was doing great.
Still gathering points. He was.
But he's now a driver of offense.
Yes, he is.
And you put him alongside Brock Nelson and Arturi Lehkonen, who are two very sound defensive players. And Natchez is, if there's one part of his game, defense is the part where you go, not the best.
You know what's so strange about Marty Natchez? Watching the ESPN broadcast last night, which made me realize how much I enjoy watching the Altitude TV broadcast of the Avalanche, I was informed of something that I had absolutely no clue of. And I've been glazing Marty Natchez since he signed from the Carolina Hurricanes. I thought because of his speed, dexterity, quickness, that he was a little bite-sized player of hockey. He's 6 feet 3 inches tall?
Yeah.
I would never have guessed that, watching how fast he is, how quickly he can change directions.
And he doesn't play string bean hockey, right?
No.
Like he is thinner at 6'3".
He's not like a behemoth of a 6'3".
But he doesn't play string bean hockey. He gets in there.
My goodness.
He invites contact.
Are there that many players that have that length, that skate that fast and variable and change of direction?
No,
like
dude,
he's
one of the fastest players in the league, hands down.
Which begs the question, as I was watching him last night, overreaction, sure. Did the Carolina Hurricanes get fleeced by the Colorado Avalanche in all of this?
The original trade, I would have said yes. The original trade, if the Rantanen to Dallas thing hadn't happened and Mikko was still in Carolina and performing the way he currently is, which is fine, but not, $12 million worth of production, I would have said that the Avs have gotten the way better end of the deal. Carolina did flip it into some pretty solid pieces, multiple first-round picks, multiple second-round picks. They get Logan Stankoven, who's a solid player, and Carolina is, look at them right now, man. Carolina's playing great hockey.
Yeah.
A really, really good hockey.
They're a good team.
They are. They're. I still don't think they have the guy to get it done and get through the East, but they're 8-2-0 in their last 10. And that's essentially dating back to the trade deadline. So I don't think Carolina got fleeced by the time that the deals had finished. If you just take the original one, Colorado came out like gangbusters.
Yep.
Moving him to the second line is awesome. He's driving offense. He fits wonderfully with Nelson and Lehkonen. It allows you to, and I've used this term many times, handcuff Jonathan Drouin to Nathan MacKinnon. You see the fruits of that labor play out last night. On the power play, Drouin looks off a wide open net in the first period, learns his lesson, hammers home a one-timer later on in the game. The power play that needs to stay hot going into the postseason.
You bet. With all the different pieces that you now have, and if you're Jared Bednar at your disposal, what does your PP1 look like in the postseason?
Like it does right now. You don't change a damn thing.
Talk to me about it.
You do not change a single thing. You throw Necas, Nichushkin, Drouin, MacKinnon, Makar out on the ice.
Okay. Brock Nelson.
You don't need him. You don't need him. They're running it like their last 12 or 14 games, something like that. They're running it north of a 50% clip. You don't change a thing there.
Okay.
It's the 7th straight game with a power play.
Yeah.
Score.
Bummer. You don't get to play power play. You guys get 15 seconds every power play. Leckie, Nelson, Colton, Devon Taves, Charlie Cole, whoever you want to throw in there. You guys get 20 seconds at the most on every power play. Way she goes, fellas.
One more observation from just watching last night's game and just collectively thinking about what this has all looked like for the Colorado Avalanche since late January into February and certainly all of March. Is it just me, or does it seem like a penalty kill situation for the Avs is almost a guarantee right now?
I wonder what the PK is running right now. 7 since March 1st, they are 21 of 28. San Jose scored 2 power play goals against you on 5 opportunities. Toronto went 1 of 1. Detroit went 1 of 2. You kill off all 3 last night against LA. You kill off all 4 against Montreal, and Montreal's done decently on the power play to get themselves back into the East conversation for the wild card. I wouldn't say it's as much of a lock as the power play.
Okay. It just feels like it to me.
There's certainly bigger bodies.
Recently, I just feel like, you're down, man. Cool. We're good.
I wouldn't say that when they take a penalty, I go, damn, like here comes the tying goal,
right,
or here goes the momentum. I'm not feeling that way, but I don't know if the numbers would support being like, oh yeah, they're the best PK team in the league right now. Like what's 21 of 28?
It's 3 quarters.
Gee, that was easy.
That was
a simple one.
There's 4 touchdowns in 28 points,
yeah,
and 21 points would be 3 touchdowns.
I did to throw that into a calculator.
Fun
on my computer.
Fun math here, Raj. I think on this,
I don't get paid to do arithmetic.
I think on the season, the Avs are right around 78% on the kill.
Yeah, it's
okay.
Okay.
What's a great number? 85.
So the Bowman. The way that I look at special teams is the way that Scotty Bowman, famous head coach for the Detroit Red Wings, among others.
Is it not Detroit? It has to be Detroit.
I like the word Detroit.
You like the word D. You
Detroit.
like the D.
So Scotty Bowman always looked at, if you combine your ranking, your league-wide ranking of power play and PK, and if it stays as a single-digit number, you should be a Stanley Cup contender that year.
So you're saying you take the average, is that right? The average of your PK and the average, so if you're ranked 7th in power play and 12th in penalty kill,
you're a playoff team, but are you a true contender?
But that would
Who
be
knows?
single digit, correct?
No, you add them together.
Oh, so not the average.
Yeah, you add them together. So right now, PK percentage, Colorado is 14th league-wide at 79.1. Power play percentage, they are 8th. So you're at 22 right now.
So we stink.
No, I'm not
We're
saying
the worst.
I'm not saying you stink. This is
we have no shot.
It's not a
but
is that not
completely
also scientific thing. It's
is that not also taking into account, Raj, that a lot of this season was played without who you're playing with on the ice right now?
Right. You can certainly change.
You're a different team than you were in December. A vastly different team than you were in November when you had Justus Annan and Alexander Georgiev swapping spots between the pipes. You're a very different team. Are you not?
Completely different team.
So those stats in the Avs case are indeed for losers in terms of the entirety of the season.
Yeah, and again, I don't think that those numbers disclude you from being a true Stanley Cup contender. It's just something that Bowman kind of looked at, and he goes, if I see those two numbers and they stay at 10 or lower, you should be one of, if not the best team in the league. They're trending toward that. I'd have to look at what their recent games are.
Speaking of stats, real quick, my beloved hometown and lineage, my family, genetic lineage of baseball is indeed alive for the very first ever 162-0 record. San Francisco Giants come from behind in the 9th inning yesterday at Cincinnati. The dream is alive and well, Raj. Do you think?
Good for you.
Do you think that today, at a minor league spring training facility, the Colorado Rockies can begin their journey also to 162-0?
No, I don't.
They're going to lose.
I don't care what happens today. I know they're not going to be a good baseball team this year. I don't care what happens
Raj,
today.
You know this. When you're 1-0 after opening day, you're on track for 162 wins.
Oh no, I'm not that guy.
Well,
I think that guy's,
I know why
I think
you're
that
not
guy's
that guy,
annoying.
because your
That
New
guy's
York
annoying.
your New York Mets are on track for 0-162 after losing the opening day.
It's a marathon, not a sprint, Coach.
Oh, no, it isn't.
Since January 1st, Coach, the Avalanche currently rank 5th league-wide in power play.
Okay.
They rank 9th league-wide in PK. So you're
go,
right
go
there.
ahead and add those two together.
14. You're right there.
Good job.
You're knocking on the door of, again, Scotty Bowman, one of, if not the greatest head coach of all time, would look at the Avs and go, you're a team that can win it all. They look every piece the part of it right now. I asked the question, and we'll get into this a little bit later on in the program. I asked the question on Twitter last night. I know there's still a long road to go. This is, without a doubt, hands down, the best version of the Avs that we've seen since the 22 Cup run. And my question to you guys out there, in a 7-game playoff series, 2022 Avs versus 2025 Avs, as they're constituted right now, who wins that playoff series? Because I think it's a lot closer than a lot of people think. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. Take us wherever you guys want to go in the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. That's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, you can go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com. Happy Friday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's the morning sprint. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi, KJ Granderson behind the glass in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Talking a little bit about the Avs' big-time win over the LA Kings. They'll take on St. Louis on Saturday afternoon. The Nuggets have the dog butt, as I can steal something from Nate Kreckman, the dog butt Utah Jazz this evening. We're on the second leg of a back-to-back. They couldn't find a way to hold on to a lead against the Houston Rockets, so bummer there for the Nuggets. Before we get into that, and I also want to touch on something that Deion Sanders had to say about where his son may or may not be drafted this year, because he's starting to change his tune. Coach, yesterday I was overwhelmed by sports. Yesterday may have been my sports viewing peak. I got home, and I was able to, over the course of like 4 different screens in front of me, my iPad, my phone, my laptop, and the TV.
What'd you have in your hand?
I had my phone in my hand. I had my laptop on my lap, my dog like in my right arm, essentially. And then the TV was on. What am I missing? iPad, laptop, phone. Oh, yeah, that was it. Those are my 4 screens.
4 screens.
4 screens.
Yeah.
I had...
How big's the TV?
I think 65 inches.
So pretty.
He's bare-chested and banging his chest.
I felt so good last night, man. It was the coolest thing ever. I had the first round of the collegiate hockey tournament, which was awesome.
Little Minnesota State, Mankato, baby.
Upsets galore.
What are they, the Bulls?
I think they're the Bulls. They have a bull.
Their logo
on the
looks
front
like
of
a bull.
theirs.
Whether
They've got
they are
cool
not.
colors. They're black, purple, and yellow. Like
buddy mine's the one of the female hockey coaches there at Minnesota State.
At Mankato.
Actually, how about this? The women's assistant hockey coach at Minnesota State was our babysitter when I was coaching at Minnesota, then was the assistant equipment manager for the CU Buffs football program, and then now is back to Minnesota being a hockey coach.
Where is Mankato?
It's like kind of southern part of the state, a little bit of the middle of nowhere, like on the way down to Iowa.
Okay.
From the Twin Cities.
I was watching those games. Like Cornell storms back to beat the number 1 seeded Michigan State Spartans in regulation. Massachusetts beats Minnesota in overtime. Western Michigan comes back to beat Minnesota State in double over. I'm watching that. I've got Paul Skeens and Sandy Alcantara pitching gems against each other for the first 4 innings. I'm watching my Mets lose at the same time. Cooper Flagg's going off for Duke. I thought that guy was going to drop a triple-double last night. Arkansas blows a 16-point second-half lead. All of that happening at the same time, and then I get like an 8-12 puck drop with the Avs and Kings.
Oh, man, the Cinderella story of 10th seed Arkansas Razorbacks and so many of our friends here at this station, including no other than Scotty Hastings.
Minnesota State is they're the Mavericks.
Mavericks, okay. Isn't a Maverick readable? A Maverick's not the bull, correct? Like a Maverick would be the cowboy that is on a bull.
I think so.
Right? What is a Maverick? Love to hear about it.
Ask Sarah Palin.
She knows what a Maverick is?
You don't remember that?
That's right, yeah.
That was the whole Palin-McCain thing, calling each other Mavericks. Everyone in the Republican Party was a Maverick.
That was the precursor to draining the swamp?
Yes. Or he's a real Maverick.
How about that, though? The Arkansas Razorbacks, man. Just the Cinderella story that never ended up fully materializing. And it wasn't a Cinderella story.
Because it wasn't.
Because it was John freaking Calipari and his big fat bag of cash that he can throw any which direction,
that
no
Tyson
matter where.
Cash, baby.
And Walmart cash. Same cash that we have here in these parts. It's big bread. They're 10 seed.
Yeah, now, it's not the reason why it's the Cinderella story didn't happen is because they're not a Cinderella story.
Right.
They're a 10 seed, but they're not George Mason. They're not Valpo.
Saying Florida Gulf Coast.
No, it ain't.
Florida Atlantic.
This is an Arkansas team that's been in the Sweet 16 twice in the last, 4 years? In the Elite Eight at least once in the last 4 years. They missed the tournament last year.
This isn't Ali Farouk-Manesh and capri pants, gym shorts, in the Northern Iowa Panthers.
What are your thoughts on the capri pant gym shorts?
I mean, when I see the throwbacks of watching Ollie Faroukmanish, I think that CSU without question has to have a throwback night. Could be like an exhibition where every player is required to wear shorts that are
down to their
at
calves,
least 6 inches past their knee. How cool! How fun
it
would that be?
Funny.
It'd be worth it. I mean, there's got to be. I'll shoot. We could probably throw about all of us could donate on the Altitude Sports Radio to make that the jersey for that, just extremely baggy jerseys. Order everything in 5X and 4X and a dang good drawstring.
The best picture from that time of basketball was the kid from St. Bonaventure, who literally had his shorts down to his shoes.
I need to see that.
It just search St. Bonaventure big shorts. It's one of the most insane photos. Like, I don't know how you play an athletic sport with that type of clothing on. Like, you'd be tripping over yourself. It'd be like playing basketball with your shoelaces untied and just trying not to slip and shatter your teeth on the floor.
This is insane.
It's insane. I've never seen anything like it, and I don't think we'll see anything ever like it again. Marcus Green,
Saint Bona.
Those are pants.
The jersey said Saint Bona on them. Bona.
The St. Bonaventure Bonnies up there in the middle of nowhere in Western New York. Their colors are doo-doo brown and wee-wee yellow. It's a tough color combo up there.
So you're throwing shade at a whole section of our listenership, which is the Wyoming Cowboys.
Yeah, I think the Wyoming Cowboys color combo is...
I love it.
Meh.
I love it. I like brown. Brown is good.
Yeah, like you could be sponsored by UPS. That's not fun. We were talking about great color combos. We were talking about Minnesota State Mankato. Black, purple, and gold.
That's pretty good.
It's sweet.
Pretty good. I like baby blue and navy blue.
Baby blue, navy blue is a good color
University
combo.
of North Carolina, Tar Heels.
Valor Christian Golden Eagles. Golden Eagles.
Had something to do with why I selected. You know what's a bad color combination? Niko Medved's new Minnesota Golden Gophers. That maroon and yellow and that weird 45-degree angle M. Just ain't it. It's not it.
Would you rather have the M a little bit more upright?
Yeah, like there's other M's that look good.
Are you a fan of the Michigan M?
Love
Michigan M's a very good block M.
Do you like the Miami Marlins M?
No, I hate it.
Oh, I think it's pretty neat.
What about the Mississippi State?
Did I hurt your feelings?
The Mississippi, yeah, a little bit.
I think I hurt your feelings.
I was excited that they came up with an example, and you're like, no, I hate it. Yeah, the Mississippi State M, KJ. It's identical to the Michigan one. It's just with a crappy color.
Yeah, it's also identical to the Texas A&M's logo.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna let you have it.
I was gonna say you teed me up for it. Come on.
You don't like this Miami Marlins, this one right here?
No, I think it's a little.
That's cool.
It's a little odd. I don't like the fact that it's italicized.
Ooh, I'll tell you what's another great M logo.
What's another one?
And I loved watching them play last night. It was honestly so good to have Major League Baseball back on TV.
It was great.
So I was watching the Yankees, and they held on, I believe, at the very end. But
they did.
The Milwaukee Brewers.
Good M.
And they also have a really cool color combination logo, like their throwback stuff. The navy blue with their bright yellow gold is man, I love that.
I agree. I think you're solid there.
Every single version of the Milwaukee Brewers logo, whether it be the M, the old school throwback when Cecil Fielder was playing there, and there was like a hop and barley inside of the M. That was a cool M.
I like those. And where they really like leaned into the Miller Lite type of thing.
And then have you ever noticed the what they're starting to use more of now, the true throwback Milwaukee Brewers logo that looks like a baseball glove?
Yeah, the MB logo.
How about, did you realize it has an M and a B in it?
Great logo.
Did you know the same thing is true with essentially like subliminal alphabet letters making a logo? Did you realize that the same thing holds true for the Washington State University Cougars?
I didn't for a long time. I do know that and have for the past couple of years, but
and your mind will be blown when you see it.
It's a good logo.
Go ahead and pull that up.
Wazoo's logo is very good. You mentioned the Brewers. Their Brew Crew uniforms, their City Connect Brew Crew uniform might be the best in Major League Baseball.
And then the patch on the side, it's a tailgate. It's like a hibachi grill that's steaming.
Hibachi grill?
Not hibachi.
It's like a little egg grill, hibachi grill. They're not going to Benny. They're not putting a Benihana on the side of the jersey. What are we talking about? Go to the Mongolian grill before a Brewers game. All right,
what are those things called? Like the small,
the little like green egg ones. That's what you're talking about.
That's what it is.
Hibachi?
A hibachi tailgate grill.
No.
Yes, it's a mini grill.
Someone's got to fix this for us. There's no way that those little short, squatty with tiny aluminum leg grills is a hibachi grill.
I mean, it's a little bit different, but look at this.
That's not what it is. That is a little to-go hibachi grill that you're showing me. That is a short, squatty wok.
What are those things called?
But I guarantee it's not a hibachi grill.
Okay. Staying corrected.
I mentioned that Shedeur Sanders had some change of heart as to what was happening, or rather Deion Sanders had a change of heart as to what was happening with his son. And at the beginning of this process, he went, if Shedeur doesn't go to, or is rumored to go to a spot that we don't like, that isn't a good fit for him, I'm not going to be loud in the media and be the LeVar Ball type of guy saying that this is not for my son, and if you do this, I'm going to drag you out in public. He said, I'm going to go and use my own contacts. I'm going to go back channel and have good conversations. Shedeur has told me, and I quote, he's talked to me intently about all the visits he's had with all of the teams, so I know where his heart is. I know where he wants to go. If it's New York, if it's New York, it's New York. If it's Tennessee, if it's Cleveland, if it's still the Raiders, if it's New Orleans, if it's any of those teams that are seeking a quarterback, I am happy with it because I know what he's going to do to that organization. He's done a full 180 because if you asked him that question 6 months ago, and Tennessee and Cleveland and New Orleans were all on that list, I think those are three things that he would have looked at you and went, ha! Over my dead body.
One of my favorite quotes in all of sports that I learned when I was a young coach is I had a veteran coach that had coached in the NFL. He'd been a coordinator, and he said, Mike, sometimes you just got to be who you can afford to be. And you make decisions, and you make decisions how you're going to proceed forward with approaching certain situations based off your perceived value and worth at that particular time. How hard are you going to argue something in an offensive staff room if maybe your credibility is not that strong? It's different than if you have a lot of credibility. And in this case right now, this is not a Manning situation, an Eli Manning situation where it is so abundantly clear that you are option 1A, 1B, 1C at the quarterback position in one quarterback. And so, yeah, there's been a bit of is it a backpedal? No. It's being who you can afford to be. And right now, being open to all options for Shedeur Sanders and certainly for Deion talking in the media is a very, very good proposition as opposed to narrowing the lens to, say, one or two different teams who might not take you.
Was Eli that much more regarded than the other two first-round quarterbacks in 2004? Eli goes 1 out of Mississippi. Phillip Rivers goes 4 out of NC State. Obviously, the trade happens, and Rivers goes to San Diego, and Eli goes to the Giants, and both of those guys, Hall of Fame careers, right? Whether you like it or not for Eli, like the guy won 2 Super Bowls, he's there.
Did Peyton have... I can't remember. Was there a little bit of that going on also with Peyton?
I don't remember.
And the Ryan Leaf, Peyton Manning. Did Archie Manning have any type of either behind the scenes or I think I remember that the Manning family wanted nothing to do with the San Diego Chargers organization, maybe in both situations. Could be wrong about that.
I mean, it would track, but was he really that far ahead? Again, Eli, that far ahead against Phillip Rivers and then Ben Roethlisberger at 11?
I think so at the time. And you could argue that...
It's a hell of a draft for quarterbacks in the top 11, man. Those are 3 Hall of Famers.
And the wildest thing is that the most accomplished of those 3 quarterbacks ended up being Eli Manning with regards to postseason success. Won 2 Super Bowls.
Didn't Ben win 2? Or did he just win 1?
Could be wrong.
He won 2, right?
Yep.
Ben won 2.
He won 2.
Here we are again, man.
I'm a Steelers fan. I know this one.
Ben won
Fact
two.
checkers, man. I was rolling.
He had one of the greatest plays. Like the Santonio Holmes catch is one of the greatest catches in NFL history. One of the greatest plays. That is
2006,
that is the
2009.
catch that you make as a kid every single time that you're throwing a ball around with your buddies. What are you doing? You are reaching and you're toe tapping and getting 2 feet in bounds. You're making the Santonio Holmes catch.
How about the 2008, 2012 for Eli Manning? 2006, 2009 for Ben Roethlisberger. So Ben did it quicker. Did it fairly quickly.
Eli's are of greater value because of who it came against.
Yeah, it's Tom. TB.
Tom and the undefeated version of Tom.
16-0, Tom.
You think we're ever going to see another team get there without a loss?
I don't think anybody really wants to get there.
Why?
Hasn't panned out well for anybody.
It hasn't panned out well, but it is kind of the...
Takes 17-game season,
It's the white whale, though.
Right. It takes a lot down the stretch. Do you really want to do that? And does it make you jeopardize health and even just overall mental sharpness and freshness going into the postseason if you just go and get it for 17 consecutive games? I think that's a real challenge. Now, if you're just in a craptastic division and you can show up with nearly any of your roster and win those games, then yeah, that's a bit of a different story.
Wouldn't you want to be part of the 72 Dolphins, though? Like, those guys have the greatest time. They're popping champagne bottles when the final team loses.
They won the Super Bowl, Rush?
Yeah. They're the only team to go undefeated and win a Super Bowl. 1972 Dolphins. There's a reason why this is the Holy Grail, as the only team. You don't have to fact check me. This is 100% certain. They went 14-0 in the regular season. They won a Super Bowl. The only team to ever do it.
How do you know that? You weren't alive in 1972.
Doesn't matter. It's my job to know these things.
I thought it was my job too. But
Also, I think that's like, isn't that like general football knowledge? The 72 Dolphins. They're famous for a reason. It's not because Bob Greasy was their quarterback. It's because they didn't lose a football game.
I always think of them here's what happens in my brain. I think of Dan Marino having never won a Super Bowl. And I know Dan Marino didn't play in 1972. I'm not that dumb. But I just lump the Dolphins franchise into almost, but not fully there. And I'll tell you this, if you look back at the 1972 Miami Dolphins championship ring, it is the most unimpressive, underwhelming championship ring I've ever seen in my life. Look at this thing.
It's just a little guy.
Just a little guy. Like, you can go to a fictitious all-star game for youth football and see rings that are 10x as impressive as this one. For those.
Good for you, bud.
Well, yeah, now they're the size of your palm. It's insane what those dudes walk around with.
I don't know.
Like the one that, like, Tyler's got, the Super Bowl 50 ring is massive, and it is dwarfed in comparison to the ones that have gone for the past couple of years. Get you guys a Friday NHL hot lap on the other side. Get you caught up on Alex Ovechkin, Sidney Crosby, where the Avs sit. And again, I posed this question to all of you guys out there on the text line, 303-504-0925. Who would win in a 7-game series? The 2022 Stanley Cup champion Avs or the current version, the 2025 Avs that look damn near unbeatable? We'll get into that next.
What is good, Colorado? You got weekend plans this weekend, maybe next weekend, because there are all kinds of sporting events that you need to be in the best place to watch sports, maybe even make a friendly wager on some sports. Get to Circa Las Vegas. You got the Legacy Club with the rooftop cocktails and bar with the best view in Las Vegas, just north of the Strip in downtown Las Vegas with the Fremont Street experience. You got to check it out. They've completely renovated the entire area, and Circa Las Vegas is the reason for this new feel, new vibe up in North Las Vegas. You got to upgrade your pool game at Stadium Swim, where you'll have the largest, best viewing experience at an outdoor pool on a rooftop watching sports at Stadium Swim. Check out circalasvegas.com. Book your weekend trip this weekend, next weekend. You've got all the activity coming up with Sweet 16, Elite 8, and certainly we have more going on with the Final Four and all the different things going on with the Masters. Check out circalasvegas.com.
Breaking news out of the NBA from Shams. The Memphis Grizzlies have fired head coach Taylor Jenkins with 9 games to go in the season, and Memphis they're 2 games out of the 3 seed. And they're booting their head coach with 9 games to go until the playoffs roll around.
You what?
What is going on?
Makes absolutely no sense. This is a team that's right in the middle of some health. Like, they're healthy. They're playing good basketball. They're just 3.5 games back of the 2 seed right now, Raj. They're not far out of this.
I don't understand that. This is the press release from the Grizzlies. I'm genuinely appreciative of Taylor's contributions to this team and to the city over the past 6 seasons, says Grizz president Zach Kleeman. This was a difficult decision given the consistent and tangible development of our players and overall success under Taylor's leadership. I wish Taylor the very best going forward, and end quote.
Who's the interim head coach? That's what I always look to.
I have no idea.
Always look to see who the interim head coach is, because oftentimes when it doesn't make sense and it has nothing to do with, like my situation, CU, we were 0-5. You fire the head coach, you name an interim head coach. Makes sense, right? But when you're in the middle of a playoff race, a lot of times the interim head coach may have gotten the ear of somebody in the building.
So, right, but like if you get the ear of someone in the building, this is something that happens in the post.
But you know what else you do? You don't just get in the ear of maybe somebody in ownership or a general manager. You also get the roster to start turning on the leader of your team, your head coach.
The timing is insane.
It's nuts.
Like, I know
it makes no sense.
I know you just got mollywopped by the Thunder. Like, I get it.
Who cares?
There was probably some sort of realization of we're close, but we're not actually there. Like, we are a step back.
You've lost 5 of the last 7.
So maybe that's it. This is trying to salvage the season. But what does salvaging the season look like if you're Memphis?
Yeah,
right? If you're realistic, the Grizzlies aren't getting through they're not getting through the West. It's not happening.
Do you want to hear the remaining schedule for the Memphis Grizzlies? LA, Boston Celtics.
Tough.
Golden State.
Tough.
At Miami.
Eh.
At Detroit, playing good basketball.
I agree.
At Charlotte.
No.
Minnesota, Denver, Dallas to finish.
I don't know what Dallas is all about right now. Yeah, it just, the timing is, that's insane that you're going to do that this late in the season. He's got to be like the number 1 head coach on the market now for teams looking for new guys.
I don't know much about Taylor Jenkins.
A .540 win percentage in 6 years with Memphis.
Yeah, which has been
And you've missed essentially a full season of your very best player in Ja Morant.
Tell you where Taylor Jenkins cut his teeth. What franchise? San Antonio Spurs. Part of that brain trust of, he started out as an intern with the San Antonio Spurs basketball operations department in its 07-08 season, and then worked his way up from 2008 to 2013, became the D-League head coach for the Austin, Texas Toros, and then, just continued to cut his teeth. So he knows that Popovich-Kerr, also a very highly academic individual, was a graduate of the University of Pennsylvania in the Ivy League. Smart coach, good coach. Maybe just culturally wasn't a great fit.
Brother, I am floored. We're going to try our very best to get on someone from Memphis later on in the show to explain what's going on, because I'm in the dark. It's a shocking firing for a team that is right in the middle of a playoff race. Before we end hour number 1, let's go through a hot lap. All right, a couple of veterans, Mount Rushmore type players chasing milestones, chasing records, not Rutgers. Sidney Crosby clinches his 20th career point per game season, now the most in NHL history. He doesn't have as many points right now as Cale Makar does. Cale has 2 points, gets on top of that. Crosby continues to be great. The Penguins continue to be, not so great. The other thing that's happening around the league, I know Leon Draisaitl's been out, right? Edmonton has been without Draisaitl. They've been without McDavid. They're losing games. And as a result, Nathan MacKinnon, we would have thought, would have run away with the Art Ross, right? The league's lead in points. Nikita Kucherov is right on his heel. A big-time game from Nikita Kucherov. 4 points. He gets up to 105 now. He's nipping on Nate's heels. So that trophy, which is the one that we thought was 100% locked up by Nate. He was going to win that one. If he doesn't win the MVP, bummer. It ain't locked up anymore, Coach.
Yeah, this is something that I think the finish of this regular season is going to have some major impact on this, and I love the way that this team's playing. I love the way that Nathan's playing.
You're doing it without MacKinnon starting to put up points, right? Like, he's not having these monster games. He is impacting them, but he's not going off for 3 and 4. He's not putting off 6 straight games of 2 points.
Do you think that's going to ultimately be what matters, is the statistics of it, or the overall look and feel of this Avs squad offensively?
For the MVP?
Correct.
Okay, for the Hart Trophy, the stats do matter for him. The Art Ross is a statistical trophy.
Right.
That is, you lead the league in points, you get that trophy. That's a tough one, man. Like, Tampa's playing really good hockey right now. Nikita Kucherov is shooting at a 14% clip. If MacKinnon wants that, I think he needs to win the Art Ross in order to win the MVP this year. I think he has to do that. The Vegas odds are getting shorter and shorter and shorter now. MacKinnon still sits at plus 200 to win the Hart for MVP.
What does it have Hellebuck at?
Hellebuck he used to be at like minus 300,
yes.
minus 250. As of last night when I checked,
he's in the ones.
Minus 140.
Yeah, it changed.
They're getting closer and closer and closer to even money. And that's Vegas telling me that's about to flip by the end of the season. That they're going to look at the forward who has impacted the game the most, back-to-back end or MVP season for the first time since Alex Ovechkin did it in the late 2000s. Vegas thinks it's going to happen. And I believe that MacKinnon gets it done. Both Art Ross and MVP has been the best player on planet Earth for the past 18 months.
Is there any chance that Nathan MacKinnon becomes a little bit more selfish down the backstretch of these games?
No, I don't think so.
Not at all?
I don't think so.
You don't think that factors at all into a player's head? That's a big achievement for...
He's already got his MVP.
Where's he been Art Ross-wise in his career? He's never won it?
He didn't win it last year because I think Kucherov won it last year. He does not have an Art Ross. He has an MVP last year.
It's right there for the taking.
It is right there.
And for like legacy, historical reference.
You know what's going to happen? I don't think Nate's going to be more selfish when the Avs have leads, and they already do this a lot. Like Bednar puts the MacKinnon line out there. He puts his best players out there, and I do think there's going to be something in the back of Bednar's head is like, empty nets, Nate's going out.
Yep.
You're going to get your merchant points because even though you kind of scoff at those empty net points, they eventually matter.
They count.
No goals, by the way, for Alexander Ovechkin yesterday, so he currently sits 6 back of the all-time record. I still don't think he's going to make it happen.
5 back, right? To tie.
5 back to tie, 6 to break. I don't think it happens.
I think you're right now. Did you see what happened with Alexander Ovechkin and bringing the entire squad out?
I loved that.
How good was this?
I loved that. So Ovi and the Capitals play Minnesota last night.
Marc-Andre Fleury.
Marc-Andre Fleury did not play in that game, but it's the last time that Ovi is going to go up against a guy who he's seen his entire career. And Ovi went to the bench and started yelling down the hallway because guys had gotten off to go back to the dressing room. Called his team out of the dressing room to come out and shake Marc-Andre Fleury's hand. Classy move.
Really neat.
Classy move.
It's one thing that's so unique about hockey. It's the only sport I think you'd really see that in.
Love that. We'll continue to keep tabs on the rest of the NHL. Avs get a big-time win. Cale Makar, 500 points, the third fastest in NHL history from the blue line to get to that mark behind Bobby Orr and Paul Coffey. Nathan MacKinnon continues to score at home. 23 straight games with a point at home. That is the longest streak in the NHL this year. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. You guys are listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Join us today, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. Nuggets and Jazz this evening, 7 p.m. tip, 6:30 p.m. pregame show. Jazz are like locked into the number one pick.
I was worried about you right there. That was a 9.5 month pregnant pause right there.
It really wasn't that long.
To me, it was unbelievably long, and I felt like you were having another stroke. You've had a few of them since I've known you. You good? Everything good, Raj?
Yeah, but
you good?
Just setting up the game.
I just
that was
want to make sure
tonight.
you're okay, man. Back to the Nuggets.
What do you want to see tonight out of the Nuggets? You tell me. Take the wheel.
You know what I want to see?
Question, man.
I want to see less pregnant pauses, man. I want to see him go, baby. I want to go. I want to play great defense. I want to win the boards. I want to dominate a Jazz team that you should dominate. All right, Raj? I don't want to stand around and look at the basketball when it's shot. I want to go.
This is as scheduled of a win as there is on the NBA schedule. A 16-win team coming in without 3 of their best players, having played last night in a hard-fought, closely contested game in which it really would have helped if Utah could have found a way to win that game. It just, doesn't happen.
What's the plan with the Utah Jazz?
Get the number 1 overall pick and take Cooper Flag for the next 5 years.
Is he that transformational of the player in the NBA?
Oh, dude, did you watch the game last night? Did you watch the Duke game last night?
No.
You need to watch some more Duke basketball. That guy is the truth.
Sorry, I was watching the Avs.
He is.
Am I allowed to watch the local team that we?
You are, but the Duke Arizona game was on way before the Avs game for a while. It ended kind of right as the Avs were starting.
I mean, I was watching the television, but dude, this NCAA tournament.
You almost had a triple-double in an NCAA basketball game.
Has this tournament really captured you? Are you was last night must-watch TV for you? The NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
Okay. It wasn't for me. You want to know why it wasn't for me?
There were a couple of blowouts, but again, the Duke-Arizona game was close. Although Duke just held off Arizona at an arm's length for the majority of the game. Flag did everything. He was there. He had a buzzer beater in the first half. That essentially changed the whole chemistry of the game.
JJ Redick did all that same stuff.
Yeah, JJ Redick was can't miss television when he was at Duke.
How was he in the NBA, bud?
The guy had a 15-year season or career.
Was he ever dominant? Did he ever?
He was one of.
Was he ever the face of a franchise and resuscitated a franchise?
No, but
for
he
a long
also
period
didn't
of time?
go number 1 overall.
The Utah Jazz banking on Cooper Flag being the answer.
Oh, why? Because he's a white guy from Duke?
I'm not talking about that. Jazz, man. The Jazz
JJ Redick wasn't the number 1 overall pick. He went 11th overall. He had a 15-year NBA career. JJ Redick was a very good guard. He wasn't transformational, but a lot of the time, 11th overall pick in the NBA is not a transformational player. Flag is completely different. Yeah, the Alabama BYU game was a blowout. It was a snooze fest.
You like watching 3-pointers made. That was a great game to watch.
But Arkansas and Texas, watching the Texas Tech Red Raiders storm back from 16 down the second half, that got my juices flowing. You got to watch some Cooper Flag basketball, man.
I'll make a commitment to watch him on. He'll be playing tomorrow, right?
He'll be playing tomorrow.
Who they got?
They have Bama. That's a good basketball game.
So we'll see some. Bama's built like an NBA team athletically. They got athletes everywhere. I would love to see what Cooper Flag does in that contest.
I think he's going to be just fine. He was the ACC Rookie of the Year, ACC Player of the Year.
How tall is he?
How is Flag 6'9"? KJ?
About 6'9", 6'10".
Yeah, 6'9", 205. And he is a pass-first guy who should not be pass-first. When I watch him play, I watch a more downhill. I can't say he's Nikola Jokic because he's not, but he sees the court so damn well. I haven't watched a ton of his games, but I've watched every Duke game in the tournament. I watched a couple of ACC tournament games with them before he got hurt. I think he distributes better than a lot of NBA players right now. And I think that's the reason why, that's the plan for Utah. You lose a bunch of games, you draft that guy, you hope to get him into a second contract. If not, you get 4 or 5 years out of him.
The plan is to lose as many games so that you get put into a ball of, or a big old bowl of white balls with numbers on it.
Yeah, that's
And then
kind of how it goes.
You get the lottery pick. What about the Wizards? They're in that same spot, aren't they? Are they not? Is Utah going to keep its head coach after these back-to-back-to-back horrific years?
I mean, now that Taylor Jenkins is out there, maybe not. Maybe you do the St. Louis Blues thing, and when a guy like Montgomery comes available from Boston, you kind of switch gears.
Will Hardy.
I don't think so. Yeah, 16 loss. You do want to guarantee yourself that best chance at the number 1 overall pick. So Utah is actively trying to lose games. But that's how you get better in this league, man. You can't get better by being the 12 seed in the Western Conference.
It's ironic that Will Hardy, head basketball coach, Utah Jazz since 2022, also cut his teeth in the San Antonio Spurs organization, just like Taylor. What was that guy's? Taylor
Jenkins.
Taylor Jenkins did. Both Spurs guys. Kind of nice not having a Spurs guy here.
Here?
Yeah.
In Denver?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just because it's one of those, it's like having a Saban guy. Like the Saban guys, they just go over and they infiltrated all of college football and they all do the same exact thing. It's a copycat league and they always praise the model like, this is the only way to do things. It's the Nick Saban model. Yeah, you can actually make decisions for yourself too.
I mean, I'm cool with successful head coaches coming from
trees.
Yeah, like the Popovich tree is Rivers, Kerr, Brown. Like, it's a solid. It's not like the Belichick tree where everyone leaves Popovich's, Mother Goose covenant or coven rather, and then just like goes out and they suck.
The wild thing about the Saban tree, a lot of them have been wildly unsuccessful as head coaches compared to what Nick Saban did. There's really only one true success story from the Saban tree. Kirby Smart. Everything else is kind of hit or miss. I feel like every year these guys are either like kind of on the hot seat. You can say Lane Kiffin, but has he really been a wild success? Entertaining.
But he's
his own thing too, a little bit. He's kind of like the black sheep of the Saban family.
Kiffin has been more miss than hit.
What about Sarkisian? I think it's been a lot of miss.
But
for the jobs,
much like Kiffin of late,
think about
Sarkisian looks good.
But think about the jobs he's had, and he has nothing to show for it tangibly. He had the
Texas
USC
looks really good right now.
The USC head job, the Washington head job,
bungled,
and Texas. Have they played for a national championship?
No, but Texas is back.
Okay,
that program is back, and for him to
for
get
the amount of investment in that program, and now an expanded field of 12 teams in the college football playoff, for them to not be in the title game, to me, at any point in his career thus far at Texas, is a failure.
I mean,
and I think he's on the hot. I think he's on the hot seat going into next season.
I don't think he's on the hot seat.
He's got to get to a natty next year.
No, I think he needs to be in a
Arch
semifinal.
Manning?
Well, it's going to be Arch's first full-time starting. Like, you're going to expect him to walk in and be a world beater? There's still question marks whether or not he's actually as good of a prospect as we were all told he was. But, like, he's not Charlie Strong or Tom Herman. Like, he hasn't fallen flat on his face. He has been good.
It's interesting.
I don't think you can look at Texas and go, that's a failure.
I think outside of Kirby Smart, which I think is starting to stumble a little bit, the best Saban tree coach is Dan Lanning. But on the same thing with Dan Lanning in Oregon, what have they done for me lately?
See, I would look at Oregon and Dan Lanning and go, if you aren't closer to a national championship next year, then we have harder conversation.
I think so too.
Because Oregon has been in that orbit.
Plus, they have spent so much money on players.
So is Texas, right? So
yeah, the two of them. Yep.
Texas is now back into national championship conversation. They have been removed from that conversation ever since Mac Brown left. And we've got the memes of we're back, and then horns down happens, and they never end up being back until last year. Oregon has been in and around national championship conversation almost every year.
Like quarter century,
Yeah.
almost, really.
Almost
you go
every
back to
single
Mike
season.
Bellotti, they were still in that conversation. Chip Kelly is an offensive coordinator. Chip Kelly is a head coach. They were in that conversation. Heck, even Mario Cristobal, when he was the head coach at Oregon, should have been in that position with a big-time quarterback that never won anything significantly, Justin Herbert.
See what's happening with Kirby Smart's got a wide receiver that got arrested for going 107?
Yeah, is it any day that ends in a Y? That's what happens with the Georgia football program. It's ridiculous. And I think it's hilarious because Kirby Smart, typical Southern head ball coach in a community, is just bigger than life, bigger than the law. He talked about it in his press conference, and he flippantly said, just like my kids, I need to do a better job with their driver training. I don't think so. I think there's a little bit more at stake here. In fact, people have lost their lives as a result of these sports cars that people are driving 65 miles an hour over the speed limit. Like, that's stupid. Like, as a head football coach, you need to do something to make that stop, and it hasn't stopped. Because the 107 mile per hour wasn't the only one in the last 2 weeks. There was another offensive lineman or defensive lineman that was involved in I think it was a highly speeding DUI situation. Like, there's a problem. And
wasn't that the one that crashed into the house?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe Kirby Smart uses his Saban tree roots and maybe go talk to Henry Ruggs III. Yep. See how that worked out for him and the people involved in his crash and the families involved in his crash. Talk about
it's funny,
promising prospect, and now his life's over.
And all of a sudden, people are kind of making jokes about it, like it's a funny thing. Like Georgia, ha ha ha, yeah, Georgia wide receiver goes 107 and a 35. Ha ha, that's funny. It's funny until more people lose their lives. This is ridiculous. Make it stop.
NFL Notes is coming up on the other side. Rockies opening day today, 2:05 p.m. or 2:15, something like that. First pitch out there at George Steinbrenner Field, which is the full season home for the Tampa Bay Rays, as the Trop is not available to play in all season long. So Rockies open up in a spring training facility. Maybe that'll be good for them. They're a decent spring training team. That should help. The march, as Coach said, to 162-0. It starts today.
It sure does.
NFL Notes is next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach Mike Sanford and Raj, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL, in the football world, and we have breaking news out of Boulder. KJ, take it away.
According to Brian Howe of the Daily Camera, Deion Sanders just got an approved new contract from Boulder. 5 years, $54 million is going to pay him 10 through 25 and 26, 11 through 27 and 28, and then $12 million in 2029.
Wow. That is a big number. We just talked about the Saban tree quite a bit right before this announcement. That's Saban money. That's when you talk about double-digit million per as a college football head coach. You're talking Saban money. And I think I believe that puts Coach Prime in the top 10 in college football right now.
KJ, give me the numbers one more time, please.
5 years, $54 million.
5 years,
so
$54
we're looking at
million.
10.8 per year, technically.
10.8 puts him right at number he puts him at number 3, ahead of Sark. School pay at Texas, 10.6 for Steve Sarkisian. Number 2 is Dabo Swinney at just north of $11 million. Kirby Smart at just north of 13. And this is according to USA Today from October of last year. So he surpasses Sarkisian. He surpasses Lincoln Riley, who's making just south of 10.1 at USC. Ryan Day makes 9.9 at Ohio State.
National championship head coach Ryan Day.
Mike Norvell at Florida State makes 10. Kalen DeBoer at Alabama, talk about a hot seat, makes 10. Brian Kelly, 9.97.
Crispy hot seat over there, my former boss.
At LSU. $9 million for Mark Stoops at Kentucky.
How in God's green earth does Mark Stoops at Kentucky make $9 million per?
And Lane Kiffin, $9 million at Mississippi, rounds out your top 10.
Big news.
It is a great move for Colorado. They're turning into the IMG Academy pipeline right now, and in order for that to bear its fruit, you need to have 3, 4, 5 seasons. I don't need to tell you.
Who all is committed to CU from the IMG outside of Jordan Seaton? I was not aware of that.
I may be wrong, but I'm almost certain the center, the guy they kept calling Cash last year.
He's a walk-on. He's a walk-on. Yeah, he is. He will never hearken the field of a National Football League.
London Merritt, Alex McPherson, offensive tackle Cardi Smith, wide receiver Quentin. Sorry, I'm just taking this off of ESPN. Quentin Gibson.
So these are all incoming players from IMG.
They have landed 2025 commitments from IMG. Those guys,
good.
all those players.
So incoming guys, it is becoming I'll be honest, Raj, I love recruiting. I'm a huge fan of recruiting. I have lost total interest in recruiting because I don't even know what it is anymore. Because recruiting it's the portal, about 78%. And then the remaining, it's like high school recruiting. It's so hard to track because you don't know when the bag is going to be delivered that's bigger than the previous bag that yielded the commitment. Who knows?
It's a big time signing from CU. Does that? It should make CU fans go, all right, he's not going anywhere. This is now his baby.
I'd love to see the terms, like the actual terms.
What the buyouts are.
Yes, and the most important buyout I think is going to be voluntarily retiring buyout.
So that's not the same thing as like Kirby Smart's buyout is $118 million.
That means if he were to leave for another Division I institution, I don't know. A lot of times contractually they have a different language for an NFL head coaching job. So if he left for the Tennessee Titans job in a year, Kirby Smart, that might be a different than $118 million buyout.
Would it still be massive?
A lot of times, I mean, if that's the goal and that would make sense optically for Georgia to lose their head coach to the Tennessee Titans in the National Football League, then oftentimes that was negotiated ahead of time to be way less significant than for one school to another.
All right, here we go. If Sanders were to leave the Buffs for a professional or college job before December 31st of this year, he would OCU $12 million. That number drops to $10 million if he leaves before December 31st of 2026.
This is the newest contract or the previous contract?
To my understanding, this is the newest one.
Double check that, because that is an insanely low number.
Well, I'm just reading an article from Brian. I'm sorry. I'm just reading what
It is breaking news. Take your time, KJ. We'll find that. That's not a lot of money. You can pay that back. You can have an NFL team if you decide to leave for the Cowboys.
Was
you,
it college?
You go to Jerry and you go, all right, I'm out.
The college buyout was after December of this year is $10 million for the entirety of the contract terms.
We're trying to figure that out actively.
Okay. Do we know that?
I think he needs more than 30 seconds to figure this out. Still a big signing. 5 years, $54 million for the CU Buffs. KJ, before you get into that, my friend, what is next?
You ain't make me, so you can't break me.
Well, let's head to San Francisco. As 49ers quarterback, Brock Purdy says that 40% of the time he is not able to see his intended targets downfield due to the size of the lineman in front of him. And he kind of goes into detail about what goes into that for a quarterback who may not be the tallest and how sometimes they can come back to haunt you.
If you're 40 yards away on the ground looking through 20 other people, what do you see to release that ball? Or is it, you know, it's 50-50 and you're just going to try to put it in the right place?
I mean, so my quarterback coach, Brian Greasy, last couple of years, he and I talked about that. He played 11 years. His dad's Bob Greasy. But we got talking about how really it's 60-40. You can see about 60% of the time, and the other 40% you really can't. I mean, it doesn't matter how bigger you are.
Right.
I mean, I'm already shorter in stature, yes, but he goes, that's why it's so important when it comes down to knowing coverages, knowing scheme, where our players are supposed to be, how many steps they're breaking, and where the ball should be over a certain backer. Like, all those things, man, it matters. And that's why, like, guys, you know, if you go to a combine and all those things, you're just throwing on air, and yeah, you look all good with a strong arm and fast jumping, all that stuff. But when it comes down to 11 on 11 and you got guys that are a foot taller than you and you can't see, it comes down to the processing. Like, before the play, like, I know that the safety's probably going to rotate down. It's going to be one high, and I got one hitch, no more than that, to rip it where Debo's supposed to be, like, just inside the hash, and there's a backer that's also got a 40-inch vert that I got to put up. You know, like,
that's what's crazy.
All those things.
I find it very interesting that this quote from this podcast that Brock Purdy threw out there was grabbed and turned into clickbait, as if Brock Purdy's some 5'9", 5'10" quarterback that historically can't see over the line of scrimmage because he's so dang short. He measured in at the combine, hardcore, accurate height data at 6 feet 1 inches tall. It's the same as the number 1 overall pick this past season in Caleb Williams. It's not like he's that for the modern NFL quarterback is not inherently short. It's taller than Kyler Murray. I believe it's taller than Bryce Young. 3 quarterbacks who've gone in as the number 1 overall pick in the last several years. I like this honesty and this candor from Brock Purdy. Gives you a little bit of an insight in the position and how challenging the position is, period, whether you're 5'9" or 6'6". There are blind throws that you have to make on an anticipatory basis, and you've got to understand coverages, and you've got to be able to tell what's going to happen based off your film study before it ever happens from a defensive perspective.
It is so interesting for a person like me who never played football and certainly never stood behind an offensive line consisting of 6'4", 6'6", 300-pound guys. My understanding of the quarterback position comes from where? Yes, that's the answer. It comes from the Madden camera.
Oh, yeah.
It comes from a camera that is 20 feet above the head of the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So I go, oh yeah, you should be able to make that
You got to
throw.
see that.
You know exactly what's happening. Why didn't you see the check down right in front of you on the left hatch? How could you not possibly see that? Meanwhile, Von Miller sprinting at you at 17 miles an hour, 6'4", 240 pounds, and you have to find the crossfield check down, and there's 7 other bodies that are combining to be north of a ton.
I had my world shifted a bit because I'd been coaching the quarterback position for a long time, and I was getting removed from playing the position. So as you're looking at 10, 15 years removed from playing it.
Your brain's looking at all 22s.
You're just like, how can you not see this? This is so freaking open. And they're just sitting there taking it, like good pupils. Yes, sir. Yes, coach. So around the time of COVID, and a little bit before it, but certainly around COVID, everybody was just looking for things in the world of football to be creative and different, because we were just wasting time because we didn't know if we were playing a season. We didn't know if we could have real football meetings. So we started installing these virtual reality cameras right behind where the quarterback takes his drop. And it was these virtual reality cameras allowed you to see the entire expanse of left sideline all the way across left hash, middle of the field, right hash to the right sideline. And so you would put on these VR goggles and watch the film.
Cool.
And I was like, I'm so sorry, guys. This is a lot
I
harder.
know what I was talking about.
Man, I can't see anything. In fact, watching this VR makes me want to vomit currently, and I can't see anything down the field. So, guys, I apologize. And the VR pole was set up like at 6 feet, 6 inches tall. So it wasn't like set up like a 5'10" guy.
Yeah, for a high schooler.
Yes.
That's
so
unreal.
it gave me a really good glimpse into just how challenging it is at times to be able to see things down the field.
Okay, before we get into our next story, we do have confirmed numbers on the Deion Sanders contract extension in Colorado. 5 years, again, $54 million. And KJ did confirm this. If Sanders leaves the bus for a professional or a college job before December 31 of this year, he owes CU $12 million. That number drops to $10 million if he leaves before December 31st of next year. $6 million of the year after, $4 million in 2028, and $3 million in the final year of the deal in 2029. Those are jumps up from $10 million before January 1st of 2 years ago, $5 million under his current or his previous contract. It would have been a $5 million buyout in 2026 and a $2 million buyout in 2027. So there are some escalators.
This is a great deal for Coach Deion Sanders.
But they
for
did
Coach
escalate.
Prime. Dude, you just said the buyout this year. So right now, if he wanted to leave for Stanford or Kent State, which, oh, by the way, just recently fired their coaches. Kent State head coach Kenny Burns, my buddy's one of the offensive coordinators there.
Imagine if Deion left for Kent State.
Be a tough gig. Be a rough deal. Hey, yeah, Sean Lewis came here from there. I'm going to go back over there.
This is the pathway that
it sure
I've
is,
created.
man. Or Stanford, with no chance in the NIL transfer portal landscape.
Hey, Andrew Luck is looking for a new head coach.
Yeah,
baby.
I want to hang out with Luck. He would only have to pay $12 million as the buyout, or the school would have to pay $12 million. Do you realize what Kirby Smart right now would have to pay in his 10-year contract, where he's compensated $13 million? So it's not like he's compensated double of what Coach Prime's. Mm-hmm. So how much again was the buyout number?
The buyout number this year is 12. It drops million. By $2 million every single season.
After this season, it's 10, right?
10 and then 6 in 2027, 4 million in 2028, 3 million in 2029.
Kirby Smart wants to go to Alabama after Kalen DeBoer is fired, which is probably going to happen, right?
Maybe.
Alabama and or Kirby Smart and or some Alabama backwards oil money guy would pay $118.1 million for the ability to hire Kirby Smart. That is more than 10 times which Coach Prime will have to pay after this season.
It's still a jump up from the previous contract.
This is a great deal for Coach Prime. Elite.
So after knowing the numbers,
his agent and him cooking.
How confident are you that Deion lasts half of this 5-year extension?
This is going to sound crazy, man. That number that we're talking about, the 12-10, isn't the buyout that I'm concerned with. The buyout I'd be curious to see is if he retires from coaching. just walks away from coaching, does he get paid out? What percentage of the remaining term on his contract? That's going to be an interesting one. And I know he wouldn't have to pay anything back if he walks away, but he had it built into his old contract that he could walk and not coach elsewhere and get paid out the entirety of his first contract he had. That's going to be the interesting thing. Because if that's the case, you get paid $54 million to walk and go be in media.
Well, 54 is the entirety of the contract.
No, that's what I'm saying. The previous contract, he could have walked and retired from coaching
and gotten paid out every dollar,
which is unbelievable.
I would assume
that is the most
with the low.
That is the most employee-friendly contract I've ever heard of in my life.
I would assume with the low buyout number that something had to have given on some side of the contract negotiations. My guess is if he decides to retire, you just vacate the remaining money. That's my guess. I have nothing to base that off of. And again, I'm going off the Brian Howell article right now. Those are the only numbers that we have in front of us. KJ, keep it going. One more.
You ain't make me, so you can't break me.
You know what? Let me stay right here on the Deion train because, Raj, earlier you talked about how Deion kind of started to walk some of his comments back. Well, here is him trying to walk even more of his comments back in regards to what he said about stepping in on Shadour's behalf. Quote, no, because that's not God's will right now. I want Shadour to do what he's consistently done, excel against all odds. I like the hating. I like the naysaying. I like the ignorance because it makes us feel better about what we do and it gives him another chip on his shoulder. Shadour's draft stock has been kind of up and down, and it's more so been through the media more than anybody else.
Totally agree with that piece of it. I think the stock market aspect of it. How much of that is any glimpse into what the NFL evaluators actually feel versus the media? It seems like it's all media.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then what percentage? Give me a percentage of it being media versus them driving their own narrative. What's the percentage?
Media, 90%. Vibes within NFL franchises, 10%. Because I think there's just enough leaking that happens. And the scary thing about following a lot of draft gossip is sometimes teams are intentionally planting fictitious rumors to benefit themselves so that they can potentially get the right player and or put up the smoke screen that we're not interested so that a team feels like they can bypass and be okay. Whatever.
That'll do it for NFL Notes today, brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. It is opening day for the Rockies, a couple hours away from first pitch. They'll take on the Rays down there in Florida at the Yankees spring training facility, which will be their home field for the entire year. On the other side, I have some exciting news. Avs tickets. We're giving away a bunch of Avs tickets on Monday. I'll tell you why on the other side.
I know how much you love it here and how much you've grown accustomed here. Is there any talks of a contract extension? Was that something you're being open to?
Maybe, I don't know. I ain't worried about me. Let's get everybody else straight first, then I'm good.
Deion Sanders extends 5 years, $54 million. He soars into the top 5 highest paid coaches in the college football landscape. Big time move for CU to lock up their head coach. Although, as we were talking about the contract stipulations, it's not a big buyout. So it's not necessarily like he's chained to Boulder.
Major props. Major congratulations to Coach Prime Deion Sanders for getting an incredible deal for Coach Prime. It is amazing.
What's up, boss? You believe that?
And it's well deserved. It's well deserved for him and for what the notoriety he's brought to the program. The significant wins per se haven't yet come, but this is Rick George and CU looking into the future and predicting that this is on the horizon. Because if you do look at the top 10 college football coaches' salaries, there is at least one national championship head coach and multiple participants in a national championship game that are behind Coach Prime. And that would be Ryan Day, and I'm sure he's going to get re-upped, right? This is what you do. You win a natty and you get re-upped.
Ryan Day, Dabo Swinney, Kirby Smart.
And Kirby Smart's the highest paid coach.
Yes.
Correct. So he's above Coach Prime. Below Coach Prime, Brian Kelly's been to a national championship game. I think 2, actually. Definitely 1. And he's on the hot seat. Ryan Day's below him and has just won the national championship.
I don't know what the escalators...
Lincoln Riley at OU went to a natty, if I'm not mistaken.
OU went to a nat?
Maybe. I know he went to a couple CFPs.
I don't know if they ever made it to a national championship game. I think they were close. I don't think they ever got there. I could be wrong, but I don't think they got there under... I don't think that happened. Sarkisian hasn't gotten there.
Lincoln Riley led Oklahoma to 3 college football playoff appearances. So Final Four.
Okay.
4 Big 12 championships at Oklahoma. No national championships. 1. But don't have the information on it.
Yeah, I mean he's up there, but like now that you get paid that money, you gotta make playoffs here soon.
Yeah,
and they're gonna take a step back this
year. That's the expectation.
They're young. You're likely gonna take a step back. Norvell, 10 million. DeBoer, 10 million. Kelly, 997. Stoops, 9. Kiffin, 9. That's your top. The rounding out of your top 10. And the guys that you're now around are national champion head coaches: Smart, Swinney, Day. That's the conversation that you're in. So now you go from, well, it's nice that you revived the program. Now what can you do for me lately? So the stipulations of the contract, though, of the $12 million buyout, and then it gets dropped every year.
And the $12 million buyout is solely for right now to basically December 31st of this year.
Yeah.
Which we all know, if you coach this season, it drops to $10 million because you wouldn't get hired until January 1st because you would want to save $2 million yourself and your future employer.
You know what?
$2 million.
If you're a CU head or a CU football fan and you're a Deion fan and you want him to be there as long as humanly possible, you know what's going to happen to your fandom? You better be the biggest bleed blue New York Giant fan that there ever was.
Talk to me.
Because if he gets drafted by the Giants and they suck a lot, either this year or the year after, and they finally decide to move on from their GM and their head coach, that's what that contract buyout screams to me. Is if Shedeur, and again, what we heard from Deion just yesterday was, I don't really care where he goes now. That's a huge about face from what he was talking about months ago. Remember all those conversations? If we see a spot that he looks like he's going to that we don't think is the right fit, I'm going to use my back channels to influence that decision. He about-faced and went, I don't care where he goes. He's going to change whatever organization decides to draft him. Now, if you're a CU fan, you better hope and pray to God that whoever drafts him has immediate success with Shedeur. Because if they suck over the first 2 years, they're going to move on from their head coach, and that buyout becomes $10 million, and then that buyout becomes $8 million. They fire their head coach, and Deion Sanders will be at the very top of that head coaching list. So if he goes to Cleveland, you know who you are. You know who you're a fan of now. CU Buffs alumnus. You're a Cleveland Brown fan. If he goes to the Jets, you know who you are. You're a Jets fan. That's the mindset you got to get into right now, people.
Wild, wild times. Just showing the change of employment and salaries in 2025 to when Coach Prime was in his prime as an NFL player. Coach Prime from 1999 to 2003 was at the height of his annual average salary earnings with the Dallas Cowboys. How much did he make? Average annual value?
4.6.
10.3.
Oh, I was way off.
So
Samsonite.
$10.3 million. And in year 2 of this contract, this new contract, what's he going to be making? The elevator, you talked about it, was it 11?
I don't have it in front of me.
I know that he's going to be a $12 million annual head football coach by the end of this 5-year deal. He will be making the most that he has ever made. And I'd be arguing that he probably is making more endorsement-wise right now than he ever did as a player. This is an incredible, incredible come up for Coach Prime, who was, by the way, he did the heavy lifting. After his entire career was over, what was he doing? He was coaching youth football, Prime Prep, started his own school, Jackson State, all the while certainly making some endorsement money. To talk about the American dream, reinventing of oneself, Coach Prime's now going to be making more money on an annual basis than he ever did as the most prolific superstar two-sport athlete in the history of sport in the United States.
Big time move. Opening day for the Rockies today. 2:10 p.m. first pitch between the Rockies and the Rays. Kyle Freeland getting that first start against Ryan Pepio of the Tampa Bay Rays, playing in the friendly confines of the New York Yankees spring training facility out there at George Steinbrenner Field. Bretton Doyle looking like he's going to be leading off. Zeke Tovar second, McMahon playing third, batting third, Chris Bryant DHing and cleaning up today. 162-0, Coach? You feeling good about that?
We're gonna find out a lot today. What's the max attendance that can be at the Rockies Rays home opener at Steinbrenner Field?
George Steinbrenner Field has a capacity of 11,026.
Nothing like ringing in a triumphant return for the Colorado Rockies franchise in 2025, like playing in front of 10,872.
All right, I told you guys that we're giving away a whole bunch of Avs tickets coming up on Monday because Coach and I are going back to Morning Skate. It'll be the morning sprint at Morning Skate on Monday from 10 a.m. to noon. We'll be out there prior to the Avs taking on the Calgary Flames and giving away 4 pairs of Avs tickets all show long on Monday. So you guys will not want to miss it. Again, 10 to noon Monday. 4 pairs of Avs tickets with Coach and myself.
Who should I look forward to watching at Skate for the Calgary Flames?
Our old friend Nazem Kadri. And
is he a big fella?
What do you mean, big fella?
Like, is he a big dude? 6'?
No, he's your like prototypical second line center, 6 foot.
Okay.
Like, no, he's not a large guy. He plays physical and heavy, but he's not
built like a defensive back.
No, he's a little thicker than a defensive back. He's kind of built like Charlie Coyle, maybe a little shorter.
Defensive backs, a lot of those guys are like 6 feet 212. They're big, thick dudes.
Well, yeah,
they can run.
It's different sports, man.
Okay. All right.
No, Nazem Kadri.
Anybody? There's no like Rempies, like just absolute units for the Calgary Flames.
I don't think so. Yeah, Kadri's 6 foot 190. Yeah, he's that's a hockey player.
Yeah,
you think of a hockey player, you think 6 foot 190.
He's probably got a beard. You know,
he's got a good beard.
Missing some
teeth. Really good, well kept beard. I don't think Naz is missing teeth.
Okay,
either that or he's got really good bridges.
What's his heritage?
Middle Eastern. I don't know from what country. But Middle Eastern. He was born in Ontario, but to Middle Eastern parents. That's the reason why the St. Louis Blues thing got ugly and it got racist against him in the playoffs in 2022. I forget you weren't here. You not knowing the lore of Nazem Kadri. We need to have you go back and watch some video on the 2022 Stanley Cup Championship. Nazem Kadri is one of the most beloved players in Avs history.
His grandparents were born in Kfar Danis in Lebanon.
There you go.
It's a Muslim Christian mixed village in Lebanon.
I didn't know that.
Cool.
Thanks for the heads up. Coach, what are you popping tops to this weekend?
I'm popping tops because I'm going to watch some Cooper Flag play basketball because apparently, Raj, I haven't done it enough. I'm going to watch the Duke Blue Devils play who? In the Elite Eight on Saturday?
Bama!
Alabama Crimson Tide. Roll Tide, roll, baby.
I am popping my show, or my show. I'm popping
pop
off
your
my
show,
top to the DU Pioneers today.
Whoa.
Playing the first round of the NCAA hockey tournament, looking to win yet another national championship.
How we
Hit
looking,
around
Raj?
3 p.m. I have no idea what's going to happen, man. There were so many upsets. Cornell beats Michigan State.
How was the year for the Pios?
Good. They've been the top 10 all season long. They were number 1 ranked for a while.
So we're right there.
Right there. You're in the
right
fight.
there in the thick of it.
So go Pios. That's what I'm watching. I love it. Kadri is a punk. Gary, shut up. PhD's next.
Well, oh yeah, play my theme music. Wait, it's not my theme music.
No, that's my theme music.
Play CU's theme music. Buffalo.
Give me my music.
I think this is great news. And it reminds me of when Rick George was asked the question on opening press conference there for Prime, and somebody goes, "Where are you going to get the money?" He goes, "I don't know, but we'll get it."
Don't have it yet, but there'll be a tree.
That?
We'll find a tree.
I don't know. That was such a great quote by Rick George.
Yeah.
Don't know, but we'll figure it out. We'll get it.
I don't know where they're getting this kind of money.
They still ain't got it. Right, come
Of
on
course
now.
not.
Come on now.
Of course they don't.
Well, they found it last time, so you found the pot of gold once, you'll find it again. Deion Sanders now.
Difference between finding $10 million and $60 million, though.
Yeah, so he signs a 5-year, $54 million contract, which immediately makes him one of the highest paid coaches in America. By the time it's all said and done in 2029, he'll be making $12 million per year, which our guy Mike Sanford just told us will make him the second highest paid coach in college football.
As it currently stands.
Yeah, which by 2029,
there's going to be a whole bunch of SEC dudes going, wait a minute.
Yeah. By 2029, he'll probably be like number 25.
But let me put it in perspective with what we talked about earlier this week. If, in fact, it's true to get Cooper Flagg, who looked brilliant last night, Cooper Flagg back to Duke, they're willing to pay him $11.
Right.
That you're going to have an NIL deal for a player more than a D1 top 25 college coach?
There you go.
That's unbelievable.
Man, oh man.
What Duke find that?
Well, players have always made more than coaches. It's like in the league, right? So
in the NFL, NBA.
Is it fair to assume too, or maybe not, that his assistants will also be some of the higher paid assistants if this is the plan with him?
Well, he already did that last time, and his assistants are handsomely paid. So there's no longer an issue with assistants being underpaid. But yes, I would assume that there's going to be plenty of money to go around.
How about that?
I mean, they fixed a lot of things with the assistants before. Before, they're like the biggest issue with Colorado for assistant coaches was that they had no guaranteed contracts. So they were coaching on year-to-year deals in essence, even if they signed a 3-year deal.
There's also been coaches that make the big money and said, "Hey, listen, you owe me 10, pay me 9. I want to take $1 million for my coaches." There's been coaches who've done that.
Does Prime deserve it? Well, how's this? CU saw an increase of 20% in applications, 18% increase out of state. Applications from students who identify as African American, 50.5%. From prospective students identified as non-white, included increased 29.3%. In 2024, home football games brought a combined $93.9 million in direct economic impact to Boulder and $146.5 million in total regional economic impact. Is he worth it? He's probably getting underpaid.
Well, Spaghetti Joe's, what's that? What's that?
Pasta J's.
Pasta J.
Spaghetti Joe's.
Spaghetti Joe's. Hey, he might want to kick in at 90-something million.
He does kick in plenty.
He might want to get some of his other business people and say, "Hey, boys, let's go."
Boy, if Spaghetti Joe's, it's like Larry David. It's like Larry, you open up a hate store right next door. Spaghetti Joe's next to Pasta J's. That would be hysterical. Spite store. A spite place. No, hey, this is Tyler. Great news.
Yeah, it's great news. Look, it took a while, right? I mean, we heard rumblings that there was a new contract offer on the table before any of the head coaching cycle started, right? So before the NFL coaches started, we heard that there was an offer on the table when Deion was allegedly interested in the Raiders job and the Cowboys job. And then months went by and nothing was going on. And there was a bit of a conspiracy theory going on there, what's happening. Now, I think the real question is going to be, what is the buyout? That's always the question.
I got some info for you.
You've got the details?
I got some, yeah. If Sander leaves before the Buffs for a professional job or college before December 31st of this year, he would owe CU $12 million.
Okay.
So he ain't leaving.
That number drops to $10 million before December 31st, 2026, 6 before 27, 4 28, 329.
All right. Now here's where the pessimistic side of me has to jump in, and it's unfortunate, right? that is an absurdly low buyout. Absurdly low buyout. I mean, there are other coaches in the SEC with $90, $100 million buyouts. That is an extremely easy deal to get bought out of if he were to decide to leave at one point. I don't want to be pessimistic here, but that's the bad part of it. I mean, he got the university to pay him $10 million per year, and that's arguably one of the lowest buyouts in college football for a big-time coach.
What Sanford just tells us, Kirby Smart's buyout is $118 million.
What?
Yep.
Kirby ain't going nowhere.
Oh my God. All right. Well, hey, I think this keeps Prime here. I'm going to guess for at least 2 years. And after that, we'll see. But I think it's great news. And we'll see. We'll just.
And by the way, when it says
goes.
he would owe the university, he ain't gonna owe the university jack squat. The team that is gonna hire him would cover that.
Sure. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
But do you think that's any different than the offer that we've been hearing that's been on the table for 2 months? Is that any different than that offer, or did it go up?
If I had to guess, it wasn't about the dollars and cents in terms of how much he was getting paid.
Buyout.
Yep. I bet you that's what it was all about. Because I'm telling you, that is an absurdly low buyout.
Well, yeah. It's low if you go somewhere else. If you're just going to walk away. Well, do you have to buy out if you just quit?
Well, you'd walk away from all your money.
I know
You would
that,
walk
but-
away from the
but-
next
but
5
if-
years.
That's a good question. It doesn't say that.
So
It says
buyout,
if
like
he goes,
if I take another job, then somebody's going to pay them $10 million or whatever
Yeah.
the buyout is.
This says if
but if I
Sanders-
just retire and become a dad and follow my kid around, go work the NFL Network, does he owe anybody anything then?
Probably.
Well, I don't think he would
probably
owe
not.
he wouldn't owe the $12 million, but what he would forfeit is the next 4 years of salary.
Yeah, but the NFL Network probably cover 7, 6, 5, 8, 10.
Yeah,
Right?
if
ESPN.
I guess I don't really know the technical answer to that.
If he just wants to go fishing on the pond down there in Texas near his house, I mean, who knows? But I don't see him wanting to be out of the spotlight, or I don't think he's burned out. Doesn't seem to be. Seems to be he's having the time of his life. And he's as big as he's ever been. And they'll still be, hopefully he's successful. And he'll probably have other opportunities. And we'll see what happens with Shedeur, won't we, in 2 or 3 years? We'll see. We'll see if that's an opportunity for him. It might be. If he's successful, it probably will be. NFL teams will continue to suck. There will be sucky teams every year in the NFL. Ain't no doubt about that one.
And there will be somebody that sit there and says, hey, let him – and this is, to me, his biggest coaching year, in my opinion, because now he's not going to have a great wide receiver. He's not going to have a great quarterback. He's going to have development. We think we got a good high school quarterback, but guess what? He's still just a high school quarterback until he takes a snap in D1, right? He's
a junior in high school.
Well, so there you go. So he's
He's
young
not
kid.
even a senior.
So this will be a big coaching year for him. I mean, he's going to have to really coach this year, I think.
Oh, yeah, big time. Big time.
I love it, man. I'm so pumped that CU is so interesting in terms of their football program. It's great. It's been awesome.
You just got to give Rick George all the credit in the world.
Absolutely.
First off, like the original signing of Dion didn't have as many options as a lot of people thought. But Rick George saw through that, and he saw the opportunity that was there, right?
Yeah.
And he found the money, right? He didn't have it, but he found the money.
Figured it out.
And now he's finding it again.
That's awesome. Well, cool. I'm excited. And I'm sure it'll help all in all to know there's a little bit more stability, that he's going to, get this contract. Kids will see it. Transfer portal guys will see it. I think that'll make a difference. They'll know, or at least have the impression
know
that
he's going to be around. He's not going.
Yeah.
But the NIL now, and NIL and transfer portal just it changed everything. Somebody had a podcast this week. Said, "Can we just stop this?" It might have been JJ Watt. Can we just stop this? Can we stop
what part of it?
I think he told the quit calling them student athletes.
Oh,
it's not student athlete no more.
That was pretty funny. Like at the press conferences at the tournament at Ball Arena, that's how they would introduce them. Do you have any questions now for the student athletes? And the Maryland kid, the first thing he says is, well, the coach got us paid. That was the most important thing. Oh, by the way, sorry. Our local team got knocked out last night.
Our last local team, the last local team on an overtime game.
Yeah, but
classic game,
and it's a 16-point lead with 10 and change to go. I mean,
but you know what they lost? They lost just like the Nuggets lost. Got killed on points off turnovers and offensive putbacks.
Ugh. And then that kid. Do you like them going for the tie in overtime rather than a 3 to try to take the lead?
The shot that missed or the shot that
shot that missed was a 2 and they were down 2.
Yeah.
You go for a 3, you go for the win right there.
Well, I didn't think it was a great shot.
It was not.
And you could tell. Listen, I've called enough games. You could tell when a guy's going, "Oh, he ain't passing this thing. This is going to go up."
That's all right.
So
I mean,
if it's going to go up,
all right. Let me ask you this:
go win the game,
because I don't know Arkansas basketball. A couple of coaches have said you put the ball in your best player's hands, and the Wisconsin coach said that about Tanjay.
Yeah, how'd that shot go?
He missed it.
Yeah. I think when you limit your team to the only one guy's going to shoot it,
you're in trouble.
I think. Well, I mean, there's great shots happen.
It was interesting
Great shots
because
happen.
Nick Clifford was the best player on CSU, but he kicked it out to Lake, who drained it. That's good. Lake drained it. And then, and obnoxiously they lost. By the way, congratulations, obnoxious BYU fan. Hope you enjoyed your time in the tournament. Don't hate the players. Don't hate the coach. Can't stand the fans. And they got what was coming to them.
So all of our local teams gone.
All of our local teams are gone.
We're holding on to Arkansas.
I felt bad for you and Brandon, though, man. I'm telling you. I was thinking about the two of you, man, because I'm like, oh, hang in there. Let's go.
Well, it was all the tournament had left. They were the only true underdog left.
Do you know what the deepest seed is right now?
Like a 4, isn't it?
A 6 seed.
6?
It's a 6 seed, yeah. And that's it. It's a bunch. All the ones are still in it.
There's a couple 6s, though, right?
No, there's only one.
Just one?
Yeah, I forget who it is, but
well, Arkansas is probably better than a 10, but it took them a while to gel. This is just Calipari's first year. Calipari's first year.
He'll bring it together.
You get to a Sweet 16.
Yeah, you're hating on the NIL stuff. Let's see what Mr. Calipari can take care of business.
We'll be
You're going to be just fine.
We'll be just fine.
You'll be competing for, well, how do you get the next Cooper flag? Like, how do you make that happen? How do you do that? Dude.
You had the best point guard, the best high school point guard in New York go to Fayetteville this year. I mean, you tell me.
How did Kevin Durant get to Texas, brother?
Come on.
How do you go from D.C. to Texas? Like, how does any of that stuff happen? How about DeAndre Ayton from the Bahamas to Arizona? Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. College basketball, we love it. CU, great job. Exciting day. Great news for the Avalanche and a must-win game for the Nuggets. This is it. This is the you literally cannot lose this one. As bad as the Washington loss was, we have hit it. We have hit the most you gotta win sort of game of the season for the Nuggets tonight. Ain't no doubt about it. So you cannot. We'll get to it. We'll get to all of it coming up. It's PhD on 92.5.
Okay, guys and gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I want you to just make a commitment. Commit to getting your hair back by committing to call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. When you call Advanced Hair, you're going to learn that nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine, and guys, you deserve to be the next one. So call 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you'll be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, we are talking the best of the best in the industry at what they do. And what I love about Advanced Hair Restoration is they believe in what they do so much that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Your own natural hair starts regrowing the very next day. Call today, 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
Tyler, you are off on spring break. That is Marty Natchez singing along to the Chicken Dance song. He plays a game where if you balk, to the screen of the phone,
chicken moves,
walks, jumps. So the louder you balk, the further the chicken goes.
I got to get this game.
It looks fantastic. But everybody, you should know, that is actually Marty Natchez playing the game. So that's why we have this as his theme song. Whenever he has a great night, we whip out the Chicken Dance song starring Marty Natchez.
Yeah, we got to get him on and talk about that.
He wore the big hat last night, too.
Is this like the new Pokemon?
I don't know. I don't know.
If you're balking in the wrong direction, it turns around.
Dan, can you get the video so Tyler can see it up there?
Oh, it's so funny, though.
Oh, it's hilarious.
But just for you to know, because that you might be like, huh? What are we doing here? That's why. So that's, for us at least, that's his theme song. Altitude TV got the special on that one, by the way.
By the way, Av's cooking.
God, talk about some defense, dude.
Dude.
They just made one of the hottest teams in the league look like nothing, huh?
It was started off as a very kind of typical, boring left-wing lock, LA Kings, Minnesota Wild sort of game, but just enough was enough. Okay, this is it for Tyler. So that's Marty Natchez.
I got to find that game. What's
that
game?
I don't know. Not sure.
That could be a pretty funny show bet right there.
Yeah. Anyways, great game. I really do not know how the Avalanche could be in a better place right now. They're going to play St. Louis, who's been pretty hot. I think
they're hot too, yeah.
I think they've won like 8 in a row. They're the hottest team technically by win streak in the NHL. That is Saturday at 2:30. And if they make another team that's pretty good look like a JV team, I think the Avalanche are dangerous, really dangerous. And listen, they're winning games when they're not playing that great. So what happens like last night when they got it turned on a little bit? I mean, it was dominant. Blackwood looks great in net. I get no indications being in that locker room that these guys are burned out or tired or anything. Just the opposite.
You think the influx of all the trades, all new people, just
it's like a new season. It's a new team.
That team.
No doubt about
Darcy,
it.
by the way, I thought what
I don't know. I'm actually not sure why he didn't play. I'm not sure. I don't know. It was kind of weird. Everybody was anticipating that he was going to go, so I'm not sure what happened.
Just in case saw him in the second round.
You would think if you were going to sit the guy for some rest, that wouldn't have been the game you were going to sit him.
I don't. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm sure we can dig around and find out, but I don't know off the top of my head. So it kind of surprised me. Like, I thought it was going to be. No, I guess not. Listen, man. I've heard some people like, who's a better team going in the playoffs? The Stanley Cup 2022 team or this team right now? It's a fair question. It is a super fair question. So,
but similar circumstances, whether you want to talk about the personnel, it's similar circumstances. It would bring in some bodies in the middle of the year that all of a sudden they gelled and were just the right decision, right? I mean, everything worked out.
Well, yeah, but the turnover this year has been way more dramatic.
Oh, yeah.
So, hey, kudos to Chris and to Joe and to Bedsy and everybody involved with the organization. I don't know if it's frustrating or not, but they're just kind of hold and serve as good as they're playing. Like they moved ahead of Minnesota a couple weeks ago, so they're not in the wild card spot. Dallas, annoyingly, keeps winning 2, and Dallas still has a game in hand, and they're 5 points in front of the Avs.
Well, and remember, they 8 days ago, they had 2 games in hand. So how do you not catch up being as hot as he has? Well, they won the game where they had it in hand, and so that's what's going to hurt that coverage.
Dallas has won 4 in a row. They're 6-2-2 in their last 10. They're playing well. Mikko had a goal last night for them. I mean, his production for them hasn't been great, but he's a contributor to it, and they're doing well. Now here's the twist too. Minnesota is 6 points behind the Avs. There's only 9 games left to play. This means if this were to stay like this, guys, in the last 2 games of the season, it would mean nothing. If you were 5 points below Dallas, 6 points ahead of Minnesota, those last 2 games against the Kings and the Ducks will mean nothing. I can't remember the last time at the very end of the season, 2 games, and we'll see if the differential is greater than 6, but 5 would do the trick, where this might be a huge benefit, by the way. You could just chill a little bit and rest guys and not have to kill yourselves.
How about this? The Avalanche theoretically could have a 100-point season and be in third.
It's shaping up like that.
Yeah.
So
only 5 games out, 50 wins.
I don't
know what it means.
Nothing. I don't know if anything means nothing. By the way, if you were just doing the 1 through 8, so instead of playing Dallas and then having to play Winnipeg, theoretically, if you were able to do the conference sort of thing, hold on, let me get the conference thing here. You'd be the 4 right now if it was today, and you'd be playing the Kings, the 5. Does it really matter if you play the Kings or the Stars? Does it really matter if you've got home ice or not in the first round? I'd make the argument not really. If you're good enough and you're this deep, you're going to win no matter who you're playing and where you're playing. I think that's what this team is. So I kind of agree that the playoff system is weird, but whether you play Winnipeg in the Western Conference Final or in the second round, who cares, man? You're going to have to beat good teams no matter what. You might as well just get to it.
But if you had the NBA drawing, that would be still a hell of a first round, even with all the.
It'd be Kings and Avalanche if it started this way today.
I think Winnipeg and Blues. I think Jets and Blues would be a fun matchup.
Blues
I think
are super hot.
Stars and Wild would be a fun matchup.
Yeah, there's no easy path.
I think Knights and Oilers would be a fun matchup.
No easy path here. What you want to know is your team playing as well as they can. Like they're not leaving anything out on the table. Like, we're not really sure if the Nuggets are playing as well as they can. I think it's pretty clear the Avalanche they're a wagon. They're playing great. And guess what, guys? That's 2 games in a row that are relatively easy. Like, you're not stressing your guys out to win those games. 2 games in a row like that. That's why I got to tell you, man, for this Nuggets game tonight, do we have an updated injury report? Do we know who's going or who's not going? And Markkanen, is he out?
Yeah, I don't know, but you should be able to win this one no matter who you're playing.
I agree.
Give Jokic another off night?
No, unless he.
Why not?
Well, it's up to him. I'd leave that kind of up to him and the trainers. I mean, the Nuggets.
I'd give him another off night.
The Nuggets are a 17.5-point favorite. I mean, it certainly wouldn't bother me if you wanted to give him an off night.
But here's your day-to-day guys. For the Nuggets going into tonight's game: Joker, Gordon, Brown, Porter, and Murray.
Okay.
By the way, I was
at
the gym yesterday. I had someone stop me. Why is it Braun? Why is it Brown instead of Braun?
Yeah, that's
and they sat down on the bench beside me. I had to turn my headphones off. I go, well, you probably have to ask their great-great-grandparents. I mean, they probably, start doing that. Utah, who with Danny Ainge working, has got tons of first-round picks, so he's probably trying to get in the lottery high.
But I was listening to the boys this morning. They said because of the way the lottery goes with the Jazz, it's a percentage based on where you finish. There's nothing it won't hurt them to win.
Well, yeah, Clarkson out, Markkanen out, Harkless out, John Collins out.
Oh, my God.
Hendricks is out. So.
Wow.
Jeez.
Wow.
You just got to take care of business. But again, it's what Malone says, which is the only thing. This is the one thing that fears me with the Nuggets. Then go kick their butt. I go back to that first couple of Super Bowl wins of the Denver Broncos. Dude, Terrell Davis. I mean, you talk about getting rest. Terrell Davis rests in fourth quarters, and that's in the NFL. When they beat the 3-time defending Super Bowl champions in Denver, and Terrell had 185 yards, he didn't touch the ball in the fourth quarter and still had 185 yards. Kick butt, sit down.
Yeah, you probably should focus on kicking butt because, quite frankly, if you don't focus on kicking butt, this team's liable to lose to these guys.
Yeah, go kick butt. Just kick butt, then we'll see.
I don't know if there's a more you got to win sort of game on the schedule than this one tonight, especially when you look at the games that the Nuggets have in front of them, which are going to be tough. I think even the San Antonio game I wouldn't look past. I'm not looking past this game. I'm just telling you, if anything, you should be
take care of business.
You should be laser focused on destroying these guys.
Unless they don't care and they think this is going to be whatever, and the team rests. I read you 6 guys. They rest 3 of them, then it'll be a game.
Okay. I think the Nuggets will take care of business. I think they will destroy the Jazz tonight. I don't know about not playing guys. I don't know. I don't know. Who knows?
You're going to have, what is today, Friday?
Yeah.
You're going to have Saturday, Sunday, Monday off anyway.
It's tempting, but you're right.
No, you'll play them tonight, and you get Saturday, Sunday, Monday off.
Right. You got this kind of
decent little break right there.
Oh, yeah. It's a very weird break.
You don't play till 8 o'clock on Tuesday.
You get that extra hour.
Yeah, get an extra hour.
And then you got to play the dreaded Minnesota Timberwolves on Tuesday. And, who knows with that one. And then you got to play a back-to-back. You got who they playing the next day? San Antonio. So you got a back-to-back. And
then you go to Golden State, which will be a monster game for them.
So here we go.
Golden State.
So it should be exciting. By the way, the Lakers. Oh, my God. This was so great. Told you that Chicago team is dangerous, man. That Chicago team. Oh, my God. So you're down by 5 with seconds to go. You drain a 3, and then the sequence was just beautiful. I think it was LeBron who was inbounding it.
It could not have been worse. I mean,
you tied it up with 6 seconds ago. Lakers call a timeout. Reeves scores a layup with 2.5 seconds to go?
Oh, right. And it was LeBron.
You're right, 6.
It was LeBron on the inbounds.
So LeBron's inbounding it. It gets stolen. White drains the 3. Reeves, he is nailed. That dude is a baller, man.
Yeah, he's good.
He goes down. That's exactly what you should do. Take it to the hoop. I guess Chicago, they must not have had any timeouts.
No timeouts.
And then Giddey from down under drains it. This is what it sounded like.
Vucevic covering Reeves. Reeves got it.
They got to stay away from that.
12 seconds left. Bulls have to hurry. Get it into Vucevic. Quick pass to Williams. Big shot for 3. Good.
Oh, wow. Down 3.
2-point game. 9.8 left.
2 point. Okay.
Oh, loose ball. Giddey. The steal. Wait for the lead.
Yeah! Big time players. Make big time plays.
Kobe.
White. Sub-Zero. Bang, bang, bang.
What a wild. Doncic took the final shot before that. Here's Reeves. Reeves straight to the cup. Lays it in to take the lead.
Got the lead.
Bulls are out of timeouts. 2 seconds left. Giddey for the win.
Go! My God! I cannot believe this. Elizabeth, I'm coming, baby. Oh, Lord. Improbable. Unbelievable.
Josh Giddey is a bad man. He's a bad man.
Amazing.
Dude, who's the color guy there?
Stacey King.
Awesome call. She was at Sanford and Sons. This is a man out of your own heart.
Yeah, that was
Elizabeth,
good.
I'm coming to join you. That is, for those that don't know, that is when was Sanford and Son? Late 70s, 80s?
Yeah, right.
Red Fox. That was the catchphrase.
Lamont.
And the old man.
Grady. Esther.
Yeah, that was the whole catchphrase. Every time he was shocked by his stupid son Lamont, it would be like, Elizabeth, I'm coming to join you. Like he's having a heart attack. What a game, man. What a game. Oh, take that, Lakers. Lakers have Oklahoma City twice next week.
Who just beat Memphis and got their coach fired. How about Memphis?
Oh, yeah. How about that?
That is bizarre.
Yeah, you got any insight on that one?
Firing their head coach with 8 games to go.
A playoff team. A significant playoff team. Oh, totally in the hunt.
Yeah, they're like 5th or 6th, something like that.
So,
tied with the Lakers and they may have the Lakers one more time too.
So what happened? What do you think?
I have no idea. I read that. I did read that before I came in here, and I went, "What?" Because everybody's pretty well respected head coach.
So there must be something behind the scenes that is bad.
So they're tied record-wise with the Lakers, but Lakers right now has the tiebreaker. However, the Lakers play them this weekend. Memphis gets the Lakers again this weekend. So, but they're going to do it with a brand new coach with 8 to go.
Dude, I don't recall a story like this. Do you?
Not with 8 games to go.
A playoff contending team.
Tied
8 games.
for 4th.
They're battling right there with the Nuggets. You're blowing out your coach? I'm dying to know what was happening behind the scenes with those guys. Holy cow, it must have been terrible. Did you see John Tortorella? He got fired too. They're terrible though. The Flyers.
What? Can I say something? I love Tortorella. How many times has he been fired? Though?
Oh, so many times.
It's like. But as soon as the team needs it, we need a complete change and rebuild overall. Then he'll be back with somebody else.
He'll be back somewhere because the guy can coach, but he also is like trashing his own team, and they're like,
"Well, he's a nutbag, though.
He is a nutbag."
When he was a Rangers coach, it was like the perfect job for him.
Yeah, he was an assistant with the Sabres when I was covering the Sabres with Lindy Ruff, and he was a quirky dude as an assistant.
Did he play?
Torts? I don't know. That's a good question. It looks like he played. I don't know. That's a good question.
But somebody for the playoff, ESPN or TNT got to bring him in because he'll say anything. He'll be
great.
He'll be awesome.
All right, so that's exciting. There's a lot of stuff going on, and if you missed the news, Deion Sanders has signed a new contract, which is awesome. So we'll dig into that. And the Rockies, guys. Did you get anybody to track anybody down, Dan, or what are we doing there? Nothing? Yes? No?
You guys are forcing something on us today, huh?
Well, it is.
Whose grand idea was this?
It's the first game of the year. No, we're going to try to stay. Well, you don't have to, but the concept is. Well, yeah, Scott's wearing his Royals gear. He knows what's what. He's aware. You're aware.
I'm aware.
But are you awake?
Oh, not my dog.
The challenge is, can you say something positive about the Rockies? That's the challenge, because we want to stay positive. This could just die a quick death too, but we'll give it a shot. And if this is it for Rockies content, then so be it. Stay tuned and find out the disaster next. Opening day for the Rockies. Huh? Huh? Hello? Bueller?
Bueller.
I saw the weather for the home opener is it's not looking good.
Chance of snow.
Yeah.
I was at a home opener when I think it was
a couple years ago it snowed.
But I think it was the one when they're still playing a mile high.
Oh my God. Oh, you're going back.
And the Rockies get a league, and they're just hoping it could get in because all of a sudden, like the 6th inning, the snow started coming down, 6, 7. That was all the way back a mile high.
We must have had like 10 of these over the years, yo. Right?
Well, what usually happens is the opening day is gorgeous, and the second game of the year
the
is
second game's usually stinky.
Disaster.
This will probably be just the opposite, right? A little rain, snow first day, and then all of a sudden a good weekend.
Well, I mean, I don't know. We'll see what the weather does. I heard the boys in the morning. They were like, we need a new theme song for the Rockies because Charlie's done. Josie's on a vacation far away.
Oh, whatever happened to Ya Ding Dong?
Ya Ding Dong.
We got to bring Ya Ding Dong back.
Well, that's only for home runs.
I know.
From
but
Euro,
that was our kind of generic. Anytime something good happened to the Rockies, Ya Ding Dong.
Well, we also the Banga Bus or whatever was whenever we did Rockies 2 for a while. What? Remember the old Elitch Farms when that old guy'd come out and he'd come off the bus dancing?
We said, yeah.
This is the Rockies. That was our relationship with the Rockies.
Ya Ding Dong's from Eurovision.
Yeah,
pretty good movie.
Really good movie.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody
I wanted to hate it every single second that I was watching it, and I just kept laughing.
Kind of weird emotional investment you get into it, right? Right. When he leaves, and you're like, oh, he's got to get back. Ya Ding Dong.
They're singing all songs.
Hey, Ya Ding Dong again. Play it again. Those folks don't get tired of Ya Ding Dong.
I should watch that tonight.
It's a good one.
I'm going to make a note for myself.
It's a good rewatch.
Sometimes when we talk about shows on air, I make a note for myself. I want to watch those.
That one, you can just pick up at any point too. It's like you can miss the first 10 minutes and you're all right there.
But what's the championship called they were doing? That's a real
Eurovision.
thing.
No, Eurovision's a real thing.
It's a real thing.
It's a real thing. Yeah. The whole thing's a real thing. Well, we had an idea, and this is really Dan Tanner's idea.
Right. We know who's got the ideas on this show, buddy.
And Dan was like, oh, man, we got to play Katrina and the Waves. Because what's the best thing?
I totally heard of them before DMac
like you've ever heard this song before.
Oh, Dan was like a huge Katrina and the Waves fan. Shocking to me. He's hanging out with Jim Barry. Anyways, the concept is if you can't say something nice, just play Katrina and the Waves. And then whatever you say about the Rockies is positive. Because what's the best thing about the Rockies?
Well, we got the coolest minor leaguer in minor leagues.
Here you go. So now
check out what other minor leaguers have rocked bleach blonde hair, purple hair, curly mullet, straight mullet.
So how would you phrase the best player in all of spring training starting with Albuquerque and not with the Rockies? How would you say that in a positive way?
Well, the good news about that is that we've got depth on this team. We are loaded on this Rockies team that we've got a dude that just shined at spring ball. And I mean, cool hair, bat flips and all.
Yeah.
We don't even need him on this club.
You know what's awesome? We really care about his development. And we wanted him just ease into things. No need to jump into.
How about, to go on that one, how lucky is Albuquerque to be able to witness?
How great for Albuquerque.
How great is this for Albuquerque?
How great for Albuquerque. Anything we can do to help Albuquerque is great for everybody.
Yeah, what a great opportunity for Albuquerque.
You got the right idea. Dan, you got something that you wanted to share?
Well, I mean, my reason to be excited about the Rockies this year is their pitcher, Chase Dollander. Scott, have you heard of Chase Dollander?
Heard of him.
He was their first-round pick in the 2023 MLB draft. 2 scouts at spring training this year said that Chase Dollander has a really good chance to be the best starting pitcher in the history of the Colorado Rockies.
And when will we expect to see him?
ETA is at some point this season, and I don't think he's going to be a September call-up. We could see him sometime in the middle of the year.
That means it could also be tomorrow.
But is this Albuquerque? Is he in Albuquerque? He's in Double-A.
He'll start the season in Albuquerque.
Oh, well, there you go. Albuquerque.
Albuquerque, get those season tickets. I'll say this. My biggest thing is you got Freeland and Marquez.
There you go.
Are back starting, and both of them basically missed all the season last year.
You're being a little serious there. I like it. That's good. So Marquez and Freeland are back. That's
so
a positive.
If those two guys can win 17 each,
we're doing all right. Anything else? I say they're not going to lose 100 games this year. All right now.
Now hold on.
Now I got a lot of runway on that one.
Yeah, we could revisit this in week 7 of the NFL season.
It will take at least 100 days of runway, and you do have some days off. So I get on that prediction, I get at least 3 months.
You probably get 4 months.
You think I get 4 months?
I think you get 4 months out of that.
Really?
Well, didn't you go the one game 2 years ago to the chance to lose 100?
I did. I had a date. I'd been fired.
And when that in September? Or?
Yep. I'm unemployed.
Still got free tickets though.
That is so. I did not get free tickets. I actually paid for that game. And it's funny you say that. And I went there and I'm like, oh, let's look at the Revolution. Because I had been at an A's game earlier in that summer where like there were A's fans with like signs and protesting, and they were all like upset.
And then the signs say, let's play in Albuquerque?
They were like, we want Sacramento. But I was like, well, there's passion for this team to be better here in Oakland. Certainly on the first time the organization's lost 100 games, you're going to see an outpouring of that here at Coors Field.
Did anybody watch the movie
Not so much.
Poltergeist?
Yes, of course.
No.
Go to the lights.
You got to watch it.
I'm not watching that.
Oh, it's trippy.
An 80s scary movie, but and you look back now, I bet the effects are just so hokey, it's unbelievable.
Well, you don't want to go to the lights. Yeah. Carry in.
But they get on the developer of this housing division. You moved the headstones, but you didn't move the bodies.
You moved
so all
the
the bodies in this graveyard are haunting these houses. Isn't that the Oakland A's? I mean, didn't you just move the headstone, but aren't the bodies the same?
You might be right about that.
Right? I mean, I don't think there was a big selling off of the A's for a new ownership group, was it?
No.
So
just ask Mark Davis.
They just went total poltergeist on the city of Oakland.
Well, we wish them the best. We could be the A's. We could be the A's. And we're not. It is the Rockies going against the Tampa Bay Rays, not the A's. And they're playing in a minor league facility because the Rays Stadium got leveled by a hurricane. So we're starting.
Well, we should feel right at home.
Doesn't it seem fitting?
You know why it's so good? It's just like Albuquerque.
Good green chili, by the way. Our minor leaguers are getting great green chili.
You know, should we just follow Albuquerque a little bit closer than the Rockies? Should we just adopt Albuquerque? Casper?
Don't they have a 1 AA team?
No, they don't have a AA team in Casper. You know where the AA team is conveniently.
1 AA, like below A ball.
Oh, you mean below A ball?
I think they have a team in
There's
Casper.
a below A ball team? Like a rookie league team in Casper? Well, you realize where the.
I watched the game there once.
Okay. You realize conveniently where the Rockies AA team is located, right? Hartford.
Yeah. Which it used to be Colorado Springs, right?
Let's go Rockies, Dan. Let's go, baby.
The Yard Goats, by the way.
Take it to break. Deion Sanders. I wonder if they'll do a press conference for this one. I don't know if they will or they won't, but
They probably will.
Deion Sanders signs a new 5-year deal. $54 million. Second highest paid coach.
By the end of the deal, technically speaking, it would make him the second highest paid coach, but by 2029, there'll be about 20 coaches making more.
We're ready for prime time. What do you say?
Congratulations to Prime, the CU community. Guys, what's your reaction to the deal?
It's big time. I mean, it's just cool. I never thought I'd see the day the University of Colorado could invest in the football program the way that they are. It's amazing. It's just I can't believe they could find this kind of money. I know that we joke about the fact that they don't have it. Listen, they can't pass it out unless they realistically think they can get this thing. So, like the first time when he joked about not having it, I think he was serious. He didn't have it, but there was a plan to get it, right?
Sure.
And the mere fact that the University of Colorado can compete with SEC schools on a coaching salary, it's freaking insane, man. It's absolutely nutso. $10 million per year is the starting point, and it only goes up.
Well, I think also, doesn't it put some stability as far as what they're able to do, portal/recruiting, all that stuff, because you even mentioned it earlier in the fall or in the winter that coaches already using, well, Prime ain't going to be here, Prime ain't going to be here. So now this right here, you're just taking one little, target, choking target off of Prime's back that other teams can't use against them.
Yeah.
So that helps a little bit.
You need a second?
I do.
Be careful over there, big fella. Yeah, okay. Hey, listen, Tyler, it's incredible what's happened to your program there, bro.
Yeah, man.
It's unbelievable.
It's cool. Like for everybody that was saying it was going to be 2 years and out, all right, what now? What now?
You know what story I quietly loved was Syracuse and CU are trying to put together this spring game thing, and you said, I didn't even know that was allowed. It's not.
No, it's not.
There was somebody else who just came out with that too. Somebody else just came out and said they want to do that too.
I gotcha. It's not, but they're still trying to figure it out.
Well, they're trying to get the NCAA to approve it.
Right.
So
pretty funny.
You know who's doing it? Oh, it was either Oklahoma or Oklahoma State.
They want to do it?
They want to do a spring game against each other too.
Oh, if this goes through, schools all over the country will be doing.
Well, we'll see. It might actually save spring games. Spring games are getting canceled left and right. I mean, not just the way that it was before where it was stupid and they weren't really competing. I mean, Nebraska, who has been the biggest spring game for decades, they canceled their spring game. That's the current trend. And Deion, being Deion's like, no, I'm not canceling it. Let's go bigger. Let's go better. Let's go brighter.
Right. I'm going to play my kids, even though they're probably going to be the first 2 or 3 picks of the draft. We don't care. We're playing in that bowl game.
You know why spring games are getting canceled? Like the single biggest reason. I guess I'll put you guys on the spot. I'm curious your thoughts. What would you guess is the single biggest reason why they're getting canceled?
I want to put cost in there somewhere, but I don't know why it would be cost. But cost somewhere in low attendance. I don't know.
DMac, what would you
just
think?
Assume it's some sort of financial thing.
Yeah, it's not. Well, maybe inherently behind the scenes it is. The single biggest reason why these games are getting canceled is because the transfer portal, it's like day after, 2 days after. Remember, who was the receiver we lost last year that balled out in the spring game? Drawing a blank on his name right now, but we lost a receiver that absolutely balled. He was the stud of spring game. Next day, gone. So what these programs don't want to do, they don't want to showcase their guys on the national scene where they can put them on TV for these other programs.
Yeah, because there for a while, you had ESPN. I remember one year ESPN went to 3 different sites of spring games and was showing some of the spring games.
Right.
Makes sense.
So the Deion thing is incredible. You got it done. There is one little caveat on it that makes me a little bit nervous, and for all the Deion haters that say he's not here long term, well, the buyout doesn't do us any favors there. The buyout's insanely low. It's a $10 million buyout, which is nothing. It's embarrassingly low. That's like you could find that in a Mountain West. You could find that somewhere lower and lower and lower. I pulled up a list just out of curiosity of what the highest buyouts are in NCAA football right now. Well, we already talked about Kirby Smart, who's like $118 million. Jimbo Fisher, 77. Brian Kelly, 61. Well, Dion's getting paid like these guys. He's getting the same salary as these guys. They've got salaries of 60, 70, 80, $100 million. Going to the lowest, like the lowest buyout of the elite coaches in NCAA football right now, it's Dan Lanning at Oregon, and that's a $20 million buyout. So it just goes to show you what was the holdup in the negotiations when we had heard months ago that there was an offer on the table and Dion hadn't signed it. I doubt it was about dollars and cents in terms of what he was getting paid, and I bet it had everything to do with the buyout.
Well, that would be the cynical side, that Dion's just, cashing in as much as he can to cash out as soon as he can.
Well, I don't think you can avoid it. I mean, look, I'm a Buff, and I hope he's here forever. I hope he retires here, man. That would be incredible to have him here for 10, 15 years. But you cannot avoid $10 million is embarrassingly low.
All right, so how long?
Isn't that amazing? We live in a sports society where we talk about $10 million being nothing.
Trust me.
Isn't that crazy?
It's ridiculous. Tell me then how long you think this keeps him here then, for sure.
I would say guarantees at least 2, maybe 3 years. After that, it's
we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see how Shedur's doing. We'll see on a lot of things. See how CU's doing. See how Prime's doing.
But hey, in today's world, 2 or 3 years is a long time. It is.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And with the transfer portal, you can turn things around like that. So, do you think this keeps CU competitive this season?
I don't think it's going to change anything for this season. No. You've got your squad. Now you'll add bodies and you'll get rid of bodies because that's what you're going to do. But it really doesn't change anything for this year. You're done for the most part with the radical changes of your team. What it helps with is the future. It helps with the next 2 or 3 years.
Right. So now on visits and everything for the next, they know. They should know.
You mean when they come see him?
Well, that's right. Because he ain't going there. Why would I go to a living room? By the way, I'm watching Blue Chips again. We'll go back to Blue Chips, and it's all that.
2 days in a row?
No. But I'm just going back to it in my mind, like the visiting in the living rooms and the whole thing and the driving around. Prime doesn't do any of that crap.
Yeah, that was cool. That was probably the cool part about when I was recruited. Yeah.
Here's that coach walking through your door.
Eddie Sutton and Patsy Sutton are knocking on the door, walking in my little old house.
With briefcases?
Out in the country.
Well, Blue Chips was a gym bag. Getting that done with $30,000 in there and a new tractor for Dad. But, Nick Nolte.
I knew a guy who played for the University of Kentucky. He was on a USA team, and they were practicing in Lexington, Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
Guys were up playing dice in the room on an off day or whatever, and the guy that was from Kentucky just getting it handed to him. Gets on the phone, and all he says on the phone, hey, it's da-da-da, in room, blah, 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 I need a new pair of shoes. He said about 30 minutes later, knock on the door. Door opens, he grabs a box of shoes, brand new pair of Nikes, and $30,000.
Right on inside that shoe.
I have some details about Prime's incentives. You want to hear some?
Yeah, it's not that much.
Okay. $150,000 if the football team wins 9 games in the regular season.
Okay.
Going to hit that one? So go through it. Do you think he'll hit that one?
That's going to be tough.
9 games in the regular season, so they'd have to go 9-3.
It's going to be tough.
Okay.
Tough this year unless this young quarterback just balls out.
$100,000 for each additional win after the 9 wins. Again, would be tough. $150 if the $150,000 if the team plays in the Big 12 championship game. What do you think about that?
Well, again, I think all these are extremely low. $150,000 is nothing.
$150,000 if the football team is invited to a non-college football playoff bowl game. $400,000 if the team wins the conference championship or appears in the college football playoff round 1. If the team achieves both, coach only earns the $400,000 bonus. If the team wins round 1, coach earns an additional $50,000 or $450,000 if the team wins the conference championship and earns a bye. $100,000 if the team goes to the college football playoff semifinals. $200,000 if they appear in the college football championship. $250,000 if they win the national championship. $75,000 if he's selected Big 12 Coach of the Year, and $150,000 if he's the national coach of the year.
So you know what that is? That's a dude, and we've all been through this, right? When we're negotiating, whether you're negotiating a $100,000 salary or whatever. Hey, just put my bonuses into my salary. Just give me that, right? Let's just get rid of the bonuses. Let's not worry about incentives. Look, a $200,000 bonus to go win a national championship. He got everything he wanted to put into his salary.
Pretty cool. All right, here is Prime, by the way. This is something different. Here he's talking about Shedeur. Now, do you remember last year around this time, they were saying, what, we're going to do the Eli Manning. We're going to pick where we're going to go. Remember all that? Yeah, well, that's...
First off, let's be clear. They never said that. They never said that. Dion never said that. Shedeur never said that. People said that about them.
All right, well, here's what Prime's saying now.
You know me, I'm going to get to the bottom of it. So I called that team because I tracked it down. I knew who it was. And I called the head coach, and we had a candid conversation. Because
Did you really? Good for you.
We were really cool. And he said, Prime, that never happened. He said, matter of fact, it was a great interview. We all walked out of there saying, dang, this kid got it. I said, yeah, but this guy on your staff lied and said it did. So you need to check him. And he did. Shedeur has told me, he's talked to me intently about all the visits he's had with all the teams, so I know where his heart is. I know where he wants to go. If it's New York, it's New York. If it's Tennessee, if it's Cleveland, if it's still the Raiders, if it's New Orleans, if it's any of those teams that are seeking a quarterback, I'm happy with it, man, because I know what he's going to do to the organization. I know what he's going to do.
Something interesting in there. If it's still the Raiders. Okay. Maybe that was the initial plan, right?
I didn't catch that, actually. That is interesting.
Yeah, that's probably what their initial plan was. That was probably
I thought it was interesting. He also threw New Orleans in there at 9.
Well, because he's doing the same thing we're doing every day.
He just said any quarterback-hungry team.
Right. There's like 5 of them.
Hey, listen. New Orleans, well, every team. This is probably a dust statement because every team does, but New Orleans loves their successful quarterbacks. You go down there and he balls out in New Orleans, they'll give him a key to the city.
Oh, not to be a jerk here, but what NFL city doesn't like a successful quarterback?
Well, I agree with you.
Okay.
Has Bo Nix got a key to the city yet?
DMac gave it to him.
Dude, you should see what it's like being around Bo Nix at Ball Arena when, you were there. You were kind of in his presence. You tell me, how'd you think that went with him, with the common folk when Prince Bo was in attendance?
Was it like Russ at the beginning? Because it didn't seem. I wasn't there, just watching
Russ
on TV.
Was king of the team. Yeah, before you had to.
It didn't seem like a Russ type of reaction.
It was pretty strong, and he was there with the Nuggets one night, and the Avs a couple nights later. Both teams gave him kind of the, they had jerseys for him and stuff, and he was on the jumbotron. He was throwing out footballs, and
he's the quarterback of the Denver Broncos. He's going to get a great reaction.
Yeah. I think he's got it. I think he's.
No, I don't think he has the key to the city.
I don't either.
I don't know, guys.
No.
Nikola Jokic doesn't even know who he is. When he's got the key to the city, Jokic will know who he is.
Yeah.
By the way, I got to tell you a funny story, and we'll just move on. McKinnon was sitting courtside. Did you see him the other night?
Okay.
So McKinnon's sitting courtside. I don't know if it was another player or buddy that was sitting with him. Right. I mean, literally front row center court.
Yeah.
And Joker did that behind the head pass with it to Gordon.
Yeah.
I didn't even mean to, but I looked over and them two dudes were going great. McKinnon was like, he's over there imitating Joker, and I'm like, okay, there's game recognizing game, which I thought that was really cool. Which is the same thing going back to Bo Nix when they're on the sidelines. And Joker does a routine, he does it. Almost ran over Bo. Bo stepped back, and then even those offensive linemen, I see him go, realize he's that.
No, it's the one athlete here in this city that nobody can believe is Nikola Jokic.
Mm-hmm.
He is the one pro athlete that the other pro athletes they all know him, and they're all dazzled by him. And he probably doesn't know anybody else. Not really.
And not in a bad way. Just that I'm sure he doesn't even pay attention to anything.
He knows Nate, of course.
I think he might watch a little hockey once in a while and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I mean, if Jack Drury came up to Nikola Jokic, Jokic would probably flip him his keys. I don't know how deep Jokic goes with the Broncos, dude.
I bet he knew who Russ was.
I don't know.
I don't
think so?
I don't know, man. I don't know. He definitely was told that he should know who this is.
He didn't know who Vaughn was, but they made him go over there and swap out jersey with Vaughn.
Okay.
He's a different cat.
I don't know, man.
He doesn't own a social media account.
Right.
The only time he's on his phone is he's watching horse races back in Europe, or he's FaceTiming his kids. He just dropped 39, 10, and 10, and he's running down the hallways chasing his 3-year-old.
Right.
That's him.
I bet you he knows who Matthew Stafford is. I think he keeps it all in the Kroenke family.
I bet he doesn't know. I bet he has no idea that. I bet he doesn't even know who the executives are.
With who?
With the Avalanche or the Rams.
Oh, man. Do you think Jokic knows who Joe Sakic is?
He probably knows Joe, because I bet you Joe's been around. Be interesting to see if they had a conversation. Wouldn't that be cool?
It'd be
funny. By the way,
funny.
we haven't talked about this. We got to go to break.
Yeah.
McFarland, General Manager of the Year?
We'll see.
Great case.
It's looking pretty good. No doubt about it. Ain't going to be the GM of the Hurricanes. Scott saw himself on TV. Oh, twice. On HBO. Huh? Details next. The great Kyle Speller right there. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction. Ugh, who needs that garbage, right? And if every weekend for you is just another, you know what, never mind, forget about it, I don't care. That's because your sex life and your romantic life may not be where it needs to be because of ED. Okay, if you're putting it off and you're just thinking, whatever, it's no big deal. You don't need to leave life like that. What you need to do is get with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So if you're in this boat, let's grab an oar and get going. The initial visit's $99. You get the medical consult, the TNPSA test. If advised, a test dose. And if that doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. But like most men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So find out for yourself. Call today, 720-440-7900, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Live from the Backus and Shanker studios, it's PhD on 92.5. On ESPN, they're kvetching about the recently 1-4 Lakers, and JJ Redick saying, well, that was a hell of a way to lose. If you missed that, Giddey drained a beyond half-court shot to win at the buzzer, and the sequence of blowing a 5-point lead with like 20 seconds to go is epic, and LeBron was responsible for the inbound pass. Should have talked about that with Pat McAfee, I suppose. But that being said, good for the Nuggets. And then you look at the Grizzlies, and they're blowing out their coach. What? Huh? Okay, great, I guess, because I don't want to go any lower than 3 if that's at all possible. You got 8 games to go. Can you catch Houston? I don't know, man. It's going to be tough. They got a couple game lead.
They got to go to Lakers like Tuesday.
You do have Houston as your last game of, your last 2 games of the year are Memphis and Houston. So, I mean, you can create separation, maybe catch somebody. Puts a lot of pressure on the team, though, coming down the pipe. And that's just the way it's going to be. Every game is going to be pretty intense. It has to be. Seeding will matter. You'll want to fight for it. That's why tonight, against a beyond depleted Utah team, as bad as the Wizards were, they weren't depleted. They did have all of their players playing for them. Utah can't say the same.
Well, not only are they bad, I mean, they're at this point where they actively prefer to lose every single game.
It doesn't make a difference. Because of the way they do it percentage-wise with the lottery, it's not like the NFL. So
they've already met the threshold to be the worst?
Correct. Right. They've given themselves the highest percentage chances to be the first pick.
All right, whatever.
So it doesn't matter.
Bottom line, they ain't motivated.
I remember when the Avalanche had their...
If Cooper Flag sees that Utah's the first pick in the draft, does Cooper go, I'm going to go back and I'm going to go to Duke one more year?
Oh, they would love Cooper Flag and
they would love him, but would he love in Utah?
Well, what's his choice going to be? He's gonna be the first pick one way or the other. Yeah. I mean, you're going to be in for a bad team.
A year, though.
He could if he wants. He put in 30. They're gonna. It's a chalk tournament, man, for the most part. So sorry about Arkansas.
Yeah, well.
But that being said, how else should we frame tonight's matchup? And we'll get to where Scott was. Scott is now a TV star.
You got to win the
game.
You got to take care of business. You got to come out professionally. You got to take care of the game. It'll be interesting seeing come game time since you got a bunch of guys listed day to day. Did they sit there, okay, depleted? Let's rest Gordon. Let's rest Murray.
Real quick, with 3 days off before you play Tuesday and Wednesday,
I would play people.
Okay, that's where I was going. Why?
Because you got three days off and 3.5 days off.
That's true. Also true that you should be able to beat them with anybody.
Well, does the extra day off matter? Or do you want a certain level of conditioning?
If you've got a knee and you've got a hamstring and you've got a calf and you've got an ankle, yeah, I think an extra day helps. You take off Saturday, you come in and get treatment all day Sunday, practice a little bit, treatment on Monday, treatment Tuesday morning, let's go.
8 games left. Ideally, what do you want to finish at worst out of 8 games, record-wise?
I'd like you to see if you could get 5-3, 6-2.
Let's just say 5-3.
So 5-3 would get you at 51.
So if you're going to be at 5-3, how big is this game then tonight?
Big.
Huge, right?
Yeah.
So no excuses tonight, correct?
No, I don't think you can. I think you want to look. I think you have 4 more home games. You want to win all 4 home games.
Don't forget, Michael Malone took the score sheet, crumpled it up, and threw it away after a win against the depleted Lakers. So let me ask, not only do you want to win tonight, but does there need to be a little bit of a statement here?
Well, you got to start gelling these guys. We talked about it yesterday. The starting units, you came out of camp, but only played 21 games. You'd like to get a handful more, see if they get it right. The heart and beat of this team is still Murray, so you got to get Murray right. And I don't know if it's a knee thing or whatever it is, mental thing, but he's got to get right physically and emotionally. Joker's going to be Joker, I think. And then where can Porter and Gordon, can they lift even more? Because if Murray's playing right, Joker's playing right, and either Gordon or MPJ are balling, there's no one you can't beat. You can beat everybody.
They're 17.5-point favorites.
That's a lot. I don't.
Hey, by the way, did you see what Indiana did last night?
Mm-mm.
They scored 160 points.
Goodness.
Guess how many threes they made?
They set a record?
Guess how many threes they made?
28.
Oh, so close. 27. 27 threes.
40 points a quarter. Good Lord.
Dude, the Wizards, who beat the Nuggets
twice,
lost by 53 points last night. 162 to 109.
1-2-3 Cancun?
Yeah, but you know what, man? I mean, the Pacers shot 27 of 47 from three. Like, okay, 1-2-3 Cancun. You still shot 57.4% from three. Yeah. Like, damn.
And made that many. You're not going to lose many games.
The Nuggets are playing the Pacers in like 3 games from now. So it does not get easy. It's a tough stretch for the Nuggets down the road.
Yeah.
Except for tonight.
Tonight, maybe San Antonio, but it's still a back-to-back.
Dude, an NBA team losing by 53 points? I mean, my God.
That's why there's a bunch
Lord.
of teams. Utah's in that boat tonight. San Antonio will be in that boat. That if you jump on them, send a message, we ain't playing around. Their 1-2-3 Cancun is in the back of their mind.
By the way, the Jazz played last night, too, on top of everything. So let's just, they lost.
Take care of business.
Get your rest in the third and the fourth if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go. Okay?
Yeah. I'll do my best.
Yeah, do you
get him motivated, Scotty.
make it work out, will you?
I'll give my best.
You should be interviewing after the game. Are you Vic? Vic's doing that? Who should Vic be interviewing?
Peyton Watson.
Oh, I was even gonna go deeper.
Jalen Pickett.
Yeah, that's where I was gonna go.
Yeah. Jalen Pickett with a career high
24 the other night.
No, but it's like, oh my God. There was a game.
Hunter Tyson.
Who was the small guard for the Nuggets a couple of years ago?
Gillespie.
It wasn't Gillespie. It wasn't Facu. There was another guy who wore 0-0. He hardly ever played, but the last game of the year meant nothing. And this dude went for like 24 points or something. Like he went off. He wasn't even activated. It was the championship year, and he wasn't eligible
I
for the
remember that
playoffs.
because they were playing him at the end of the year, and we were like, why are they even playing him? Because he can't play in the playoffs.
He cannot play in the playoffs.
God, who was that? I remember the exact. I think it was Gillespie.
I think it was
No, it wasn't Gillespie. I know it wasn't Gillespie.
Are you sure?
Positive.
He wasn't eligible for the playoffs, and he played well down the stretch.
He was injured that year. He didn't play at all that year. No, you got to look it up.
I definitely remember the story.
His number
it was confusing why he was even in the game.
Maybe the text line will. Well, he played in the game because the game didn't mean anything.
I know, but still.
But I'm just saying, like, how good these guys can be. He put up like 24 points or something. Everybody, people got to be yelling at the radio right now. Is it Marcus Howard?
No.
Oh, that might have been.
It might have been. Yeah, it was somebody like that. Yeah, I'm getting multiple Marcus Howards on the text line. Yeah. That sounds really familiar. Yeah, we're getting like 5-6 in a row. Marcus Howard. My point is, if you go look at
Davon Reed.
No. But I remember that was controversial because they left him off the roster, and some of the fellows weren't thrilled about that because they really liked Reed. No, it was Marcus Howard. He wore 0-0. I'll just.
It wasn't the champ. It was the 21-22 season.
The championship year was the same storyline with Gillespie.
So it was the year before.
It was the year before? Oh, okay. All right. So my dates are a little bit off.
No, I think you're merging two storylines because that exact storyline happened with Colin Gillespie.
It may have, but I'm thinking of Marcus Howard. My point is, this was a guy who just did nothing. This is what tonight should be. That's my point.
Yeah.
That somebody who does absolutely nothing can go off for a career. So in that NBA game that meant absolutely nothing, Marcus Howard went for like 20-something points. That's what tonight should be. Boy, I took forever to get to that point.
I forgot about him. Played at
he ate up a good 2 minutes. It was cool.
My Lord. Holy cow. I'm killing everybody here.
He played with Denver in 2021 and 21-22. That's his only 2 years in the league.
Yeah, and it is. Look up his stats of that final game. It was crazy. He went off. He was the star of the game. Maybe it's Trey. What's Trey's last name? Trey Alexander. Maybe today it's a Trey Alexander night. That would be great because if Vic was standing next to, Jalen Pickett, he's almost as tall. Not really. Oh, somebody's saying Dario Saric. That'd be funny if Vic was interviewing Saric.
I don't care what the game says. It ain't going to be him.
Hey, does Saric get in the game tonight?
No.
He doesn't get in the game tonight?
No. Malone don't like him.
Oh, man, if you're not getting in this game tonight.
Oh, did you guys see that he signed some international team? I forget who it was.
I think it's in Dubai.
Yeah, but he had a player option that he was able to opt out if he wanted to.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because I'm sure he would have made more money to stay here and just be on the roster, and there's nothing Nuggets could have done about it. But instead he wanted to go play in Dubai, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's like that.
April 10th against the Lakers.
Yeah, and the Lakers, I remember that game because who's the slam? Mac McClung played in that Lakers game because it didn't mean anything to the Lakers.
They lost in overtime, 141-146. He was 8 of 17 field goals, 2 of 8 from the 3.
Yeah, he was the star of the game. But McClung
he had 25 points.
25 points, but McClung had a big game in that game. Mac McClung was like, they won. Mac McClung threw in like a reverse jam in overtime. It was a crazy game. It meant absolutely nothing, and all the scrubs were out there. And McClung's like throwing down dunks.
Does Matt McClung, does he ball in the G League?
Yes.
He does?
Yes.
Okay.
Guess who balled the other?
So he balls at real basketball.
Guess who balled the other night was Bronny James in the G League. He put up 39 points.
He balled in the NBA last week.
He had 17.
Yeah.
Listen, you guys still be pretty good.
They say Bronny's been playing really well all year long in the G League.
Dude, if you can put up 39 in the G League, and listen, Hunter Tyson has had his time in the G Leagues. A lot of guys on the Nuggets have had great G League games because they're real players. They really are that borderline, I might be an NBA player, that sort of guy. But the chasm between the G League superstar and I'm on the roster and I'm a guy, it's still massive. All that being said, Scotty, where did you see yourself on TV last night?
I saw myself twice. McClung, by the way, is averaging 6 assists, 4 rebounds. It's not saying points. 25 points a game.
Wow.
So he's balling.
I'd call that balling.
He's balling.
Yeah,
I saw myself twice. I end up binging it's called Celtic City on Max. The first one was when they're talking about Larry Bird.
This one DMac was talking about?
Yeah, it's really good, but I like history stuff. Bird in college, blah, 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 and all of a sudden he drops off a pass to a guy, and I'm straight up when I was Arkansas. I was a freshman.
In an NCAA tournament
So
game.
I was 18. So I got to see me when I was 18.
So there's a Larry Bird highlight playing in a college game.
Midwest Regional Finals.
And there I am. There you are.
There I was. And then
how'd you do on that play?
I got 10 in the game.
Oh, okay.
Freshman.
All right.
Then there was the one with tree bites man.
Danny Ainge.
Danny Ainge thing. I'll tell you a funny story about that. And I come in late. I'm not in the playoff roster, so I come in on a suit.
Just to recap, real quick: the Celtics-Hawks rivalry. Tree Rollins, 6'10", 7 feet, something like that.
7'1", yeah.
Yeah, Danny Ainge, 6'4", 6'5",
but dirty as heck.
Yep. They get into it. Ainge tackles Tree Rollins with like a double leg takedown. Tree tries to bite Ainge's finger off.
Okay.
You're in there.
We've all been there.
I'm on the edge. Well, I'll tell you the funny story at the end of that. So we came up and we go, Tree, like we saw him the next day because that was like the first game of a playoff series. We go, Tree, you bit his finger? He goes, man, he was trying to scratch my eyes and my face. And he said, all of a sudden I felt something in my mouth that wasn't supposed to be there. He said, I tried to bite that thing off.
Respectable.
But he's on the bottom trying to scratch his face. Finger drops down into his mouth, and I mean,
Mike Tyson says, "Why didn't you bite it off?"
Ainge said you could see the ligaments, so I mean, he got deep on it.
Okay,
he did some damage on it anyway, right?
And there you are in a sport coat.
I'm there in a little blue sport coat.
Did you pause it for a second? Hey,
I did on the NCAA game. I go, Lord, look, that's you. Oh, isn't that cute? Roll back over.
So when you're watching that, because I said when I was watching that, I saw similarities between that Celtics team and the Nuggets. Could you see what I was talking about there? Maybe just a little bit?
After they won in 81, similar to Denver, and then it was just hard for a couple of years. They just too familiarity, and then they ended up trading with Paul Silas and some other cats around, moved the coach around, boom, 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 did a lot of different things.
The point being, if you want to establish a legacy with your core superstars, at some point, even after a championship, you may have to make significant change. Correct?
Yeah, that's what they did.
That's what they did. You can't be afraid of it.
Not if you win another.
Maybe, but boy, it's hard to do. But it just goes to show how hard winning is. I mean, you got Bird, McHale. And how about that? How about when they admitted we quit on our coach? Then they had a really good team. They were winning tons of games, the whole thing. They're deep in the playoffs or second round at least.
That was the same year they beat us. And then they just got hammered the next series. Swept. I think they got
Bucks,
swept.
Yep. But to admit we quit, we quit.
Hall of Famers.
Hall of Famers because they couldn't stand the coach. It's a delicate balance.
Bulls did that.
The Bulls did that?
Didn't they do that before? Who was the guy before Phil? Help me out here. They hated his guts.
Well,
they had Collins there for a little bit.
Doug Collins, yeah, it was before Phil.
Oh, there's the dude they had the 30 for 30 on. Or was that that might have been the GM?
Oh, they hated the GM.
Yeah, that was the GM.
They hated him.
Yeah, that was the GM.
Collins was interesting because Collins was subservient to Michael Jordan for everything.
And this when Michael was still real young, and a lot of veterans didn't like it.
Yeah, so Collins would just do literally, but this is where Michael Jordan's putting up 60 against the Celtics, but losing in the playoffs. So it was never really going to work for a championship run. They needed Phil Jackson. Well, that's a fair point. They had all the stars, really, to win a championship. And when they got a coach who was just a better coach, who just had his own plan, rather than just giving in to the superstar, they won. We'll see with the Nuggets this year.
Well, it was interesting for me, and I told you what I thought it was going to be when you were telling me about the series. It's a docuseries on Max. Not Max, but...
HBO Max.
Yeah, Max. HBO Max, that's right. They're going back into seeing the black and white films and the Bob Cousy stuff and all that, seeing Chamberlain when he was real young. And I started thinking, well, I knew the Celtics because they were always on TV, but I loved Chamberlain. But then all of a sudden I said, well, JoJo White and Havlicek were two of my favorite players of all time.
And they won a couple championships.
Yeah, and I started thinking back, I go, well, why'd I like Chamberlain? He played at the University of Kansas. As a kid, grew up in Kansas, and here was this guy, this dominant guy, so he became my guy. Always lose to the Celtics. And then JoJo White, where'd he go? Kansas. And so I realized, well, why do I like Havlicek so much? He played with JoJo White, and I got to see him play with JoJo all the time, so I became a Havlicek guy forever. Loved that guy. In fact, I got a funny John Havlicek story I'll tell you. So a lot of those people I remember, as a kid, as a young kid growing up, seeing those guys. But then, listen, even when I got in the league now in the early 80s, everybody knew Boston was the racist town in the world. I mean, it was no one hardly, not many black players wanted to go to Boston to play there because of the city. And you go back and they go through all that with Bill Russell and Martin Luther and all the different stuff that happened during the 60s. I thought that was just fantastic.
Yeah,
had the lawyer that got beat up in the one little area by City Hall where they have the end of the parades.
The thing is, how do you maintain a legacy and how are you just a one-off champion? The Sixers turned out to be a one-off championship, not a legacy.
With some good players.
So what's the difference? It's a fascinating thing to contemplate for sure. No dumb questions coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
So this is not really a no dumb question, but it's just a quirky little deal, and you may see this in the news if you look it up. I'm on a group text. We're not planning any battles or wars or anything on my group text with my high school friends. We're just, just being stupid 50-year-olds. Ed Sheeran is from Ipswich, England. He is today or last night or yesterday or something. He went to my hometown of Ipswich, Massachusetts to stage like a impromptu, like a pop-up. He did a pop-up bar, and he went to the Shote Bridge pub, which is, there's like 2 bars in Ipswich. And he sat there at the Shote Bridge pub, which I've been to, a bunch, and just sat there playing guitar in the Shote Bridge pub in my hometown of Ipswich.
So they have your boys get there?
I don't know if any of my guys are there, but there's Ed Sheeran in Ipswich, Massachusetts. So if you look up Ed Sheeran in Ipswich, Massachusetts, y'all, for whatever it's worth, that is my hometown.
Would you say he looks a little like a young Darren McKee?
He's a redhead. He's a true ginger. I am not a ginger. Listen, we're going to have some problems here. I might have to throw at you. There's
okay, Stephen A.
That's right. That's right. Oh my God! Did you guys see the meme of like Stephen A. saying he's going to throw at LeBron, and they show the boxing highlight of Stephen A. like practicing boxing?
Really?
That he looks like an idiot.
Well, he did say, if you watch the whole clip, he say, "I know I would get my butt kicked, but I would throw at him if he laid my hands on me."
Kaner is a ginger. I am a blonde.
Is he?
Yes.
I thought he was bald.
Okay. Well, there's that too. Anyways, just letting you know, if you look up there, Ed Sheeran in my home, if you care.
He's done that around a few times.
Yeah. Here it is. This is how he's going to throw hands at LeBron. Oh, they're just. I don't know what that is. Or you're just scrolling through TikTok now, but yeah, that's
power.
That's what LeBron has facing him. Yeah.
By the way, that's what LeBron put on his Instagram. Just
LeBron
FYI.
put that on?
Look, it says King James.
That's LeBron? Oh, that's funny. That's a diss right there. That's pretty funny. No dumb questions on the text line. Shot Ma is the text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Scott, why does Malone hate Saric so much? You want to clear that up?
I don't think he hates him.
How did it happen so quickly is my question.
Well, the first month of the season, he had some struggles, right? He had some struggles to start the season.
But he was a dude just last year.
Was a dude. Not very quick, doesn't jump very well.
Vic Lombardi has taken personal blame by this because he said he was banging the table the loudest for Saric.
Okay, good for him for taking accountability. I don't blame him. I mean, he seemed like a pretty damn good addition to the team.
I don't think Malone hates him.
What are you talking about?
I don't think he hates him.
DMac.
Hate's a strong word.
DMac, I'm not telling you he hates the human being to his core, but yes, coaches can hate players, and he hates that player.
I'm just.
Are you getting caught up in the semantics of the human being?
No. I've moved on to something else more insulting. DMac, when's the next Southwest commercial? Okay, moving on.
He really hasn't played since November 23rd.
Well, tonight.
You get a couple games late. He's played in 5 games since November 23rd.
Does he play tonight?
You hope so.
No.
Well, I'll tell you, here's another thing
no.
also.
He doesn't play. No.
In the blowout games, because he's a veteran guy, 10, 11 years in the league, whatever it is, and coaches usually don't put those guys in with a minute to go.
Don't put him in with a minute to go. Put him in the first quarter. You're playing the Utah Jazz that have nobody. Play him when Jokic comes out in the first quarter. Put in Saric, and let's go. They should, like Tyler said, they should be able to win tonight with a combination of Jokic could probably get away with just playing in the first quarter. That's how easy this game should go. Put in Trey Alexander, PJ Hall. Play him. Play him when it matters, not just garbage time tonight. Why not?
But Malone's probably got PTSD from the Wizards.
Well, you're probably right about that.
Yeah.
But I would make the argument, this is a little rah-rah. We're a team. Let's go, boys. Come on, get it done. We're 17.5-point favorites. They got nothing going on. They played last night. I mean, come on, man. Something like that.
You guys got any good new shows? You guys been watching anything good? I was gonna ask this yesterday, and then last night I happened across one that I'm down with. I like it. But I'm curious if you guys got any new ones.
There's one out there that I've seen, but it's super, super freaking heavy. And I don't know, I could not say watch it for a good time. But it's getting a lot of attention. It's called Adolescence.
Oh, I watched it.
It's about as heavy as you get.
It's good. It's really good, though.
It is really good. It's one of those.
It was short. It was like when I got to the final episode, I wasn't even expecting I was going to be on the final episode.
Do you know why? Because they do all episodes in one take. So it's a 50-minute, every episode's at least 50 minutes long. And if you make one mistake at any point during that 50 minutes, they go back to square one and start over. It's a one-camera, continuous shot. Every episode is like that. So it's like, yeah.
What's the point of that? Like, why did they make it life hell on each other?
Because it's the essence of acting and the thing and the emotions of the story and whatever.
Now that I know that, I'm even more impressed. I mean, it's a good show. It is heavy, for sure.
It's super heavy.
I mean, it's about the kid that killed somebody.
Right. A 13-year-old boy who murders a girl because of bullying on the Insta tweets.
Yeah.
Have you seen Yellow Jackets?
You know what? So I've seen the old seasons, but I don't have what's it on, Showtime or something?
I don't know.
I don't have that, so I haven't seen the new one. But that is a good one. I came across one on.
I've not watched it, but I was told that I got to watch this. Pretty good.
I'm giving a thumbs up to this one. This is a Tyler advice. Boat Story. It's
that?
It's on. I think it's Paramount Plus. I want to say it's a new one that just came out like last week. It's about a boat. A cop and a dude kills each other over like $10 million of cocaine, and then just like two random human beings find the cocaine, and then what do? Do you turn it in? Or do you keep it and try to sell it and make $10 million?
The ethical dilemma is, say that again, how much cocaine do I find with my buddy?
$10 million worth of cocaine.
Street value $10 million.
On the street. One dude's a gambling degenerate that has lost everything.
Okay.
The other lady cut her hand off at working. They've never met each other before.
So which one am I? Am I the lady without the hand?
They found the cocaine together, but they never met each other before that day.
Well, clearly they didn't turn it in. You're not spoiling anything.
No, they don't turn it in.
There's no show if they turn it in.
No, they don't.
What would I do? Of course I would turn it in. I would turn it in me. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to become a street cocaine dealer?
Well, that's what they attempt to do.
Well, I have both my hands.
Yeah.
He would turn it in after a good weekend.
I mean, would you sell 1 kilo?
No, I wouldn't sell a kilo. I'd do nothing.
Maybe 10 kilos?
I'd probably walk away.
Pay off the mortgage?
I'd walk away from it and tell somebody at the bar, hey, there's cocaine down there. I wouldn't do. What would you do?
I would like to think I'd turn it in. My problem is I wouldn't know how to sell it.
Wait, hold on, time out. You think it's a problem not knowing how to sell it? I'd say that's a high quality thing of life, not knowing how to turn over the $10 million of cocaine.
But the guy that was convincing the girl said that sometimes in life an opportunity just lands in your lap.
Yeah, Tyler, I think it's a good thing you don't know how to sell cocaine. That's a positive.
Do I know anybody that could? Because that's what they had to do. They're like, we don't know how to sell it.
Well,
Who do we know that can sell cocaine?
There's probably some rich kids who live in Cherry Hills Village that could figure that out.
I think there's no dilemma if you find product. Now, what if it was a bag of $10 million?
Right.
You turn that in, too.
Hell no.
Of course you do. You don't think somebody's looking for that?
Well, that's the whole point of the whole movie, of the whole show.
Yeah.
And now 100 people are getting murdered because they took this cocaine.
Boat Story.
Yeah, both. It's good. It's good.
Meanwhile, the Rockies starting lineup is about to be introduced, and we'll keep tabs on the Rockies get going. But the big story of the day is not how to turn around $10 million of cocaine to your benefit. Well, speaking of $10 million, Deion Sanders, no cocaine, just a contract with CU. Details next.
Hey guys, you might have heard that cars are getting more expensive. The rates are rising up, and that's why you want to go check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford, because they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right now that they locked in at much cheaper rates. That means you get to save the money in comparison to other car dealerships. You want to go check out Phil Long Ford. It's one-stop shop, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams, whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned. 1,000 vehicles is a lot of vehicles. You will find what you're looking for over at Phil Long Ford. I've been a customer for life because I value relationships, and you will become a customer for life as well. At Phil Long Ford, they've got an award-winning service department, so keep in mind, once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
Just to let you know, Tyler.
You figured out how to sell the cocaine.
I had somebody text me, tell Tyler I'd buy the cocaine from him.
Okay.
That's what I get for giving my phone number out on the air. Deion Sanders signs a new deal with the University of Colorado, 5-year, $54 million. Not much of a buyout, relatively, $10 million buckaroonies or so.
Mm-hmm.
What does this mean for Prime, CU, and the program for the next couple of years?
You know what I would start with? I would start with what does it mean for CU? That's just it's a university that has finally figured out they need football. It's a university that has finally decided we're all in on football. And man, it's been decades since they could say that. And that's the most encouraging part for me. How did they come up with Deion Sanders' original salary? I don't know. How the hell University of Colorado is coming up with $10 million per year when historically they're a university that couldn't get any assistants to come there because they were too afraid to guarantee a 3-year contract for their assistants who are making $200,000 a year, right? So that's the big picture for me. They're all in on football. And yeah, for all the haters out there that said Deion was going to be there for 2 years, what now? I'm not saying this guarantees he's going to be there for another 5 because the buyout is very cheap, like extremely, extremely embarrassingly cheap, $10 million. But he'll be there for another 2 or 3 years at a minimum because of this.
That's at least 2 for sure. It also depends what they do. He has success with a young quarterback, and the quarterback likes it here, and he stays here, and you don't start getting picked apart from the transfer portal like other teams have. And this guy's a true kid you can build on, no different really than the pro game. I mean, if you can get a quarterback that can, take your program to different levels, then hopefully that's what they got this year. So if that's the case, he may stay the whole time this kid's here.
Why do you think this contract took so long to get done?
The only thing I could think of, because I really don't – I'm not saying it had nothing to do with money because that's probably naive of me to say. It's not easy for Colorado to come up with $10 million, right? But my guess is they knew what it was going to take financially to keep Deion. So if there really was an offer on the table months ago like we were told, I bet the numbers were pretty similar. I think it really probably came down to that buyout and how much Deion wanted that number to be.
Okay. The future for CU is now what? Next couple of years. What do you think?
Exciting. That's the only word that you could use. I can't promise you greatness. I can't promise you college football playoff berths. I can't promise you any of that nonsense because it's still an uphill battle. But all the excitement that we've had, all the sold-out games that you've had for the last 2 years, it ain't going anywhere.
Well, that's pretty exciting. That's good to know, right?
Yeah.
The economic impact and what this will do for CU is what?
Well, you just played those numbers a while ago, right? I mean, it's going to be
pretty wild,
huge.
Right?
And
do you think it will still continue, or will the buzz about Prime sort of wear off?
It'll continue. It'll continue as long as you win or show some sort of capability of winning. Either in the future or even this season. If they win, what's one of the incentives? 9. They win 9 games. Yeah, take another $15 million on top of that 90 they made. Since he's got here. So. Yeah, it's going to come down to winning now. So you got your coach in place. You got a young quarterback that everybody's high on. You got a lot of things in place. Now you still got to win now. Now you got to show winning or at least a cycle towards consistent winning.
I don't disagree. But one of the reasons why I thought Nico should have stayed at CSU was because it was just a comfortable job, man. It was comfortable. You're making good money. You could be the king for the rest of your life if you want to. Deion got that job. He got the comfy, cozy job that does not require wins, and he's getting paid like he's got the wins. Like if Deion only wins 6 or 7 games, he's not getting fired because the games are going to sell out because the economic impact's still going to be there.
But you go this year and you win 3 or 4 with the young quarterback, which could be happen just because you got to get used to it, and then you follow the next year with 5 wins. That third year is going to be awful questionable. In fact, if they have 2 back-to-back bad years, I'm not talking, if they get bowl eligible, then that's not a bad year for CU. Mm-hmm. But if they get down there 4 or 5 and aren't bowl eligible 2 years in a row, I'm not sure how much Deion will want to stay around.
Okay, that might be true about Deion, but let me counter that from the university's perspective. They've got a season in which they win 4 or 5 games, 3 or 4, whatever. You know what they just did? They committed $54 million to this guy that there ain't no out of for firing him. There's no way out of that. And Colorado doesn't have the type of money to get out of something like that. So they're in, whether he wins or not. University of Colorado is in on this.
Yeah, but there's a difference between the university having to be in and the fan base going, well, I'm going to drive up to Boulder and stand in traffic for 2 hours to go catch a game.
Where is this money coming from?
I don't know. I don't know the answer.
JB Hunt.
Where is you getting this money from? And listen, I get it. It's a weird question. I'm not asking for the specifics. I'm just pointing out, like, hasn't this been a huge issue in the past for keeping guys?
Well, the biggest issue has been getting the administration to give the buy-in to the football program to guarantee this money.
Yeah.
So, no, they've never had money like this, but there's been plenty of money available. They just haven't been willing to commit it. And the administration has been so combative to the football team.
Why?
Because they didn't want to be a football program. They wanted to be an academic school.
And now, more than ever, because you can see applications are up, diversity's up, economic impact not only to the city but to the state there's no doubt about it. That's a huge difference.
Yeah, I mean, your question is still valid. I don't know where $54 million comes from.
But logically, if you had a better football program, even if it wasn't a high-profile coach, I mean, I wouldn't say Kenny Dillingham is a high-profile coach, but I'm going to guess people are a lot more interested in ASU football these days. Isn't that just a mistake by the university not to buy into being a football program?
It's been a mistake for 20 years.
You mentioned the economic impact the last – I couldn't tell if it was from last year or since Deion's been here, which is like 2 years, but that was $90+ million, you said, the economic impact for the Boulder area. What is the revenue generated with all the TV games and everything they've done? What has the football program generated in his time also? Because now that's just for the university. Forget Boulder, right?
I don't know, but I do know this. There are tons and tons of elite football programs right now that are just flat out losing money. Ohio State's of the world. I mean, losing money, not making money. So I don't know how much money they actually did make.
It'll be interesting. I don't know where they're getting the money from, man. But cool. I'm glad they are. The Rockies are about to start.
Good point on the text line.
What's that?
They probably found the boat.
The boat?
Yeah.
They found the Coke.
They found the boat.
They found a way to distribute. Yeah, they got the boat.
Yeah.
They figured that out.
Yeah, but that's only 1 year of salary.
Well, it covers at least this year.
Can I tell you the dumbest thing that's going on with Colorado sports right now, today?
Opening.
Yeah, it's got to do with the Rockies. Yeah. Do you know the Rockies starting second baseman today is a guy named Kyle Farmer, who's 34 years old?
Well, their starter that was penciled in is on the 10-day IR, I believe. Right?
Okay.
10 or 15.
I don't even care. Why the hell are the Rockies starting a 34-year-old second baseman on opening day?
Because they haven't recruited or developed any in the minor league systems over the last 5 years.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah. No. That's what's wrong. That's part of what's wrong with the Rockies.
On opening day, on a season that we're going to try to avoid 100 losses, you're putting a journeyman named Kyle Farmer who hit .214 last year. I never heard of him. I didn't know he was on the team.
Where was he at last year?
Well, let me look it up because I don't know. I actually do not know. And can I get a bio from Kyle Farmer? I don't know. He's been on the Rockies, the Twins, the Dodgers, and the Reds. You'd think that I'd be able to get some stats here let me look at this up. Last year, he was on the Minnesota Twins. He played in 107 games with 215 at-bats. That ain't bad.
Well, but listen.
And a smoking .214.
Well, didn't it used to be the second baseman's okay? You can be light hitting a little bit.
You're missing my point.
He's 36. Your point's 36.
Yeah, I mean, what are we doing here?
Just got on base with nice little air there.
Error. That might be an infield hit.
That's an
really
hit. Yeah.
Well, I bet they score that hit. The Tovar is pretty fast, and that's a barehanded attempt by the third baseman. I bet you they scored that. Well, they're on the road, though.
That looks like an error to me.
Nah, they'll give him a hit on that.
That's a hit.
That's a tough damn error if they give that an error. Bare hand on the run.
Or
Yeah.
second bounce.
A little bit of a short hop, too. I bet that's a hit. Anyways, we're starting a 34-year-old journeyman second baseman who had 214.
We got 2 on base. Let's go.
We got 2
one
on
at
base.
third.
Oh, I missed that.
First pitch swinging.
There you go. Oh, we got to do some play-by-play of the Rockies.
Yeah, let's chase everybody away.
Yeah, I know. What are we doing? All right. Anyways, the Rockies are underway with the Rays. Yeah, dangerous. Oh boy, I kind of want to hang out here for Kyle what's his face? Help me.
He plays for the Rockies.
Who's up?
Oh, Kyle Farmer. Gotcha.
No, Chris Bryant.
Oh yeah, we got to see this.
Let's stick around for Chris Bryant's.
We got 2 on base.
Little betting right here. What does Bryant do with a runner in scoring position and 1 out? What does he do? Quick.
Strike out.
It's Tyler.
Ground out.
He drives him in with a sac fly. Dan.
Pop fly out.
Pop fly, so no RBI.
No, I'm going dinger. Yeah, ding dong. Let's go.
Yeah,
He's
ding
down
dong.
0-2 in the count.
Wait, hold on. It's Kyle Freeland's throwing a no-hitter, so I don't know what you're talking about.
That was a heck of a strike. I had 3 great pitches.
Guy Kyle Freeland, man.
Hell yeah.
No score after one.
Is it still weird when you see after a pitcher walks off, the umpires still check him?
It's just what it is now.
Do they do it every single inning?
Yeah, I think they may. Maybe. Why? I don't know. Because the Astros were cheaters.
That was signals.
It was everything.
Negro and what was the other spitter guy?
They were cheating left and right.
What was the old guy? The old spitter.
Gaylord Perry.
Gaylord Perry.
Yeah.
They've been out of the league for 30 years.
MountainHighAppliance.com. We love them. Thank you, Doug, Dan, Buds, Quince, Tanner.
Dan,
gonna give your
Bud,
best friend Doug
Doogie Howser,
McLovin,
Doug, Tanner.
Giving your best friend Doug a
Just
best
add
friend
a name
hug.
to him every game.
All right, let's go.
All right, let's start with the big news of the day. Obviously, Deion Sanders signs a 5-year, $54 million extension with the University of Colorado. His son, Shedeur, fellas, is eligible for the 2025 NFL Draft. Here is Coach Prime on Shedeur saying he'll play for any team that drafts him.
Shedeur has told me, he's talked to me intently about all the visits he's had with all the teams, so I know where his heart is. I know where he wants to go. If it's New York, it's New York. If it's Tennessee, if it's Cleveland, if it's still the Raiders, if it's New Orleans, if it's any of those teams that are seeking a quarterback, I'm happy with it, man, because I know what he's going to do to the organization. I know what he's going to do.
If it's still the Raiders, where do you guys think Shedeur wants to go?
I mean, Deion said it was just about 4 days ago that they would love for it to be New York. And I don't think he says that unless he feels like there's a very good indicator that the New York Giants were probably going to select Shedeur Sanders. And then the Giants pulled the ultimate wild card and they signed Russell Wilson to a 1-year deal. And everybody's confused now. So where would he prefer to go? You know, as much as we talk about Vegas, I'm sure he still likes to go high.
I don't think it was a coincidence he said still the Raiders. But sure, there's something about going first that would kind of top everything.
Well, you go first to 3, you're going to play next year. And if you go first 3, I mean, each slot you're higher, right, is more money.
I think it's kind of just comical that I think they probably were thinking it's going to be the Raiders all along, and then the Raiders won a couple of squirrely games late and, you know, kind of screwed things up for themselves. So
there's really only one team that I don't want him to get selected by, and that's the Cleveland Browns at number 2. Man, even the Giants, I'd much rather him go to the Giants than to the Cleveland Browns.
I would definitely rather him go to the Giants. I want to root for him. I don't want to root against him. Going to the Raiders would suck as far as I'm concerned.
I was talking about the Browns.
No, I get it, but even in the AFC, I'd like to see him just go to the NFC.
I don't know if I could even root against him on the Raiders.
Wow. Okay.
Obviously, I'm not rooting for the Raiders, but I'd be rooting for him.
Where would you like to see him go? How about that one?
Edmonton.
Play for the
Eskimos. I'm with Tyler. I hope he does not go to Cleveland until something drastically changes with that organization. I don't wish that on any young kid. I hope Hunter doesn't go there either. I hope both of them are avoided.
I think Travis Hunter's going to end up in New England.
Well, which
he should be praying he ends up in New England.
That'll be fine.
Yeah. Next story. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
But Cleveland.
Next story, Dan.
All right, Colin Cowherd, fellas, says an NFL exec told him that the Steelers really like Alabama quarterback Jalen Milroe, possibly in the first round.
So according to Good Morning Football on the NFL Network, they reported yesterday that Aaron Rodgers is still considering retirement. But if he doesn't, it would probably be the Steelers. So I talked to an NFL exec last night, very well connected. And this is a keep your head on a swivel, Aaron Rodgers. I'm told the Steelers really like Jalen Milroe, 21st pick, first round. So if Aaron signs with Pittsburgh, it's going to become Kirk Cousins. They're taking a quarterback. Because I've been told the Steelers, they're looking around at all these AFC quarterbacks, and Milroe is the most athletically gifted guy to come out of this draft at that position since Lamar Jackson, and they feel as an organization they need special.
I've also seen mocks with Jackson Dart, the quarterback out of Ole Miss, being mocked to the Pittsburgh Steelers as well. Do you guys envision a scenario where there could be 4 quarterbacks taken in the first round?
Absolutely. It's 2 draft boards. There's the NFL draft board and there's the quarterback draft board. And we saw that last year was 6, right? Was 6 in the first round. I've heard Dart that the Rams are interested in Dart, but at like 26, still in the first round. 21st, if you think this guy is as special as Jackson, you give him at 21st, why wouldn't you take him?
Well, first thing, the Steelers don't have a choice but to select a quarterback. Okay, so whether that's going to be Jackson Dart at 21, whether that's going to be Jalen Milroe at 21, they got to get a quarterback. Now, could I see the 4th? Yeah, it's simple. Shedeur goes number 2. Shedeur goes number 3. Cam Ward goes number 1. All of a sudden, the New York Jets surprise you and take Jackson Dart. The New Orleans Saints take Jackson Dart.
Well, nothing will ever surprise me if quarterbacks get taken in the first round, if that's your question. So I don't care what the mocks say. If a team doesn't have a quarterback and they need one, they like a guy, why would you wait around? And this was the Drew Lock problem in the second round. If he ain't good enough to be a first-round guy for you, well, what exactly is the plan? So drafting a guy in the second or third round to me is meaningless. You may as wait till the 4th round or later as a just-in-case sort of guy. So, yeah, if you like him, don't say to yourself, well, we can get more value if we do this than do that. No. The guy's probably not worth it in the first place if you're not going to fully commit to him. The break glass in case of emergency, maybe he works out scenario, that works better. Dak Prescott worked out in the 4th round. Kirk Cousins worked out in the 4th round.
And you're in the way you form this, that if you're drafting a guy 5th, 6th, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, you're really not that invested in him.
No.
That's not going to work out.
But it's fine. You can bring him in.
Do you think if that philosophy is true, that there were a bunch of Tom Bradys that have lost out and not gotten their chance in the NFL because maybe Brady went to the right organization and you had the right coach that's not afraid to go against the norm?
The key is maybe, but the key is opportunity and success once you get that. And you realize it is way harder if you're a deeper pick because you've got to be successful kind of right away. You don't have time to develop like these first-round guys. They get all sorts of time to develop.
I understand DMac's take on it, and I think there's plenty of teams that would agree with it, and that's why you see quarterbacks overdrafted all the time. I don't agree with it, though. I don't. If I'm taking Jalen Milroe, I would far rather take him in the 2nd or 3rd round than I would rather take him in the 1st round. It's just simple, man. 1st round, I got to hit. I got to get myself a starter. So I'm going to get myself the best player that's there, and then if I'm going to gamble on a quarterback, I'm not going to double down on a 16. I'm not going to double down when I got a bad hand at the blackjack table by overdrafting him. I'm going to try to play that safe or fold the hand if you can, right? So I'm going to select him at an appropriate value.
At 21, if you go back to what Leggy told us this week, that he's had some scouts to him as low as 13, 15 area. He said he's mostly 16, 18 first-round grades. So if you're at 21 or 26, you're drafting a second-round guy anyway. Well, where does Milroe, where does the other quarterbacks not named Ward or Shedeur, are they second round? So if they're second round grades and you got 21, why wouldn't you take them there anyway?
I mean, I don't get what makes the 2nd round so magical versus the 3rd round. Why is it okay to select a quarterback in the 3rd round but not the 2nd round?
Well, I wouldn't draft him either round because you can draft starters at every other position in the 2nd and 3rd round.
So then would you feel that way about the 1st round? If you feel that way about the 2nd and 3rd round, you damn sure got to over-prioritize the 1st round about getting it right.
But if you need a quarterback, even if he's a 2nd round grade and you're the 21st or 22nd, everybody you're going to select is probably going to have a 2nd round grade. So why not at that pick for the quarterback, though? And who knows?
I guess I just have an issue with this because I don't really believe in a 2nd round grade for a quarterback.
But you also don't believe in drafting quarterbacks in the 20s, and that's where you're going to have to draft him.
Well, if you're the Steelers, because you screwed it up last year.
That's what we're talking about.
Right. They're in a bad – well, I would move up if I was the Steelers. I wouldn't wait
not
around.
Only would you select a dude with a 2nd or 3rd round evaluation, you would move up in the 1st round to go get him?
If I liked him, if he was my guy, yeah. I wouldn't wait around for him.
Yeah, I think that's crazy.
That's the risk that you run. But you're in a bad spot. Listen, if you're in the 20s and you're drafted a quarterback, something went ridiculously wrong. You're a playoff team that needs a quarterback. What happened? Last story there, Dan.
All right, fellas. According to Dallas Morning News, Cowboys star linebacker Micah Parsons is seeking a record $200 million contract extension. That would make him the NFL's highest paid non-quarterback in the league's history. It also says Parsons may hold out from training camp without a new deal. Are you guys okay with paying a linebacker $200 million?
Sure. He's got to be a future Hall of Famer, and he's got to, he's got to produce for you. But if you think he's that guy, go for it. The value of getting the elite of elite players at that position is unbelievable. If he's that guy, go for it. Yeah, I guess.
It's a no-brainer. Do you think twice about paying Myles Garrett? No.
No.
Do you think twice about paying Max Crosby?
Not really.
No. You don't think twice about paying Micah Parsons?
But then you have what's the guy that's available now? The guy that's the Chargers.
Joey Bosa.
Bosa. He got paid a year ago. You didn't have any problem paying him $160 million a year ago. You had a problem with it this year, though.
Yeah, well, injuries happen.
The everything's going to go up. The cap's going up. Everything's going up. And then you're really seeing. Hey, I know you think there's going to be a wide receiver bubble, but I can't even believe what Cooper Kupp got, and that to me is unbelievable.
And the Rams just let him go, really.
Right, and does anybody think that's a good decision?
It seems insane to me.
Exactly.
You see
if he has 1,000-yard receiving and 10 touchdowns, it's a good decision. Not by the Rams, but whoever picks him up, right?
The Seahawks.
Hey, let me ask you guys this. I don't know if any team has flipped the script more than the Patriots. It is bonkers what they've done in free agency. Do you think you can flip it that radically and win right away?
Not usually.
The Rams are trying to.
Are they?
Well, they've got one of their. Yeah, they've got 2 or 3 guys they just let go.
Well, I'm not.
Well, no, he's saying the opposite.
Yeah, I'm not.
You're saying that have worked?
Well,
no, like you go all in and it works in that first year.
Yeah, the Patriots overhaul has been unbelievable.
Generally speaking, bad franchises go all in.
Well, the Rams went all in when they won the Super Bowl.
No, but that was different. That was with. Well, I guess it's not that different. It was with trades and stuff. But you're right. They did. They went all in. Most of the times it happens in bad organizations without a great coach. Patriots happen to have a great coach.
So do you think the Patriots could be playoff contenders? Like they go from a 3-win team to we're knocking on the door.
I mean, I hate to dodge the question, but it just, what does Drake May do? I don't know. I mean, if Drake May balls, then they're a playoff team.
You know what's crazy? Because I still have, friends and family and Patriots fan. Everybody loves Drake May. Like everybody thinks like he's the man and he's the guy.
Well, that's not just Patriots fans. NFL evaluators love Drake May.
But we'll see what he does. Look at the Rockies. They just get on base.
No,
That is an error. Yeah,
that's an error.
He bobbled it, and then it was a bad throw. Yeah, that's an error. Kyle Freeland throwing a no-hitter. No dumb question. You guys buy into that crap as announcers?
Don't talk about it?
Yeah. You do.
Absolutely.
You do too.
Yeah.
You're the only idiot that doesn't.
Oh, I definitely don't. Dan, do you?
No, nothing we do affects what happens in games.
Yeah, but what if it does?
Yeah, but we're talking to a ping pong champ and a junior soccer player.
It was handball.
Yeah. No, it's talking about Dan.
Oh, and
that was badminton.
Badminton, right?
Badminton.
Yeah. Dude, I still find myself superstitious. I hate it when Marlo on the thing goes, Michael Porter's made 23 straight free throws. Blank. We called him Marlo.
What are you doing, Marlo?
He just been Marlo'd. He now holds back the stat until the guy makes the other one. That's 25 in a row now.
I know. I've had this conversation with Drew Goodman, and he definitely believes in it. So he will. I mean, I'm joking because they're only through 2 innings. He's throwing a no-hitter, but to me, whatever. But if it gets like past the 4th or 5th inning, like on the Rocky with Drew, he will not say a word. First of all, it's not really even. I'm just joking because it's through 2 innings. At what point do you start throwing in, hey, a no-hitter's happening?
You don't. That's the whole point.
No. But like, at what point does it become like a thing? Like, I'm not going to say anything.
Oh.
Like, is it 4 innings in, 5 innings in?
I always thought it was 7.
Oh no, it's
7's
before.
a lot.
It's before that. It's before 7.
Well, but I'm used to guys that throw no hitters actually finish the game. Nowadays, didn't they have 2 or 3 last year? Combo no hitters, at least 2
in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there are a few like that. Yeah,
which to me is not a no hitter.
Oh man, really? Why?
Yeah, no hit.
It's a team no hitter.
Yeah,
really?
It's like team rebounds. So what? No one even keeps track of them.
So you love the double assist in hockey?
Oh man, you're going against some serious conventional wisdom there.
No, I hate the combo no hitter.
You hate the combo no hitter.
You do 7
but
shutout
you just said
innings.
it doesn't count as a
They
no-hitter.
had a no hitter. Didn't they have a no hitter?
Well, it's definitely
last year
different.
The one guy went 6, and he had like 3 other guys come in relief, and you had a no hitter. That's a no hitter.
I think I'm with you.
That's 6
Yeah.
innings.
Nah.
That's 6 innings scoreless baseball. 1 inning, 2 innings.
I'm with Scott.
Not putting up in your all-star
It's kind
credentials.
of a bottom line thing. Did you get a hit or not?
Yeah, but I'm not putting in
Do you
your
get a hit in 2
MLB
innings?
encyclopedia.
So it should go in baseball records?
No.
What should it be then?
Well, who's it for?
What is it?
Who's it for?
Team.
If you could throw a no-hitter, your ass would have stayed in there for the entire game.
What do you think about pulling guys out? All right. What do you think about
It's
pulling?
like a Beatles song, need a little help from my friends? What is this?
7 innings. You've thrown 110 pitches. You've walked 4 guys. You haven't allowed hits. You coming out of the game or you leaving them in? What are you doing?
Well, in today's soft people, they probably, their arms probably, my arm's sore and everything like that. Nolan Ryan's throwing 200 pitches. He don't care.
How far was that walked uphill to school both ways?
Oh, 5 miles.
I bet. The Avalanche get some help from the chicken dance man. Details, and you'll hear it coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Got some great advice for you. If you're just not feeling like you used to feel, get back to your old self the right way with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic when it comes to erectile dysfunction. ED can be a relationship destroyer, and the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic wants you to get back in the game. Their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. Just schedule that consult. The initial visit's $99. A T and a PSA test coming your way if medically advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So hit them up today. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Mounting Agents. Stick handling. Nice along the blue line. Brock Nelson centers it for Arturi Lekkinen. Now for Nelson at the half wall. All the way over for Girardi. Lets it go looking for the deflection. Natchez off the end wall. He tucks it in. Buenos Natchez. It's a Marty party. Silky smooth hands. Marty Nachos. Now for Natchez. All the way over to and waiting. That bumper pass not available. Cale Makar up top. One-timer. Score! It's a Marty party! 2 goals for Marty Nachos in the second period. And Colorado has a power play goal in 7 straight contests. 4:31 to go in the second period. It's 3-0 Avs.
Chicken Man was strong last night. The Avalanche was strong. They won their 11th game in a row.
At home.
At home. They just cannot make up ground on those stupid Dallas Stars. Separation from Minnesota is okay. 6 points, 5 points behind the Stars. It's just, no matter what they can do, it just feels like we're just there, locked in, and I don't know if that's going to change. Which might not be the worst thing in the world. If they were to continue this trend, the last 2 games of the season wouldn't mean anything, and maybe that's a little bit of a chance to rest some guys and, just sort of rest up before you get going. The Nuggets inherently get a week off no matter what, so you got that coming down the pipe. Plus, they get these 3 days off. It's not a horribly grueling schedule.
Yeah. And then you got back-to-back, which is the last one. Then it's a stupid schedule. 1 game home, 1 game road, 1 game home, 1 game road. Here's an interesting thing I learned, too, because you got guys chasing you. The Lakers finished the season up with one of those back-to-back, I think, playoff-type things at Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City ain't going to be playing nobody. I mean, that could be 2 big-time wins for the Lakers. Yeah.
Maybe, but Oklahoma City seems to be winning games no matter what.
Well, they're doing a good job. We'll set you two guys down and play you tomorrow. We'll set you 2 guys tomorrow and play you. And they're so far ahead. They're just interchanging who guys are going to set out.
Lakers are 1-4 in their last 5, and that win was a tip-in, man. Like, they have not.
Tip in at the buzzer.
Well, they should have won last night. That was for sure.
That's true. You get one, you give one, right?
Well, they blew a lead, then they got
that was against a good Bulls team.
I like that Bulls team. They're coming on. We'll see what they do in the play-in tournament sort of deal. I wouldn't want to play them. All right, so how are we feeling about the Avs? Why don't we start there? What are we feeling about the Avs after last night?
I think if they get through the first round, they're going to win a Stanley Cup.
Whoa. There's a hot take. What's that based on?
Well, I'm curious what the first round has to do with anything in that take.
I guess they're the one team I have that I follow that I can be emotional with, and I just feel the way they played and what I've seen, and having seen teams in the past that all of a sudden you see something gel, you see the depth. I tell you the one thing I love of this team, they have depth. You mentioned the other day, you got 2 or 3 guys that can play that are going to be healthy scratches all through the playoffs. So you're going to be able to rotate fresh people in there all the time. I think Dallas is a tough matchup, but I think you made some of these trades to play teams like Dallas because of the physicality and the size and everything.
I mean, in one aspect, it's almost a bummer how good they've been because the expectations are just through the roof. I'm not going as high as they got to win a Stanley Cup, but if they're not making a legitimate run at this thing, boy, how disappointing would that feel? And it does feel similar to the year that they won the championship because they went out and they made some trades, but they were kind of lower level trades that just turned out to be really good, Manson and some others. But this year, it's like an entirely new team.
Well, the Manson trade, when they traded for him, I thought helped compel you or propel you to Stanley Cup that year.
It did.
He was one of them, no doubt.
And what'd you go? I know we talk about the centers and all the wingers. Okay, fine. You also got a defenseman that's not afraid to hit people. You brought in on the trade too, and couple that with 2 great goaltenders that you made in a trade late November. So, man, I listen. I think this is. I said this 2 weeks ago. It's the best goaltending as a pair they've had maybe in their franchise history. I'm not sure this isn't the deepest team they've ever had.
I'll tell you this.
LA had been playing pretty good going into last night.
Well, they're both 8-2 in the last 10.
And the Avs made them look stupid. The Blues are here for an afternoon game. I love the afternoon hockey games. They're a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And that's
You
on.
don't have to worry about sitting down those games.
No, tomorrow at 2:30 is the Blues. The Blues are the hottest team in hockey as of right now. They've won 8 in a row. If they make them look foolish like they just made the Kings, I'll tell you this, man. If they handle the Blues the same way they handled the Kings, I'm going to say it's going to be disappointing if they're not in the Stanley Cup Finals.
Well, you mentioned both the Blues and the Avalanche are 8-1-1 the last 10. The difference being the Blues have won 8 straight.
8 straight.
Which is pretty good in hockey.
Really good.
Yeah. So, I listen, I still think Dallas is a hump you've got to get over that you've not – I don't think you've – and I may be wrong, and you may have to go back in deeper history, but I don't remember the last time or if you've beaten Dallas and knocked them out of the postseason. I think traditions like that scare me. That's why Minnesota scares me for the Nuggets, if that's a matchup right there. Last time you faced them, they showed that they could handle you in the postseason. So you got to show that you can beat these guys in the postseason. I'll be honest with you guys. I think McFarland and Joe, what those trades were doing was to beat Dallas, beat Vegas, beat these more physical teams.
The Avs are a huge team. They're playing. Their power play looks incredible. I want to thank our friends. I got some numbers just to read to you from the Avalanche. There was like crazy how many cool things were happening. I do want to thank our friends at Revitalized Health. Visit them at revitalize-health.com. All right, let me throw some numbers at you for the Avs. The Avs are 12-1-1 in their last 14 games, best points percentage in the NHL since February 26. They're 10-1-1 in March. That's the highest point percentage this month. They've won 10 games in March for the third consecutive year in nighttime in franchise history. Pretty good. Their 11 games home win streak is the second longest home win streak in franchise history. They're 18-2-2 on home ice since December 14th. It doesn't stop there. Blackwood's 4th shutout of the season is a new career high. He is tied for 6th in the NHL in shutouts. Cale Makar in 460 games is the 3rd fastest NFL defenseman for 500 combined points, only trailing Bobby Orr and Paul Coffey. That's how good this guy is.
Those guys are both in the Hall of Fame.
Logan O'Connor got his 100th overall NHL point last night for a scrapper, 4th line, 3rd guy.
That's pretty good.
And he got an assist from his Calgary best buddy, Cale Makar. That happened last night. And Chicken Man Nate just got his 200th career NHL assist last night. It is piling up with this team how good they're actually doing. And Jared Bednar said that last night. He goes, I love seeing these guys having these personal accomplishments because it's reflective of how well we are doing as a team.
Slightly scary that they could be doing that good and not making any headway on Dallas, though.
It's
slightly
crazy,
scary.
Right?
I mean, what else could you be doing?
Well, that means they're playing good, too.
They're playing good, too,
They're gearing up for the postseason. Although one of their losses was to the Avs, right? Or that was the tie one. That was the one, right? That was the one, 8-1-1. I think that one that the lost in OT. Or did you win an OT in that one?
I just gave you like 10,000 numbers.
I know,
Seriously, you're killing me.
Anyway,
I had to read that.
That's the biggest thing. Yeah, are you guys following the Ovechkin thing?
Mm-hmm.
He's 5 goals away, something like that.
I saw a great meme. Somebody was talking. What do you think about Ovi going to catch and score? What does he need? Well, how many get? How many assists he have? He goes, you realize I was an assist guy when I played. I really wanted to score. I was the assist guy. And they go, oh yeah, okay. How far is he behind you? 1,700.
All right. Just to let you know, during Nate and Andy's show, not only is Kyle Freeland through 3 innings throwing a no-hitter.
Way to go.
It's a perfect game.
No.
It's 9 up, 9 down. Through 3. So bottom of the 4th is coming up. The Rockies are leading 1-0. What's your prediction for the Rockies?
They'll win this one 4-1.
Well, unfortunately, because you don't believe in jinxes and you just can't help yourself, he's probably giving up 3 runs in the next inning.
All right.
Well, he's good if he can get him out of the 5th.
Scotty, you got any advice to take us out?
How far you let him go in the first game of the year?
Oh, there you go. What if you throw the 3 people no-hitter? Yeah, I wrote something down today.
My arm ain't tired yet.
He's thrown a perfect game through 3. It's not a lot of pitches.
Hold on, get my glasses.
Oh, you got your glasses? All right. I'm just saying.
I actually wrote something down for you.
No walks, 3 strikeouts, 9 up, 9 down. Total pitches, what do we got? I'm not quite sure what that is yet.
For those out there right there
There
that
you
have
go.
struggled and boom, 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 life has hit them in the face a handful of time, Winston Churchill once wrote this.
Okay, we're going Winston Churchill.
Winston Churchill. Success consists of going from failure to failure without loss of enthusiasm. Winston Churchill.
Well, good for him.
There you go.
I love it. And with enthusiasm, with that mentality, it's time for Rockies baseball. See if Kyle Freeland can keep his perfect game going on the next perfect Kevin Freeland. With Nate and Andy coming up next here on Altitude.
What's up, Denver? This is Gabe Landeskog. You're listening to Landeskog Friday with Kreckman and Lindahl.
Yeah, we're here. It is a Ska Friday, a Landeskog Friday. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're with you today until 6 p.m. We have much to do on this fine radio show. Nuggets getting ready to take on the Utah Jazz this evening. The Utah Jazz. Andy Lindahl there on the second night of a back-to-back. Scheduled win against a team that's actively tanking and hoping to get Cooper Flag. Come on, Nuggets, take care of it for us tonight. I feel as though I'm really tempting fate when I talk about scheduled wins
really
with this
fallen
team.
when you're all of a sudden the nervous one. That tells you what this season's even done to you.
It really does.
You've never been afraid of it.
No, and they should blast these dudes tonight. They're 16-58.
Yeah, I should wake up and have vegetables every day, but I don't. So I've told you I've gone to the V8 can because Berto's doctor told him to. I'm like, I'll give that a try.
I was gonna say you had vegetables today. You had lettuce and
I
tomato.
did with BLTs. A lot of bacon. I wouldn't say a lot. Half a pig a lot?
A regular quantity of bacon, yes.
I've had to do the Farley thing a couple times, so that's normal, isn't it?
That's fine, absolutely. Yeah, it gets a little hiccupy sometimes. That's all. Hiccupy, we'll call it. But yes, we've got the Nuggets and the Jazz for you tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're real Nuggetsy in the first hour. Dan Hyatt at 3:45 for his usual spot. 2 stats you need to know, 1 you don't. I'm fascinated by whatever today's stat you don't need to know is going to be. Dan texted me a sneak preview. Really, Dan Hyatt and Andy, you know this. Dan and I, we go way back. Dan was like the first person that I knew in radio. I actually was his intern. He was producing, but he's so good at his job. He teases me with his topics. I can't wait to hear what it's going to be today. I'm intrigued.
Well, we've already ruined one midweek, right?
Yeah. It has something to do with the Hakeem Olajuwon today.
Okay.
And I'm fascinated to find out what it is going to be. So make sure you tune in for Dan Hyatt. Ryan Blackburn's going to join us at 3:20. It kind of we're adding on to our conversation yesterday about the defense the Nuggets play, or the defense they don't play, more specifically. And Blackburn had a great piece today in the Locked On newsletter, and I was like, this is the exact next chapter to what we were talking about yesterday. So Ryan Blackburn this hour as well. Jeff Legwald at 5 o'clock for nothing but draft talk, but we begin, Andy, with the Avalanche. Dominant last night in a 4-0 victory over the LA Kings. Let me tell you. By the way, let me tell you, I was on my couch last night. I was in heaven, okay? I had the Avalanche on ESPN. I had 2 college basketball games going simultaneously, one of which had an unbelievably entertaining finish with Texas Tech coming back to beat Arkansas, and the other one played between, let's be honest, okay? That Duke game wasn't, like, close, but when you took the points on Arizona, it was interesting to the very end.
Gotcha. You found a way to
keep
your attention.
I was in it all the way. So Cooper Flag and God, Malwatch is awesome, and Con Knippel is the most dookie Duke you've ever seen in your life. So the college basketball was great. Cubs and the D-Bags were on MLB Network. Everything was happening for me last night. Every time I went back to the Avalanche in the second period, they were scoring another goal. every single time. Started with Logan O'Connor, but really, let's be honest, started with Cale Makar making an insane play for Logan O'Connor. Couple of Natchez goals. Pretty sick power play goal from Drouin in that third period. Blackwood was outstanding. The Avalanche, Andy, 12-1-1 over their last 14. I would say the goals cascaded upon the LA Kings in the second period like an avalanche.
What's the line? Like an avalanche pouring down the mountain?
Yeah.
Something from a fountain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
From the B-hole surfers?
Yeah. Not sure they're allowed to be played anymore with that current name. We changed some things. Anyway, yeah, they look formidable. They look scary because here's the deal. The Kings were the hottest team in hockey. Basically, the Avs are really good, but the Kings were the hottest team in hockey.
Yeah.
And that got stomped out real quick. And now they face another one of the hottest teams in hockey, phase 2, Saturday night against the Blues. So this will be interesting. If they can handle business against the Blues like they just did against the Kings, I'll tell you what. Here's the problem, though, for the Avalanche. They started showing those standings, I believe, as second
There's
intermission.
not really much for them to do.
No, because Dallas won't quit. Dallas keeps winning.
Right.
Minnesota keeps winning. The Avs keep winning.
Yeah.
We really need to go back to traditional seating. This is stupid, but whatever.
I mean, what it really is, and this is, okay, and we do the things because their seasons run concurrently, and, they play in the same building and all that kind of stuff, but the Avalanche are doing the thing that I think the Nuggets wish they could be doing right now, which is, and by the way, of all of our hand-wringing about the Nuggets, their seating really hasn't changed.
No, nothing looks, I've got them in front of me right now.
Yeah,
nothing looks different.
They're just fine. Lakers lost again last night in extremely entertaining fashion, we might add. God, that was amazing. We got to get that audio out there
there's
today
some
on the
things
show.
I want to talk to you about with that, too.
Some absolute gold from the end of that Chicago and LA game last night. But the Avalanche are doing the thing where they're playing exactly the way they want to be playing going into the postseason.
Yeah.
Like playing their best hockey, getting elite goaltending. Their power play is clicking right now, exactly at the time of year when you needed to, and that wasn't always the case this season. There were points of this year where the power play, let's be honest, flat out sucked. That is not the case at all right now. These guys are, especially that group of McKinnon and Drouin and Natchez, are just getting real comfortable playing with each other on the power play. It's good-looking stuff right now. This is an Avalanche team that is on a roll, and it's going to be the Dallas Stars, but also like Dallas is about to catch the Avalanches. They are just motoring through teams.
Yeah, what I love the most is Natchez and Nelson on that second line. I'm glad things are spread out now. I feel like the chemistry is really developing between Natchez and Nelson. You can't go wrong with Val on any line. You've got familiar people. I mean, McKinnon just does, and he did it last night, sets up Drouin for that easy last goal. Nice shot by Drouin, but again, I think there's a comfort level. Look,
that last goal was just like zip. It was like cross ice, boom.
Yeah.
That thing was sick.
They had a couple times they probably tried to overpass. That was not one of them. And away they go. Blackwood, as you said, he's playing so good. He doesn't give up the momentum-changing goal. That's so key for that. You don't need shutouts all the time.
Right.
But you don't need the momentum-changing goal. There were a couple times last night where LA gets in on the breakaway, and I'm thinking, I liked Georgie, but Georgie would have given one of those
Sure.
up. That would have been one where you could have been chasing the game instead of controlling it.
Trevor Moore in the first period.
Ridiculous.
Epic.
So Raj had an interesting take on Twitter. Did he throw this at you between the pipes too there, Spring, where he said he's getting to the point where he wants to see this team take on the 22 Cup team? I think it's a little early for that. Not quite there yet. I think there's the potential for those to be too.
It also feels as though the laws of the space-time continuum would not allow that to occur.
Yeah, but I wouldn't mind seeing the Avs 01 team take on the 22 team.
Chris Bryant, what are we doing? Why is he?
Come on. Are you really asking that question?
He's hitting cleanup.
He's doing what he usually does.
He's hitting. Exactly. You don't have to hit him fourth in the lineup.
No, you're right.
Coming up with a man in scoring position and just hits a weak grounder to short.
For fun, did Bud just put the lineup together based off paycheck?
Seriously.
You could probably do that.
That's pretty much what it was. Rockies are up 2-0, by the way, at the end of the fifth. Way to go, Rocks. That's all good.
They may have you digging into the end of your fifth. By the time this sucker's all
That's
said and
an
done.
all-time great radio ad.
That is bottom of the fifth.
If you have reached the bottom of your
was
fifth.
Was that Dave Co-Lickers? Who was it? I know Tim Smile did the read.
Yeah, all I can remember is if you've reached the bottom of your fifth. That's what's funny. I don't even remember which liquor store it was for, but God, that was an all-timer right there.
I'll tell you what, if you'd like to join us, we'll do a whole segment for you.
We can get to the bottom of the
Bevies,
fifth.
if you want to call on in.
We've got no problem
Dave
with
Co.
that. Uh-huh.
Applejack, if you're still out there. I think, you know what, now I think about it, it was Applejack.
Natchez, 2 goals and an assist last night. Another great Cale Makar game. Again, 4-0 last night. To your point, Andy, against a team that had just been scorching on their way in here, and the Avalanche are too much to deal with.
You're scorching. I'm not going to say it. Like
What?
a case of, anyway.
What?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is
No,
that, you
no.
just immediately
I don't know why.
equated?
I feel like it's something you would have said. I don't know why it clicked in my brain. Look, they are fantastic. By the way, what was the name of our gal that joined us yesterday?
Cassie Campbell Pascal.
Cassie. I thought maybe we had her a little bored listening to the game. Turns out no. It's just how she feels about things. The Makar had that one where he literally messed with 5 guys.
She was very
hands it over to. He was the one that fed O'Connor, right?
She was very complimentary of the play.
She was, but she was not excited by
No. She was, I would call her nonplussed.
Right.
Uh-huh.
And look, it's not. There are just certain commentators where you feel like, what does it take to impress you? You know what I mean? Cale Makar just went dancing like, again, the guy cut in and out of like 3 people with blades on his feet. He looked like Allen Iverson working the key.
I know.
And all I got was, that's a great pass by Makar. Yeah! Yes, it was.
Pretty good.
You kidding me?
Pretty
now,
good.
We'll give our guy Mike Monaco some credit. He was like, he's so fun to watch.
Yeah.
And so maybe she had to go Pat Summerall and balance him out. I don't know.
It was also like, it would have been tough to live up to Kevin Harlan calling an overtime game in the Sweet 16 as we got last night.
I don't want to talk about that.
Ooh, yeah. Sorry about your Razorbacks.
Oh,
buddy.
dude, my pick 5.
Oh.
Those guys were, listen, as far as my house built foundation.
Yeah.
They were the foundation of the boat.
You got big time points.
Yeah, well, not enough. I was this close to having more. I'm actually glad I had the Avs to distract me from that. I didn't find it till it was overtime, thanks to the Avs.
Blowing a 13-point lead with under 5 minutes to go, that's a big matzo ball to have to swallow. That's a tough one.
Well, at least I'm not
if you're Arkansas.
an alumni, like a guy does a show before us.
Yeah, I once watched the Illini in an Elite 8 game come back from 15 down to Arizona with 4 minutes to go to win it in overtime. Single greatest basketball game I've ever seen in my life. And I was just thinking last night as I was watching that, I was just like, it's probably really cool to be a Texas Tech fan right now and probably not cool at all to be an Arkansas fan.
Speaking of Arkansas, later in the show, I think we need to undead somebody.
Ooh, okay.
You'd alerted me to this.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware.
Mm-hmm.
When I think of Arkansas, that's the coach I think of.
This is the coach you think of.
And yet a guy that should be his buddy
still with us.
Killed him off.
Still with us.
On national TV, right? Or was it his podcast?
No, it was on TV.
Oh, good.
Yeah. God
Is
rest.
that where you call in and go, no, I'm here.
God rest his soul.
I am here.
Shoot him a text.
Yeah. Hey, guy.
Still
Well,
alive.
that might scare the hell out of you if you think he's dead.
Ryan Blackburn of My Life Sports, the Pickaxe and Roll podcast, the Locked On Nuggets podcast. We're talking Nuggets and we're talking the problems very specifically on the defensive end of the floor. We talked to our buddy Ryan Blackburn, getting you ready for the Nuggets and the Jazz. That's next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know, when dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between getting back an okay experience and an amazing one. You want the amazing one, right? Well, you want to go to a place that has options for you. Don't let this cause hardships in your relationship, having you pull away, or even depression, ruining your self-esteem. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have treatments that work when pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have successfully served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit's only $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T, and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit's free. And if you're like a lot of men, if it does work, you could be back to having sex the next day. There's 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including up north in Fort Collins, down south in the Springs, and 3 around Denver. So give them a call today to see which one's the closest to you. You know, it's Friday night. It's supposed to be date night. If you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, don't deal with it any longer. Give yourself a nice start to April by calling the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at 720-440-7900 or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, it is Kreckman and Lindahl on a Ska Friday. Nuggets, Jazz, not a Jazz Friday, a Ska Friday. But the Nuggets take on the Jazz tonight at 7 o'clock over there at Ball Arena. Homestand continues. Utah on the second night of a back-to-back. They're actively tanking. They're in the Cooper Flag sweepstakes right now. The Nuggets, by the way, just really more than anything, the process needs to be better. They have to be better on the defensive end of the floor. I read an illuminating piece today in the Locked On Nuggets newsletter from our next guest, Ryan Blackburn, that not only are the Nuggets not good defensively, but they're getting worse. Well, that's not good. Ryan Blackburn, Mile High Sports, the Pickaxe and Roll podcast, and the Locked On Nuggets podcast joins us right now. Ryan, first off, thanks for doing this. We appreciate it.
Of course.
Secondly, first off, before we get into the why, just flat out tell us what the data says about what the Nuggets are defensively as we sit here at the end of March.
Yeah, so overall, they are a subpar, bordering on pretty poor defense at this stage. It's gone from, I think you could talk yourself into them being a good enough defense to compete, kind of like 2023. Last year, they actually made progress, and they were in the top 10, and it looked pretty good for most of the season. This year, they've taken a step back, and not just one, maybe 2 or 3 steps back. And it's actually getting worse and kind of trending down from where they started this season. They go through these peaks and valleys. It kind of looks like a mountain range, if I'm being honest. And it does seem like this Nuggets team is struggling to find any form of consistency, solidity, any adjective and adverb you actually want there to describe what a consistently championship caliber defense would be. It's not looking good, folks.
And your graph that you put in your piece today just kind of shows basically a baseline that is trending in the wrong direction of a defensive rating that continues to climb right now. So now we ask you the billion-dollar question, Ryan. Why? Why are they getting worse defensively as the season goes on when they should be finding some consistency and buckling down and improving on that end of the floor with the playoffs coming up?
Yeah, it's never one thing, right? Like these kinds of things, especially when you go from 8th where they were last year to 22nd this year, it's never one thing. Losing Kentavious Caldwell-Pope at the beginning of the season, it put Denver into a negative baseline. I actually think Christian Braun he's done okay. I think he's improved at certain things over the course of the season, but as he has improved, the team has gotten worse. And one of those categories is just health in general. Jokic, on the ankle injury that he had, I don't think he's been playing great defense for much of this season. Jamal Murray, I think he kind of gambles a little bit. He gets some steals. He is in the right place sometimes, isn't in the right place other times. Same thing can be said for Michael Porter Jr. Aaron Gordon being out for much of the season and in and out of the lineup. He's had a difficult time building chemistry and connectivity with this team. And so often on the defensive end, you need 5 guys working in concert. And as hard as Christian Braun and Peyton Watson and Russell Westbrook are working on this team, it's really hard to play defense on a consistent basis when not everybody is locked in and at the same level that you are. And I just don't think that there's been as much of a commitment on that end this year as there was last year, certainly.
Is it too late to save it, though, Ryan? We all know you got to have some defense for the playoffs. You can't plan on outscoring your problems like they did during the Carl years or didn't. Can they fix it? Or is there an area that you at least would have hope for? How about the corner 3? Can we cover the corner 3, Ryan?
No, they do not, but that's fine. They try. There are some things that they do well. As one of the factors that was really interesting in that article is they are a horrible first half team, but they are a pretty solid, pretty strong second half defense. And what that says to me is that a team that plays with urgency, a team that plays with a little bit more, I guess they need a kick in the seat, if you will, just to try to get themselves into gear and say, okay, we're not going to just let our offense carry us through this thing. Have to get a little bit more locked in on the defensive end to provide some separation. And we've seen that from this team on several occasions. I think the number after Washington gave up 83 points in the first half yesterday to Indiana was that Denver is now 28th in first half defense and 10th in second half defense. So they do lock in a little bit, and theoretically in a playoff series, you have to be locked in for that entire time. And there's no letting go of the rope at the beginning of the game and allowing yourself to work into the game plan. You have to go from the beginning.
Ryan Blackburn is our guest. Mile High Sports. The Nuggets take on the Jazz tonight, 7 o'clock. Kaz has the call for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's so funny. I mean, as we speak, my buddy Dan Hyatt sends this over to us. Games this year allowing the opponent to hit 15 or more threes. Last year, 15 total. This year, 30 already for the Nuggets. The complete and total lack of perimeter defense that has happened this year, the slow rotations that have happened with this team. And this is just, I guess, kind of continuing to build upon it. But you talked about the urgency of the second half. Is this team capable of capturing their second half urgency throughout an entire postseason, or is this merely a function of this is just flat out not a good defensive team?
Yeah, I'm more in the latter. I think that they can play good defense for a full game. I think it's in there, but the problem that you run into, and what the Nuggets have, like what they ran into last year, was that they played really hard and then they got tired. They got fatigued. And I just think this team is kind of in that same vein where the starters have played so many minutes. They are like when one guy is injured, everybody else steps up and they play 35 minutes, 40 minutes, whatever the number is. And that is just not necessarily a great recipe for going all out on the defensive end. The successful defensive teams are often the ones that can rotate in a whole bunch of fresh bodies, can trust a whole bunch of different people. And I just don't get the sense that the Nuggets trust enough people on the defensive end in order to make this thing happen. Guys like Russell Westbrook and Peyton Watson have been helpful on the defensive end. There's no doubt about that. They will probably play in the playoffs. Russell Westbrook, definitely. Peyton Watson, maybe. And that will give you some flexibility. The other thing is that like when your offensive players aren't saving as much in the tank during the regular season and they can just play hard and play consistent, I just think that the difference between Jokic at a regular season defense context and a playoff defense context is a tangibly different player on that end of the floor. So there is hope. And yet I just think that going through that for 4 playoff rounds with the lack of depth that Denver has overall, it's just going to be really, really tough. And I've been a negative Nancy for the entire season for that reason. And it's unfortunate, but like, that's just how I see it.
Well, trust me, Nate gets on me all the time for not enjoying the season more, but it's just been stressful. Like even the win the other night wasn't as fun as I would have liked to have been. All right, so breaking away from the Nuggets for a minute. You obviously get paid to watch this team. Look, I think the chemistry's off. I've got my theories as to why. I'm not positive about any of those theories. Would you agree this team does not look like they enjoy playing basketball as much as they did 2 years ago?
Oh yeah, I mean when you're winning and when you have a stretch during the middle of the season like Denver did that year of going 31-9 and being 3rd in offense and 6th in defense, and everything's more fun and enjoyable when you're doing it for the first time. When you're going through the climb, you are experiencing it and seeing what you're capable of. I think the Nuggets didn't know what they were capable of then, and they were testing their limits a little bit, trying to figure out who they could be. And they won, and it was great, and it was awesome. They went 16-4 in the playoffs. They were great. This year, it feels less like a continuation of the championship years and more like its first year of experiencing a different era of Nuggets basketball, which is after the mountaintop, after you have crested that great place that you were. How do you respond, and how do you continue to motivate? What do you continue to do? And it doesn't feel to me like they're playing for each other as often as they used to. It doesn't feel to me like, oh man, the 15-0 runs, the jumping up and down on the sidelines, the loving every minute of the season, every minute of a game, just in a random January spot. That doesn't feel as ever present to me. I just feel like it's because of all the pressure. I feel like there's all these guys feel it, and from top to bottom, it's a lot of pressure, and often that can, like, especially after 3-4 years. And it's one of the reasons why teams, they cycle through. And Denver is one of the exceptions to that rule where they haven't really changed a lot over the course of these last 3, 4, 5 years. So could it be time that they need to change something for that reason? Yeah, I would say so, especially if things don't go the way that everybody would hope.
God, you mentioned 15-0 runs. I mean, 10-0 runs. Does this team ever have 10-0 runs? I mean, just consistently get stops and go down and score and build a lead. Ryan Blackburn is our guest here. Ryan, you also, in addition to tracking the defense, your Twitter timeline is also very good for multicolored graphs of rotations and your ability to be able to kind of siphon through all of that. You mentioned Peyton Watson earlier, and you said something interesting, if he's going to be in a playoff rotation. We've been talking about it the exact same way here on this show. Okay, so we're not convinced Watson will be in it. We're not convinced Strother will be in it if he does indeed return. Zeke, DJ, Pickett, obviously Russ, we know he's going to be. What's the playoff rotation going to look like for this team? And it's obviously it's matchup dependent, but let's just say for Western Conference opponent X, what is Michael Malone's playoff rotation going to look like?
Yeah, it's a fun, tough question. Maybe not fun. Maybe that's not the right word.
You think the coaching staff finds it fun? Yeah. I don't think they do.
I think anyone's having fun, frankly.
It's interesting, certainly. So last year, let me just read off the minutes for you last year for Denver's main guys that they played. Jokic played 40. Jamal played 38. Aaron played 37. Mike played 37. KCP played 35. Christian Brown played 17. Justin Holiday played 12 and a half. Reggie Jackson played 10. Peyton Watson in 10 games out of 12 played 9 minutes per game. So you really start to get way lower in terms of the numbers and the actual minute totals that Michael Malone likes to play beyond his 5 starters. I think we know that if all starters are healthy, Jokic, Murray, Porter, Gordon, Christian Brown will be your top 5 guys. And I think that unlike that year where Christian Brown, who was the 6th man last year, only played 17 minutes per game, I'm going to go ahead and guess that Russell Westbrook plays closer to 25 to 28, kind of in that Bruce Brown role that Denver had in 2023. And then beyond that, you don't need a lot. You need a little bit of flexibility. You might need some backup center play with maybe DeAndre Jordan comes in. Maybe Zeke Naji comes in and plays a smaller ball 5 and allows Aaron Gordon to play a little bit more versatilely. Maybe it is Peyton Watson and you need a defensive wing. I think you're going to need that. It's possible that Julian Strother plays. Possible that Jalen Pickett plays. He's a guy that Michael Malone has started to trust because he's in the right position to play. So I don't know. Like, I think that you've got 6 guys that are guaranteed to play. It's the 5 starters and Russ. And then beyond that, Peyton Watson is obviously the most likely to be in a 7-man, 7.5-man rotation, but it could change based off of matchups and who's healthy and who's playing well very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's. I think it's just going to be Michael Malone's going to be shopping through his bench on a game-by-game basis, trying to figure out what works. He is on Twitter at NBA Blackburn. Follow him right there. Check out Pickaxe and Roll. That's his podcast. He is the co-host of Locked On Nuggets, and he writes great Nugget stuff for Mile High Sports. Ryan, man, good stuff. Thanks for coming on the show. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Nate. Thanks, Andy. Thanks for the invite.
All right. There you go. Ryan Blackburn with us right there, talking about the, again, absolute, complete, and total struggle on the defensive end of the floor. Rotation-wise, I'm glad that he read those numbers for us, those minutes numbers right there, because it is so shrunken down, and it is going to be so dependent on those top 6. And, you know, we make so much of what it's going to look like. It is a limited amount of minutes, but also it is critical because the margins are so slim in the non-Jokic minutes. It's like, okay, can you make sure you're not losing? I swear to God, they've had games in the postseason the last couple of years where it's just like they're -10 when Jokic leaves the floor.
Yeah, look, that's the big deal, man. That's what you're talking about. You guys said it right there about the runs. They don't have enough long scoring runs.
No.
To survive bad non-Jokic minutes.
Yeah.
And in the past, like you said, even last year, they would give up the lead, but then everybody would come back in and order would be restored with the starters, and you'd find a way to be fine again.
Right.
Then you give it up, but then they'd come in and get you back to competitive and all that. They're not doing that this year. Sometimes if they give it up in the non-Jokic minutes, the starters come back in and it doesn't frankly look any better.
Anytime I watch a Thunder game, That's what strikes me as the biggest difference between what elite looks like and the way the Nuggets have generally played this year is they don't rip off runs. They don't have stretches of the game where the lead goes from 4 to 15. It just doesn't happen.
Well, and let's go back to the other night. Take the last 2-year team, the teams from the last 2 years, okay?
Yeah.
They would have had a run that got the building rocking. Milwaukee would have waved the white flag.
Sure.
They would have pulled their guys out, rested for and you just couldn't get it going last game.
Yeah.
Even with all your dudes.
Or much at all lately. Let's be honest about this team. If this team is going to do the thing in the postseason, and I'm not discounting their ability to be able to win series, but
it's going to be white knuckle. It's going to be ugly.
They're going to be slugfest.
It's going to be a street fight all the way to the end.
Absolute until and you know what's weird about it? They're going to be offensive slugfests.
Yeah, well, and then let me ask you this. It's going to have to be. You're absolutely right. Do you worry? Is the challenge of OKC, and I don't even know who would be the second team. Pick your favorite second team. Will those two teams be enough that you're steeled to possibly face Boston or Cleveland? Like, I don't want a Denver Broncos Super Bowl series in the finals, man, where you show up against those two that can just rain threes on you all day and you got no shit.
And that's
my fear.
That's also a concern. If they get to the finals, it'll be a party anyway.
No, you're right. But look, we say that.
Yeah.
I've lived through a lot of crappy Broncos Super Bowls. They're the only ones that have really done it to us.
Hey, but remember how it felt when they won the AFC Championship game, okay?
Yeah, you forget about that real quickly. You think I remembered anything about the Broncos beating the Patriots in 2013 as I watched Seattle just up and down all day?
That was a great AFC Championship game, too. That's too bad. All right, Dan Hyatt, 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't. How weird is it going to get? Thanks again to Ryan Blackburn. Real basketball-y here in hour number 1 on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Jokic has it at the logo. Jokic goes to the left hand. Throws on top to Murray. Murray head fake. 2 dribbles and a floater. Good! Triple-double Nikola Jokic with 37 points. More importantly, Denver leads it by 10.
All right, hold on. I got to jump in. Got to hijack this a little bit. Welcome back to Kreckman and Lindahl. Did we just by accident find a new name for this segment? 2 dribbles and a floater. Huh? How about it? 2 stats you need, 1 you don't. 2 dribbles and a floater.
I love a good float game, though. That's the irony of it. I love the stat you don't need to know.
I guess we could see if Dan himself likes it, but
joining us right now is our pal Dan Hyatt, who joins us every single Friday afternoon to give us 2 Nugget stats we need to know and 1 we don't. Statistician for Altitude and many, many others. Dan, how are you, man?
I'm good. You know, when you're really, really short and you're trying to play ball as a kid and you're not great, that floater is the money move. So I'm a big fan of the segment.
Yeah, you got to hit that teardrop, man. You need
can't
that
hit
bucket.
That, you ain't playing. Yeah, you're bench.
Have you ever had a chance to shoot against Hastings?
No, but I shot against some really good high school players back in the day.
Seriously, one day just grab one of the balls and shoot around and do it at Ball Arena when you're out there. And you're just like, all right.
See what it's like to have a 3 contested by somebody who's 9 feet tall.
And he doesn't even jump. He just has to put his long giraffe arm out at you. It's terrible.
They showed footage of some of the teams that were about to play San Antonio warming up where guys would try to take shots and assistants were using these pads that were 5.5 feet tall. And basically the assistant and the pad was like 14 feet high to resemble Wemby. And it was like, you can't shoot over that.
It's not physically possible to be able to do, and yet you're just supposed to be able to do it, which really, when you think about the quality of shooting that exists in the NBA today, these guys are otherworldly. All right, Dan, let's dive in. Stats we need to know. Nikola Jokic recently had a 5-game absence, but returned and put up a triple-double in his first game back, going for 39, 10, and 10 in a win over Milwaukee. Let's talk about the impact of Nikola Jokic specifically on a couple of his teammates.
Well, that's the thing. The narrative is so easy. When he's on, we're good. When he's not, we're bad. And that's the thing. 113 points over those 5 games when he wasn't there. He comes back. It's 127. I know it's a depleted Milwaukee team, but the difference is not the points. It's how they're getting them. 67 assist points per game was their average without him. He comes back and 85 assist points because of him. So when he's out, Murray and Westbrook and MPJ, they're all handling the rock. They've got the time of possession. They're trying to create and do the things, and they did a pretty good job. 2-2 on the road trip, right? Then Jokic comes back, and the guys who are getting the ball significantly more are Christian and MPJ. Those are your 2 best shooters. So you're basically, those guys weren't handling the ball all that often when Jokic was out because those are his guys. They're the ones who run and create or get out for that 3 that he kicks to. So basically, they combined for about 86 touches a game when Jokic was out. Jokic comes back. They had 115 against Milwaukee, 19 for Christian, 23 for Michael. And that's the biggest impact that Jokic has is getting those guys involved for CB, the fast break, and MPJ can run a little bit, or those kick-out threes. Your offense is better, but it's because your 2 best shooters are shooting more.
And shooting in more advantageous positions. And, yeah, it's probably not a huge coincidence that Mike goes 6 of 8 from 3 the other night upon Jokic's return. And yet the game prior to that against Chicago, he was, 1 of 10?
1 for 10.
Yeah, from 3. All right, 2 stats you need to know, 1 you don't. So, number 1, specifically, assist points go way up when Nikola returns, especially with the ball getting distributed to Christian Brown and Michael Porter Jr. Now, the return of Nikola Jokic meant that the other night, I believe the Nuggets had their usual starting 5 for the 21st time in 74 games. And this gets to, at this time of year, Dan, Michael Malone and the staff are trying to figure out, okay, what do we emphasize? Do we emphasize these guys playing together and establishing cohesiveness, or do we emphasize rest for our starters because it's the end of a long season and they're banged up? Give us some data. Let us try and figure out what the answer is.
Yeah, it's just funny because you've got Utah tonight that basically wants to give this game away. And then you got 3 days off and you got Minnesota, a team that is built to beat you, and you have been beaten by them so badly over the course of the year. But you have to find a little bit of rest, or that 5-man rotation where it's Gordon back in there, what we saw the other night, They're 12-9 on the year, but a lot of those losses were really early in the season. Now it'll be interesting to see what they do. If you line up both of the optimal lineups, which is basically your starting 5 and Gordon, or your starting 5 in Westbrook, right? Because that was the other primary lineup when Gordon wasn't there. Your defense, which you guys just spent half an hour talking about, is significantly better when Gordon's in there. It's not great still, but it's better. So what you need to figure out is whether or not you talk about the switch, you talk about turning it on, you talk about the second half. What did you guys call it? The switch, right? That they're this great second half team. Can they do that earlier in the game? I think they can. And I think they can by spending these next couple of games with the regular starting 5. You buy those minutes of rest by having guys like Watson come in and Westbrook come in, but you start them. The biggest chunks of those games should be those 5 right now for as long as you can, because if one of those guys gets hurt, your game plan's ruined anyway. But right now, there's been no cohesion this year, which I think talks to the defensive inefficiencies because they're just not where they should be.
No, they're extremely not. So
I just love that. Well, if they get hurt, the game plan's ruined anyway. It's like, yeah, it sums it up.
It's kind of true.
That sucks, but that sums it up.
Pretty much, it's a house of cards over there.
I guess it depends who gets hurt, but yes.
Yeah.
Well, but we know the guy that you just said is one of the keys has got a bad calf.
Yep. Yeah, and if you run him right now like you've been running him, that could be dangerous. However, if he's just not himself going into the playoffs, you're not going to be where you need to be.
Meanwhile, Porter's got a hamstring issue / lower back / we don't know what part of his – somewhere in the middle third of his body, there is a major issue with him structurally. So can you find rest for him as well? Plus, but again, to Dan's point, he needs to play. All right, so let's get weird over here. You teased this for me earlier today, Dan, and I cannot wait to hear this. Okay, the stat we don't need to know for today nothing but good stuff, by the way, on the need-to-knows. But this is where it always gets elite. Give me a stat I don't need to know.
You know, I could argue you don't need to know pretty much most of the things that I put out for altitude and talk on this radio show. But what you really don't need is that, word on the street is Andy's broken out the cargo pants, right? Weather's got nice.
Oh, baby, I'm psyched.
Yep, the cars
I got
are
room
out.
for my phone, your wife's phone, my wife's phone. Let's go.
So if you were to pair these cargo shorts with let's say like a nice tank top, it would be nice to pay tribute to the original bringers of the tank top, which was the 1912 Swedish women's Olympic swimming team. Now, I sent you a picture of this earlier, Nate. I'm pretty sure it's not safe for work, or at least it wasn't back in 1912. But basically, the Olympics went to Stockholm for the first time in 1912, in which swimming was allowed. So the Sweden's women's team decided they weren't all that great. They needed an advantage, and they basically redesigned their swimsuits so they could have more use of their arms and shoulders. It didn't really work super well. They finished 4th in the 4x100, but the tank pools were called tanks, and that's where tank suits came from, which is what the swimming suits were called. Then we got tank tops because the shirts eventually made their way into media. American movies started to use them basically for villains. And then when you saw Marlon Brando in Streetcar Named Desire, it kind of became a way of fashion was to actually wear those shirts. Then you got to the 70s where, people were either doing drugs or working out and they just wanted to show off their body. So everyone was super cool with like showing off the skin. But this all came to me, as I'm really not doing the work I was supposed to because of the term tanking. Utah's coming in tonight and they're going to be a bottom 3 team pretty much guaranteed. And now the NBA has basically said it doesn't matter. You're going to get a 14% chance of that top pick, and everyone's playing capture the flag. Everybody wants Cooper Flag here. But the original team, tanking's been around forever, Black Sox, whatever. But the original NBA team to tank was 83-84 Rockets, right? They started 20-26. They weren't great, but they had a good start. At 20-26, though, they kind of said, you know what? There's a guy named Hakeem Olajuwon ready to go. Let's go get him. They went 9-27 the rest of the way, sat all their stars, had Ralph Sampson as a rookie that sat him, and then got that first pick. And they took Hakeem Olajuwon. And again, what's crazy about that is then 3 picks in, Jordan went to the Bulls. But you ask a Rockets fan, they're totally cool with getting Hakeem there. It wasn't like Jordan was supposed to be better. Hakeem was a Hall of Famer, helped in the 2 championships when Jordan decided to take a break. But now you've got, and then in 85, they basically said, all right, now we're going to do a lottery system. And then now for these last couple of years, It's just a percentage based on the worst teams, but you can't tank and get a higher percentage. Last year, Atlanta proved it. They were the 10th worst team with a 3% chance and ended up with the first pick.
The 83-84 Rockets invented tanking, and then we had frozen envelope in 85, and David Stern is pulling out Knicks so they could get Ewing, and yet the entire time as you talked about that, Dan, all I could think to myself was, Stella! That was all I could think the whole time. So thanks for putting that in my brain.
And we learned a tank was a pool and the tank top.
The tank top.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
There's a lot going on in what we didn't need to know. I know this. A guy like Dan that likes all these options needs him some cargo shorts. Go to Duluth Trading Company, Dan. Duluth Trading Company is where you find those gems.
I need cargo pants, and here's what I really need. You know, you talk about the Nuggets not being able to blow out the Bucks and kind of end this thing the other night. The 3-pointer, that stat I gave you, about 30 games this year, they've allowed 15 or more 3-pointers, which is double last year.
Yeah.
That's why. Milwaukee hit 16 of them. Gary Trent Jr. is hitting 4. A.J. Green's hitting 5. Anytime they went on a run, Milwaukee would hit a 3. So right now you've got a Nuggets team that needs a win. You've got Utah that needs a loss. And then Bryce Sensabaugh for Utah basically is probably going to hit 15 3-pointers himself and make this a close game, and it shouldn't be. And that's what pisses me off.
Yeah, you already got me angry. Hey, real quick, we got Jeff Legwald, who's in his draft bunker, getting his draft stuff ready. For a stats guy like you, do you have an alarm in the house or something, like the bat signal that goes off when we get a crazy stat like last night? What was it, between Alabama and BYU? Were those the two? Where if Alabama had only made their threes and not made a single two, they still would have won the game. Does that go off in the stats world? Is there something that sends you rushing to a computer to see that?
Andy, it's like a 6th or maybe even a 7th sense. And all of a sudden it comes to me, and I'll get up and start running around like crazy, and then everyone will just completely ignore me in my house. The dogs will be barking, and everyone will tell me to sit down, go back to my office. No, I just sit here and watch the games. And
Bruce Willis doesn't show up and go, hey, man, check Twitter.
You got to see this.
By the way, Dan, your homework assignment is figure out how many 10-0 runs the Nuggets have had this year. Find 10-0
or more.
10-0. Just give me
just one 10-0.
Yeah, 10-0 or more.
Just an eve. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do a 10-0 and maybe a 15.
Yeah.
16. I'd keep it round.
I'd be interested in 10-0 runs for this team because they haven't had many. Dan Hyatt, everybody. Sorry, but tank tops didn't make the Swedes swim any faster. Dan, good work, buddy.
All right, boys. Good luck.
All right, good stuff for you right there. Tanking.
Hey, yeah.
Tanking.
Speaking of tank,
capture the flag,
which the Rockies can't even do.
The flag-a-ga.
Rockies bullpenning, and what was a good start for Freeland's out the door. How about this? Just saw this tweet from Awful Announcing. Audible sell the team chance at Steinbrenner Field. That's where the Rockies are playing against the Rays.
Yeah.
It goes on to say, we presume these are Ray fans, but if any Rockies fans made the trip, they are likely to join in.
Oh, Rays fans have had it. They've had it with that club.
Well, I don't think Rockies fans are too psyched to yet a 2-0 lead. Now it's 2-2, bases jacked.
At least the Rockies have a ballpark.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
I'm serious.
The Rays fans are going to have to deal with that all year.
They don't have a ballpark.
Oh, you're going to say it to the A's too?
It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. There is a lot of great stuff going on right now at Roller Auction. First off, bidding is available right now on their Frigidaire new scratch and dent appliances auction. I mean, we're talking minimal damage and some great deals on brand new appliances, refrigerators, freezers, ranges, dishwashers, microwaves, stackable washer and dryer sets. Check it out right now. This auction is going to close coming up on April 1st, but you can bid right now. There are some great deals available to be had at Roller Auction. Plus, don't forget, the Big Boy Toy Auction is coming up here in April. If you have got a motorcycle, a boat, a camper, whatever it may be, and you're like, hey, it's time to upgrade. Or maybe you just want to unload the thing. You don't want to deal with private sale. Well, go to roller.bid right now because they can help you out. It's a consignment opportunity. If you have an old collector car or anything like that that you need to unload, go to roller.bid right now. Click on this consignment opportunity and look for the details. They can help you unload your stuff that you don't need any longer via auction. Put some money in your pocket, and you don't have to deal with the headache of private sale. Go to roller.bid to check this all out with Roller Auction. That's roller.bid.
What's up, Denver? This is Gabe Landeskog. You're listening to Landeskog Friday with Kreckman and Lindahl.
Bud Light presents Real Men of Genius.
Real men of genius.
Today we salute you, Mr. Cargo Pants Designer.
Mr. Cargo Pants Designer.
You finally gave us what we wanted, the military look without all that bothersome drilling, marching, and shooting.
Fashion victory.
Is that a banana in your pocket? Yes, and an orange, and a pocket comb, and an extra set of keys, and my sunglasses.
Totally prepared now.
How many times have you been in a restaurant and thought, man, I wish I'd brought my own jar of mayonnaise? Now you can.
Yeah!
So crack open an ice cold Bud Light, oh Prince of the Pockets. Some may fill your shoes, but no one can fill your pants.
Mr. Cargo Pants Designer.
Bud Light Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
I believe this is the, as far as I have seen at least, or paid attention to, the 2025 debut of cargo shorts on Andrew
Yeah, you
Lindahl.
know, I wasn't going to. I was thinking I was going to skip it this week because yesterday would have been the day, but a couple of the big wigs were trotting around, so I decided not to get them out yesterday. But when Scott had told me,
I think you should have. I think they would have been impressed.
Scott told me nobody was here today.
They would have been like, "Get that man a raise." Look at those shorts.
Well, what they would say is, look at his pasty white legs
That's
and how skinny they are.
That
He
is
may
a guy
need to
with
eat better.
Pocket space efficiency.
He's come prepared,
is what they would have said. Yeah, I tweeted out a photo earlier of Andy's new cargo shorts.
These are Duluth trading, though. These aren't just your rando Old Navy, which I've had.
You.
The Old Navy, bargain brand. This comes with extra pockets.
Is Duluth?
There's like an extra couple pockets each side. There's a zip pocket.
Is Duluth is that like the Gucci of cargo shorts? Like
I feel as if it is.
The Prada of the cargo shorts line.
Hey, I'll tell you what, they weren't $20. I can tell you. Now I waited till they went on, clearance in the fall, and then I loaded up.
Sure.
So,
you made this purchase last fall in preparation for the
no,
warmer
I was wearing
weather.
these last fall.
Oh,
You don't notice.
Okay.
These weren't super special for this year.
Well, these are the first time I had seen these ones. These are, I took a picture, I tweeted it out. Not just a cargo pocket. There's a cargo pocket on top of a cargo pocket.
That's what I'm saying.
This is a double stack cargo pocket situation that Andy has got going, plus hammer loop on these
Hammer loop,
ones.
which I don't need that.
Yeah, it's
all I do is break another finger. I'd lose a digit.
Yeah.
I don't need to work any real jobs here.
I'm trying to do the quick math on here. Is it double stack cargo pockets on both sides?
Yeah,
on both sides. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is an 8 pocketed short that you are currently
There's a zip pocket
wearing.
above that. There's a zip pocket.
No way.
Above the cargo pocket. Right
So let's
there.
go.
Huh?
There's 10 pockets on those shorts.
And then your usual
10.
pockets, 2 in front. Matter of fact, this has got a cell phone pocket on top of the back pocket.
So 11. There's 11 pockets.
There's an obnoxious amount of pockets.
You're a human pack mule.
Listen, though, I've been married a long time. All right, your wives, your girlfriends, whatever. You know what? You know what they find out? They find out they don't want to take their gigantic bag of crap they call a purse. They don't want it going anywhere. And then I get handed 4 things. The chapstick, the cell phone, maybe the keys. I don't know. And then I already am into. I got my wallet. I got my Costanza wallet because I'm not doing the Ridge thing. I got my keys. I got my cell phone. I got a daughter that wants her cell phone. Yeah, man, you got to be prepared.
I've literally never carried any of my wife's
You know what else
stuff.
you need? You need a dang belt then to keep your cargo shorts up because all of a sudden you're loaded up like some gypsy trying to sell wares in New York City on the street.
Well, Andy, you know who can afford an awful lot of cargo shorts these days? Deion Sanders.
Holy cow.
Hey,
Holy jumping.
5-year, $54 million contract, making Deion one of the top 10 highest paid coaches in college football. His value for the upcoming season will put him at number 8, tying him with North Carolina head coach Bill Belichick. But yeah, he's ahead of Brian Kelly. Just behind Kalen DeBoer down there in Alabama, who's going to make $10.25 million. By the way, highest paid college football coach in the land, Kirby Smart at Georgia, and his $13 million salary. But that's right, Deion's new contract is official. It's signed. It's approved by the Board of Regents. Good to go. Deion has gotten paid, and he is going to be earning very handsomely for however many years he continues to coach.
Here's what I think is funny, though. He wasn't at the end of his contract.
Nope.
Like 5 years is a funny. All these numbers for coaches, that's cute. That's funny.
Sure.
That's a parameter. We all know in 2 years, if he pulls off a national championship, we're negotiating again, right?
Mm-hmm. You think Deion's winning a national championship in the next 2 years?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm going to go with no.
We'll see.
And I'm not being a hater. I don't think you can win a national title in that conference.
You might be right.
I don't
listen, but he's brought in a couple.
Oh, he's doing marvelous work.
Sure.
Like, I mean, this is no diss to Deion. I don't believe he is a contender for a national title. Because I think there's only really 4 or 5 programs that actually are.
I'm not going to argue with that. They're going to have to get a hedge fund. What are they doing now where you sell part of your program to some investment firm or whatever?
Oh, yeah.
Investment capital
private
bros
equity
in order.
to then,
yeah, you need a private equity bro to get you huge money to really go compete with SEC and Big Ten teams.
To invest into your program.
They don't have
plus,
a Bill Armstrong that I'm aware of, right?
You know, the SEC and the Big Ten are trying to ensure that they're going to have a minimum of 4 slots each in the college football playoff, meaning that anybody in the ACC, the Big 12, or any of the Group of 5 or other conferences are all just going to be on the outside looking in. But I think he can go to the playoff, which that's marvelous for the University of Colorado. Like where this program is at right now, that we're having this conversation where, you know what, Deion is getting, again, he's getting paid like a top 10 coach in the country. All I could think about as I read this and went through this stuff today and what Colorado's been able to achieve, the national television eyes that are on this program, the attendance that this program gets, merchandising and everything else. Do you remember 3 years ago, 4 years ago? It was the most irrelevant Division I college football program in the country. And now we talk about this program like we expect you to contend for Big 12 championships every single year, and that's the expectation now going forward.
Yeah, he's changed it a lot. Look, surprising enough, he's put together some really good recruiting classes, not just transfer portal classes.
Yeah.
But look, I don't care. Pick your coach. I don't care what the length of the contract is. The moment at 2 years, 3 years after they figure out that they've got something going on, and look, Deion, whether there's, for those that say he's not won anything yet, okay, that's fine. But as you said, he's brought him back to relevance. And guess what? He's also brought.
They won 9 games last year and went to the Alamo Bowl.
Right.
Again, I cannot stress enough to people, do you know what this program was under Carl Durrell?
And here's the reality. He brings eyeballs to the television to watch him.
Which is power.
Period.
Which is power for your program.
There's a lot of schools that'll take it, especially when you're not in the SEC or the Big Ten.
Yeah.
But my point in all of it is where I think the next little thing is going to, because at some point we talked to Jay Norvell about this. There is going to be length of contract with these NIL deals at some point. It won't be a year-to-year thing.
Yeah, there will have
to be. They're going to try to get these guys locked down, so especially the top guys aren't just hopping in the portal at a moment's notice.
Right.
Like we're seeing even with basketball right now. But these coaches, what did 2, 3 if let's just say the success continues for Deion, they're going to talk about it again.
Yep.
They won't get to the 5-year mark.
No.
And that's any coach with any success. If Kalen DeBoer had gone on and actually pulled off a title for Alabama, how soon before he's talking to Alabama about you better up this contract?
Of course. And it's sometimes the university and the athletic department and the boosters will just simply go to the coach and be like, all right, let's just go ahead and up this right now so you continue to get paid. The part where Deion Sanders and the universe, really, it's not even Deion. It's not surprising that it's Deion because he's such a massive name and he's done such a wonderful job. He's brought a Heisman Trophy to Boulder. They're going to have 2 guys going in probably the top 5 of the NFL draft. It's marvelous work that he has done. And again, this is a relevant football program. But what is so incredible is, to me, that Colorado, of all places, is paying a coach in the top 10. Not that Deion's making it, that Colorado is paying it. And it goes to show you the value of what he has brought, the fact that it was a unanimous decision to give him this pay raise, what it has done for the university, what it has done for admissions, what it has done for revenue, what it has done for the national standing of this school. It's huge. And college football, and they say athletics is the front door or whatever. It's football. We know that it's football, unless you're talking about, Duke. It's football, and that's it. And that's what this guy's been able to do. Good. I'm glad they're paying him. I'm glad he's staying. I'm glad he didn't take an NFL gig. This is great stuff for Colorado. The fact that this program is as relevant as it is today, that it is in the college football conversation, and the fact that Colorado football can win 9-10 games a season, won 9 games a season ago, marvelous year. Marvelous.
Well, and again, you said it. The commitment to football that was not there hasn't been there in quite a while, frankly. Right. It is good to see, if nothing else.
Yeah.
So.
And the social media following and everything else that Deion has been able to pull off, I'm excited to see, what Julian Lewis, what this next crop of players coming in here is going to be able to do, because, when Deion says I'm bringing my luggage and it's Gucci or it's Duluth cargo shorts, he wasn't lying. He literally brought a Heisman Trophy winner to Boulder, Colorado. Okay, now you got to be able to restock the cupboard a little bit, but I think he's got the infrastructure in place to be able to do it. It's awesome. It really is incredible.
Well, now he's got a contract that you can recruit. You
exactly.
got to have it.
Exactly.
I mean, I wonder how many other guys he could have pulled if there weren't coaches out there, and they were telling him,
sure,
hey, we don't even know he's going to be there. He's going to go coach his son in the NFL.
Yeah, you don't know if the guy's going to be there. And granted, he went and talked to Jerry. Like, he went and had the conversation, which only is
that
going
might
to
have been part of this process,
without a doubt. But it also is going to get used against you
you're right,
in negative recruiting.
Well, guess what? The portal opens up after the spring games, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There'll be more time for football. It happens every year. He's done it both years.
Oh,
remember after last year's spring game, that's when he went and redid the whole offensive line.
There will be roster turnover. There is no doubt about it. Yeah, no doubt about it. The Pro Day is coming up next Friday in Boulder. Tyler Polumbus is going to be there to document all of it. We're going to have our opening day coverage here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Real quick, Rockies and Rays tied at 2 in the 9th.
Wow, it got to the 9th quick. At least they're moving fast.
Kyle Freeland. 6 innings of scoreless work today. He allowed 2 hits. He struck out 7. Great first start of the year. Bud pulled him after 67 pitches.
Yeah, what was going on there? I saw Vic tweet that. Is that 67?
67.
I realize it's the first start, but you're not going to let a guy.
And he had surpassed that number twice in spring training.
What do you think was going on?
I don't know.
Was he
I don't know.
Struggling?
I don't know. But Tyler Kinley promptly gave the lead back.
And guess what just happened?
Yeah.
Your new guy, Mickey Moniak, went in as a pinch runner, gunned down at second base on a steal attempt.
Moniak?
No, Moni. Won't he? Noni. I don't know.
Jeff Legwold coming up at 5 o'clock for draft conversation. Quick break. When we come back, an elite sports night with some elite sports broadcasting. We've got some great calls to bring you when we come back, because last night was an awful lot of fun. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Well, your 5-point lead with 9 seconds to go is something you should take warning with their LA Lakers. Last night, the end of the Bulls-Lakers game, absolutely epic, Andy.
Oh, I got a question based off that. We starting with that one?
Absolutely epic. Let's start in this spot because everything about the end of this game was absolutely incredible. But everyone has seen it. I hope you have. If you have not, here's what happened, okay? Lakers are in Chicago to play the Bulls. Bulls have been playing very well of late. Remember, we saw those guys, what was that, Monday? Yeah, Monday. Yeah, came in here. But they were fresh off of beating the Lakers, the fully healthy Lakers in L.A. Like, this team is playing out of their mind right now. They traded Zach LaVine, opened up the floor for Kobe White and Josh Giddey, and Modest Bazelis is an awful lot of fun. There's just like fun things happening right now with the Chicago Bulls. Granted, they're going to make the play-in, and they're going to miss out on the lottery, and they're just going to continue to be the Chicago Bulls. But for the moment, it looks like Arturas Karnisovas, our old buddy, by the way, it looks as though his vision is starting to come to fruition with the Chicago Bulls. Last night, the Lakers are in Chicago to play the Bulls at the United Center. And if you go to the fourth quarter of this game, it's a 115-110 Laker lead with 12 seconds to go. This is after Austin Reeves made a couple of free throws, all right? Bulls call a timeout. They run a unspectacular play that opens up Patrick Williams for a corner three. He buries that thing. Then LeBron throws an absolutely lazy inbounds, gets stolen by Josh Giddey, who flings it out to Kobe White. Remember Kobe White, the guy that murdered the Nuggets the other night? He then hits a three. He went for 28 in that game, makes it 116-115. That was with 6 seconds on the clock. Lakers call timeout, advance the ball, side out of bounds, Laker ball, down one. Austin Reeves hits a layup, and then Josh Giddey from half court. Here's the pandemonium, and this is the Bulls telecast from last night. Adam Amin and Stacey King on the call. And Andy, this to me, the reason why I just find this so glorious is it's an incredible sports moment, and then these guys just nailed the call. I think they nailed the call beautifully. Here you go. This is last night in Chicago, the end of the Bulls-Laker game.
Here's Reeves. Reeves straight to the cup. Lays it in to take the lead. Bulls are out of timeouts. 2 seconds left. Giddey for the win. Go! Oh, my God! I cannot believe this. Elizabeth, I'm coming, baby. Oh, Lord. Improbable. Unbelievable. Impossible. Magic Giddey. Good day, man. This is not the same team. You better embrace them. Get your tickets. Buy them. This is a special team. Oh, Lord. Elizabeth, watch Giddey. Half court. That's a shot for the ages. That will be replayed when we're all gone. What a shot to win a game from half court. Wow.
They called it technically a 46-footer. I think it might have even been further back than that. Either way, Josh Giddey from half court to win it last night. Amin was all over it. Bulls have no timeouts. Got to get it up. They get it to Giddey, and then Stacey King goes nuts. We got a Magic Giddey in there, a good day mate for the Aussie on that call, coming from Stacey King. Plus, we got Sanford and Son references in there as Stacey is losing his mind. What was that, Elizabeth? I'm coming to join you.
I'm coming, Elizabeth.
Play it for us, Spring.
I said no. No, I want my money. I said no. Now get out of here. Uh-oh. Nah, you went and did it. Oh, I might need that money tonight. Oh, I've never had pains like this before. Oh, this is the worst one I ever had, son. Oh, it's the worst one. This is a big one. I'm dying. You hear that, Elizabeth? I'm coming to join you, honey. Oh.
Little Fred Sanford for you right there. Elite theme song, by the way.
This is your favorite TV theme song?
This is Oh, this one's top of the list. This is right up there. This is night court good.
Okay.
This
That's
is
funny
quality.
because they kind of got the same vibe.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
You and I, when we divulge our musical taste, you can really start to tell what catches our ears.
Yeah, this is good.
See, I like a Cheers. This is good.
You like the Cheers song?
Yeah, I do.
It's classic. This show was so good.
The show and the theme song are attached to each other, so you know.
Taking a break from all your worries, all that.
I like the short version. I don't need the long version. You know what I mean? So, by the way, I've got to ask.
How did the Lakers blow that?
Okay, I'll ask.
Epic.
The way they blew it.
That was like Reggie Miller at the Garden last
They
night.
blew it because LeBron James had an all-time brain fart for a Hall of Fame player. This is what I've been dying to ask you. Can you tell me another time? Look, everybody's going to have a bad day or a bad play.
Sure.
But guys like LeBron James or John Elway or Wayne Gretzky or pick Nikola Jokic, when do you see LeBron? I guess I should back up. For those that didn't see it, LeBron had one of the all-time worst inbound passes.
Also,
I mean, just as lazy as could be that allowed the Bulls to get a second bucket.
You know what, though? And this is okay. And I'm all for crapping on LeBron's terrible pass, too. But give some credit to Billy Donovan, coaches the hell out of that team. For them to have the awareness, Patrick Williams hits that three in the corner. They immediately went into full court press.
Yeah.
Everybody
They jumped him.
immediately found a man. Like, perfectly executed. And NBA teams, they don't full court press all that often. You know, like that's desperation time stuff, but it's also like the way that Chicago immediately, everybody found their man. They went directly into their pressure. Like that is a well-practiced basketball team right there. That's a well-coached basketball team right there.
Fair enough. Give him his flowers.
Give him his flowers. And also,
but that decision.
And I think that took LeBron. I think that took him aback. He tried to get the ball. I think he was trying to get it to Gabe Vincent, who's got Josh Giddey on him, and Giddey's what, 6'9", whatever he is, like a defender of that length, able to then knock the ball away. It's again awful pass on the part of LeBron, but also like brilliant defense on the part of Chicago. And LeBron, to his credit, he took full responsibility for it after the game. But yeah, just total brain fart at the end of the game. Total brain fart.
Yeah, I just can't believe
tired 40-year-old man.
Yeah, man.
The end of a game.
Just unreal.
And Chicago got him right there.
They get that bucket.
Incredible.
And then Reeves, it looked all too easy for Reeves, but you know, Giddey wasn't afraid. Got to the logo.
Oh, they all got to make those
Hoisted it
shots,
up.
you know? Williams has to make a corner three. Kobe White's got to make a three. Giddey's got to hit from half court. Incredible. Also, on the telecast, there was such a good shot of, and whoever the director was for like NBC Sports Chicago or whoever airs Bulls games, they found the saddest Laker fan. Like immediately.
They must have been locked in.
Oh,
that guy probably
they
showed
knew.
up.
They knew where that
times.
guy was sitting.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the guy just has the befuddled look on his face as he took the L on the way out. Incredible.
And big help to the Nuggets.
Yep.
Big help.
Yeah, we'll take it every time. Also, Sweet 16 was great last night. It especially ended very well.
You root for Arkansas.
Yeah,
barely fine.
It's if you had them in your bracket.
Yeah. If they were important to you, that was a little rough.
Tough luck. But an incredible comeback on the part of Texas Tech to be able to come back in that game. And of course, best game of the night, and we had Kevin Harlan on the call. The great Kevin Harlan working with Dan Bonner and Stan Van Gundy. Good college basketball crew right there. But I noticed in particular, Texas Tech's reserve big man, Federico. Perfect Kevin Harlan name. Give it to me, Spring.
It was Thiero at Kentucky. Yes. Oh, up high! Down hard! Federico!
Perfect Harlan name for you right there. Federico. Also as a you know me, Andy, I'm Mr. Mountain West Hoops. I mean, you're gonna watch Darian Williams hit that big three and JT Toppin in that game. Oh, it warmed my heart, man. It was like a Mountain West team was winning that game last night.
Toppin was throwing down. He threw down a couple times
Dude's
in that
so
last
good.
minutes, didn't he?
Dude is so good. Plus, if you're Calipari, a couple of things, okay? Number one, Why are you not following? Why are you not following in a 3-point game? What are you doing? Why are you letting them get that shot off? Foul them. Run clock, foul them, make them make free throws, and shrink the game. I don't know what Cal was doing right there. I don't know why he didn't call a timeout in the last possession of overtime. Call a timeout and draw something up.
Yeah, I was about to say, did they not have one?
They did.
Because they just were running, and I was like, that's the play?
No, they had a timeout. They still have it.
Did he forget he had it?
No, I would hope not. I would hope that
you can't admit that.
I would hope that he and his assistants were all over to that thing. No, it didn't call timeout right. I think in that moment that's where you call a timeout.
Speaking of poor in-game management,
Rockies lose.
Yeah. Walk off at Steinbrenner Field.
Get used to it, folks. We're gonna say it a lot this year. Rockies lose in Tampa.
All right, how long before we're talking about do you need to trade Kyle Freeland? And I realize he's the one pitcher you'd probably pay money to go watch at this point, but seriously, there's just that party for the hometown guy. Can this guy please go play in some high-leverage baseball?
Did you realize it was his 4th opening day start today?
I did
not. Which is a franchise record. Surpassed Germán Marquez. He and Marquez were both at 3. 4th opening day start for Kyle Freeland. Serious question. Is he the greatest Rockies pitcher of them all?
Well, is he better than Jorge? De La Rosa is the next guy. Because of the innings.
Longevity. All right. Peak is Ubaldo, but the Ubaldo peak lasted like 2 years at best.
He's the shooting star that burned out quickly.
De La Rosa is the franchise's all-time leader in wins, and he's at the top of the conversation. I believe in terms of total starts, Aaron Cook is still number 1 in that metric, but Kyle Freeland is like right there. And when you talk about peaks, his 2018 season when he was, I believe, 4th in the NL Cy Young Award voting, great season for Kyle Freeland. So he had an outstanding peak. That was the year that he beat the Cubs in the wild card game. He was marvelous that entire season. Plus, he's got the longevity as well. Has Kyle Freeland now moved into the position where we can talk about it and honestly say this is the greatest Rockies pitcher of them all? I think I named all the contenders, right? I think.
Yeah.
If Germán's elbow hadn't exploded, I think we would talk about him differently. But
yeah, I get. Yeah. Boy, I don't know. Sure.
Spring, where do you weigh in? You're a Rockies, a true Rockies head. Where do you come in on this?
The one problem with Kyle, man, remember
there's problems with all of them.
I know.
Yeah, there's no one that doesn't have any problems.
Kyle finished top 5 in Cy Young voting several years ago.
2018.
And I'm thinking, like, man, he's like, this is it. And then he's struggled.
Yep.
And he's been better of late.
His velocity dipped. He struggled with his changeup. It's been.
What about? Did you mention Francis during the run? See, I'm going back to the World Series year. Here's my thing.
Jeff Francis is top 10. He's not at the top though.
Here's like my thing. In spring, tell me what you think about this. Okay. It's like, what high leverage games have you won? When have you performed at the pressures at the peak? Well, there's only really one team you can go back to that had any sustained run to think about.
I give Freeland some love for winning that wild card game in Chicago.
All right.
I guess he didn't technically get the win.
No, but he gave
what did he throw?
That
7 scoreless
that was a
that
one-run
night?
game.
Yeah, it was marvelous.
You know what I'm saying?
He was marvelous, and that was a super high leverage game. Here's what's weird about it is the 17 and 18 seasons, like, I know they didn't go to the World Series or anything, but there were a ton of high leverage games in those years.
Here's the hard part, Nate. I'm trying to go back through the history. Again, there's an Estacio in there. There's look, Brian, the problem is that where do you go for what's his signature win? How about that? If we got a tiebreaker between whoever you want to pick, what's the signature win? Now, look, we could go De La Rosa's route. I don't know what his signature win is. You know what I mean? I don't think he was always good, and he was always there, and he was always eating up innings, and he was never afraid of Coors Field.
Sure.
He was never worried about his ERA. Didn't he lead? He leads the franchise in wins still, doesn't he? Or has that been?
De La Rosa does, yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's got to count for something. But again, I can't tell you what De La Rosa's signature win is. You go back to Ubaldo. Ubaldo's got the no-hitter, at least we could talk about. And Ubaldo did pitch in, and pardon the pun. Ubaldo was part of the World Series run.
2017 home opener, Freeland 6 innings, gave up 1 run on 4 hits at Coors Field in a 2-1 win over the Dodgers. That's a signature game of his career. However, October 2nd, 2018, wild card win at Wrigley Field. That's the Kyle Freeland game. That's like the moment right there. In terms of, again, matching high leverage ball game with performance, which he showed up for. There's also, to Spring's point, there's incredible lows in there with Kyle Freeland, but also, and let's
they all have them, as you said.
Exactly. Let's be fair to the conversation. If you pitch at altitude at Coors Field, as long as Kyle Freeland has, as long as Marquez has, as Senzatella has, as long as De La Rosa did, as long as Aaron Cook did, there's...
Well, see, again,
you're going to have some valleys, man.
I would go back to Estacio in the very early days. See, whenever you do this, I always want to try to be, fair to the early days of guys, but it's it's hard to pick a lot of people out, right? How about this? What about a Fuentes? I mean, again,
I can't give it to a closer.
I know you hate that, but I'm saying some of their better pitchers have actually been their closers. So anyway.
Yes, they've had good closers low over the years.
And you mentioned Cookie, but Cookie did not play as long as Freeland, right?
Second in franchise history in wins, Aaron Cook. I believe in terms of starts, Aaron Cook is still number 1 in franchise history, 206 starts. Freeland, should he stay healthy, will surpass Aaron Cook in games started in a Rockies uniform. By the way, I believe he passed Jorge De La Rosa for number 201 today on that list. In terms of starts, Jeff Francis, Germán Marquez, Jason Jennings round out the top 6.
Yeah, Jennings needs to be talked about too, but I'll tell you the one thing about Cook.
Yeah.
Like Cook was not an overpowering guy. I've never seen a guy able to induce ground balls in a dangerous park the way that he did.
It was when he was on, he was very effective, and when that sinker was
not on,
it got hit very
BP,
hard.
baby.
Yeah, it got hit very hard. But also, in this entire conversation, and quite frankly, I'm disappointed in us that we overlooked this name, that we overlooked the most important question that you're supposed to ask any time that you talk about Rockies pitching. And this guy in particular, 7th all-time franchise history in games started, tied for 8th with Pedro Estacio in terms of wins. He is not here any longer, but he lives on in our hearts. We must ask, is John Gray an ace?
Would you say he's emerged as an ace this season?
He's been the ace so far.
Well, look, he's very good, but to be an ace...
That's an ace pitch for him.
I think he's on his way to being ace.
When I think John Gray, I think ace. That's a guy that can anchor a rotation.
That John Gray is one piece of ace.
But are we going to break down Eddie Butler and Tyler Matson, who came up with him?
Never forget Eddie Butler. Remember when he punted his mitt in Korea?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Oh, I'm so glad we managed to work that in on opening day today. That's, you know what?
Hey, got something happy out of it.
That was for us.
Boy, if you're Kyle Freeland, seriously right now, and how can you not love Kyle? How does that guy have to feel? How are you? There's got to be are you serious?
Here I go again.
Another season of this?
Yeah, here I go again.
You give me 2 runs of support.
Yep, here I go again.
And the bullpen does what the bullpen does.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Kyle Freeland, good on opening day. Rockies lose. Keep it here.
Oh, I dig it. You're going to dig this. It's called Colorado Off-Road. If you need truck or 4x4 accessories, Colorado Off-Road is your spot. Located 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. I've been dealing with these folks for almost 6 years now. It'll be 6 years in June. Look, if you need anything for your truck, and I needed plenty because I bought the base model just to keep an affordable monthly payment. If you did the same or you're thinking about buying a vehicle, do what I did. I've added the bed cover, the step rails, remote start. I've done the floor mats. They can get the tow hitch going for you. You want a camper top? That's something I'm sure Jerry can order in. But the bed covers are a great way to go. You know, if you're looking to get ready for camping season, and we always know this time of year, camping season starts popping into everybody's mind. You want to get that bed cover, carry extra gear up the mountain. They can do toe downs, or tie downs, I should say, to help you get more gear up there as well. Bottom line, if it's for camping season, it's Colorado Off-Road. Or if you're maybe a commercial tradesman and you want a better topper, go and check out the Workforce Pro Topper. They are exclusive dealers of the Workforce Pro at Colorado Off-Road, and it can be customized to help you however you need. So it's Colorado Off-Road. Find them at cooffroad.com. Give Jerry Jones, the owner of the place, a call at 303-761-1264. Colorado-owned, Colorado-grown, Colorado Off-Road.
Bud Light presents Real Men of Genius.
Real men of genius.
Today we salute you, Mr. Giant Taco Salad Inventor.
Mr. Giant Taco Salad Inventor.
Ground beef, refried beans, guacamole, cheese, sour cream, and if there's any room left, a few shreds of lettuce.
I don't see no lettuce.
A culinary creation that baffles the human mind. A 12,000-calorie salad.
Ah, caramba.
Some may ask, is your taco salad healthy? Of course it is. It's a salad, isn't it?
You can eat that deep-fried country bowl.
So crack open a nice cold Bud Light, conquistador of the calorie. You put the feast in fiesta.
Mr. Giant Taco Salad Inventor.
You know who loves a giant taco salad?
I do.
Federico.
With my cargo shorts.
Can't get enough.
Hey, when I have leftovers, fit them in a pocket.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Jeff Lakewell.
Federico.
Amazing Harlan name. An amazing Harlan name.
Okay, help me out real quick.
Yeah.
You've got the pitching stats of Freeland up.
I do.
He threw 67 pitches, right?
53 strikes on 67 pitches.
Holy cow.
Yep. He was lights out. I think he was perfect through the first 4 innings today. He was marvelous. He pitched great. They lost 3-2.
Why would you pull him? If it's 67 pitches, why? I don't care if it's opening day or not.
I don't know.
Isn't 80 the threshold now? I thought 80 was the threshold.
Bud Black's
Could be
fear
40 now. I mean, who knows?
Of having this Rays lineup see him the third time, but he went to Tyler Kinley, who was probably
the old third time.
Yeah, credited with the blown save. Technically, Victor Vodnik took the L today as the Rockies fall 3-2 in a walk-off victory for the Tampa Bay Rays. Jeff Legwald is with us. We're going to get drafty, but we're going to get real drafty coming up at 5 o'clock. Let's talk about the Sweet 16 or the Elite 8 where half the field is set. Leggy, you've been, moonlighting as the college basketball reporter these days.
That's right. In my other life.
Who's beating Duke right now?
You're going to need an awfully, I think probably Florida has enough.
They've got the guards.
Chops.
And they have veteran guards, and I really like that group. But, man, Cooper Flagg is absolutely living up to it. Malwatch is a matchup disaster, and Con Knippel is the most dookie little dude, and he's so good.
Score here, score there. And they, and they got like a 5th-year guard too on top of all that.
Sion James, and who kept hitting threes last night.
And sorry, I have my draft voice. But
could you two get healthy? I'm kind of
I am
tired.
healthy.
No, you're not.
We're all struggling
Neither one of you
over
are
here.
healthy.
I can't help it. I'm on the phone trying to get you information all the time.
Well, I'm waiting. You
By
let
the
me
way,
know
They
when it comes through.
when they won the ACC tournament without Flagg, and I know the ACC is down this year, but that was still pretty good.
Yeah. By the way, do you guys know about the Knippel brothers?
I have no idea. I've not heard the name. I don't watch a lot of college basketball. Give me the name one more time.
Con Knippel.
Okay.
Is the kid's name.
Double K.
Okay. He's out of Wisconsin, Wauwatosa, Wisconsin.
Dude, it just gets better.
Yeah.
Was he on Happy Days too?
His dad's name, his dad was Con as well. He's Con. And then let's see, what are the brothers' names here? Let's see.
I think they're all K's.
The Flying Knippel brothers, I think, were the uncles. Clint, Clay, Cole, and Con.
So it's like Kubiaks.
Like the Kubiaks.
They're related to the Kubiaks.
Kubiaks
right.
working.
And then isn't one of his brothers, I believe, is already committed to Duke. All right, the 4 younger brothers of Con Knippel are Cager, Kinston, Cash, and Kidman.
Dude, calm down in that family.
There you go.
Let's calm down in that family. You can still be part of the family and just be like Alice or Billy.
Cager,
I love
Kinston,
how they
Cash and Kidman.
Everybody's always talking about you got to recruit here, you got to recruit there. Like 2 of their best freshmen are from Maine and Wisconsin.
Yeah, and the Malwatch kid, they got him out of Africa.
Yeah, it's like the Sudan.
That's what's so weird about Cooper
But
Flagg.
it's just funny. It's
Could you
like-
imagine if you were just like some kid from some rural Maine high school and you had to go and try and guard Cooper Flagg?
Well,
one
luckily,
night?
I think he only played there his freshman year.
Yeah.
Before he went to the the academy or whatever.
But even as a freshman, he was probably
it's
destroying
ridiculous.
dudes.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Did he go to the one in Florida?
Yeah.
The academy? What is it?
IMG.
IMG.
No,
yeah.
not IMG. It was the other one.
There's another one?
The coach is leaving. Yeah, they're like the powerhouse of powerhouses in the bed. But
Better than IMG?
yeah, in hoops.
Oh, okay.
In hoops. Now, a friend of mine who is big in the basketball circles, when they had the practice team go against the U.S.
Yeah.
The U.S. team that Grant Hill was running, and they had Flag on that team, and he was like, even the NBA dudes, like last summer, were
Knew
like,
he was legit.
Yeah, they were like, okay, it's not hype.
Yeah.
He's like, for real.
Yeah.
That's when you. I think LeBron at
Montverde Academy was where he played. By the way,
yeah, Montverde.
No, they.
I think
knew.
LeBron at one point even tweeted like, "Okay."
He killed in that thing. He was really, really impressive, and I get why everyone in the NBA wants to tank and go and get him as fast as they possibly can. I think the guy's absolutely legit. I also, when I watch Cooper Flag, I don't like Con Knippel, and you're just like, you're everything I hate about Duke. And he's going to be a good NBA player too. But when I watch Cooper Flag is like, to me, he's in the Grant Hill category of like, he supersedes his Dukeness.
Yeah,
and
he's so good.
He's so good that I just like kind of have to like you.
And even last night, he doesn't score for like the first 12 minutes of the game, and he ends up with 7 rebounds, 3 blocks, like 8 assists.
Throwing lobs up to Malwatch, just throwing dunks all over the place.
So does Knippel got the 90210 sideburns going on? What's very
not
Duke
quite,
about him?
yeah.
The Leitner-looking sideburns or
he's,
what?
Scrappy,
Plucky little white guy.
on the
Got it.
floor.
You got
Playing
it.
at Duke. Just say it.
You got
Just
there
say
eventually.
Yeah.
You got there eventually. Yeah.
I picked that up. I just want to know if the sideburns were included. Just trying to figure out what era of Duke you're talking about.
They're not as sideburny these days.
Did Reddick play at Duke?
Yeah.
Yes.
Bobby
Sure.
Hurley?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Keep naming them.
All right.
Who's the Duke guy you hate
Who's
the
the
most?
Dukiest Duke you've ever?
It's Grayson.
It's always
Allen.
Leitner.
Oh,
Grayson, yes.
For me, it's
that's
Grayson
it.
Allen.
Yeah.
I
No,
hate
Leitner was pretty.
Cherokee Parks. Shane Battier.
Just go to break.
Name a Duke guy you hate the most. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll dive into NFL draft conversation. That's what we're doing for the next hour with Jeff Legwald. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
What's up, Denver? This is Gabe Landeskog. You're listening to Landeskog Friday with Kreckman and Lindahl.
Jeff Legwold is with us, Kreckman and Lindahl. We're talking draft here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right. So, Leggy, Dion got paid today, very handsomely.
Nicely
we might add.
done, yeah.
Nice job by Dion. $10 million plus a year up there in Boulder. Shedeur is going to get an NFL paycheck, and it's going to be very good. The question is, what team is he going to be playing for?
Well, there you have it.
Is it still maybe the Giants, even with Russell Wilson in the building, and I suppose Jameis Winston as well?
Yeah, I mean, the folks I know in the league believe the Giants are still would have to consider it.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, neither one
Russ
of them,
is a one-year proposition.
Even Jameis is not a long-term
solution
of any kind. So the issue there is, you know, I've known a lot of coaches through the years, and when they're in trouble, and GMs too, they detest setting the table for the people who will replace them.
They think short-term.
Yeah. So they think now, how can I save my job now? And that's not a quarterback
Are
pick.
Shane and Dable's fates tied together in New York?
I would think. I mean, people have not succeeded very well in doing the one or the other thing or staggering it. That never works out very well. I think Jacksonville's the last team to really sort of try it in some weird way, but usually ends up a bigger mess than what you had before.
Because, like, I could see them saying, like, if you're if you're Mara and you go with your sweet fleece vest and you go talk to Joe Shane, nobody is ever going to do off-season Hard Knocks ever again.
After that,
we know too much. But if you're John Mara and you go to Joe Shane and say, look,
take the quarterback,
do the right thing right here, and that's even one of those where you just sort of be like, hey man, like if you set me up well for the future, like. You don't have to go just because that guy's got to go.
Right.
That would be the wise thing to do. I don't know if the Giants do anything wise, though.
Yeah, but again, I think it would depend who the owner talks to.
Sure.
They always ask friends, headhunters, whatever corporate, hierarchy they have around them.
Plus, that's a weird ownership situation because there's the Mara family, there's the Tisch family. They're like almost 50-50 owners.
And, the more it goes and the more people get involved from each family, there's less sort of unison.
Yeah.
And you can see it happens to all of the family ownership groups. At some point, people start fighting over control and the rest of it. And I think, the Steelers have held it off as long as possible, and they still have a Rooney running the team. But even they are sort of in, for them, hard times right now. But again, it gets more fractional the more time goes on, and I think makes it harder to find that sort of unison. What should you do on draft day for the Giants, or who survives and who doesn't? But it's not a great situation to be at the top of the board, because those guys aren't going to want to pick they want to save what they have.
Yeah.
A quarterback may not do that, especially a rookie quarterback.
Okay, but since we're on Shedeur,
right?
And, look, I try to avoid not throwing other publications at you because I know you're not Mr. Let's Fight Back and Forth, but Bleacher Report was quoted in Sports Illustrated today as whoever, I forgot to look at the author, but they had said they talked to a scout, and Pelissero had tweeted the same, that said he thinks Shedeur is overhyped and should be a third-round prospect. Have you talked to enough people that don't,
Yeah.
Where do you fall with that? Is there a thought that Shedeur could be the slide guy still?
I got news for you. I can find a scout in the league somewhere who will tell you almost any prospect on the board
is overhyped.
Yeah.
It just is the nature of the beast. If you want to quote anonymous scouts, you can just keep dialing the phone until you get the quote you want. If you want the guy to be the slider and you're writing something and that's the fireworks point of it all, you can find somebody to say that. I don't think there's any galaxy in the known universe where he's a third-round pick in this draft with this quarterback class. I don't think there's – he's one of the two best quarterbacks in this quarterback class. So if you don't like Shedeur Sanders, then you really don't like these other guys. To me, that's the bottom line. I have not had any scout I know say something as drastic as that to Shedeur. Here's the issue. He holds the ball too long.
Yeah.
People have to decide, is it a habit or was that a decision he made on those plays in the situation he was in? I will tell you, and look, people can take it for what it's worth. Leggy, you're just another, journalism guy out there, whatever. But the people who've met with him see a uber confident guy, and I got news for you. Every quarterback who's ever been considered a first-round pick by anybody is confident. They're cocky. They're arrogant. That's the nature of the position. John Elway was, in 1983, people were having that same conversation about John Elway. So let's not make him to be the most arrogant quarterback on the board. He's nowhere close to that. That's the nature of the beast.
But you had an interesting comment.
But he holds the ball too long.
And you don't. You and I were talking with Jeb Putzer yesterday because he just called up and he's been doing coach. And he's like, hey, man, I don't like him as much as other people do. And I actually called Jeb to tell him why I do like him. But I watch the guy, right? I've got a little bit of a bias there. But you don't like the escape out of the back of the pocket.
No, and they call
going in reverse is troubling.
Top of the pocket escape is a red flag for quarterback coaches in the league, offensive coordinators, head coaches, play callers, because the people who do it, it's a very difficult habit to break.
Which Caleb Williams was doing last year, right?
His first sack in the NFL, Caleb Williams, I believe, was a 19-yard loss. Welcome to the NFL.
Yeah.
You
don't get away with it here.
You just won't. And if your inclination is I can outrun you're not outrunning
anybody.
Edge rushers in the league unless you're Lamar. Mahomes knows when to run. Patrick Mahomes is not the spectacular runner, great athlete, but he has the chip in his brain to know exactly when to do it. So he picks good times. But that's the issue with Shedeur. And he's not considered by NFL people to be an elite athlete at the position. His dad is Deion Sanders, yes, but we are all our own people, and he's his own player. And again, you take, whatever I say for what it's worth, but he's the best processor in the group. And in the last 2 minutes of a game, I'd want him to have the ball, but he's got to deal with the fact he won't physically be able to do the things in the NFL that he's done to this point. And that is a difficult transition. And if he slides in the real world, that's why.
So right now, and again, mock drafts take them for what they are worth. But it feels like we're in a place right now where Cleveland is such a mess. They just need blue chip prospects. Do your best and take an Abdul Carter, maybe take a Travis Hunter in that spot at number 2. Giants are regularly getting mocked to Shedeur at number 3. New England, in other situations where Abdul Carter is going 2 to Cleveland, then it's New England going with Travis Hunter there at number 4. It sure looks like CU's going to have 2 dudes going the top 5 of the NFL draft, which is pretty damn cool. In terms of fits, and let's talk about both of these players in the top 10. What are the best fits for these teams right now, or for these players specifically?
Yeah, I got to get the order up because I never can remember the order. That's my
Giants at 3,
Waterloo.
Patriots
at
at 4.
My life. I can't remember the order ever.
Jacksonville at 5.
Yeah,
Raiders at 6.
Raiders
Jets
6.
at 7.
I think I think the Raiders are probably a good fit with Pete Carroll because Pete Carroll knows how to protect the quarterback, or he would be inclined to run the ball, play action, do things.
Okay, but right there, I got to jump in. Wouldn't they want Genty? Because all the mocks have Genty being the Raiders guy over at Shador.
There will be teams there will be teams, and again, you can find any grade you want among evaluators. I just want people to realize the divergence of opinion. You've heard me say it a million times. The divergence of opinion in the NFL on prospects this time of year, you can't get wrapped up in all the mocks you see with the same 20 names.
Sure.
In the league, the divergence is all over the place. If I asked 5 teams, you give me your 5 best running backs on the board, I'll get
5 different
five different lists.
Yeah.
And there might not be a match.
Let's be honest, you have.
Yeah.
Within the last week.
No, and that's the issue is this sort of chorus of unison of opinion is not that's like there aren't real risers and fallers either, but we can have that discussion another day. But Genty will be somebody's top-rated player on a board.
Yeah.
For sure, grade-wise. They'd never take him at 1, but the grade is the grade. And I know several personnel people who think he's, if not the best player in the draft, one of the 3 or 4 best players in the draft. As far as grade, Carter is the most often named best player on the board by people I talk to, just because the thing he has over, Travis is the most unique and the most rare.
Yeah.
And the hardest to find. And we might not see it again for another 30 years. But the thing Carter has is a position that transitions the fastest in the NFL, edge rusher. And from day one exactly what he is and where you would put him. There's no question. He goes here, he does this. And that's why that's all in the grade. Now the injury might play into it for some people. He's got a stress fracture type deal in his foot, and sometimes that's a problem.
Could slow him down right off the jump.
What did Demarius have? Didn't he come in with
Demarius
something?
broke his foot.
Okay.
He actually ran the 40 on it for the Broncos.
Decker came in with a bad foot,
Before
too. Same
they drafted him. They had a lot of health guys in that draft that year.
Yeah.
A lot of the red medical flags.
They worked out long-term, though.
I always told Demarius I wanted to break my foot like he did. Because when he came back, it was...
He was better than ever.
It was unbelievable.
Well, plus, if you're Cleveland, you're bad enough. You could take a medical guy with the full knowledge of just like, well, we're winning 3 games this year anyway.
And, everybody's in trouble. But the problem for Cleveland is, and they have to give it heavy consideration, is your only way to dig out of this is a quarterback on a rookie deal.
Yeah.
And much like the Broncos, the only way the Broncos were going to deal with their cap situation last year was to have a quarterback on a rookie deal.
Oof, they're a disaster right now. All right, Jeff Legwold is with us for the next hour. 303-504-0925. Want to get your draft questions. We're going to dive into Denver at number 20. Coming up here in just a few minutes, we're gonna hit Legwold with what we like, what we're hearing, what we think. Your questions are welcome as well at 303-504-0925. That's 303-504-0925. Jeff Legwold's appearance brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. It's getting all drafty up here with Jeff Legwold on a Friday afternoon on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Cameron Meisner gets into this one, a long drive deep to right. That baby's gone. Home run, and the Rays win it 3-2. Cameron Meisner jumped on the first pitch, his first career home run. Meisner has ended this one in dramatic fashion. First pitch, bottom of the ninth, a walk-off home run. The pride of Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Cameron Meisner.
Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Wake up, folks. Cameron Meisner, first career home run, walk-off as the Rays defeat the Rockies today, 3-2 at Steinbrenner Field there in Tampa. Rockies are 0-1 to begin the campaign. Kyle Freeland takes a no decision today on opening day after going perfect through the first 4 innings, 67 pitches, 53 strikes. Rockies lose. We got the Nuggets tonight against the Utah Jazz right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Right now, we're talking NFL Draft with Jeff Legwald of ESPN. He is hanging out with us for the entire hour. Your questions are absolutely welcome here on this show. Leggy, let's talk about number 20 and Denver and value and what the Broncos
and value
is critical, right? It's
at 20.
Take the best damn player that is staring you in the face. And, there's the group think of the mock draft says Omarion Hampton, or Colston Loveland. Just simply, Sean Payton is talking.
Pick your running back. That's the Joker draft.
Enough about jokers. This is who he's going to go with. It seems short-sighted and silly for the Broncos to be thinking that way, and I certainly hope that George Payton and Sean Payton aren't thinking that way going into this draft. But with an eye on the best player available and taking a look at the board and thinking about who could be available right there, Jeff, give us a couple of names of guys that jump off the page at you of like, okay, one of these dudes could be right there and could be very good, starting potential star Denver Broncos.
Well, star, wow.
You like stars.
Yeah, at 20, your issue this year is going to be how many first-round grades do you still have on the board when that rolls around? Because some teams may not have very many in this draft.
Yeah.
This is a little light in the first round. It's really strong, 2 through 5. Rounds 2 through 5, strong draft. Back end is light, and this first round is.
But it's not all that blue chippy, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, it's really thin. I've talked to several teams, and usually, there's never, as we know, there's never 32 first round grades ever in any draft. They take players there, and often teams have people left on the board. If they're picking 32, they still have a first round grade on the board because their grades didn't match everybody else's.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think the spots, positions, certainly they could be looking at edge rusher, secondary. There are tons of backs, and it'll just depend how they've graded them when it all comes to. But there's tons of backs in every round. I think Genty is the only true first round back, but people love. A lot of folks love Hampton. I don't think he's quite the receiver that Sean Payton would be looking for, and I think they like other people on the board later who are. I think Etienne fits them. I think Dylan Sampson fits them. Guys like that. But in the first, in the secondary, you could be looking at a safety. Nick Emignori is one of my favorite players on the board from South Carolina. That's not a need player for the Broncos, but that's certainly a guy I'd like to figure out what to do with him.
They always need safeties, though.
Dude, I told you.
And corners.
Yeah.
I think Amos, the Mississippi corner, I think is certainly worthy of that pick, and I'd take a long look at that because we all saw last year when Riley Moss got hurt, it looked a lot different, even one of the league's best defenses.
Look, you're dealing with a couple of childish people here. And so we did kiss, marry, kill to our draft picks.
We did.
Wow.
And my marry person was Eminwara.
As it should be. But I don't, he's got
I killed off Colston Loveland.
Well, I struggle with the medical guys because that's the hardest information for me to get that's real. Like, I want to know what he said at the combine standing there in his sling.
I'll be fine.
I'll be ready for training camp. But when I'm stacking guys, I need to know the best information I can get as to whether that's the case and how does that affect the grade and all of those things.
Okay, since you brought up edge rusher, here's a new name I saw this week that I'm going to keep an eye on for when we do this worthless little thing. It's not worthless. We're having fun, Nate.
We're having a great time.
But the edge rusher from Marshall, Mike Green. What do you think of him?
That's a Nick Bonito. It's almost this. He's almost the exact same size as Nick Bonito was coming out. He's almost the same exact speed as Nick Bonito was coming out. And he's got some of the same developmental. He's not really good against the run right now, but you want him to rush the passer, he's going to get after it. He's certainly worthy of 20. I don't think he'll be there. I think edge rushers come off quick on draft. We like big corners. Those are the guys that rise fast.
You like him better than the A&M kid, though, right? That only had the 1.5
Shamar Stewart.
They're different players. Stewart's much bigger.
Yeah, but 1.5 sacks. Like, I will never forget.
He had 4.5 career sacks.
Okay.
But his testing, he's the great riddle. I actually have a story coming in the coming days about the difficulty in evaluating potential overproduction and what scouts go through. He is the poster of that in this draft.
Does he flash? I've told Nate the story before. I will never forget doing Colorado's morning news on KOA. Jeff would record with me every Saturday during the draft season, right?
Uh-huh.
And I never will forget, we get done with the combine, and Jeff, we're recording the Saturday after, whatever. And Jeff is like, Von Miller's a guy. They got to go get Von Miller. Andy, I've never heard such a passionate Jeff Legwald as, this is the dude. I love the tape. So does
I got one right.
Well, but give me the guy's name. I don't remind. Why can't I remember the A&M pass rusher?
Shamar Stewart.
Stewart. Does Stewart's tape flash enough that you would try?
Well,
what flashed for you for Vaughn? Was it the tape with
everything.
the workout?
It was everything.
Okay.
You watched him play, and at the time, he's being coached by a former NFL coach who put him in NFL situations that season that even Vaughn said he wasn't comfortable with, but they helped him. You could see he was in a position to have to play certain coverages, in a position to rush from different places. It was they set the table for him to show the best he was. But his bend was rare, the proverbial motor, he just went all the time, and he had production. It was everything all at once. And from different areas in the formation, it was just, Stewart doesn't have that. He's got more one bright light play, and then a lot of plays where and I asked him at the combine a couple things about it, and his contention is, I played the way they asked me to. So for NFL teams, but his workout is as rare can be. I mean, I believe his vertical was 40, which is ridiculous for a guy as big as he is. And
he's still laughing about the Chubb comment. You're not going to get his 40 time. His
smack of Chubb?
Vertical. Yeah.
Yeah.
40-inch vertical. Yeah, it was. I remember seeing
it was silly. I mean, you're always going to have a coach in the league who believes when I get my hands on that, I can turn that into a player. But again, 4.5 career sacks in 3 seasons.
Can't be ignored.
1.5, 1.5, and 1.5. The issue is now you have metrics. Why Pat Surtain probably won Defensive Player of the Year, but his first pressure metrics are the best in college football, but his pressure rate is like 80th. So when he does pressure, it's better than everybody, but he doesn't do it often.
Which should be problematic and a warning sign for teams. But to your point, they're going to talk themselves into the measurables. We've talked an awful lot about wide receivers.
Yes.
As an interesting one. Your colleague Matt Miller right now has Luther Burton III out of Missouri, who people have had CD Lamb comps on him.
Yeah. I think he's a little bit more physical.
As a possibility there at number 20. Tedero McMillan, depending on the mock that you look at, could be a guy that could fall big, very long wide receiver at 6'4".
And has delayed working out for people.
Yeah.
I think you're seeing some of that with some of these guys, and they're putting all their, the workout, everything in one day. I think that's a mistake always, because if you have a bad day, that's
Egbuka out of Ohio State.
What happened to
Golden.
him, dude? He's fallen out of the first round in so many mocks. Did he have a bad workout, Nate? Did you read anything?
I
just think he's an unglamorous pick. I mean, he's as refined a receiver as you're going to find in the draft.
With receivers, it comes down to taste, right? Like kind of like you talk about with running backs. It comes down to sort of what's your flavor.
But he is this. I mean, Egbuka is as polished a guy as I've seen in a long time.
Would you take him over the Missouri kid?
I would personally, but that's I think the route runners succeed in the league. Now, Missouri.
Think like Sean Payton for a minute.
Missouri, Burton is powerful and explosive, and he's really strong. And, I mean, he's sturdy. He's definitely I want the big guy at receiver.
So he fits Peyton's mold.
I think he does. Okay. But again, it's hard. I mean, I think Egbuka weighed in at 201 or 202 at the combine, so he's not little.
Right.
So it's just a matter of what's your taste. But the route runners, I think adapt quickly.
Does Sean Payton love his receiving room as much as he's sort of hinted at, or could you very much see him being like, hey, there's a guy right here that could be a 1,200-yard guy. I got to go get him.
I can never tell if he loves it or not, frankly. I watched Mims not play for a half a season, and then he was the best receiver on the field when they put him in the game. I mean, let's all go back and look at the Cincinnati game and see if he shouldn't have been playing in week 3.
Yeah.
I guess that's I don't know. I can only go by what he does. And, he didn't play a lot of these guys. I mean, I think little Jordan Humphrey played 560 some snaps for the Denver Broncos instead of the other guys. And yes, he's a good blocker, but I don't think he's that good a blocker to play 200 more snaps than a lot of these other guys should have been playing, in my opinion.
Jeff Legwold hanging out with us. We got one more segment to go with Leggy. Obviously, we're talking about Denver, but bunch of good questions are coming in via the text line, 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. Get your draft questions in right now as we get you as primed and ready as we can. We're inside 1 month to go until the opening round of the NFL draft, and we live in a world where Denver doesn't have to think about quarterbacks. What a nice place to be. One more draft segment with Jeff Legwold of ESPN next.
It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on a Scott Friday. Pleased to have you along. Jeff Legwald with us. I'm Andy Lindahl. Nate's off to handle some personal business and getting out just a touch early so he can do so. So we're going to take you the rest of the way home, which, of course, is about 15 minutes. And we've got, of course, the Blitz coming up right after this. Shortened version of the Blitz after Berto had to go a little bit longer last night because of the 8 o'clock start time for national TV. We've got Nuggets Jazz pregame at 6:30, again with our guy, Mark Bertinoli. We're going to get back in the draft questions. As Nate mentioned, we do have some great ones on the text line that I do want to ask. Now, here's the deal, though. We've been talking about this Rockies game, kind of a weird situation. It felt weird, at least from watching from afar, where Bud Black decided to pull Kyle Freeland after 6 innings and only 67 pitches up 2-0. Here was the explanation from Bud down in Florida as they're playing at Steinbrenner Field as to why he chose to do that today.
His first game of the year, first time he went 6 innings this season. It's a long year. I felt as though I didn't want to push him, right? And we talked after the 6th. He was a little bit winded. He still felt, probably good enough to go out. But I just felt because of, opening day, I know how adrenaline is, and as it sort of wears down as the innings go. I just didn't want to push it. And we had a fresh bullpen. The guys that we had coming in had pitched well leading up to this. But as you guys know, spring training is different than the regular season. And, it was just one of those calls that I made. But Kyle did his job. He gave us 6 innings. If you would have told me if Kyle Freeland would go 6 innings on opening day with zeros, would we take it? Absolutely.
Well, there you go. Rockies fans, they lost today 3-2 in the bottom of the 9th, as the bullpen did what the Rockies bullpen usually does. But anyway, we'll worry about baseball another day. There's, opening day here in Denver's a week from today, and we'll see how it goes over the next week or so. Anyway, Jeff Legwald's in here. We want to make sure we talk some draft with you, but we also want to remind you, if you're feeling like a taste of the ocean, stop into Good Times today for the Good Times Fish Fry Sandwich. It's light and flaky. A whole fish fillet, the fish fry sandwich, available for a limited time at Good Times. All right, let's chat real quick with some of these questions. Here's a guy that I am kind of interested about because you mentioned backs that they could be interested maybe a little bit later in the draft. Matt asks, what about the Kansas running back Devin Neal? What round do you think he goes in?
Yeah, I think a lot of people see Neal as a early day 3 right now, but, thinks it only takes one team to be interested in you. And part of it is just the depth of this class. Some years, a guy with his production, physicality, people have loved him in the postseason stuff. He'd be a lot higher, but this is a tough class of backs to sort of pound your way up into. And I think right now a lot of teams see him as a day 3 guy with a great chance of making your team and having some kind of role.
Would he fit the Peyton profile?
I'm not sure. There's enough of the sort of the improvisational stuff once he has the ball in his hand, and then in the passing game, if he's as refined as some of the other guys catching the ball.
All right, another question, and I like this. We have a CSU fan weighing in. I did wonder about this since we've talked about some of the CU prospects. What about Torrey Horton?
Yeah, no, I think he helped himself in Indy. He ran well. Whenever you have an injury season, people are always intrigued to see how you're going to look when you reemerge. And let's see, I got the combine stuff right here. So I believe he ran 4.4, which is that's outstanding. But again, it's hard for me or anyone else to tell you exactly where receivers are going to go because it is. You ask people to list 10 receivers, you're getting 10 different answers from every team. So all he needs is the right team, and he could sneak into day 2, I think.
Would he fit the Peyton profile? I'm going to keep asking.
Yeah, he's big enough that he wants big framed receivers. Mims is productive in their offense and with the ball in his hands. I mean, he's unbelievable, but he does not fit the traditional Sean Payton big framed receivers. Sean just believes in the NFL, you have to be big enough to create your own space. And that's not always the smaller guys, but I think he certainly has enough size. And like I say, he ran so well.
We're talking about Torrey Horton.
Yeah, and he measured, 6'2.5". That's the frame you're looking for, and almost 200. at the combine, and again, he ran electronic 4.41, so that's legit elite speed coming off the injury.
That's good to hear. All right, couple from the 720 here. Deep class of solid interior defensive linemen. Is there one that you see that could fit and be a true game wrecker? Aaron Donald, Chris Jones type. He's also asking about Walter Nolan or Harmon from Oregon.
Yeah, they're both really good players. I like both of those guys more than most. I think when my stack comes out, I think Nolan and Harmon could both be higher than you've seen a lot of places because I like both of those players. I was just telling Nate, I thought that certainly Harmon was worth the 20th pick in my book if he was there when the Broncos were picking. Now, that's not a need player, but they both have been tremendous in these, what you can do from the end of the season until now, they've done the best they can do with them. Nolan was awesome at the Senior Bowl. Might have been one of the best players in the best position group that was there.
What about, and the last question, what about the Syracuse running back? Does he fit the Peyton-style passing game?
LeQuint? Yeah. No, I don't think he has fared as well.
You know how bad Twitch wants me to put the camera on your computer with all your notes right there?
Yeah, no, I got them
the
all
top
right here.
secret 100 breakdown, getting ready.
No,
anyway, LeQuint.
I don't think he's fared as well. I mean, I thought when I saw him during the season, I was like, he fits a lot of people. But I think when people have come into the evaluation, that type of player, I personally like Dylan Sampson better from Tennessee. But I like him better than a lot of other people do. So, again, he's going to be another player where when my stack comes out, people are going to see, I didn't see this guy anywhere. He's one of my players I like. Sampson, I'm speaking of. And I know that the Broncos have spent some time evaluating Sampson too. So to me, that the middle round running backs, I think ATN and Sampson are better fits for the Broncos.
Sampson's the Ohio State kid, right?
Tennessee.
Judkins.
I like Judkins from the two Ohio State running backs. I like Judkins a little better just because of the explosiveness and the athleticism.
Yeah, I'm going to quick fire some of you because they still are coming. Travion Henderson, I know he's popped up in some mocks.
Yes, as he should. Guy can do everything. Judkins to me, they're teammates. Ridiculous that they're both on the same team. No wonder they won it all. But Judkins is just a smidge more sort of NFL explosiveness potential, but Henderson does everything. He is the pass blocker, the pass receiver, the runner, and a selfless player. A lot of guys would have heard Judkins was coming and would have said, I'm out. I want carries. I want all the carries. He stayed and was a good teammate, and that means a lot in the NFL world. So I think a great prospect.
I figured somebody would text us in, and I don't know, maybe it's our buddy Nick Kosmiter. What about Cam Scadaboo after the pro day?
Yeah, he's a little smaller than some teams like. You can't deny the bowl game. I mean, that was a ridiculous effort. Won 1 billion total yards and threw a touchdown pass, no less, in the game.
Yeah.
So you can't deny the versatility. It's just in an NFL world where linebackers and safeties are so physical and, are you still going to get open in the passing game? And I think his ability he is a high contact runner. He believes he's stronger than the other guy. And that's not always a great way to get by in the NFL. You may have to be a little more decisive in the hole and not run to so much contact.
Yeah, there's men waiting for you on the other side there. Last one from Ryan, Savion Williams, TCU.
Yeah, another
first day, second day. What do you think?
Probably second day. I'm guessing. I would think second day. But again, this is a very thin first round. So in picks 20 to 32, you might see some players get selected you're not expecting because teams, again, might have a grade there that you didn't see coming. And a guy like that is a guy who could sneak in because somebody just fell in love and they want that instead of similar players.
You know what you want? You want that weekend preview song, Jeff.
That's right.
Let's listen to Nate sing to auto-tune.
Everybody's watching sports on the weekend. Everybody wants to watch the games.
He cut this in his brother-in-law's basement.
Everybody's eating guacamole.
You always got to get guacamole on a song.
Chips and guac are good when watching sports.
People want the guac song, they call it.
You want to go watch the game?
You do want to watch the game. Tonight you're watching the Denver Nuggets as they take on the Utah Jazz. Everyone's saying it's a scheduled win. Let's hope so. Mark Springer shooting us over some information as to what was going on as far as now. Jamal Murray right now is a game time decision according to Michael Malone, who also mentioned he is hoping Julian Strother's back before the end of the regular season, but no timeline building up yet. You got the Avs in the Blues tomorrow night. You can check that out. They're playing at Ball Arena. This is another matchup of two hot NHL teams. The Blues have been amazing since the Four Nations break. And you've got the Colorado Mammoth trying to take on the Saskatchewan. They are taking on the Saskatchewan Rush. Colorado's been on a long road trip. They return home next Saturday. Love to see you out there as they're going to take on the defending champion Buffalo Bandits. But tomorrow they take on a Saskatchewan Rush team that just clinched a playoff spot. You've got the NCAA tournament all weekend, both men's and women's. And you got baseball, baby. The Rockies are going to try to blow another lead tomorrow, baby.